Chapter 276. The Battle with Shangjiu. Facing the evil Azura with a resolute demeanor, Shangjiu raised his blade towards Su Taiping, showing no mercy. At this juncture, he too was nearly at the end of his strength. The only distinction between him and Su Taiping was that he wielded a knife, while Su Taiping was unarmed. Better to embrace death than to live with regrets. As Su Taiping uttered these words, every muscle in his body tensed, channeling the last remnants of his vitality to elevate his corporeal strength to its zenith. Meanwhile, Shangjiu's bones crackled ominously, his blood-soaked form tightening once more. With a swift motion, both Shangjiu, knife in hand, and Su Taiping, unarmed, simultaneously swung their arms downward. In that fleeting moment, when Su Taiping mimicked the gesture of wielding a knife, an ancient blade suddenly soared from the gourd, landing perfectly in his grasp. It was the famed Duan Shui, wielded by Duan Tianya. Upon grasping the long knife, a smile crept upon Su Taiping's lips, his muscles tightening further as he exerted additional force. With a decisive slash, the long knife met Shangjiu's bloody blade. The resounding clash echoed through the air as Duan Shui severed Shangjiu's weapon, landing a heavy blow upon his chest. Shangjiu glanced at the wound on his chest, then at the knife in Su Taiping's hand, his face betraying a flicker of unwillingness as he remarked, "Duan Shui, how could you choose him?" The blade in Su Taiping's hand emitted an angry resonance, as if driving Shangjiu away. At that moment, the last of the Buddhist beads in Su Taiping's possession shattered. The spectral figure of the evil Azura behind him radiated a terrifying aura of golden light, amplifying its menacing presence. Feeling this overwhelming force, Shangjiu clutched his chest wound and began to retreat. "Uncle Shang, I'm here to help." The young girl with the braided horns rushed to Shangjiu's side. As she spoke, Bai Yu and Ping An emerged from the gourd, positioning themselves protectively in front of Su Taiping. "No need," Shangjiu shook his head, gently patting the girl on the head before turning to Su Taiping. "What is your name, young one?" "Su Taiping," he managed to utter with great difficulty while leaning against Ping An. "Since the old man has imparted his sword techniques to you and Duan Shui acknowledges you, there are certain truths you must come to know," Shangjiu continued. "What truths?" Su Taiping inquired, sensing the weight behind Shangjiu's words. "The old man and my junior sister's bodies were not delivered to Yunming's by me. We were both deceived," Shangjiu sighed, tossing a jade token to Su Taiping. "As for the rest, it serves no purpose for you to know now. When your cultivation improves, bring this token to the Yuyin Tianfeng Dao Valley to find me." As he spoke, Shangjiu prepared to depart. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back to Su Taiping, saying, "In this realm of Zhenwu, tranquility will not last for long. If you can escape, do so sooner rather than later." With that, he cradled the young girl with braided horns in one arm and grasped the struggling demoness Su Su with the other, soaring away into the distance. Upon sensing the vanishing presence of the merchant dove, Su Taiping finally felt a profound sense of relief. As for the matters concerning Zhenwu Tian that lingered on his lips, he found himself devoid of the energy to ponder them further. Taiping. As Su Taiping's consciousness began to fade, he heard the voices of Fairy Lingyue and Bai Yu. Yet he lacked the strength to respond. Just as he believed he was on the brink of slumber, a figure shrouded in Buddhist light appeared before him. He could not discern the monk's features, only a vague outline. "What is your wish?" the monk's voice inquired, ethereal and distant. Could this be the ancient Buddha who established the precepts in the land of 1,000 Buddhas? Upon hearing the question, Su Taiping was suddenly reminded. He thought to himself, "Indeed, I have shielded my second senior brother from all malice. It is time to make a wish. How many wishes can I make?" Su Taiping asked with curiosity. "One," came the calm yet profoundly authoritative reply. "Bodhisattva, considering my arduous efforts, could you grant me an additional wish?" Su Taiping tentatively inquired. "Speak." To his surprise, the other party did not immediately refuse. "First, do not allow my senior brother and senior sister to perish in your land of 1,000 Buddhas. Even if they desire death, it must not be permitted. Second, I request that you eliminate those who conspired to harm my senior brother and senior sister." Su Taiping spoke earnestly. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, he was certain that his senior brother had been ensnared by a malicious plot, and such a splendid opportunity for vengeance was one he could not let slip. "I am but a fragment of the divine will left by Master Kasyapa. I can save lives, but cannot take them. However, in light of you being the first in several millennia to invoke the equal treatment of all beings through the demonic crossing, I can permit the demonic crossing to go forth and administer punishment." The imposing voice resonated once again. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that his seemingly excessive requests would be granted, even if it was merely a reprimand for those individuals. Bodhisattva, your agreement is rather swift. Is there perchance some matter you wish for me to attend to? Su Taiping asked with a tinge of unease. Indeed, there is a request, but it is not urgent. You may choose a day to fulfill it, and upon its completion, I shall bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity. The authoritative voice responded. With this revelation, Su Taiping felt a wave of relief wash over him. The nature of the opportunity was of little concern. Primarily, in his current state, he was incapable of undertaking much. What is it? He inquired, curiosity piqued. Retrieve the 7 laws of heaven from the land of 1,000 Buddhas. The commanding voice answered. That night, in a manor located outside the howling ridge of the land of 1,000 Buddhas, after consuming the Bodhi fruit, one should not hastily refine and break through. Rather, it should be digested gradually. In the courtyard, a man cloaked in black robes admonished a handsome youth clad in dark attire. Yes, master, the youth replied with a bow. This youth was none other than Yi Xian of the First Peak. Your swordsmanship still harbors numerous flaws. Upon returning to Qingxian, you must diligently correct them according to my guidance today, the black-robed man stated sternly. Rest assured, master, I shall not dare to delay even for a moment. Yi Xian nodded earnestly. With the guidance of Master Su Chan, not to mention the sword of Qingxian 3 years hence, even the sword champion of the 9 mansions, a Xian, could contend for it. At this moment, another man strode in. If Su Taiping and his companions were present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as Jin Heji from the First Peak. What news from the Tianyin Palace? The man in the black robe inquired of Jin Heji. Although Chun Hao had been saved from peril, a multitude of cultivators honing their skills in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas had already rushed there in pursuit of the Bodhi fruit, leaving Dugu Qingxiao with no escape. A sinister smile crept across Jin Heji's face. The man in the black robe nodded, and with a slight smirk curling at the corners of his hooded visage, he remarked, Master, I have broken yet another of your swords. It is time for you to take action yourself. Boom. At that very moment, a tremendous tremor echoed from the front of the courtyard. Startled, everyone turned to gaze in that direction. A towering 8-armed Azura apparition loomed at the entrance, its blood-red eyes radiating a murderous intent fixated upon them. The Azura of misdeeds comes to deliver retribution, bellowed the 8-armed apparition as its massive arms, some clenched in fists and others raised in open palms, unleashed a barrage towards the few individuals in the courtyard. Chapter 277. In the Dream. The Black Lotus merges with the demon tree tick-tock. 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 After hearing the narrative of Master Kasayapa's consciousness, Su Taiping succumbed to slumber. He was unaware of how long he had slept until the sound of water droplets hitting the ground roused him. Where am I? Struggling to rise, Su Taiping discovered he was seemingly atop a lake, effortlessly standing upon its surface. Surely, I am not still dreaming? A glance across the lake revealed a shroud of darkness surrounding him, save for a faint glimmer on the water ahead. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a tree emanating a soft azure glow, its leaves an extraordinary shade of verdant green, periodically shedding droplets that cascaded into the lake. The sound of the water droplets that had awakened Su Taiping undoubtedly originated from this very tree. The overall outline of the tree resembled a hand, its stout trunk akin to an arm, and its prominent branches resembling fingers. Why do I dream of a tree? Su Taiping found himself increasingly perplexed. He seldom dreamed, let alone of such an eerie scene. Suddenly, as he attempted to approach the tree for a closer examination, a chilling breeze swept across the once tranquil lake surface. Su Taiping endeavored to draw nearer, but the icy gust pushed him back. Thereafter, he witnessed black lotus leaves shimmering with iridescent hues sprouting at a visible pace beneath the tree. When Su Taiping returned to his senses, a bud emerged from beneath the lotus leaves, blooming rapidly, only to wither and decay, ultimately releasing seeds that plummeted into the water with a rhythmic thud. The entire spectacle transpired within mere breaths, and it was only when the last of the lotus seeds had splashed into the lake that he jolted awake, exclaiming, "Could this be the demonic lotus within me?" At the moment of his realization, the lotus seeds that had previously fallen into the lake began to take root, sprout, and flourish into lotus leaves, blossoming into flowers and yielding more seeds, which eventually sank back into the water. In an instant, the entire surface of the lake was enveloped by the vibrant black lotuses, radiating a kaleidoscope of luminescent colors. Witnessing this scene, Su Taiping felt an inexplicable surge of fear within him, accompanied by an intense determination to halt the growth of these black lotuses, regardless of whether this was a dream or reality. With that thought, he dashed forward recklessly, attempting to uproot the blooming flowers from the lake. Just then, a large branch resembling a hand suddenly trembled vigorously, causing a flurry of green leaves to fall and coalesce beneath the tree into a shadowy figure. The figure distinctly resembled a boy of about 12 or 13, yet possessed a visage more exquisite than that of many women, with skin as fair as jade. "Who are you?" Su Taiping could not restrain himself from inquiring aloud. The boy merely responded with a faint smile before extending a hand toward the black lotuses that blanketed the lake. In an instant, as the boy reached out, the once gently swaying lotus leaves transformed into myriad furious faces, all roaring as they lunged at him, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. However, as these faces drew near, they suddenly disintegrated into clouds of ash. In that moment, the remaining lotuses sank into the depths of the water. The boy, witnessing this, revealed a smile that could captivate nations, then reached down and grasped the water's surface. Instantly, a multitude of black lotuses shot up from the lakebed, soaring toward the boy. He raised his hand to lift the hundreds of black lotuses, then clenched them tightly. With a resounding boom, the numerous black lotuses transformed within his palm into a single seed, dark as amber. The boy playfully shook the black lotus seed at Su Taiping before tossing it into his mouth. "Hey!" Su Taiping exclaimed, attempting to intervene. But he was a moment too late. After consuming the seed, the boy's form morphed into scattered leaves, returning to the hand-shaped tree. Wait, could this boy be the manifestation of that monstrous hand? As he recalled how the boy had turned the black lotuses to ash and considering the shape of the tree before him, a bold hypothesis suddenly emerged in Su Taiping's mind. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept across the lake once more, this time imbued with a calming essence. Simultaneously, he observed a black lotus sprouting at the base of the tree, its slender stem twisting upward, entwining around the trunk and branches. Ultimately, a black lotus flower blossomed atop the tree, while a lotus platform emerged at its base. Had the monstrous hand and the magical lotus merged into one? Su Taiping felt a chill run down his spine. Why isn't Taiping awakened yet? It has been so many days. Taiping. Before he could ponder further, a chorus of voices suddenly reached his ears. "This is Sister Lingyue, Baiyu, and Pinyin." In an instant, he recognized who was calling him. "I am here." Su Taiping instinctively responded and struggled to look in the direction of the voices, attempting to locate the three of them. However, in that fleeting moment of turning his head, his vision suddenly brightened, revealing an unfamiliar ceiling above him. He glanced around, observing that he was in a very antiquated house, with both the bed beneath him and the furnishings within the room being remarkably old. Additionally, he spotted the familiar figure of his second elder brother, Qing Xiao. At that moment, Qing Xiao was seated cross-legged on the floor, intently guarding a Dan furnace. Could this possibly be a dream as well? Su Taiping pondered, but ultimately decided to call out, "Second brother?" Upon hearing Su Taiping's voice, the meditative Qing Xiao suddenly shuddered. He turned to face Su Taiping, incredulity etched across his features. After a long pause, he finally stammered, "Taiping, you are awake?" Observing the bloodshot eyes and the expression of excitement and astonishment on his second brother's face, Su Taiping could finally ascertain that this was not a dream. "Brother, how long have I been unconscious?" Given Qing Xiao's astonishment, Su Taiping surmised that he must have been in a deep slumber for quite some time. 1.5 months, Qing Xiao replied. As he spoke, he attempted to rise. But as soon as he stood, the flames within the Dan furnace surged uncontrollably. "Taiping, wait a moment. This batch of elixirs will be ready shortly, and I cannot afford to be distracted." Qing Xiao promptly reseated himself, then turned to Su Taiping to offer an explanation. "I am no longer in serious danger, brother. Do not worry about me." Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Simultaneously, the voices of Baiyu and Pinyin echoed in his mind. "Taiping, you have finally awakened. It's been over a month. I thought you would never regain consciousness." "Su Taiping, how could you sleep for so long? Can you see clearly now?" Su Taiping hastily responded to them, soothing their concerns. He then attempted to communicate with Fairy Lingyue. "Sister Lingyue, can you hear me?" As soon as he posed the question, Fairy Lingyue's ethereal form appeared at his bedside. However, she merely gazed at Su Taiping in silence. "Sister Lingyue?" Su Taiping called out again, his tone filled with confusion. Finally, Fairy Lingyue exhaled deeply and offered Su Taiping a gentle smile. Not only those two, but even I thought you would not awaken this time. It seems it wasn't as grave as it appeared, Su Taiping remarked, somewhat perplexed. For him, it felt as though he had merely taken a nap. Both the physical and spiritual pains were within his tolerable limits. The wounds upon your being need not be mentioned. Rather, let us speak of how you sacrificed 4 of your 5 senses to unlock those celestial edicts, which is akin to offering a substantial portion of your very soul to that ancient Buddha. Should there be any misstep, retrieval would be impossible. The fairy Lingyue cast a piercing glance at Su Taiping. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. The mention of the ancient Buddha sparked a memory within him. He promptly recounted, in succinct terms, the vision of Kasayapa Buddha's residual soul he experienced while unconscious. Oh, now it becomes clear. No wonder your second senior brother's mind remains untainted by the corroding influence of the Bodhi fruit, and Su Xian's sealed divine soul has been restored. Such miraculous powers of resurrection can only be wielded by Kasayapa Buddha. After hearing Su Taiping's account, Fairy Lingyue appeared to be in a state of realization. Sister Xian is well, is she not? Su Taiping's expression brightened at her words. The prospect of rescuing his second senior brother did not astonish him, but the possibility of saving Sister Xian filled him with unexpected joy. Although Su Xian yet lives, she remains entangled in certain troubles. You may inquire about that with your second senior brother later, Fairy Lingyue advised, shaking her head. Su Taiping nodded in understanding. Regarding Kasayapa Buddha's promise to punish those who orchestrated events behind the scenes, your words have rekindled my memory, Fairy Lingyue mused thoughtfully. What have you recalled? Su Taiping inquired. After your unconscious state, another group of cultivators pursued us. Chun Hao from the Pure Yang Sword sect led you and your second senior brother to escape from this lotus flower temple. As he traversed the Howling Wolf Ridge on his sword, we suddenly beheld a colossal Azura visage attacking several cultivators within the manor, simultaneously bellowing about ferrying malevolent spirits. At that moment, I harbored doubts regarding whether this ferrying Azura might be connected to you. Now it appears that my suspicions were indeed correct, Fairy Lingyue reflected. It must have been the manifestation of Kasayapa Buddha's divine soul. Su Taiping nodded, then inquired further, what became of those cultivators? Could you discern their identities? Fairy Lingyue shook her head. Among them was one of considerable strength, while the others, though injured, managed to escape under his protection. As for their identities, I was primarily focused on tending to your wounds and did not pay much attention. However, your second senior brother was exceedingly agitated. Had it not been for Chun Hao's intervention, he might have pursued them. You may confirm details with him shortly. Su Taiping inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Even without Fairy Lingyue's prompting, he had numerous questions he wished to pose to his second senior brother, such as how they became afflicted with the Bodhi seeds and the implications of the blood letter. Additionally, I recently experienced a peculiar boom. Just as Su Taiping intended to seek Fairy Lingyue's insights regarding his dream, his words were abruptly interrupted by the sound of a Dan furnace exploding. Turning his gaze, he witnessed that the Dan furnace, which Du Gu Qingxiao had been guarding, had suddenly fractured into several pieces. Yet, despite its rupture, an enchanting fragrance wafted forth from within. Following this, Su Taiping witnessed Du Gu Qingxiao uncover a perfectly rounded, crimson elixir amidst a heap of herbal remnants. My elder brother, what elixir are you concocting? Su Taiping inquired, somewhat astonished, addressing the Fairy Lingyue. This is the divine restraint pill, capable of locking the soul remnants within one's body, Fairy Lingyue sighed. Then proceeded to elucidate to the bewildered Su Taiping. You have been in a coma for over a month, and I feared you might never awaken again. Thus, I employed certain means to convey a dream to your second elder brother, entrusting him with the formula for the divine restraint pill. At that time, I held little hope, as this desolate land lacks the requisite herbs. However, unexpectedly, your second elder brother, alongside Chun Hao, plundered the cultivators within the borders of the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, ultimately gathering the necessary ingredients. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping glanced at his elder brother Qingxiao, who appeared somewhat disheveled, and felt a surge of emotion. Taiping, the divine restraint pill not only binds the soul, but also nourishes the spirit. As you are recovering from a grave illness, it is perfectly suited to restore your spiritual essence, Qingxiao remarked, presenting the elixir before Su Taiping. Thank you, elder brother. Su Taiping expressed his gratitude without hesitation, extending his hand to receive it. He indeed required the elixir to mend his body. Although he had awakened, he could distinctly sense that the hidden afflictions resulting from the battle lingered within him. Particularly the internal injuries sustained during his competition with Shangjiu would not heal in the short term. As for the injuries to his spirit, they were of an even graver nature. By the way, elder brother, what do the words you left in your blood script signify? Why did you state that if you live, senior sister Xian must perish? After consuming the elixir, Su Taiping finally posed the question that had weighed heavily on his mind for so long. After a prolonged silence, Qingxiao lifted his gaze to Su Taiping and said, Taiping, follow me. I shall take you to see Xian and recount to you the entirety of our experiences in the Thousand Buddha Kingdom. Chapter 279. After Awakening. Su Chan and Jin Heji. The location where Duga Qingxiao and Su Taiping were hiding was an abandoned temple, buried deep beneath the snow and surrounded by numerous wild beasts. They had remained undetected by the cultivators searching for them. As they traversed a dilapidated corridor, Su Taiping remarked, So, from the moment you and senior sister Xian obtained the Zhaojiao order, you had already fallen into their trap? After listening to Qingxiao's account, Su Taiping could not help but furrow his brow. He realized he had underestimated the conspiracies of the cultivation world. It turned out that years prior, when Qingxiao and Xian began their quest for the Zhaojiao order, the very individuals orchestrating today's events had already set their sights on them. Although our acquisition of the Zhaojiao order may not have a direct connection to them, surely they were behind the scenes, fanning the flames, Qingxiao affirmed with a nod. Moreover, it is not merely the Zhaojiao order. They are well aware of the techniques Xian and I practice, as well as several artifacts in our possession. Thus, from the moment we stepped into the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, we became puppets under their manipulation until we opened that box and awakened the Bodhi seed. As he reached this point, Dugu Qingxiao's expression darkened. After a brief pause, he continued. What they failed to anticipate was the ability of the pair of bracelets you gifted us to eavesdrop on the thoughts of others. Without those bracelets, we would have remained oblivious to the fact that we were planted with the Bodhi fruit, and we would never have escaped when they sought to harvest it. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping fell silent for a moment before inquiring, Senior brother, in your blood letter, you mentioned that only upon the death of Sister Xian could you survive. What does this mean? At this, Qingxiao halted his steps, seemingly reluctant to revisit that past. After a long pause, he resumed walking and spoke. Although we uncovered their plot, we were still no match for them during our escape, and they extracted Xian's Bodhi fruit right before my eyes. However, to compel my surrender, they ensnared Xian's soul within her body using dark sorcery, and then sealed her form within a treasure forged from an ice spirit stone, rendering her unable to seek life or death. Later, at the cost of my own life-bound flying sword, I forcibly elevated my realm to the spirit refinement stage, allowing me to seize Xian from their grasp, and we subsequently fled to Tianyin Temple, entering that wormhole. At that moment, the only way I could save Xian was to have her consume the Bodhi fruit from my own being when it ripened. Thus, I wrote as I did in the blood letter. As he reached this juncture, Dugu Qingxiao stopped with a bitter smile. Su Taiping glanced at Qingxiao's empty sleeve and the scar on his face that had yet to heal, unable to suppress the memories of the scenes he had witnessed within the Moonshadow Stone. It was clear now why the second senior brother displayed such a desolate expression. A wave of unnamed fury surged within him. Yet now it appeared that my escape might also have been part of their scheme. Dugu Qingxiao pushed open a door, entering the courtyard. Senior brother, are you suggesting that they intentionally allowed you to leave? Su Taiping asked, puzzled. Indeed, Qingxiao nodded. But why would they do such a thing? Su Taiping pressed. Because they desire not only my death, but also to tarnish my reputation, to use my demise to undermine the Tao heart of our master ancestor. Dugu Qingxiao replied with a cold gaze. At these words, Su Taiping felt a tightening in his scalp and hurriedly asked, how could this matter involve our master ancestor? Those orchestrating this were one named Su Chan and another known as Jin Heji. Dugu Qingxiao hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided to reveal the truth to Su Taiping. Hearing this, Su Taiping was struck with shock. He halted, gazing incredulously at Dugu Qingxiao. How did these two come to conspire together? Because the forces behind them share a common enemy, Qingxiao explained. Who? Su Taiping inquired. Our master ancestor, and Jiu, Qingxiao answered. I can understand Su Chan's animosity towards Jiu after succumbing to darkness, but why would Jin Heji harbor resentment against him? Su Taiping asked, perplexed. In his view, without Su Chan, Jin Heji would not have stood a chance against the second senior brother. Jin Heji harbors no animosity towards ninth uncle. Rather, his resentment is directed at my relationship with the master. The true source of his hatred lies with the esteemed leader of the first peak and the sect master. Zhou Tong. Dugu Qingxiao sighed deeply before continuing his explanation. Ninth uncle has always been aware of the sect master's transgressions, yet bound by his oath to the sect. He has been unable to take action. However, there exists a rule within the Qingxian sect. When one peak triumphs in the grand competition of the 7 peaks, the disciples of that peak may challenge the sect master to a duel. Should the sect master lose this duel, he must relinquish his position and will no longer wield the powers of the 7 peaks. For years, ninth uncle has been searching for a disciple capable of confronting sect master Zhou Tong. Previously, the leader of the 5th peak, Shun, was one of the candidates. But after the disbandment of his beloved disciple, who was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the mountain, he has grown despondent and disinterested in sect affairs. 3 years ago, ninth uncle chose me as the challenger. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping had nearly grasped the full context of the situation. So, to eliminate you as a challenger, the sect master colluded with Su Chan to orchestrate this scheme against your senior brother in the Thousand Buddha Kingdom. Is that correct? Su Taiping sought confirmation from Dugu Qingxiao. Indeed, that is the case, Dugu Qingxiao nodded. But what motivates Su Chan? Is it merely hatred for ninth uncle? Su Taiping did not believe that Su Chan's motivations were solely rooted in animosity. From the whispers I have overheard, it appears that for years, Su Chan has been pressuring ninth uncle to act, evidenced by his presence during the 2 incidents at the Yunming Marsh Ruins and the Immortal Gourd Paradise, both aimed at provoking ninth uncle. The reasons behind his actions remain unclear to me, Dugu Qingxiao elaborated. Chapter 280. The agreement between brothers upon hearing his senior brother's account. Su Taiping found himself in a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that his senior brother and sister Xian's peril would be intertwined with such complex matters. Just then, as they spoke, Dugu Qingxiao opened the door to a room in the back courtyard. Su Taiping then beheld Su Xian, sealed within the ice soul stone, lying quietly upon the bed. On the day I awakened, the Bodhi fruit that had been nestled against my heart was now firmly in my grasp, and my own cultivation remained intact. Dugu Qingxiao retrieved the Bodhi fruit and gazed at Su Taiping. Since my arrival in the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, I inadvertently discovered a matter. Do not divulge it to me. Each cultivator harbors their own secrets. Su Taiping intended to inform Dugu Qingxiao of the heavenly Tao's precepts, but was met with a dismissive wave from him. I only know that this is a debt you have paid with your life, a kindness I shall forever cherish, my brother solemnly declared, gazing intently at Su Taiping. Brother, it is not as grave as you perceive. Su Taiping shook his head. I am not blind. I can see the wounds upon you, Dugu Qingxiao countered, shaking his head. He then took the Bodhi fruit and approached Su Xian's bedside. Once my injuries have healed further, I shall split the eye soul stone and feed this Bodhi fruit to Xian. Dugu Qingxiao extended his hand, gently brushing against Su Xian's cheek through the icy crystal. Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Furthermore, I shall not let this matter rest so easily. Dugu Qingxiao tucked away the Bodhi fruit, inhaled deeply, and gazed out the door, declaring, at the 7 Peaks Grand Competition 3 years hence, I shall undoubtedly confront the sect master with my sword. Su Taiping refrained from dissuasion, for he understood that denying his second senior brother this course of action would render the recent calamity of the Thousand Buddha Kingdom a haunting specter in his heart. However, senior brother, the sect master is of the divine refinement realm. How do you intend to challenge him? Su Taiping inquired with concern. He did not perceive his second senior brother as one oblivious to danger. His utterance surely stemmed from careful preparation. Once I escort Xian back to Qingxian, I will venture to the Fallen Dragon Abyss, Dugu Qingxiao stated resolutely. The Fallen Dragon Abyss. Is that not the most treacherous place in the 9 prefectures? Su Taiping exclaimed in astonishment. According to his knowledge, the Fallen Dragon Abyss was notorious for having claimed the life of a dragon of surpassing cultivation, teeming with ferocious beasts and venomous creatures, where entry often led to certain death. Yet, it was also known to harbor the most abundant opportunities within the 9 prefecture secret realms. I lacked determination before, but now clarity dawns upon me. Rather than helplessly witnessing the demise of my beloved, I would prefer to perish within the depths of the Fallen Dragon Abyss, Dugu Qingxiao remarked, once more casting his gaze upon Su Xian, who lay upon the bed. Moreover, under a collapsing nest, there are no unblemished eggs. Should Uncle Joe pass away, We may not even qualify to challenge the sect master. This is our final chance to steer Qingxian's sect back from the brink of ruin, he continued with resolute conviction. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping was suddenly reminded of the tragic fate of Lu Qingmei. The expulsion of Lu Ziqin after her dantian was shattered, and the various injustices encountered within Qingxian's sect. Second senior brother, can we truly restore Qingxian's sect to its rightful path? Su Taiping asked, filled with uncertainty. As long as we prevail in the sword challenge against the sect master, there lies hope, Dugu Qingxiao asserted with unwavering confidence. Then I shall join you in this endeavor. Su Taiping replied, thoughtfully and earnestly. Taiping, you should refrain from participating in the upcoming Seven Peaks Grand Competition. I have discerned from the sentiments of that group that Yi Xian has already become a disciple of Su Chan, and he has long harbored resentment towards you. At the next competition, he may seize the opportunity to harm you. Qingxiao cautioned, concern etched upon his features. Su Taiping was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yi Xian would take Su Chan as his master. However, he soon shook his head, his tone resolute. That only strengthens my resolve not to let you face them alone. Observing Qingxiao's continued worry, Su Taiping added, moreover, I do not believe that Elder San, who taught me swordsmanship, is any inferior to Su Chan. This was a heartfelt declaration from Su Taiping. Ever since he wielded that sword on Yehofu Peak, he believed fervently that Elder San's swordsmanship matched that of any sword cultivator. Upon hearing this, Qingxiao was initially taken aback. Then a faint smile graced his lips as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is Elder San who has imparted sword techniques to you. Master brother, I have decided not to return to Qingxian with you this time. For the next 3 years, I wish to remain in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas to cultivate. Su Taiping stated. Isn't that too perilous? Qingxiao hesitated. It cannot possibly be more dangerous than the abyss of dragons, Su Taiping replied with a smile. Qingxiao chuckled softly, then nodded firmly. Since you have made up your mind, rest assured in your cultivation here. I shall take care of matters with Master and the Qingxian sect. Half a month later, Baiyu, would you like to take a brief respite? Above the snowy expanse of the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas, Baiyu, carrying Su Taiping, soared through the air like a white arrow, even outpacing some wild beasts that attempted to pursue them. No need, watch how I shake them off. Baiyu laughed confidently, quickening her pace. If the ancient Buddha Kasayapa's divine thought did not deceive us, we shall reach that place of annihilation within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the voice of Fairy Lingyue echoed in Su Taiping's mind. Monastics do not utter falsehoods. Surely, they would not. Su Taiping chuckled, shaking his head. Today marked the 5th day since his parting with his second brother. Following their agreed plan, Qingxiao had taken senior sister Xian back to Qingxian, while he remained in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas to hone his skills. Coincidentally, the divine thought of the ancient Buddha Kasayapa had requested his assistance in searching for the 7 laws of heavenly Tao in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas and promised a generous reward upon success. Su Taiping had already intended to train here for 3 years, even without a reward. He would still pursue this endeavor to foster a good relationship with the original inhabitants of this realm, provided it was not excessively dangerous. Chapter 281. The Sculpting of the Buddha Statue. The 3-year term passes swiftly. Taiping, remove the blindfold. I wish to see if there are any changes. Fairy Lingyue suddenly said to Su Taiping. He nodded, carefully peeling away the layers of the blindfold. Sister Lingyue, I am about to open my eyes. After unveiling his sight, he reminded Fairy Lingyue, you may open them. She nodded, and a vibrant green bamboo leaf flew from her palm, hovering between them. Boom. Upon opening his eyes, Su Taiping's formidable aura erupted, scattering a nearby cluster of clouds. Only 3 days of breath-holding produced such an effect. You have truly turned misfortune into fortune this time. Fairy Lingyue remarked, her gaze fixed upon the pupil of Su Taiping's left eye, which had transformed into the shape of a lotus flower. As their eyes met, the lotus suddenly bloomed, unleashing a terrifying aura of destruction that spread outward. With a resounding crack, the bamboo leaf in front of Fairy Lingyue shattered into ashes. This was the transformation of Su Taiping's left eye following that nightmare. Did it injure you, Sister Lingyue? Su Taiping asked with concern. Not at all, she replied, shaking her head. Compared to 3 days ago, you have maintained your focus for a few more breaths. If you continue, you should be able to gain complete control. Su Taiping nodded. It appears that when your pupil is closed, it can gather breath, store energy, and concentrate the spirit. Upon opening his eyes, the scene remained unchanged, as if all that was visible had been rendered void. The fairy of Lingyue pondered momentarily before speaking. These abilities emerged after that dreadful nightmare. The term conceal breath, as its name suggests, refers to the act of restraining one's aura. As for the capabilities of energy accumulation and spirit concentration, Su Taiping currently perceives that his eyes, in their ordinary state, instinctively consume his true energy and divine essence, gradually amassing it. When he removes the eye mask and opens his eyes, this true energy and divine essence will erupt in an instant, significantly amplifying his power for a brief period. Evaluating these abilities alone, it is evident that Su Taiping has turned misfortune into fortune, for even some treasures of celestial rank may not rival the efficacy of his eyes. However, the crux of the matter lies in his realization that this transformation stems from the demonic lotus within him. Both he and the fairy of Lingyue remain uncertain whether the lotus has devoured his eyes or vice versa, a distinction of considerable significance. Su Taiping firmly believes that until this matter is clarified, these eyes pose more detriment than benefit. Furthermore, there exists another vexatious aspect regarding his eyes. After closing them, Su Taiping did not immediately bind them with a cloth, but instead produced 10 gold coins from his sleeve. As the coins cascaded forth, his left eye uncontrollably opened, generating a suction that drew in all the gold coins he held. Even after consuming those, his eye craved more, devouring the remaining 10 coins from his sleeve. Undoubtedly, this is the source of his greatest frustration. His eyes require several gold coins daily, and upon opening, they demand more than 10. Otherwise, Su Taiping suffers excruciating pain. Observing his pained expression, the fairy of Lingyue could not suppress a chuckle, covering her mouth with her hand. Prepare yourself mentally, according to my estimations. Once we leave this wilderness and the power of that dark deity wanes, your eye will demand even more gold coins. Why must it be gold coins? Wouldn't ordinary currency suffice? Su Taiping sighed. Currently, he possessed a sum of 5,000 to 6,000 gold coins. And by the time 3 years had elapsed and he emerged from the wilderness, he feared that not a single coin would remain untouched by his voracious eyes. I had not noticed before, but recently I discovered that the material used by your 9 prefectures to mint gold coins is, in fact, sunstone. The fairy of Lingyue levitated a gold coin before her, controlling it with her divine consciousness. What is sunstone? Su Taiping inquired, perplexed. Sunstone, as its name implies, is formed from the essence of the sun, containing fiery essence most suitable for cultivating fire spirit bones and thunder spirit bones. However, its most unique attribute lies in its application in forging demon-slaying weapons. Ordinary iron does little harm to demonic cultivators, but weapons forged with sunstone possess immense lethality against them. It is highly likely that the blade you hold, Waterbreaker, was forged with sunstone. Utilizing such material for coinage in your 9 prefectures is a gross misuse. The fairy of Lingyue elucidated to Su Taiping. The origins of this small golden coin are astonishing, explaining the profound discomfort that the lord of the estate displayed when he was compelled to add an extra 3,000. Su Taiping suddenly recalled the expression of the lord of the 9 estates when he entrusted the purse to him. However, he soon furrowed his brow and lamented. Is it possible for me to forgo these eyes? 10 each day translates to over 3,000 in a year. At this rate of consumption, I might as well sell myself to the 9 estates. Upon hearing this, the fairy Lingyue chuckled lightly. Here we are. At that moment, Bai suddenly shouted. Upon hearing him, Su Taiping and fairy Lingyue turned their gaze downward. There, amidst the vast snowy expanse, lay a colossal reclining Buddha, resembling a small mountain resting on the snow. Yet, this Buddha was marred by numerous fractures, with its head severed from its neck. Thank you, benefactor, for honoring your promise. Just then, an overwhelmingly authoritative voice resonated in Su Taiping's mind. The first task I seek is the recovery of this Buddha's head. Once it is retrieved, the benefactor shall receive a bead inscribed with the 7 laws of the 1,000 Buddha kingdom, which may be utilized in the outside world. The voice continued, in 3 years. In the wilderness of the 1,000 Buddha kingdom, in a place of annihilation. Bang! A vigorous young man climbed atop the lofty reclining Buddha and affixed a fragment of the Buddha's head in place. The last missing piece of the Buddha was thus restored. In an instant, golden scriptures began to manifest upon the statue, and the cracks started to mend themselves. In the blink of an eye, the once severely damaged Buddha appeared as pristine as new. 3 years have passed, and I never imagined it would take us this long to find the head. The young man leaped down from the statue, crossing his arms and gazing thoughtfully at the Buddha. Who else could this youth be but Su Taiping? Thank you, benefactor, for the labor of 3 years in retrieving this head. At that moment, the consciousness of the ancient Kasayapa Buddha reappeared in Su Taiping's mind. As he spoke, a string of prayer beads appeared on Su Taiping's wrist. Upon closer inspection, several beads bore the inscription, "All beings are equal," which Su Taiping recognized. Benefactor, remember that while in the outside world, the power of all beings are equal is significantly diminished. It can only be invoked once every 15 days. However, should you employ it within the wilderness, there will be no need to seal your blade or fists. The ancient Kasayapa Buddha's consciousness gently advised Su Taiping. Thank you, Master Kasayapa. Su Taiping expressed his gratitude inwardly. Having prepared himself mentally, he felt no excessive disappointment. After all, the ability to use it in the wilderness sufficed. Benefactor, in the upcoming innocuous city, along with Master Kasayapa, there are several heavenly laws that may require some years before I can assist you in their restoration. Su Taiping interrupted the consciousness of Master Kasayapa. Are you preparing to leave, benefactor? The consciousness inquired. Indeed, if I do not depart soon, I shall miss the 7 Peaks Grand Competition of our Qingxian, Su Taiping replied with a gentle smile. There it is, that very statue. The calculations of the elder were indeed correct. The statue of the Buddha, emanating divine power, is right here. At this moment, a group of cultivators, either riding swords or gliding on the wind, rushed towards the place of annihilation. Just as I had completed my preparations, others sought me out. Su Taiping was somewhat taken aback. As the statue gradually became whole, it was not surprising that its leaking magical energy attracted attention. At this juncture, Fairy Lingyue emerged from the gourd, accompanied by Bai Yu and Pinyin. Who are you? If you wish to live, you should depart. This is an object of interest to our Cloud View Palace. At that moment, several cultivators descended, one of whom bellowed menacingly at Su Taiping. Cloud View Palace? An old acquaintance, Su Taiping responded with a smile. What are you laughing at? If you don't leave, I'll use you as a sacrificial blade. A cultivator brandished his sword, pointing it at Su Taiping. Wait a moment, let me find my Zui Jiao command. Su Taiping chuckled, raising his hand and searching his body, ultimately retrieving the long-neglected Zui Jiao command from the depths of his sleeve. Boom. The instant he grasped the Zui Jiao command, the chaotic energy that had previously suppressed his aura erupted violently. Simultaneously, his already robust physique stretched and expanded, his muscles bulging. In an instant, he transformed from a mere mortal into a creature reminiscent of a fierce beast. Chapter 282. Protect the Buddha Statue. Which sect do you belong to, fellow Taoist? During these 3 years in the wilderness, Su Taiping had certainly not merely been refining the Buddha statue. For instance, he had utilized the unique chaotic energy of the wilderness to cultivate his corporeal form from a wild lion's physique to that of a python dragon over the span of 3 years. In the outside world, even employing the Emperor's body forging technique, it would require at least 30 years, if not longer, to achieve such transformation. Of course, even in the wilderness, few would dare to traverse it without carrying a Zui Jiao command, as Su Taiping did. Compared to the wild lion physique, the python dragon physique exuded an aura of oppression. This sensation was akin to the difference between a lion or tiger and a Shiba Inu, or a flood dragon and a ferocious beast. At this moment, the cultivators from Cloud View Palace before Su Taiping experienced a similar reaction. Upon witnessing Su Taiping's python dragon physique, they instinctively took a few steps back, their hearts inexplicably racing. It was as if they were standing before a malevolent dragon. Is this effect present even in a resting state? Su Taiping was slightly astonished by the cultivators' reactions. Over the years, in his quest for the incomplete Buddha statue, he had primarily traversed the barren lands of the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, encountering mostly wild beasts. This was his first time observing how human cultivators reacted to his python dragon physique. Fellow Taoist, my junior brother has acted rashly. I hope you will not take offense. At that moment, a handsome middle-aged man stepped forward from the group, beaming as he cupped his hands in greeting to Su Taiping. Brother Liang, you cough. Upon hearing this, the cultivator holding the sword appeared noticeably displeased. But just as he was about to argue, he was silenced by a glare from the middle-aged man, who then conveyed in thought, "Let us speak when everyone has arrived." Upon hearing these words, the disciple wielding the knife immediately grasped the intentions of his senior brother Liang. How is it that so many have suddenly arrived at Yunjing Palace? Is obtaining the Jiaoling truly so effortless now? Su Taiping disregarded the pleasantries of senior brother Liang and inquired with curiosity. He was well aware that these individuals were merely stalling for time, but he was indifferent to their tactics. The task assigned to him by Master K had already been fulfilled. Whether the statue was destroyed or not mattered little, for it might even present another opportunity for a mission. What sect do you hail from, and how should I address you? Senior brother Liang did not respond directly, but instead probed into Su Taiping's identity, his intent to delay time laid bare. Su Taiping frowned slightly. Is it necessary to belong to a sect? He retorted. Upon hearing this, senior brother Liang felt a chill run down his spine, secretly contemplating whether this person might be a transformed beast or a demon cultivator. As he scrutinized Su Taiping's beast-like physique, a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, thankful that he had refrained from acting hastily. Indeed, as you say, to venture into the wilderness, one merely needs either the Jiaoling or the Chaos Stone. Senior brother Liang managed a sheepish smile and continued to explain to Su Taiping, you may be unaware, but just a year ago, the once tumultuous Tianmen Gorge suddenly ran dry. Fishermen discovered a large piece of Chaos Stone at the canyon's base. After the 9 houses excavated it, they began auctioning it off in batches, and our Yunjing Palace was fortunate enough to acquire the first batch. This is no longer a secret, so disclosing it will not incur any penalties from our sect. Su Taiping nodded in response. Although only 3 years had passed, much had transpired outside, and he wondered if Qingxin sect had managed to obtain the Chaos Stone. Perhaps some of the other peaks had succeeded, but given the meager resources of their 7th peak, it was most likely beyond their reach. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for he already possessed one. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he retrieved a substantial stone, weighing around 200 pounds, from his gourd and addressed the group. What you refer to as the Chaos Stone is this, am I correct? This stone had been an unexpected find while searching for the Buddha's head, but since he had never seen raw Chaos Stone before, he and Fairy Lingwei were uncertain. Upon seeing the stone, senior brother Liang's breathing grew somewhat rapid. He had attended the 9 houses auction and recognized that the raw stone presented then was identical to this one. It undoubtedly was Chaos Stone. Perhaps you have misjudged this, esteemed friend, but fear not. One of our senior brothers is an expert in appraising such items. When he arrives, I shall have him assist you in identification. Senior brother Liang spoke with a gentle smile. His demeanor and tone were well concealed, yet Su Taiping, being acutely sensitive to the fluctuations of spiritual energy and blood flow surrounding him, could distinctly sense the acceleration of senior brother Liang's heartbeat and the quickening of his blood. Moreover, he detected a hint of murderous intent emanating from the Liang disciple. It seems we have indeed stumbled upon something genuine. Su Taiping mused inwardly while stowing away the Chaos Stone. I told you it was authentic. Fairy Lingwei yawned from within the gourd. In the desolate wilderness, the spiritual energy was tainted. In her ethereal form, she often needed to slumber to restore her vigor. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as over a dozen cultivators, all above the transcendent realm, descended from the skies in unison. The surge of spiritual energy created waves that relentlessly crashed against Su Taiping's face. Having spent nearly 3 years in this desolate place, it was the first time Su Taiping witnessed such a lively scene. Disciple Liang, what are you doing standing there? Why have you not made a move? At that moment, a middle-aged man, clad in a dark robe and carrying a sword, approached the Liang surnamed cultivator with a slightly displeased expression. Brother, please understand. I happened to encounter a rather intriguing fellow, and I engaged in a bit of idle conversation. The Liang cultivator replied with a smile aimed at Su Taiping. Hearing this, Qin, the senior brother, turned his gaze towards Su Taiping. Upon observing Su Taiping's beastly physique, his brow furrowed, instantly grasping why his junior had delayed action. Now that we are here, junior brother, do not waste words with them. Tell him to leave, Qin said with a smirk. They believed that with over a dozen cultivators of the transcendent realm on their side, they had nothing to fear unless their opponent was at the divine refinement stage. Friend, my senior brother has quite a temper. If you are wise, relinquish that chaotic stone and depart, the Liang cultivator said coldly, no longer pretending now that their group was complete. Upon hearing that Su Taiping possessed a chaotic stone, Qin's eyes gleamed with avarice as he gazed at Su Taiping. Su Taiping was not surprised by the Liang cultivator's change in demeanor. However, having asked all necessary questions, He was disinclined to linger with this group and intended to have Baiyu escort them away. Su Taiping, please wait, just as Su Taiping resolved to leave. The voice of Master Kasayapa echoed again in his mind. What is it, Master Kasayapa? Su Taiping inquired inwardly. Benefactor, the seal on this statue requires half an hour more to take effect. If it is damaged now, all previous efforts will be in vain. I implore you to guard it for another half hour. Master Kasayapa's tone was tinged with urgency. After 3 years of interaction, Su Taiping had come to understand that the consciousness communicating with him was leagues apart from the true Kasayapa Buddha, so he was not taken aback by the tone. Master Kasayapa, as you can see, they are numerous. Su Taiping scanned the cultivators from the Cloud Scene Palace, his expression somewhat troubled. Benefactor, my Buddha will bless you. Master Kasayapa continued to plead. Master Kasayapa, monks do not speak falsehoods. If you are willing to act, I shall bestow upon you a talisman inscribed with the wisdom of tranquility as my final act of power, Master Kasayapa stated. Upon hearing this, Lingyue very prompted. The talisman crafted from Buddhist wisdom holds significant value and should be usable in the outside world. At this, Su Taiping nodded and responded in his heart, agreed. The reason for prolonging the conversation with these individuals was to await Master Kasayapa's spiritual consciousness to speak. Little fellow, why are you dawdling? Hand over the items and be gone. At this moment, the Qin surname cultivator grew somewhat impatient, letting out a cold snort towards Su Taiping, his tone laced with menace. In his view, even if the opponent was a demon or devil cultivator, they had no fear, given their superior numbers. Boom. As soon as his words fell, Su Taiping's aura surged once again, his entire physique pulsating rhythmically, with bulging veins making their presence known. Having decided to engage in battle, Su Taiping elevated his physical form to the awakening serpent realm, his vitality and strength surging dramatically. If previously he had resembled a beast revealing its true form, he now truly embodied the essence of a ferocious creature. His physique was likely comparable to that of a royal-level beast. The Qin and Liang surname cultivators from Yunjing Palace exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. Esteemed guests, the stone is not something I can part with, nor can you shatter this statue. Su Taiping, adopting the stance of the Green Bull Sage Fist, regarded the crowd from Yunjing Palace with solemnity. If it's a fight you seek, I shall oblige. At the instant those words were uttered, the snowflakes drifting in the sky suddenly froze. As if caught by an unseen force, all converging towards Su Taiping. It was, of course, his imposing fist intent that caused this. The cultivators standing before him felt this pressure acutely, as if a great mountain hung overhead, poised to fall at any moment. The Qin and Liang cultivators exchanged glances. And after a moment's deliberation, the Liang surname cultivator discreetly communicated to the Qin surname cultivator, Brother, Elder Yunzhong and the others are soon to arrive. Should we not delay for a moment? With a physique akin to that of a royal-level beast, coupled with a fist intent that rivaled their own elders, they surmised that even a victory would come at a high cost. With their elders approaching, it seemed unwise to engage in conflict at this juncture. You hold him off while I send word to our elders. The Qin surname cultivator nodded slightly, relaying his thoughts to the Liang surname cultivator. My friend, it appears there may be a slight misunderstanding between us. Having reached an agreement, the Liang surname cultivator suddenly donned a broad smile as he turned to Su Taiping. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping understood that a confrontation was unlikely to transpire at that moment. Oh, what misunderstanding might that be? Pray, do enlighten me, Su Taiping replied, folding his arms across his chest, his expression neutral as he regarded the Liang surname cultivator. Even by mere intuition, he could surmise that these individuals were awaiting reinforcements. Yet, he bore no objection, for he too was biding his time. Moreover, with the power of equality among all beings at play, he could navigate the 1,000 Buddha kingdom with relative ease. More crucially, the arrival of more adept individuals increased the likelihood of them bearing precious resources, which he desperately needed to acquire. My friend, you may not be aware, but the stone used to carve this statue behind you contains immense spiritual energy, each piece worth a fortune. Many sects have set their sights on it, dispatching numerous experts to seek it out. Thus, we from Yunjing Palace wish to ally with you to safely extract it from the wilderness. The monk bearing the surname Liang, with a swift mind, concocted a rather clumsy excuse. I am not particularly interested in this stone, he stated. Su Taiping shook his head and then declared with a firm tone. I am willing to cooperate, but you must provide gold essence coins as compensation, and I require them immediately. Upon hearing this, the Liang monk felt a surge of joy, thinking to himself that Su's affinity for wealth made matters much easier. He promptly produced a pouch containing 100 gold essence coins, saying, "My friend, I have 100 gold essence coins here. Should you agree to join forces with us, they are all yours." Su Taiping frowned at this. "Only 100? Are you trying to insult me?" he retorted, feigning a rogue demeanor. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, and a formidable aura emanated from him, instilling a palpable fear that his punch could obliterate heads at any moment. "My friend, I have 300 more." The Qin monk, sensing Su's growing anger, quickly retrieved another pouch from his sleeve. However, his eyes betrayed a hint of reluctance as he offered it. "Senior brother, keep him calm," the Liang monk whispered to the Qin monk while accepting the pouch. "Once the elders arrive, I shall surely smash this brat's head to pieces." The Qin monk muttered a curse under his breath and turned away to continue communicating with the elders. In the wilderness, transmitting messages required considerable spiritual energy and time. 400 gold essence coins is quite a sum, the Liang monk said, grinning as he held the two pouches. "Too little, far too little," Su Taiping replied, shaking his head and raising 3 fingers. "If you wish for me to take action, it will cost at least 3,000 gold essence coins." The Liang monk's mouth twitched at this outrageous demand. How could a large sect like Yunjing Palace be unable to produce 3,000 gold essence coins? Su Taiping scoffed. Suppressing his fury, the Liang monk maintained a smile and spoke in a conciliatory tone. "My friend, gold essence coins are exceedingly precious. Only a few elders from Yunjing Palace could procure such a sum in one go. Please wait a moment. Once our elders arrive, we can negotiate further." Su Taiping, however, remained skeptical. "Who knows whether your elders possess 3,000 gold essence coins? You must be attempting to swindle me. I'm no longer interested in this deal." With that, he intensified his formidable aura once more. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from Su's presence, both the Liang and Qin monks were struck with trepidation, relieved that they had refrained from engaging him hastily. "You jest, my friend. The elders who are about to arrive are all esteemed patrons of the 9 mansions. Not to mention the bounties from the 9 mansions. Each of them receives a monthly stipend of at least 900 gold essence coins. Surely, they can produce 3,000 gold essence coins." The Liang monk hurriedly explained to Su Taiping. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. As long as there are 3,000 pieces of gold essence, even without the Buddha talisman of Kasyapa, he would not consider this endeavor a loss. It is not that he is greedy for wealth. Rather, the consumption rate of gold essence due to his lotus eyes is exceedingly rapid. In less than 3 years, he has exhausted the 5,000 or 6,000 pieces he possessed, and this is in the wilderness, with minimal use of his lotus eyes. Once he exits this wild land, the power of the Yin God's laws will diminish, and it is uncertain how much more gold essence he will require. Thus, I shall wait a little longer. After a moment of hesitation, Su Taiping finally retracted his fist. Upon witnessing this, the cultivators of Yunjing Palace, including the Liang and Qin sect members, breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a blade poised above them had finally been withdrawn. "Thank you for your understanding, fellow cultivator." The Liang cultivator expressed his gratitude to Su Taiping, while internally mocking him as a foolish, arrogant, and greedy individual. "When Elder Yunzhong and the others arrive, let us see if you can still maintain that smile." At that moment, the Qin cultivator beside him suddenly appeared elated and transmitted a message to the Liang cultivator. "Junior brother, Elder Yunzhong and others have arrived, along with Senior Ouyang from the White Deer Academy and Grand Elder Zhuchun from Huangfeng Valley." Upon hearing this, the Liang cultivator's heart surged with joy. Elder Yunzhong mentioned that with the Buddha statue and the 200-pound chaos stone, we could establish Yunjing Palace as a dominant power in this 1,000 Buddha kingdom, and we would surely be generously rewarded. The Qin cultivator continued to convey this exciting news. The Liang cultivator felt a rush of exhilaration. After the excavation of that massive chaos stone, the 9 houses would loosen their grip on the wilderness, and a storm of bloodshed was inevitable. Whichever sect has more disciples entering would undoubtedly expand its influence. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed overhead, reminiscent of thunder itself. Looking up, 3 dazzling rays of magical treasures sliced through the thick clouds, revealing Elder Yunzhong and his companions. The elders have arrived, the disciples of Yunjing Palace, who had been stifled by Su Taiping's imposing demeanor, erupted into jubilant cheers. The Liang and Qin cultivators exchanged knowing smiles. "Hey, your elders have arrived. Do not forget to mention the reward of 3,000 pieces of gold essence. Su Taiping's voice rang out once more. Hearing this, the Liang cultivator no longer wore the obsequious smile he had earlier, but instead coldly regarded Su Taiping, saying, "Our elders certainly will not lack for your trifling gold essence. It remains to be seen whether you will live to claim it." Boom. Almost simultaneously with his words, 3 extraordinarily powerful auras descended from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled violently, sending snowflakes spiraling into the air. Elder Yun, Senior Zhu, and Mr. Ouyang, the Liang and Qin cultivators, approached to pay their respects. "Are you the one threatening the disciples of Yunjing Palace?" Elder Yunzhong raised a hand to halt their advance, then turned his icy gaze upon Su Taiping, stating coldly, "Threatening? Is this not a transaction?" Su Taiping gazed at Elder Yunzhong with a look of bewilderment. "A transaction? Do you think you are worthy?" Elder Yunzhong sneered. With Zhu Chun and Ouyang Xian behind him, their lips curling into mocking smiles. At that moment, despite Su Taiping's formidable physique and imposing fist, he appeared utterly insignificant in their eyes. Concurrently, the voice of the fairy Lingyue echoed in Su Taiping's mind. "I remember now. These 3 once besieged you at the star-picking platform. They likely did not reach the Hall of Heavenly Sounds due to being scattered by the wild beasts, so they probably have never seen you." Upon hearing this, Su Taiping felt his last shred of hesitation dissipate. Since they had participated in the ambush against his second senior brother, he saw no reason to hold back. Muttering to himself, he stood up, brushing off his pants. "Since you do not wish to engage in a transaction," he sighed, raising his hand to beckon Elder Yunzhong, "then let us have a fight." Elder Yunzhong's expression abruptly turned cold. Over the past 3 years, he had gained significant opportunities in the wilderness and had now advanced to half-step refining spirit. Joining the ranks of the top-tier experts in the 9 mansions, he would not tolerate such provocation from an obscure junior. "You seek death," Yunzhong snorted, his figure flashing as he struck a palm towards Su Taiping. In that instant, a colossal shadow of a palm, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder, manifested behind him. This was one of Yunzhong's ultimate techniques, the thunder palm. Boom. Under the astonished gazes of the disciples, Yunzhong propelled the immense shadow of the thunder palm towards Su Taiping. However, at the very moment the palm shadow descended, a terrifying aura suddenly radiated from Su Taiping's body, and his stature surged to a height of 10 feet. He then hurled a fist to meet the palm shadow. Boom. Accompanied by a bellow akin to that of a raging bull, Su Taiping's fist shattered the thunder palm shadow, delivering a heavy blow to Elder Yunzhong's face. Bang! In a tremendous crash, Elder Yunzhong was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. In the realm of the angry Jiao, Su Taiping not only underwent a transformation in form, but also in temperament. His previously gentle demeanor morphed into one filled with ferocity, as if he intended to smash everything in his sight with his fists. Su Taiping was not fond of this state, and seldom embraced it unless provoked. According to Fairy Lingyue, Su Taiping's anger had not yet reached the threshold to fully unleash the power of this corporeal state. Nevertheless, even in this angry Jiao form, combined with the earth-shaking style of the Qing Miao Great Sage Fist and his innate martial intent, the power of a single punch was sufficient to overwhelm most practitioners in the transcending mysteries realm. Bang! At that moment, Yunzhong's body, flying in a straight line, ultimately crashed heavily against a broken stone pillar. As the pillar crumbled, a golden light shield surrounding Elder Yunzhong shattered, followed by his body erupting in a mist of blood. Clearly, the treasured artifact he had relied upon for survival had been destroyed. The disciples of Yunjing Palace were momentarily rendered speechless. Even Zhu Chun from Huangfeng Valley and Ouyang Xian from Bailu Academy momentarily forgot their intention to come to the rescue. It was not until Yunzhong spat out a mouthful of blood that the crowd regained their senses. The disciples of Yunjing Palace instinctively stepped back, while Zhu Chun and Ouyang Xian swiftly descended beside Yunzhong. Ouyang Xian assessed the injuries, and Zhu Chun, wielding a whisk, eyed Su Taiping with a vigilant gaze. The two were evidently on guard against any lethal intentions Su Taiping might harbor towards Yunzhong. Witnessing this scene, the Liang and Qin clan practitioners, who had initially thought that the elder would become an easy target upon Su Taiping's arrival, exchanged glances and silently retreated to the back of the crowd. "Come forth, you two," Su Taiping called, his keen eyes gesturing towards them. Startled, the two believed he intended to attack them and instinctively took several steps back. "Do not flee. I merely wish to inquire whether the previously agreed-upon transaction still stands. If so, this confrontation can be avoided. Su Taiping's voice resonated once more. Upon hearing this, the two halted, casting a pleading glance towards the three elders behind them. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Elder Yunzhong coughed a few times and regained his footing. What transaction do you propose? He inquired loudly. Hearing his voice still robust, it was clear that his injuries were not severe, which alleviated the concerns of the disciples of Yunjing Palace. However, the shift in his demeanor from dismissing Su Taiping to actively inquiring about the terms of the transaction indicated his respect for Su Taiping's earlier display of strength. Hand over the gold essence money on your persons, along with all your magical artifacts and elixirs, and depart immediately, Su Taiping replied after a moment of contemplation. You speak nonsense. Our previous agreement was not stated in that manner, the Qing clan practitioner immediately retorted. You are mistaken, Su Taiping replied with unwavering composure. Humph. Elder Yunzhong scoffed, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes as he said, If you intend to humiliate us, there is nothing more to discuss. He then cast a glance at Zhu Chun and Ouyang Xian beside him. Young man, your martial prowess is indeed formidable, but as the old saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Ouyang Xian, his face brimming with pride, drew a pen from his sleeve and gazed at Su Taiping. Do not waste words with him. The Buddha statue is within reach. We should eliminate him first, regardless of his origins. Zhu Chun from Huangfeng Valley exhibited his characteristic impatience. In response, Yunzhong and Ouyang Xian nodded in agreement. Having shared experiences of evading wild beasts 3 years prior, their bond had grown considerably, even leading to an alliance between their respective sections. As they spoke, the aura emanating from the three began to swell. Simultaneously, they each summoned their magical artifacts. As peak practitioners of the transcendental realm, combined with their 3 spiritual treasures, the pressure generated by their united aura swiftly overwhelmed Su Taiping's earlier might. The disciples of Yunjing Palace, who had previously harbored concerns, now felt reassured. In terms of cultivation level, the relatively inexperienced Su Taiping, who had only reached the minor completion of the transcendental realm, was indeed no match for the 3 of them. Boom. At this moment, Zhu Chun from Huangfeng Valley launched the first attack on Su Taiping. He soared through the wind to hover above Su Taiping. And with a sudden flick of his whisk, the strands of silk transformed into a myriad of sword-like raindrops, hurtling towards Su Taiping. Simultaneously, Yunzhong from Yunjing Palace held aloft a colossal bronze bell, while Ouyang Xian from Bailu Academy unleashed a divine sword, both striking towards Su Taiping. In the realm of equality among all beings, however, upon Su Taiping's palms coming together and a resonant shout escaping his lips, the energy fluctuations surrounding the 3 dissipated, and the brilliance of their artifacts dimmed. Could it be that he is that little madman from Qingxin sect? Ouyang Xian was the first to react. Over the past 3 years, Su Taiping had compelled a spirit refinement cultivator to relinquish their powers and had slain hundreds of transcendence cultivators at Lianhua Temple. A shocking feat that had already spread throughout the 9 prefectures via the Moon Shadow Stone. Yet, it was too late. The moment the power of equality among all beings was unleashed, Su Taiping's fists had already locked onto the 3, and a barrage of fist shadows erupted from the ground, hurtling towards them. Bang, bang, bang. With each colossal impact, the 3 were sent flying, the sound of their collisions resonating like the drumbeats of a battlefield. This was indeed the sky-quaking style of the Qingtian Sacred Fist. Without the suppression of realms, the 3 could not withstand even a single blow from Su Taiping. The disciples of Yunjing Palace, witnessing such a scene for the first time, were drenched in cold sweat. However, as they saw the elders on the verge of defeat, some cultivators could no longer contain themselves and began to scatter in flight. Master Taiping, do not let these individuals escape. This old monk still has use for them. The voice of Master Kasyapa suddenly echoed in Su Taiping's mind. Chapter 286. Emerging from the wilderness. I know someone seeks your life, Pingyan. Baiyu, bring them back. Su Taiping called out to Baiyu and Pingyan, who were watching from below. All right, I've been itching for this. Baiyu exclaimed as he grabbed hold of Pingyan and soared into the air, directly blocking the path of the fleeing cultivators. Over the past 3 years, Baiyu and Pingyan had not been idle. Pingyan had advanced to become a king-level spiritual beast, while Baiyu had mastered the dual bloodline inheritance powers of the white-headed eagle. With a swoosh, 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 Baiyu flapped his wings, sending feathers flying like arrows, forming a feathered prison that enveloped the fleeing cultivators. Ping and then released by Yu's grasp, transforming into a towering mountain-moving ape, leaping into the feathered prison to drive the cultivators back. After half an incense stick's worth of time, all cultivators, including Yunzhong, Zhu Chun, and Ouyang Xian, were herded before the reclining Buddha statue. You little beast, a soldier can be killed but cannot be humiliated. My Huangfeng Valley will not spare you. Zhu Chun, bruised and battered, angrily cursed as Su Taiping stripped him of his garments and searched him. At this moment, he, like Yunzhong and Ouyang Xian beside him, had all been rendered immobile by Su Taiping's sky-quaking style, their spiritual energy scattered. You are Su Taiping of Qingxian sect, are you not? Are you not afraid of souring relations between Qingxian and Bailu Academy by doing this? Ouyang Xian of the White Deer Academy threatened Su Taiping. The disputes within the wilderness must not be brought to the 9 prefectures. Was it not this very rule of the 9 prefectures that enabled you to encircle and kill my second brother? Su Taiping held the purse he had taken from Zhu Chun, weighing it in his hand, before casting an expressionless glance towards Ouyang Xian. Ouyang Xian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Moreover, do you think I would be foolish enough to leave you alive? After extracting a pouch filled with gold coins from Ouyang Xian's ring, Su Taiping weighed it in his hand while scanning the 3 individuals with a cold gaze. Upon hearing this, the 3 felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Even Zhu Chun from Huangfeng Valley turned pale at the prospect of Su Taiping silencing them. Cultivators value their lives even more than mortals. For an ordinary person, a lifespan of 60 years is already commendable, while for cultivators, it is merely a fraction of their potential longevity, especially for these 3, who, due to an unexpected opportunity 3 years prior, now all aspired to break through to the realm of divine refinement. How could they resign themselves to death here? Approximately 2,600 gold coins, quite a decent sum, sufficient to alleviate immediate needs. After counting the coins, Su Taiping contentedly stowed them away in his gourd. As for other treasures, particularly the divine sword chart, he had already secured it in the gourd, intending to use it as nourishment for the next earthly fruit to mature. Xiao Su, my younger brother, I have another 6,000 gold coins stored at the dojo. If you spare me, I can have someone fetch them. The usually defiant Zhu Chun from Huangfeng Valley suddenly softened. Young brother, if you release me, I will not only persuade the White Deer Academy to overlook this matter, but will also gift you an additional 3,000 gold coins. Ouyang Xian chimed in at this moment. No need. I already have enough. As for your promises, I dare not accept. It would be best for you to prepare for your journey. Su Taiping waved his hand dismissively. Su Taiping, is that you? Realizing Su Taiping's intent to kill was resolute, Yunzhong suddenly seemed to make a firm decision and called out loudly to him. Su Taiping turned to glance at Yunzhong. He had been warned 3 years ago by his second brother that many of the cultivators then bore moonshadow stones, and it was only a matter of time before his identity was revealed. Thus, he was neither surprised nor concerned that Yunzhong recognized him. For unlike when he first entered Qingxian, he had now reached the realm of comprehensive understanding, possessing several opportunities, which was entirely normal and required no elaborate explanation. Of course, he would not admit it outright. After casting a glance at Yunzhong, he turned away again, preparing to leave the group in by U.S. care. Su Taiping, someone wants to kill you. I know someone wants to kill you. Just as Su Taiping took a step forward, Yunzhong suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Su Taiping halted and turned back, curiosity evident on his face. Who? Su Taiping, is that you? Yunzhong confirmed once more. By you, it's in your hands now. Upon hearing the inquiry from Yunzhong, Su Taiping did not turn around, but merely called out to Bai Yu, proceeding directly towards the statue of the Buddha. Little brother, do not leave. I have something to say. Yunzhong hastily called after Su Taiping. Observing that Su Taiping continued unperturbed, he raised his voice and quickened his pace. Last month, a mysterious figure offered a bounty of 30,000 gold coins for your life in the ghost market. And rumors have spread that you have gained immense fortune in the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, capable of aiding cultivators in breaking through to divine refinement. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping finally halted his steps. He had heard of the 9 prefectures ghost market, akin to a black market in the mortal realm, where illicit activities prohibited by the celestial law were conducted. As long as one could afford the price, there was no task they would refuse. The 9 prefectures had previously dispatched several major sects to eradicate it, but like weeds, it continuously re-emerged after each purge. Consequently, as long as they refrained from actions that could threaten sects or slaughter common folk, the 9 prefectures often turned a blind eye. And then, Su Taiping inquired, turning to face him. Initially, few responded, but later, the Holy Maiden of the Poison King sect personally confirmed this matter and promised an additional bounty of 30,000 gold coins for your head, prompting several leaders of assassins in the ghost market to take up the task. Subsequently, that mysterious individual and the Holy Maiden of the Poison King sect chose the foremost assassin leader, Bloodhand, from the ghost market. Now, Bloodhand and the recruits he has gathered have been stationed in Wui town for half a month. And the Holy Maiden has even sent a goo worm capable of sensing your aura. Once you appear, the worm will detect you, Elder Yunzhong elucidated to Su Taiping. 60,000 gold coins, you say? I must admit, I am rather tempted, Su Taiping remarked with astonishment. He had not anticipated that his worth would escalate to such heights after 3 years of seclusion in the wilderness. Is the Holy Maiden of the Poison King sect the mother of that enchanting demoness, Su? Su Taiping inquired, voicing his suspicions towards Elder Yunzhong. Indeed. Elder Yunzhong nodded, then awkwardly chuckled. She claims that you have sullied her daughter's purity in the 1000 Buddha kingdom, hence she demands your life in recompense. Su Taiping furrowed his brow. He thought to himself, surely you must know the character of your daughter. How can you, as her mother, be so oblivious? She has been the one harming me, yet she turns around and falsely accuses me. Truly, like mother, like daughter. However, the revelation that Su was still alive did surprise him. He had assumed that Shang Jiao would have silenced her. Elder Yunzhong, how do you know all of this so clearly? Su Taiping took a sip of the Longdan wine and then squatted down to question Elder Yunzhong. Because I am one of the assassins recruited by Bloodhand, Elder Yunzhong replied with an awkward smile. Su Taiping nodded, not overly astonished. It was unexpected yet reasonable. I can comprehend why the Holy Maiden of the Poison King sect seeks to kill me due to her daughter's plight. But why does that mysterious figure wish for my demise? Su Taiping pondered in confusion. If what you know is limited to this, I fear I cannot let you go. He then gazed sincerely at Elder Yunzhong. Elder Yunzhong appeared to have anticipated Su Taiping's response, and with a grin, he remarked, to facilitate communication amongst ourselves, Bloodhand and the 7 assassins he has recruited will utilize a certain artifact to stay connected. In essence, once I possess this artifact, I shall be forewarned of their subsequent movements. Su Taiping instantly grasped the implication of Elder Yunzhong's words. Indeed, Elder Yunzhong nodded affirmatively. It seems that your artifact is already nestled within my pocket. Su Taiping scrutinized Elder Yunzhong, who had been stripped bare. However, only I can unlock this artifact. Any external attempts to force it open will be detected by Bloodhand. Elder Yunzhong replied with an air of nonchalance. Very well. Assist me in unlocking this artifact, and I shall spare your life. Su Taiping contemplated for a moment before acquiescing with a nod. And what of Elder Zhu and Mr. Ouyang? Elder Yunzhong glanced at Zhu Chun and Ouyang Xian, who were watching with eager anticipation. I shall release you as well, but you must each divulge a secret pertaining to your respective sect leaders. As Su Taiping spoke, he produced a stick of seeking dust incense, igniting it, and cast a smile towards the two. Do not even think of fabricating lies. I can sense the truth, he added. You shan't get away with this. It's impossible. The two exclaimed, their anger palpable. Elder Yunzhong, did you hear that? The 2 seniors are unwilling, so do not hold it against me, Su Taiping sighed. Upon hearing this, Elder Yunzhong's lips twitched slightly before he turned to Zhu Chun and Ouyang Xian, imparting words laden with significance. Elder Zhu, Mr. Ouyang, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. He punctuated his speech with a casual blink. Zhu Chun and Ouyang Xian immediately understood. Very well, if you dare to listen, I shall dare to speak. Zhu Chun retorted coolly. Su Taiping, upon hearing this, directed his gaze towards Zhu Chun, his expression brimming with anticipation. A moment later, this little madman has finally departed. Gazing at Su Taiping's gradually vanishing silhouette, Elder Yunzhong, Zhu Chun, and Ouyang Xian collectively sighed in relief. Elder Zhu, is it true regarding the relationship between your sect leader and his wife? Ouyang Xian suddenly inquired with curiosity directed at Zhu Chun. If I were to speak falsely, that young man would have seen through it, wouldn't he? Zhu Chun replied with a hint of resignation. Ouyang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. Elder Zhu, Brother Ouyang, Today's events are known only to us. Do not speak of them to outsiders, Elder Yunzhong stated with a serious demeanor. Of course, both Ouyang Xian and Zhu Chun nodded in agreement. The issue is that this young man may threaten us with that seeking dust incense in the future. How shall we handle that? Ouyang Xian lamented. Scholars value their reputation greatly. Should today's events become public, it would not only tarnish his name, but even Bailu Academy could suffer disgrace. Rest assured, that little madman cannot leave Wuyi town, Elder Yunzhong replied with a cold smile. Elder Yunzhong, do you perhaps have a backup plan? Ouyang Xian and Zhu Qin simultaneously turned their attention to him. Each of us possesses 2 jade plates to communicate with Bloodhand. My other one is secured at Tianyin Temple, several thousand miles away, guarded by my disciple. As long as I manage to escape and obtain that jade plate, I will inform the Bloodhand and others about the matter of seizing it from the little madman, allowing him to employ a clever ruse, and undoubtedly, we shall be able to eliminate that brat. Yunzhong spoke with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chun and Ouyang Xian's eyes brightened. However, Ouyang Xian immediately furrowed his brows, stating, the little madman not only possesses formidable strength, but also wields a treasure endowed with the power of equality among all beings. Without a practitioner of the refining spirit realm to suppress him, it would be exceedingly difficult to subdue him. With that artifact in play, even suppression from the refining spirit realm would prove challenging. Zhu Qin's expression also turned grave. There is no need for concern. 3 years ago, when the little madman rampaged at the Lotus Temple, the news reached the 9 prefectures, and our palace master painstakingly perused numerous texts in the Yunjing Palace, finally uncovering a thread of insight. According to our palace master's assertion, the power of equality among all beings was originally one of the 7 precepts of the 1000 Buddha kingdom. As long as one comprehends the method, anyone can wield it. However, once outside the 1000 Buddha kingdom, this power will become ineffective, and that brat will fade into the masses. Yunzhong declared with firm conviction. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chun and Ouyang Xian felt an immense weight lifted from their hearts. Until now, they had believed that Su Taiping's cultivation and power enhancement were entirely reliant on that artifact. Now that they learned it would lose its efficacy beyond the 1000 Buddha kingdom, their worries dissipated. Boom. At that moment, the white feathers enveloping them suddenly exploded. Unexpectedly, this little brat adhered to the rules. He truly limited himself to half a stick of incense. Ouyang Xian murmured as he observed the dissipating feather prison. This boy is still too inexperienced. His heart lacks the necessary ruthlessness to achieve great deeds, wasting the opportunity he found within the 1000 Buddha kingdom. Zhu Qin scoffed. Let us hasten back to the Tianyin Temple and retrieve that jade plate, Yunzhong urged with a sense of urgency. Zhu Chun and Ouyang Xian nodded in agreement. Boom. Just as the 3 managed to gather a modicum of true energy to soar forth, a colossal phantom of a Buddha's hand descended from the heavens. Almost immediately, a benevolent yet authoritative voice resonated in their ears. You have offended my Buddha. You must remain to atone until your merits are fulfilled before you may depart. The 3, having risen from the ground, were struck with terror. How can one achieve complete merits? Elder Yunzhong asked, his voice trembling slightly. To reconstruct the reclining Buddha temple, came the voice's reply. This reclining Buddha temple spans hundreds of miles. When shall this be completed? Yunzhong exclaimed in anguish as he surveyed the dilapidated ruins surrounding the Buddha statues. Subsequently, the 3 soared into the air once more, attempting to resist. However, as beams of Buddha light descended from above, they were once again cast to the ground, shackles appearing on their hands and feet. You little beast. Suddenly enlightened, Zhu Qin bellowed. It was then that the 3 comprehended why Su Taiping had so generously spared them. Reconstructing the reclining Buddha temple? Could it be that the consciousness of Master Kasayapa intends to resurrect the 1000 Buddha kingdom? Upon hearing that Master Jilu had left a group of individuals to reconstruct the reclining Buddha temple, the expression of Fairy Lingwei suddenly grew solemn. Is this a bad omen? Su Taiping, holding a jade plate in his hands, cast a worried glance at Fairy Lingwei. It is not entirely unfavorable, merely unexpected, she responded, shaking her head. At that moment, the jade vial in Su Taiping's hand emitted a faint tremor, followed by the emergence of 7 names on the jade plate. Gu Yun, Qing He, Yu Lao, Su Su, Shueshou, He Quan, and Nanjun. Notably, Shueshou's name was situated at the center, encircled by the other 6 names. Recently, Scouts had reported sightings of the Nine Houses movements in the town. Given Su Taiping's close ties with Duga Qingxiao of the Qingxian sect, he could potentially impede our plans. Just then, a line of text appeared beside Qing He's name. Upon deciphering its content, Su Taiping expressed mild astonishment. Brother Huang Ke is still alive? Did he deceive me regarding the poison? Such a ruse would indeed be in his character. Fairy Lingyue's ethereal form settled beside Su Taiping in a meditative posture. It is a relief he is alive. Su Taiping dismissed his feelings of being misled, for Huang Ke's intentions were to rescue his senior brother. The jade plate emitted another low hum, and soon, a message appeared beside Shui Shou's name. Do not worry about Huang Ke. I am devising a way to divert him. Continue monitoring the exit, and relay any news immediately. Observing this line, affirmations appeared beside the other names in unison. After a brief moment of stillness, extensive text began to materialize next to He Quan's name. The nearest dozen fishing families to Wui River have all been poisoned and turned into living puppets. When the time comes, leading Su Taiping into any of their homes will present no discrepancies. Upon reading this, Su Taiping's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly turned cold. He had not anticipated that these individuals would involve innocent fishermen in their assassination plot. He silently noted He Quan's name. Following this, Shui Shou spoke. Su, how fares the selection of the one to lure Su Taiping into the trap? Su replied, there is a promising candidate. Shui Shou inquired, who? Su answered, a female disciple from the Four Symbols sect, named Su Miaoyan. Her senior brother disappeared 3 years ago while entering the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, and she suspects he was slain by that madman. Upon hearing there was a chance for vengeance, she readily agreed. Shui Shou asked, is that the sole reason for your choice? Su replied, certainly not. Shui Shou pressed, then what is it? Su explained, this girl is extraordinarily beautiful, possessing an innate allure unbeknownst to her. A lecherous man like that madman would likely be rendered speechless upon encountering her. At this juncture, Fairy Lingyue suddenly burst into laughter, slapping her thigh as she exclaimed, who would have thought that our Taiping would one day be perceived as a lecherous rogue? Su Taiping furrowed his brow in response. These individuals refer to him as the little madman, and he can comprehend their reasoning, for that day at the Lotus Temple, even in his own view, his actions were akin to those of a madman. However, what of this lecherous character? A face suddenly emerged in Su Taiping's mind, the enchanting Su. He mused, it must be this temptress who has spread such rumors. Nevertheless, to him, the distinction between the little madman and the lecherous man was negligible, having little impact on his own self, so he paid it little heed and turned his gaze back to the jade plate. Shui Shou remarked, although that little madman is indeed lecherous, he is exceedingly cautious. If he were to casually present a beautiful woman before him, he would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. Su replied, rest assured, I have already devised a strategy. Shui Shou inquired, what is your plan? Chapter 289, Emerging from the Wilderness, the Lu clan disciple Su Miaoyan. Su explained, when I encountered Su Miaoyan, she was being pursued by the young master of the Seeking Pleasure Valley, and it was I who rescued her and subsequently concealed her. Therefore, I intend to lure that young master onto Su Miaoyan's vessel when the little madman appears, and we shall see whether he chooses to save her or not. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping frowned once more. To label me a madman, yet it is you lot who are the true madmen. Resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve your ends, he thought, and continued to fix his gaze upon the jade plate. The matters at hand being discussed by these individuals are of utmost importance to his return to Qingxian. Yu Lao interjected, a lecherous man like the little madman will undoubtedly seize the opportunity for a hero to save a damsel in distress. Perhaps he will be instantly captivated. Shui Shou agreed. This plan is viable, but the timing must be impeccably managed. We cannot allow the young master of the Seeking Pleasure Valley to violate Su Miaoyan before the little madman arrives. Su reassured him, do not worry. I will arrange everything meticulously. He Quan added, should Gu Yun manage to locate that lad in the wilderness and notify us in advance, our preparation time will be significantly more ample. Su concurred, indeed, even if we can gain an hour's notice instead of a full day, it would be advantageous. Shui Shou cautioned, the territory of the Thousand Buddha Kingdom is vast. Gu Yun may not succeed in his search, and moreover, communication via the jade plate requires a span of 3 days. We should prepare ourselves for the possibility of no news returning. Yu Lao remarked, TSK. Brother Gu Yun's enterprise is indeed quite profitable. After observing the idle chatter for a while longer, Su Taiping finally withdrew his gaze from the jade plate. To orchestrate my demise, these individuals are truly sparing no effort. Who could that mysterious benefactor be, and what about me warrants such elaborate schemes? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. A faint intuition arose within him, suggesting that during his 3 years of cultivation in the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, significant events may have transpired in Qingxian. With this thought, his desire to return to Qingxian intensified. Yet reason admonished him that he could not return blindly, shrouded in uncertainty. Taiping, what do you intend to do? At this moment, Lingyue Fairy had also finished perusing the conversation of the assassins on the jade plate. You are now aware of their scheme. Escaping should not pose a challenge. She added, however, until the identity of that mysterious individual who seeks my life is clarified. The journey back to Qingxian will likely be fraught with peril. Su Taiping shook his head. Are you intending to play into their hands? Capturing these assassins to inquire about that enigmatic figure? Asked the fairy of Lingyue. These individuals are shrouded in mystery, their movements unpredictable. Should I forfeit this opportunity? Finding them again would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Su Taiping nodded in agreement. Is there no other reason? The fairy of Lingyue, seemingly peering into Su Taiping's thoughts, said with a smile. Su Taiping scratched his head, then offered a sheepish grin, saying, these individuals are exceedingly ruthless, having slain so many innocent lives, and now they intend to tarnish that ignorant girl's reputation. I cannot bear to witness such injustice. This is the Su Taiping I know, the fairy of Lingyue remarked, gently patting his shoulder. After a brief conversation about cultivation, Su Taiping suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. He reached into his robes and discovered the long-dormant communication jade slip. This jade slip had been left behind by the Lu surname cultivator, who had perished at the hands of the monstrous eye on the first day he entered the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas. It was this very slip that had allowed him to learn in advance of Yunzhong and the others plotting against him at the star-picking tower. However, it had remained silent since then. Who would still seek out the Lu surname cultivator? As Su Taiping pondered this, he infused a strand of true essence into the jade slip. Immediately, a woman's voice resonated from within. Senior brother, I have finally discovered a way to avenge you. Rest assured, Miao Yin has avenged you. Return to the mountain and focus on your cultivation. In the future, when you achieve success, I shall traverse the realms of Zhenwu in your stead. Upon hearing this voice, Su Taiping was momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, he bitterly smiled. I never anticipated that Su Miaoyan is actually the junior sister of that Lu surname cultivator. He then turned to the fairy of Lingyue and inquired, Sister Lingyue, is this truly a coincidence? The fairy of Lingyue gazed out across the vast expanse of the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas, then shook her head, saying, in the past, we were reluctant to entangle ourselves with the Zen sect due to their rigid beliefs in cause and effect. Even picking up a stone before their temple could potentially become an obstacle on your path to cultivation. In this realm governed by Buddhist law, there exists only cause and effect, no coincidence. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as though a pair of eyes were watching him from behind. However, whether to save or not ultimately rests upon your own decision, the fairy of Lingyue continued, offering Su Taiping a bright smile. Su Taiping contemplated for a moment, then solemnly nodded, declaring, I shall save. He added, yet it has nothing to do with cause and effect. It is simply my own desire to save. On the Wui River, a lithe woman with enchanting peach blossom eyes sat at the bow of a black canopy boat. Despite her stern demeanor, her beauty was breathtaking. Senior brother, to them, you are but an inconsequential figure. Yet without you, I would have perished of hunger in the mountains long ago. Thus, I must avenge you, the woman whispered, her grip on the short sword trembling incessantly. Just moments ago, she received word that the deranged individual who had slain her senior would pass through this very location today. Given his notorious lechery, he would undoubtedly board the boat upon seeing her. In an effort to steady her racing heart, the young woman inhaled deeply, followed by a slow exhalation. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged forth from the lake, signaling the arrival she had been anticipating. However, as she turned to gaze in that direction, her expression froze in disbelief, and she uttered, how can it be you? Little beauty, who else could it possibly be? A tall young man, adorned with a sinister smile, descended upon the bow of the boat, riding the wind. Now, let us see how you intend to escape my grasp. With a flick of his wrist, a curtain of water rose, enveloping the entire vessel within its confines. Despair flooded the young woman's eyes. Chapter 290, Blood Duel. Fellow traveler Miss Su, this is not what we agreed upon. Su Myung hastily retreated into the cabin, attempting to contact Su, who had been waiting for her. To her dismay, there was no response from the communication talisman. I have been deceived. Glaring at the loathsome master of the Seeking Pleasure Valley, Su Miaoyan came to the grim realization that everything the aforementioned Su had conveyed was merely an elaborate ruse. Su. Oh, you mean that little lady in green? For 50 gold coins, she sold your hiding place. The master of Seeking Pleasure Valley approached Su Miaoyan with a smile. My senior was right. The martial world is fraught with peril. Hearing these words, Su Miaoyan felt a profound sense of hopelessness wash over her. At that moment, a piercing sound of a blade slicing through the air shattered the tension, as a beam of light cleaved through the watery prison surrounding the boat. The master of Seeking Pleasure Valley, undeterred by the onslaught, swiftly drew his sword to counter the attack. Yet, his strike faltered, barely deflected by the protective barrier emanating from the longevity pendant around his neck. Although he managed to withstand the blow, the watery prison and the canopy of the boat were both severed by the force of the sword's arc. As the water prison disintegrated, torrential rain poured upon the lake's surface. Through the cascading curtain of water, a young man clad in a sky-blue robe, with a strikingly handsome face and sun-kissed skin, emerged, brandishing a long knife and standing amidst the waves. My friend, name your price for this woman. The master of Seeking Pleasure Valley tightened his grip on Su Miaoyan's wrist. The blade poised cautiously before the young man standing on the water's surface. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyan's eyes widened with trepidation. However, the young man remained silent, merely extending his hand to insert an object into the eye patch he wore. My friend, for this woman, I offer 100, no, 300 gold coins. What say you? The master of Seeking Pleasure Valley proposed to the young man. Beside her, Su Miaoyan felt as if she were being bartered like mere merchandise. A look of profound humiliation etched upon her exquisite visage. Were it not for the fact that her vital channels were currently sealed by the young master of the Seeking Pleasure Valley, she would have undoubtedly hurled herself against the boat's side in despair. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope lingered within her heart for the young man not far away. She thought to herself, surely there must be at least one good soul in this world. However, the young man's next utterance plunged her heart into an abyss of despair. How much gold essence do you possess? Upon hearing this, the young master of the Seeking Pleasure Valley laughed heartily, saying, Indeed, we are kindred spirits. I, Qi Zhaoyan, am willing to befriend you. Enough with the pleasantries. How much gold essence do you have? Yet before Qi Zhaoyan could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by the young man. Qi Zhaoyan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, produced a purse and remarked, I left in such haste that I could only bring along 600 pieces of gold essence. The young man frowned upon hearing this. Is that all? Qi Zhaoyan's lips twitched involuntarily at the response. At that moment, the young man impatiently waved his hand and said, Put down the purse. You may leave now. Hearing this, Qi Zhaoyan's expression brightened, and he immediately took hold of Su Miaoyan, preparing to depart. Wait. However, just as he had pulled Su Miaoyan to her feet, the young man called out to him again. Is there anything else you require? Qi Zhaoyan looked at him in confusion. You may leave, but the girl must remain. The young man pointed at Su Miaoyan, who was still being held by Qi Zhaoyan. You demand both gold and a person? You are rather domineering, my friend. Qi Zhaoyan's expression grew increasingly frigid, and a talisman silently slipped from his sleeve into his grasp. If I were truly tyrannical, I would not hesitate to take your life as well. The young man sneered. That depends on whether you possess the capability. As Qi Zhaoyan spoke, he began to activate the talisman in his hand, but before he could finish, a shrill cicada's cry interrupted him. At the same time, a massive blade-like shadow, reminiscent of cicada wings, descended with the young man's longsword, severing Qi Zhaoyan's arm at the shoulder, the one gripping the talisman. With a thunderous crash, the shockwave from Qi Zhaoyan's severed limb rippled across the water's surface. Boy, I will remember you. The green mountains remain, and the waters flow eternally. Until we meet again. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Qi Zhaoyan abandoned Su Miaoyan without hesitation, casting forth a storm talisman and soaring above the lake's surface. With a resounding explosion, the storm talisman detonated, unleashing a fierce wind that whipped towards Su Taiping. Yet, with a swift slash of his long sword, Su Taiping cleaved through the gale. Simultaneously, He elegantly flickered into position at the bow of the boat. He collected the purse resting there and turned his gaze towards the pale-faced Su Miaoyan, who was cowering in a corner of the cabin. You belong to me now. At these words, the previously hopeful Su Miaoyan felt a tear of humiliation slip from the corner of her eye. On the opposite bank, within a small building, a cloaked woman sneered. The saintess's intelligence was indeed accurate. This young man is both avaricious and lecherous. Beside her on the table lay a sound-transmitting jade slip, from which emanated the conversation between the young man and Su Miaoyan. He was quite prudent, opting not to stay at the bustling taverns, but rather residing with the fishermen by the river. Opposite the woman in blue stood a man whose complexion resembled that of charcoal, who nodded slightly. These two were none other than the assassin leader, Bloodhand, and the newly recruited assassins, Susu and Black Dog. Chapter 291. Confronting Bloodhand. Could you add another pair of chopsticks? Fortunately, we had made prior arrangements. The fishermen along the river are already our allies. Susu stretched languidly. Nevertheless, the young man's swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. Should we engage him directly? Even Bloodhand himself might struggle to subdue him. Black Dog recalled the remarkable sword technique the young man had displayed earlier. Brother Black Dog, we are assassins. We are killers. We strike from the shadows, never confronting our foes head-on, Susu remarked with a smirk. What you say is true, Sister Susu. I stand corrected, Black Dog replied sheepishly, nodding in agreement. Now, we shall observe Qinghe and his companions. Barring any unforeseen complications, we should be able to capture that little madman tonight, Susu stated with eager anticipation. Will Bloodhand intervene? Black Dog suddenly inquired with curiosity. Bloodhand is responsible for the backup. He will only step in if we fail our mission, Susu explained after taking a sip of tea. Let us hope he will not have the chance to intervene, Black Dog chuckled. Meanwhile, aboard a dilapidated black awning boat drifting on the river, a young man lay sprawled within the cabin, holding a sound-transmitting jade slip and listening with keen interest to the dialogue within. Not far from this tattered vessel, another young man was dragging a beautiful woman, skimming across the water's surface, swiftly making his way to the riverbank. Interestingly, the young man racing across the water and the one reclining in the cabin were strikingly similar. Indeed, both were Su Taiping. The one pulling Su Miaoyan towards the riverbank was merely an avatar of Su Taiping. After breaking through the Transcendence realm, Su Taiping's avatars could already wield his swordsmanship, and after 3 years of honing his skills in the wilderness kingdom of the Thousand Buddhas, his prowess was formidable. Not to mention, you lecherous rogue, you play your part rather convincingly. The ethereal form of the moon's spirit appeared beside Su Taiping. Please, Sister Lingua, spare me your jests, Su Taiping replied, somewhat embarrassed. According to the words of Black Dog and Susu, the leader, Bloodhand, would only make an appearance if their actions faltered, which meant we might have to sacrifice one of my avatars, he pondered. At that moment, the dialogue between Bloodhand and the others re-emerged on the jade slip. Bloodhand, how are the preparations coming along? Qinghe, the little madman has taken Su Miaoyan to stay at the third fisherman's house to the east, and is instructing them to prepare water for a bath. Yuelao, he is quite impatient. When shall we strike? Qinghe, once it gets darker. The little madman intends for Su Miaoyan to bathe with him. That will be our opportunity to act. Yuelao, a bath is indeed delightful. I shall dissolve my enchanting soft-bone powder into the bath water, which is colorless and odorless. Even cultivators at the Transcendence realm will find themselves rendered utterly powerless in mere moments. Shueshou, Nanjun, to be prudent, after that lad is poisoned, you and Qinghe shall enter together and capture that little madman. Nanjun, shall we kill him? Shueshou, yes, that mysterious guest must die. No witnesses are permitted. Nanjun, understood. Yuelao, I will be on standby to assist Brother Tai Mian. Qinghe, I shall keep watch for you. Shueshou, just in case, Susu and He Quan will await at the inn. Susu, yes. He Quan, all right. Having overheard the conversation among the individuals within the jade plate, Su Taiping could not help but admire Ling Yuxianzi in his heart. Reflecting on Shueshou's meticulous nature, despite having incapacitated me, he has left so many contingencies. Ling Yuxianzi, however, remained indifferent, saying, assassins are generally like this. There was once an assassin who swept the floors of our sect for 30 years, merely to wait for a chance to strike at my master. Su Taiping, upon hearing this, was utterly astonished. As night fell, we ought to proceed to the inn and apprehend Susu and He Quan. As he spoke, He rose from the cabin and donned a cloak of concealment, vanishing into the night. Dealing with mere ordinary assassins certainly does not require such elaborate measures. However, Su Taiping aimed to lure out Xue Shou and uncover the identity of that mysterious figure through him. Once your subordinates have all perished, you must reveal yourself, right? While speaking, Su Taiping soared to the entrance of the inn, boldly approaching the room where Su Su and He Quan resided. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door. Who is it? Came He Quan's voice from within. Dear guest, your wine and side dishes have arrived. Su Taiping mimicked the tone of the innkeeper. Coming. He Quan replied, and then, with heavy footsteps, approached the door. With a creak, the door swung open. Hand over the wine and dishes. He Quan was about to reach for them when he suddenly realized there was no one at the doorway. Oh no, I've been deceived. He instantly became alert and intended to notify Su Su within, but before he could utter a word, an extraordinarily peculiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils. In a mere instant, the burly He Quan found himself rendered limp and weak. Just as he was about to collapse, a hand that seemed to materialize from thin air supported him, gently laying him down on the ground. This hand, of course, belonged to Su Taiping. The peculiar fragrance was the corpse soul fragrance from the Poison King sect. Originally prepared 3 years ago by Huang Ke for his senior brother Qing Shao, it had not been utilized due to changes in plans, yet today, it proved fortuitously useful. He Quan, if the wine is not warm, have that innkeeper warm it for you. Su Su's voice called from inside the room. Their task was to ensnare Su Taiping, leading him into the ambush at the fisherman's home. Now that their mission was accomplished, they naturally relaxed. He Quan. Upon receiving no response from He Quan, Su Su immediately sensed something amiss. As she rose, she retrieved a protective talisman and crushed it in her palm, instantly cloaking herself in a shimmering serpent scale armor. Once adorned in this mystical attire, she felt an immense wave of relaxation wash over her. This armor, known as the reverse scale armor, was a divine treasure, providing her with a reliable safeguard against any threats, as long as she did not encounter a master of the divine refinement realm. However, just as she stepped forward, intending to investigate the commotion outside involving the Black Hound, an unusual fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Alarm surged within her. It was toxic. Being well-versed in the art of poison herself, she quickly recognized the perilous nature of the scent, yet her body succumbed uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground with a thud. At that moment, Su Taiping pulled aside his concealed cloak, effortlessly lifting the imposing Black Hound as if it were a mere chick and bringing it before Su Su. Upon catching sight of Su Taiping's visage, Su Su's pupils dilated in shock, as if she had encountered a specter. Pardon the intrusion, Su Taiping remarked, placing the hound gently upon a chair before assisting Su Su to sit across from it. From the window's perspective, the two appeared to be engaged in casual conversation, sipping drinks as though nothing untoward had transpired. Would you care for an additional pair of chopsticks? Su Taiping inquired with a slight smile from his seat in the corner of the window. The two did not dare to object. In truth, they had no means to voice any objections. Unless provided with the antidote from their leader, the insidious nature of the corpse soul incense would prove exceedingly difficult to counter, even for the Poison King's own disciples, let alone for Su Su and the Black Hound. May I pose a few inquiries? Su Taiping asked, filling a bowl with rice before consuming it while addressing them. During his 3 years in the wilderness, he had scarcely enjoyed a proper meal, much less the lavish feast laid out before him at that moment. Regarding your formidable leader, the Bloodhand, have you encountered that enigmatic figure? If you have, please close your eyes. If not, simply blink. After finishing a bowl of rice, Su Taiping raised his gaze once more to the pair. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of Su Su and the Black Hound were laden with suspicion. Neither blinked nor closed their eyes, opting instead to avert their gazes from Su Taiping. Boom. Observing their reaction, Su Taiping lifted his palm, summoning a sphere of spiritual fire. With a sharp clap, he struck the fiery orb onto the Black Hound's face, the flames crackling as they seared its skin. Though the corpse soul incense might immobilize a cultivator's vital energy, their senses remained intact. The Black Hound, seemingly motionless, was, in truth, enduring indescribable agony from the scorching flames, as evidenced by the bulging of its eyes. Moments later, the flesh beneath the hound's eyes was charred, and the air grew thick with the scent of roasting meat. Having released his grip, Su Taiping served himself a bowl of pigeon soup, sipping it leisurely while turning his gaze towards Su Su. Dear sister, If you have seen him, please close your eyes. If not, just blink. Terror filled Susu's eyes at that moment, especially upon witnessing the grotesque, charred visage of the Black Hound. Ultimately, she surrendered her resistance. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she reluctantly closed them. The soul remained devoid of any fluctuations, devoid of deceit. The voice of the fairy Lingyue echoed in Su Taiping's mind. Then I can rest assured. Su Taiping responded inwardly, subsequently retrieving the jade platter used for communication by the Bloodhand Society. Upon inspection, he noticed that beside the names on the iron-faced jade platter, a new line had appeared. The two have entered the room to bathe, and there is no sound from within. I shall act with Old Moon. Inside the fisherman's humble abode, Su Miaoyan, with a heart as lifeless as ash, sat vacantly in a large basin. Before long, a bear youth entered the room, stepping directly into the basin. This youth was, of course, Su Taiping's doppelganger. Lecher! Su Miaoyan exclaimed in anguish, her face contorted in pain. At this moment, her vital energy was sealed, rendering her incapable of doing anything but uttering curses. However, to her astonishment, Su Taiping's doppelganger did not even glance in her direction, comfortably reclining in the basin instead, showing no intention of laying hands upon her. In fact, he seemed to find her presence somewhat cramped, gently nudging her aside with his foot. What do you intend to do? Su Miaoyan mustered her courage to inquire. Do not speak. If you utter another word, I shall strip you of your garments, the youth threatened calmly, resting his head against the rim of the basin. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyan immediately sealed her lips. As confusion engulfed her, she suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping her body, to the extent that she could hardly summon the strength to remain seated. After a brief moment of shock, realization struck her. She had been poisoned. With a face flushed with shame and indignation, she hurled a torrent of curses at Su Taiping. Wretched lecher, foul scoundrel, dare you lay a hand on me? I curse you to a wretched demise, to never be reborn, to have no descendants. After unleashing what she believed to be the most venomous words, Su Miaoyan gradually found herself too weak to speak further. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at the youth before her. However, Su Miaoyan soon noticed that the youth's body had also slumped, sinking into the basin with only half his head visible above the water. Could it be that he too had succumbed to the poison? Initially surprised, her astonishment swiftly morphed into terror as she suddenly grasped a troubling reality. If the lecher himself had been poisoned, then who had administered the toxin? With a sudden crash, the door latch broke, falling to the ground. In the wake of this chaos, Su Miaoyan, filled with dread, beheld two figures enter the room. One was a burly man wearing a mask, and the other, a hunched, lecherous old man, both advancing into the space. Indeed, a feast for the eyes, the old man leered, his gaze roving over Su Miaoyan's form. You are friends of Susu? Su Miaoyan recognized the two, and as realization dawned upon her, she struggled to turn her gaze toward the still reclining youth in the basin. Is he, that little madman? You intend to use me? Her eyes, filled with disbelief, locked onto the youth, as she grappled with the shocking revelation that her long-cherished nemesis was now mere inches away. My dear, are you not overjoyed to have avenged your great grievances? However, do remember to reward us, your benefactors, in due course. The lecherous old man rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixated on Su Miaoyan, as if he wished to consume her whole. Su Miaoyan felt a tumult of emotions within her. Although she was indeed happy about the revenge, the manner in which it was executed left her feeling as if she were a mute, suffering in silence. Old matchmaker, let us attend to business first. Nanjun turned to glance at the lecherous old man. Splendid. Let us first sever the head of this little madwoman. Iron-faced brother, you may proceed while I stand guard. The lecherous old man chuckled slyly. Yet, even in this moment, his eyes remained glued to Su Miaoyan. Observing the old man's gaze, Su Miaoyan felt an inexplicable urge to witness the young man in the bathtub rise from the dead and eliminate both of them. However, this scene did not unfold. The young man was pulled from the bathtub as if a lifeless corpse, lifted by iron-faced. The effects of my soul-consuming soft bone powder deepen with one's cultivation. Truly, Bloodhand does not need to be so cautious. The lecherous old man proclaimed with satisfaction as he beheld the young man, who resembled a cadaver. It is always wise to exercise caution, Nanjun remarked as he drew a broken blade from his waist, preparing to behead the young man. Yet, just as Nanjun unsheathed his knife, Su Miaoyan, still in the bathtub, noticed that the young man, who had appeared dead, suddenly raised his ring-adorned hand and made a gesture as if to snap his fingers. Nanjun, halt! Not only did Su Miaoyan perceive this, but the lecherous old man, who was standing by, also recognized it, albeit too late. With a resounding snap, countless sharp gusts of wind erupted, ensnaring both Nanjun and the lecherous old man as if they were ensnared by fine threads. With a deafening roar, the wind suddenly exploded. Song Wan Ring, 2 fingers. Shatter Mountain. Nanjun was instantly torn to shreds by the multitude of razor-sharp winds, leaving only his head to thud lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, the old matchmaker, having sensed the danger in time, managed to protect his vital areas but still lost an arm and a leg. Just as the matchmaker prepared to invoke his artifact to flee, the young man, who had previously seemed like a lifeless body, abruptly opened his eyes and pointed at the back of the old man's heart. Song Wan Ring, 1 finger, break the clouds. A column of fierce wind surged forth, piercing through the matchmaker's back. Looking down, he found himself gazing through the gaping hole in his chest at Su Miaoyan's terrified face reflected in the bathtub. So beautiful, he murmured before his frail form collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In an instant, the room was once again left with only the young man and Su Miaoyan. You Su Miaoyan stared at the dripping wet young man, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Before Su Miaoyan could gather her thoughts to speak, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, followed by a flurry of poisoned spears that shot through the roof and walls, targeting the young man standing within. In an instant, the young man's body was transformed into a porcupine, pierced by the lethal projectiles. Su Miaoyan stood there, frozen in shock. The situation had turned several times in mere moments, leaving her, a newcomer to the martial world, momentarily bewildered. Her senior brother was right. The realm of martial arts was fraught with peril. She gazed at the young man, now a pincushion of spears, murmuring to herself. At that moment, a slender young man accompanied by an elderly man leaning on a cane entered the room. You were right, Bloodhand. This lad indeed prepared for contingencies, the slender youth remarked, frowning at the lifeless body pinned to the ground by the spears. For those of us in the business of killing, it is always wise to exercise caution. The elderly man replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. What a pity for Nanjun and Yulao. The tall youth expressed regret as he glanced at the corpses of Yulao and Nanjun sprawled on the floor. What is there to lament? In our line of work, one's life is always at the mercy of fate, the elderly man retorted dismissively. Qinghe, go retrieve the head of that little madman. It is worth a handsome sum of 60,000 gold coins. The elder gestured toward the tall youth. Understood. Qinghe nodded and drew his long knife from his waist. Whoosh. Su Miaoyan then witnessed Qinghe's blade descending toward the young man's head. Swish, swish. Just as the young man's head was about to be severed, 2 arrows pierced the roof with a whoosh, simultaneously impaling Qinghe and the cane-wielding elder to the ground. Boom. A flash of lightning and a burst of fire erupted within the room. The 2, who had been struggling to resist, were overwhelmed by the electric and fiery force of the arrows, reducing Qinghe to charred remains. The elderly man, despite his formidable cultivation, barely managed to withstand the arrow's thunderous impact. However, as waves of lightning surged from the arrows, the qi he had painstakingly gathered was utterly dispersed. Puffed. Moments later, the elder coughed up blood, relinquishing any struggle as he allowed the thunder to ravage his internal organs. In the bathtub, Su Miaoyan was at a loss for words, murmuring, "The martial world is indeed treacherous." Just then, another figure stepped into the small room. Su Miaoyan focused her gaze, and her pupils dilated in shock as she exclaimed, "Why you? How can it be you?" Indeed, the young man bore an uncanny resemblance to the one pierced by spears within the room. The newcomer paid her no heed, striding directly toward Bloodhand. "Ah, so that is how it is," the barely breathing Bloodhand said, a look of realization dawning upon his face at the sight of yet another little madman. "Such an exquisite technique of duplication, I do not die in vain." Bloodhand gasped heavily. "Who was the one who paid for my life?" Su Taiping inquired with an impassive expression, crouching down to address the bloodied hand. According to the rules of the ghost market, revealing the identity of one's employer would result in a fate worse than death. The bloodied hand initially grinned, but before he could utter the word miserable, his face suddenly contorted in pain. Su Taiping raised his head and beheld the ethereal form of the spirit moon fairy, who had appeared beside the bloody hand, pressing her palm against his forehead. She was employing the soul-searching technique. "I see who it is," she declared after a brief moment. retracting her hand and frowning at Su Taiping. Who? He asked. Jin Heji, the spirit moon fairy replied with evident disdain. Su Taiping's brow furrowed slightly. Why was Jin Heji so eager to kill him? Could it be that something truly dire had occurred in the Qingshu sect? A sense of unease washed over him. Boom. Before Su Taiping could ponder further, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted outside the fisherman's cottage. Looking up, he saw a massive talisman net swiftly enveloping the small courtyard. Simultaneously, bloodthirsty demonic blades began to materialize beneath the net. In an instant, the entire realm was bathed in crimson light reflecting off the demonic blades. Su Taiping, you little rascal. I've guarded you for 3 years, and I've finally caught you. Let us see how you will break my heavenly net bloodblade formation. A familiar voice echoed from outside as the talisman net appeared. Indeed, the demoness Su Su was lurking in the shadows. In a nearby inn, not far from the fishing village, a well-fed Su Taiping set down his bowl and chopsticks. Gazing towards the talisman net above the fishing village and the demoness Su Su seated upon a beast-drawn cart. Indeed, both Su Taipings within the fisherman's cottage were mere projections, a testament to his growth after 3 years of arduous training in the wilderness. To place a bounty of 30,000 on his head, the Poison King sect must possess considerable wealth, he mused. As he spoke, he retrieved a golden essence coin and inserted it into his left eye. What are you planning to do, Taiping? The spirit moon fairy, now back at the inn, inquired with curiosity. Sister Linghua, if I were to capture the demoness Su Su, how much would the Poison King sect pay for her release? Su Taiping's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the spirit moon fairy. Chapter 294, Capturing the Demoness. Concluding a cycle of fate, Su Taiping was not greedy. He merely had an affinity for wealth. However, the lotus eye in his left eye was exceedingly draining on golden essence coins. Upon emerging from the wilderness, he had consumed nearly 1,000 coins in one go to suppress the backlash from the magic lotus due to a weakening of his yin spirit. While this was an isolated incident, he would still need to expend at least 30 to 50 coins daily henceforth. It was, in truth, a veritable money pit. The crucial issue was that should he cease, the magic lotus could very well spiral out of control. Even Sister Linghua had no effective means to address that predicament. Boom. As Su Taiping contemplated the audacious scheme of kidnapping the Poison King's daughter, the distant Tianluo blood sword array suddenly stirred to life. A blood-red sword slicing through the air towards the humble fisherman's courtyard. With a resounding crash, Su Taiping, utilizing the eyes of his doppelganger, witnessed the blood sword cleave the courtyard cleanly in two. Fortunately, this strike was merely a display of power by the enchantress Su Su, rather than a lethal assault. Thus, both Su Taiping's doppelganger and the nearby Su Miaoyan sustained little harm. Little madman, surrender the secret of universal equality, and I may consider sparing your life. The voice of the enchantress Su Su echoed once more. So, it appears you covet the power of universal equality. This revelation struck Su Taiping with clarity. Indeed, the power of universal equality was terrifyingly formidable, making Su Su's desire for it entirely understandable. Regrettably, outside the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, this power diminishes significantly. He had previously attempted to utilize his string of Buddhist beads, which could only marginally suppress an opponent's realm, unlike when he was within the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, where he could directly draw a refined spirit cultivator's prowess down to the profound or even the abyssal realms. Lady Su Su, I kindly ask for a moment to contemplate. Su Taiping called out to the enchantress hovering above. With Su Miaoyan present in the courtyard, engaging Su Su in battle at that moment would surely spell disaster for her. Lady Su Su, the enchantress, seated upon her spiritual palanquin, furrowed her brow at Su Taiping's words. This young man, who had previously referred to her merely as the enchantress, now appeared desperate enough to seek her favor. A smirk danced upon her lips at this thought. Do not let his address sway your resolution. The power of universal equality pertains to a significant opportunity for the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, which we, the Poison King's sect, must obtain. An elderly crone, her hair streaked with gray, interjected with urgency. Who is soft-hearted here? Our Tianluo blood sword array could not be breached even if he were the sect leader. Let him ponder as he may, what is there to fear? Su Su shot the old woman a sideways glance. Indeed, my lady speaks wisely, the crone replied with an awkward smile. Little madman, I shall count to 10. If you have not reached a decision by then, I will reduce this courtyard to rubble, Su Su declared with a cold huff. As she spoke, The myriad blood swords of the Tianluo array hung ominously above, roiling like a sea of crimson, resembling a gaping maw poised to engulf the courtyard at any moment. "Thank you, Lady Su Su." Su Taiping's voice rang out once again from within the courtyard. At this, the enchantress paused, momentarily taken aback, before resuming her icy demeanor with another disdainful huff. "If you utter another word, I shall slay you on the spot." Inside the courtyard, Su Taiping muttered quietly to himself, recognizing that the enchantress's nature remained as merciless as ever. With that, he approached the bathing tub and scooped up the startled Su Miaoyan, who resembled a frightened little rabbit. What are you trying to do?" Su Miaoyan exclaimed, her face a mask of terror. Su Taiping uttered not a word, first gently placing her upon the bed before striking her shoulder with a firm hand to disperse the moisture clinging to her. Subsequently, he produced a protective talisman and pressed it against her forehead, encasing Su Miaoyan in a suit of gleaming silver armor. Following this, he summoned a high-grade mystical gold bell talisman, which enveloped the entire bed in a radiant golden barrier. Only upon completing these actions did Su Taiping stand by the bedside and address Su Miaoyan, stating, "When the bloodblade formation above is activated, this armor and talisman should preserve your life. However, I cannot alleviate the poison coursing through your veins. You must await its dissipation before you can depart." Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyan, filled with confusion, inquired, "Why do you wish to save me?" She could not fathom that a man, branded by the world as a bloodthirsty lunatic, would spare her life. "Perhaps it is fate," Su Taiping replied, retrieving a communication jade slip belonging to a certain Lu clan cultivator and placing it beside Su Miaoyan's head. "Is this my senior brother's transmission slip?" she exclaimed, shock etched across her face as she gazed at the jade. "You indeed killed my brother." She then glared at Su Taiping in fury. "I was present when your brother met his end, not only I, but also that demoness outside. However, the one responsible for his demise was neither I nor that demoness, but the savaging god," Su Taiping countered, shaking his head. Though Su Miaoyan harbored doubts in her heart, she could find no flaw in his tone or demeanor. Su Taiping's revelations were not intended to win her belief. If there exists a notion of karma, then returning this jade slip could be seen as settling the score, could it not? Ignoring Su Miaoyan's further inquiries, he murmured to himself and proceeded towards the courtyard. Chapter 295. Capturing the Demoness, the Saintess of the Poison King's sect. "Miss, take a look at this," an elderly matriarch from the Poison King's sect said, presenting a bronze mirror to the demoness Su Su. "What?" Su Su received the mirror with a puzzled expression, and upon gazing into it, she saw Su Taiping standing beside a woman's bed. Her countenance darkened instantly, realizing he was stalling to rescue this woman. With a cold snort, she commanded the matriarch, "Kill." The matriarch complied immediately, gesturing with her hand. Instantly, several disciples of the Poison King sect, responsible for the celestial bloodblade formation, sprang into action. A thunderous crash echoed as the formation trembled violently, hundreds of blood blades transforming into streaks of crimson light, all descending in unison. In an instant, the courtyard was reduced to rubble, the air rife with the clash of blades. As the celestial bloodblade formation regained its eerie calmness, Su Su instructed the matriarch, "Auntie Nian, send people down to search. This strike must have severely injured him, but it is certain he has not been slain outright." The matriarch nodded and addressed two concealed corpse puppets lurking in the shadows. "Protect the miss." "Yes," they replied with slight bows, emerging from their shrouded mist with grotesque heads. The little madman, fueled by old grievances and new enmities, prepared to settle the score meticulously. Just as Su Taiping was on the verge of being captured, the enchanting demoness Su Su licked her lips, a flicker of excitement shimmering in her otherworldly eyes. Suddenly, a blade of light sliced through the night sky, aimed directly at the demoness. Boom! The two corpse puppets flanking Su Su immediately sensed the impending danger. One wielded a massive hammer, while the other brandished a gigantic axe, both striking out toward the incoming blade. Although these two corpse puppets lacked the cultivation of the divine refinement realm, they were nonetheless at the pinnacle of the profound realm. With a resounding crash, the blade was shattered by their combined assault. Swish, swish, swish. Yet soon after, more blades of light descended from the heavens. This time, Su Su finally discerned the identity of her assailant, Su Taiping. To her astonishment, this was indeed a manifestation of his essence from the small courtyard earlier. She had witnessed through the bronze mirror the scene of Su Taiping vanquishing Bloodhand and others, an act that could not have been performed by mere doppelgangers. Thus, she had urged Aunt Nien to activate the celestial bloodblade array. Little did she expect that it was still Su Taiping's projection. Demoness, until we meet again. I hope you bring along some clever subordinates next time. Lingering with the dead will only dull your wits. After the two corpse puppets intervened, Su Taiping, having stealthily attacked, seized the Tsangwan ring from his fallen projection's finger and decisively chose to retreat. Upon hearing this, the demoness Su Su felt utterly mocked, her fury igniting as she shouted, "Kill him! I want him dead, not alive." Following her command, her spirit chariots and surrounding corpse puppets surged forth in pursuit of Su Taiping. "Miss, do not chase." At that moment, the elderly Aunt Nien, having realized that the array had merely slain a projection, sensed a lurking conspiracy. However, by the time she voiced her warning, the demoness Su Su had already embarked on her pursuit, accompanied by several corpse puppets. Bang! Just as the elderly woman anticipated, after pursuing for a mile or two, a colossal fist shadow seemingly materialized from thin air, striking heavily against the spirit chariot and bringing it to an abrupt halt. Swish! Then, a wing resembling a razor-sharp blade cleaved through the protective barrier surrounding the chariot. In that instant, a figure appeared as if conjured from the void, seizing the demoness Su Su with ease. It was none other than Su Taiping. To be precise, he had manifested 3 projections, each capable of wielding the techniques he had mastered. With a chilling breath exhaled from Su Taiping's lips, the demoness Su Su had yet to react before she was encased in ice, standing motionless upon the spirit chariot like a frozen statue. "Miss," the elderly woman roared, her formidable aura erupting as she propelled herself forward like an arrow in flight. At that moment, with a resounding boom, a blinding beam of light suddenly descended from the clouds, enveloping Su Taiping and the enchanting maiden Su Su within its radiant embrace. No matter how Su Taiping struggled, he could not extricate himself from that luminous column. "Little one, you may leave, but why must you take my daughter with you?" A gentle voice, belonging to a woman, resonated through the air. Gradually, a stunningly beautiful woman floated down from above. "Holy Maiden," the old woman, Aunt Nien, beamed with joy upon hearing this voice. This exquisite woman was none other than the Holy Maiden of the Poison King sect, the mother of the enchanting Su Su. "Esteemed elder, is it appropriate for a figure of your caliber to intervene in the affairs of our juniors?" Su Taiping glanced at the source of the light above, discovering it to be an umbrella, before directing his gaze toward the beautiful woman before him. "If you were an ordinary junior, I would not interfere. But you have slain a refiner in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas and hundreds of errant practitioners," the beautiful woman said, her smile directed at Su Taiping. Su Taiping's expression was one of resignation. "In that case, there is nothing more to be done." With a swift motion, he drew the Duanshui knife from his waist. Ever since the spring tiger knife was broken, he had been wielding a common long knife he had found. With a swift slice, he struck the flower umbrella above him. Although this blow did not significantly damage the umbrella, the Duanshui knife possessed a unique power. 7 strikes must sever. Thus, with 6 more strikes, even if the umbrella were an ethereal weapon, it would undoubtedly be cleaved. "Little one, is that the Duanshui knife in your hand?" The woman recognized the weapon Su Taiping wielded. "You have keen eyes, esteemed elder," Su Taiping replied with a grin. The woman sighed upon hearing this, her tone softening further. "Little one, may we strike a bargain?" "What sort of bargain?" Su Taiping delivered another blow upon the flower umbrella. A flicker of pain crossed the woman's beautiful eyes. "Reveal to me the secret of equality among all beings in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas, and our Poison King sect shall ensure your life, along with those of your fellow disciples, during the turmoil of your Qing Xian sect." Her tone was sincere. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping's heart skipped a beat. If the woman was not merely toying with him, then something must indeed be amiss within the Qing Xian sect. "Esteemed elder, have you forgotten? Your daughter is still in my possession. Let us trade her life instead," Su Taiping remarked calmly, a smile gracing his face as he looked at the woman. Hearing this, a slight smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she pointed at the ice sculpture beside Su Taiping. "Though this body is exceptionally precious, the Poison King sect can bear the cost." As she spoke, Su Taiping observed the figure of Su Su within the ice sculpture slowly shattering, ultimately disintegrating into a pile of fragments. Simultaneously, with a flick of her sleeve, the woman produced a small humanoid puppet resembling a little girl, cradling it in her hands. "You have ruined yet another vessel of mine, little madman. I shall remember this grievance." The puppet suddenly opened its mouth and scolded Su Taiping angrily. Su Taiping was left speechless. He had long heard from Huang Ke that the saintess of the Poison King sect was adept in the art of puppetry, but he never anticipated her prowess to such an extent, capable of allowing her own daughter to effortlessly switch puppet bodies. It seemed that this was how she had evaded Shangjiu back in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas. "What do you think? This deal is quite advantageous, isn't it?" The saintess of the Poison King sect smiled slyly at Su Taiping. In response, Su Taiping shook his head. "If you find the price insufficient, feel free to make a higher offer. As long as it is reasonable, our Poison King sect can comply." The saintess still wore a smile. "It is not a matter of the price being inadequate." Su Taiping shook his head once more. He then placed his hand upon the blindfold covering his left eye and continued, saying, "It is my lack of trust in you." He did not believe that someone capable of raising a daughter like the enchanting Su Su would honor their promises. Upon hearing this, the saintess's ever-present smile faltered. Like Su Su, she was not a person of great patience. At that moment, Su Taiping lifted the blindfold, and an aura filled with the essence of destruction radiated from him. This was the aura of Su Taiping's lotus-like pupils. For ordinary cultivators, this aura would merely convey a sense of impending danger, but for cultivators of the saintess's caliber, it was the purest essence of death. Death. As this word flashed through her mind, the saintess of the Poison King sect promptly vanished from her original location, retreating 100 zhang in an instant. Clang. Just then, a beam of sword light suddenly streaked across the sky, piercing straight towards the saintess of the Poison King sect. Observing this, she flicked her sleeve, summoning a large beast-like puppet to shield her. With a resounding bang, the puppet was pierced by the sword, forcing the saintess to conjure a shield-shaped artifact for defense. Following another immense explosion, the shield before her shattered, and she was compelled to retreat several steps. Taiping. At that moment, two voices appeared at Su Taiping's sides, one to the left and one to the right. Su Taiping focused his gaze, and a look of delight spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Brother Huang Ke. Brother Chenhao." Indeed, the two were Chenhao of the Pure Yang Sword sect and Huang Ke of the Carefree sect. "Huang Ke, take Taiping and leave. I will hold off this enchanting woman." Chenhao patted Su Taiping's shoulder, then summoned a flying sword. Using it to slice through the parasol above Su Taiping's head, and swiftly soared towards the saintess of the Poison King sect. Is the saintess of the Poison King sect at the divine refinement stage? Will Brother Chenhao be all right? Su Taiping, lowering the blindfold, glanced at Huang Ke with concern. "Do not worry. Over these 3 years, it is not only you who have progressed. Chenhao has also reached the half-step divine refinement stage. A sword cultivator at the half-step divine refinement level possesses combat prowess that rivals that of an ordinary divine refinement cultivator." With that, Huang Ke took out a teleportation talisman and grasped Su Taiping's hand, saying, "Let us first retreat to a safer location. There have been significant upheavals in your Azure Shin sect recently, and it is best you know beforehand before returning. Isn't the Seven Peaks Grand Competition approaching? How could there suddenly be upheavals? We shall discuss this later." As they spoke, the brilliance of the talisman in Huang Ke's fingers surged, and in the blink of an eye, the two figures vanished from their original location. An incense stick's worth of time later, within a secluded courtyard nestled deep in the mountains, Huang Ke welcomed Su Taiping to sit down while beckoning his spirit companion, the little black bear, to bring tea. This courtyard lay 800 miles from Wui River, surrounded by multiple layers of enchantments that made it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to locate. "Allowing you to reside here in peace for a while." Huang Ke took the teapot from the little black bear, pouring a cup of tea for Su Taiping. "Thank you," Su Taiping said as he accepted the tea, then shook his head. "However, I must depart within a day or two. Otherwise, I will miss the Seven Peaks Grand Contest." Upon hearing this, Huang Ke's brow furrowed instantly. He sighed, then sat down opposite Su Taiping, saying, "The upheaval I mentioned regarding the Qingxian sect is indeed a consequence of the Seven Peaks Grand Contest." Su Taiping's heart tightened at this revelation, and he promptly asked, "Brother Huang Ke, could you elaborate further?" Huang Ke nodded, his expression turning grave as he spoke. "The master of your seventh peak has been imprisoned by your sect leader, accused of having assisted Su Chan in betrayal, leading to the deaths of many fellow disciples." Chapter 297, Meeting Huang Ke, the seventh peak master imprisoned? Upon hearing this, Su Taiping was immediately engulfed in indignation. "This is slander," he exclaimed with some anger. "However, they produced correspondence between your peak master and Su Chan. From the contents of the letters, it appears that your master, Zhao Qian, indeed contacted her despite knowing she had succumbed to darkness." Huang Ke sighed deeply. Hearing this, Su Taiping frowned. "This is Su Chan framing our peak master during the incident in the Thousand Buddha Kingdom. She colluded with Jin Heji to set a trap for my second senior brother." Huang Ke shook his head in resignation. 3 years ago, Qing Xiao informed me of this matter, but without evidence, we cannot take action against Jin Heji. Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Many of Su Chan's schemes were orchestrated from behind the scenes. Apart from the incident at the Immortal Gourd Cave, she rarely revealed herself or took direct action. Why did the sect leader suddenly turn against our peak master? Su Taiping wondered aloud. Your peak master, Zhao Qian, has long since sealed his sword. He poses no threat to the sect leader. Otherwise, Uncle Zhou wouldn't have bypassed him to seek out senior brother Qing Xiao as a disciple. You might be unaware, Huang Ke suddenly said with a wry smile. What? Su Taiping looked at Huang Ke in confusion. Your peak master has loosened the binding of his sword heart that he had tied for a century, Huang Ke replied. That is impossible. My second senior brother once told me that the binding of our peak master's sword heart was a dead knot. He could never wield a sword again in this lifetime. Su Taiping's expression grew even more perplexed. What kind of knot can't be severed by a sword cultivator? Huang Ke smiled at Su Taiping, asking, Is there truly a knot that a sword cultivator cannot cut? Su Taiping was rendered speechless. According to the information I have gathered, the reason your peak master's sword intent has been reborn is a moonshadow stone. Huang Ke took a sip of tea, then gazed intently at Su Taiping. Does this moonshadow stone have anything to do with me? Su Taiping surmised some connection, but still sought confirmation from Huang Quebec. It is indeed linked to the bloody battle at Lianhua Temple, Huang Ke said, casting a deep look at Su Taiping before nodding. It has been said that the sword, sealed beneath the depths of the Five Elders pool due to the resonance of your peak master's sword intent, wept mournfully for 7 days and nights. Following this, your peak master was imprisoned by the Seven Rime Court. At this juncture, Huang Ke let out a deep sigh once more, while Su Taiping fell into a contemplative silence. He had previously inquired about the peak master's self-binding sword heart from his second senior brother, yet the latter had deflected the question, seemingly reluctant to revisit that past. The reason why the sect leader took action against us must be to prevent our peak master from questioning him about the sword. Su Taiping furrowed his brow and remarked. Indeed, according to the intelligence from our 9 mansions, your Zhao peak master's strength was once on par with your sect leader. Should he question your sect leader about the sword, it is indeed plausible that he could displace him from his position. Huang Ke nodded in agreement. Has my second senior brother emerged from the abyss of fallen dragons? Su Taiping inquired suddenly. As if anticipating this question, Huang Ke handed him a letter he had prepared in advance. This letter was entrusted to me by your second senior brother before he entered the abyss of fallen dragons. With instructions to deliver it to you 3 years hence, he explained. Su Taiping promptly opened the letter, and upon recognizing the familiar handwriting, he confirmed it was indeed from his second senior brother. However, after reading its contents, Su Taiping's expression darkened. The letter contained the following message. Taiping, if I am unable to return from the abyss of fallen dragons, do not return to Qingxian. Go overseas, to other realms. Your talents should not be wasted here. Nor should you lose your life due to this absurd competition among the 7 peaks. After neatly folding the letter, Su Taiping looked up at Huang Ke and asked, So, Brother Huang Ke, my second senior brother has not returned from the abyss of fallen dragons, has he? Huang Ke initially remained silent, then sighed deeply. It is not that he has not returned, it is that he cannot return. Why? Su Taiping questioned in confusion. Among those who entered the abyss of fallen dragons with him, only one managed to escape, and that individual had gone mad. In pursuit of the truth behind what transpired within, the 9 mansions employed soul-searching techniques on that cultivator, revealing scenes far more harrowing than what you witnessed at the Lotus Flower Temple. Within the abyss of fallen dragons, not only did several hare zombies emerge, but also a rare flying zombie, which had not been seen in a millennium, Huang Ke explained with a somber expression. Flying zombie? The mere mention of this name caused Su Taiping's heart to skip a beat. The level of the flying zombie far surpassed that of the hare zombies, and crucially, it had begun to cultivate like a human. It seems that Qingxiao's fate is likely dire, Huang Ke's demeanor was profoundly melancholic. I refused to believe my senior brother would perish in the abyss of fallen dragons. We had made a pact. I would secure the position of the Seven Peaks champion, and he would confront the sect leader about the sword, Su Taiping declared, tearing the letter in his hands. Taiping, heed my advice. This upcoming Seven Peaks competition is a trap set by your sect leader for your seventh peak. He aims to demonstrate his authority by using the disciples of your seventh peak as a warning, threatening those from Qingxian who dare to question him about the sword. As far as I know, in order to contend with you, he has allowed Yi Xian to accept the inheritance once bestowed upon Su Chan, and his strength is likely at the threshold of refining the divine. Huang Ke continued to persuade. Have my senior sister Zhao Linglong and the others withdrawn from this Seven Peaks grand competition? Su Taiping did not respond directly, but instead inquired about his senior sister's whereabouts from Huang Ke and the others. After a moment's hesitation, Huang Ke shook his head and lamented, I once sought them out at Qingxian, but they are even more stubborn than you, showing no intention of withdrawing. Your senior sister Zhao Linglong, after examining that moonshadow stone, has secluded herself for 3 years, each of them holding their breath, dedicating themselves to relentless cultivation. Hearing this, Su Taiping grinned, then I must return all the more. Huang Ke was not surprised by this reply. However, he seemed undeterred and looked at Su Taiping with a serious expression, saying, what I just shared was out of personal interest. But what I am about to say comes as a request from the 9 prefectures. A request from the 9 prefectures? Su Taiping asked, somewhat perplexed. The 9 prefectures hope that you, Taiping, will refrain from participating in this 7 Peaks contest at Qingxian. Why? Because you are the only cultivator in 500 years of Zhenwu Heaven to have received an invitation from Yuyun Heaven to partake in the Golden Scales Conference of the Shangqing Realm. Chapter 298. Meeting Huang Ke, the Golden Scales Conference of the Shangqing Realm. The Golden Scales Conference? This was the first time Su Taiping had heard of such an event. Wait, you just mentioned it takes place in Yuyun Heaven, and it's the Golden Scales Conference of the Shangqing Realm. Does that imply the 9 prefectures have been in contact with other realms all along? Su Taiping suddenly realized something. It seems you are quite informed, Taiping. Huang Ke remarked with a knowing smile. During my time in the remnants of the Yunming's immortal mansion, I encountered the remnants of Duan Tianya, the former head of the Tiandao sect. In addition to gaining some of his legacy, I also learned about the connections between Zhenwu Heaven and the Shangqing Realm. Su Taiping did not conceal anything from Huang Quebec nowadays. Aside from matters concerning Sister Lingwei and Digua, he had no secrets worth hiding. Surprised by Su Taiping's openness, Huang Ke replied, in truth, the 9 prefectures have already vaguely surmised that you obtained Duan Laozu's legacy. After all, your swordsmanship closely resembles that of the Tiandao sect. Huang Ke smiled. As for the connection between the 9 prefectures and other realms in the Shangqing realm, it has never ceased. However, ordinary cultivators find it difficult to access. He continued to explain to Su Taiping. So what exactly is the Golden Scales Conference? Su Taiping redirected the conversation. The Golden Scales Conference is a grand competition among cultivators from various realms, held once every 60 years, culminating in the issuance of the Golden Scales ranking. Huang Ke responded. So, at the Golden Scales Conference, one can encounter cultivators from various realms? Indeed. What draws cultivators from various realms to converge in Yuyun Heaven for the Golden Scales Conference? Su Taiping pondered, considering that for cultivators who are driven by profit, merely the promise of a Golden Scales ranking would hardly suffice to gather them all. Firstly, the Golden Scale Conference is a grand event personally decreed by the Sovereign of the Cloud, the illustrious Emperor of the Cloud. The Golden Scale list, penned by his own hand, presents an exceptional opportunity for cultivators to establish their renown. Huang Ke took a sip of tea and continued, moreover, those who ascend the list will receive the fortune granted by the Emperor of the Cloud for a span of 60 years, with the extent of fortune varying according to their ranking. Huang Ke elucidated for Su Taiping. Fortune? Su Taiping inquired, recalling that he had heard the name of the Emperor of the Cloud mentioned by the immortal Lingwei. He was one of the 5 emperors of the Upper Clarity realm, akin to the Emperor of true martial heaven. However, this notion of fortune was entirely new to him. Fortune, in essence, refers to the mundane luck and auspiciousness. Although it may seem ethereal, it is indeed traceable, albeit there are few cultivators today capable of discerning its signs. In the era of the ancient 5 emperors, many adept cultivators possessed the art of divination, and the Emperor of the Cloud was among the most distinguished. Even in his ascension beyond the heavens, his fortune continues to bless the upper clarity realm, allowing it to navigate perilous situations in times of demonic incursions. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping suddenly recalled a statement made by the sword Saint Amon in the caverns of the Jade Gourd celestial realm. Today, we can only rely on the charity of a few deities, shrinking back into this realm, living like maggots. Could it be that one of those deities Amon referred to was indeed the Emperor of the Cloud, and that the fortune he bestowed upon humanity served as their protection? Su Taiping pondered this in his heart. For ordinary cultivators, fortune also serves to steer them away from calamity. Most practitioners who ascend the golden scale list encounter significant opportunities. At this juncture, Huang Ke continued, when a disciple ascends the list, it is indeed beneficial for the realm they inhabit. Su Taiping queried, "How do you know this?" Huang Ke responded, astonished. "Without such benefits, how could the 9 halls permit you, Brother Huang Ke, to personally convey this information to me?" Su Taiping replied. Huang Ke smiled sheepishly upon hearing this. "You are correct. Aside from the cultivator themselves, the realm they belong to will also receive the Emperor of the Cloud's fortuitous influence. Even if a cultivator does not ascend the list, they can still partake in a portion of this fortune." He then elaborated to Su Taiping. Su Taiping nodded, having grasped the general idea from Huang Ke's explanation. However, a lingering question remained in his mind. Who has chosen me, and why was I selected? Su Taiping voiced his greatest confusion to Huang Quebec. Huang Ke seemed to have anticipated this inquiry, and with a solemn expression, he replied, "Firstly, the Golden Scale Conference was established by the Emperor of the Cloud to nurture the promising youth of the upper clarity realm. Hence, those invited must be under the age of 30, with a cultivation level no lower than the profound understanding stage, and must not exceed the spirit refinement realm. You, Taiping, coincidentally fulfill these criteria. Additionally, under normal circumstances, every 50 years or so, various realms submit a roster to the Cloud Court, from which suitable candidates are selected. 3 years prior, within the list submitted by the 9 houses, your name, Taiping, was indeed included. However, we held little hope, for in the past 4 to 5 centuries, nearly all submissions from the true martial heaven had been rejected. 50 years ago, both I and your second senior brother were also on that list. As we anticipated, every individual, including you, Taiping, was dismissed by the Yuyan House. Having grown accustomed to such outcomes, neither the house master nor any of us placed much significance on the matter. It was not until March of this year that a messenger from Yuyan House delivered an invitation letter to the 9 houses, accompanied by a piece of moonshadow stone. The invitation, penned by the house master of Yuyan House himself, conveyed a straightforward request. True martial heaven must ensure that the young man within the moonshadow stone be sent to Yuyan Heaven to participate in the Golden Scale Conference 10 years hence. At this point, Huang Ke carefully retrieved a moonshadow stone from his sleeve and placed it gently on the table. Chapter 299, Meeting Huang Ke, the reason for your invitation. Su Taiping cast a puzzled glance at the moonshadow stone and then at Huang Quebec. Look, Huang Ke smiled and nodded at him. Su Taiping placed his hand upon the moonshadow stone and infused it with a strand of true essence. Upon doing so, a mist began to rise from the stone. And soon after, an image materialized within the fog. The scene depicted a bloodied young man, wielding a blade and charging fervently towards opponents that vastly outnumbered him. Indeed, this was the very moment when Su Taiping, having activated the evil Shura precepts before the Lotus Temple, faced all the cultivators present. Is this what you provided them? Su Taiping inquired curiously of Huang Quebec. When we submitted the list, the matter of the 1,000 Buddha Kingdom had not yet arisen. Nor has there been a precedent for post-event submissions, Huang Ke replied, shaking his head. However, the final segment of the imagery within this moonshadow stone is unique, absent from other stones. It must pertain to the cultivator with whom you battled until the end. He gently grasped the moonshadow stone, and the scene shifted to Su Taiping engaged in a duel with a certain cultivator. I recognize who it is now, Su Taiping exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon him. Although this final image lasted but a fleeting moment, it triggered memories within him. Who? Not only Su Taiping, but also Huang Ke and the 9 houses were eager to ascertain who had delivered this moonshadow stone to Yuyan House. Among the opponents I encountered at the Lotus Temple, the most formidable was not Niechun from Huangfeng Valley, but rather Duan Lao's disciple, the former leader of the Tiandao sect, Shang Qiu. Su Taiping did not conceal this from Huang Quebec. Upon hearing the name, a look of shock clearly crossed Huang Ke's face. Shang Qiu is still alive, he exclaimed. Indeed, he lives, Su Taiping affirmed with a nod, then added. He once mentioned that he did not enter the Thousand Buddha Kingdom through true martial heaven, but rather from Yuyuan heaven. Huang Ke nodded in understanding, a look of dawning realization upon his face. So, Shang Qiu did not perish, but rather went to Yuyuan heaven. However, he soon wore a puzzled expression and inquired, but why would he present you with this moonshadow stone? In truth, Su Taiping possessed an answer to this query. For the merchant had indeed mentioned during his departure that he hoped Su would have the opportunity to visit the Valley of the Wind Blades in the Yuyuan realm. Yet, due to the sensitive nature of the matter involving Duan Tianya and the merchant, out of respect for the elder Duan, he felt compelled to keep this information to himself. I do not know, he opted to conceal from Huang Quebec. The merchant was a man whose actions were notoriously elusive, nevertheless. This matter would ultimately prove beneficial for both you and the 9 houses, indeed for the entirety of the true martial heaven. Huang Ke regarded Su Taiping with renewed seriousness. So, you are concerned that I might perish in the 7 Peaks Grand Tournament before venturing to Yuyuan, correct? Su Taiping asked with a smile. To speak candidly, Taiping. Huang Ke placed his hands firmly on the stone table, his expression grave as he regarded Su Taiping, within the domain of true martial heaven. The 9 houses can ensure your safety. Even if your master were to attempt to kill you, we could summon the esteemed elder Meng for your protection. However, once you enter the Qingxian, we would be utterly powerless. Why is that? Su Taiping inquired, intrigued. Because the Yulu Mountain, where your Qingxian sect resides, is in itself an ancient sword array known as the Slay Immortal. It positions the 7 peaks as its focal points, with the peaks of Yulu Mountain serving as the blades, moving at the whim of the sect master. If you were one of our disciples, it would be manageable, as long as you abide by the rules. Even the sect master could not manipulate the sword array to harm you. However, for outsiders, even those at the divine refinement stage, it would show no mercy. I have even heard from the elders of my own Xian Yao sect that a transformation stage cultivator once intruded upon Qingxian, and the Slay Immortal sword array did not hesitate to strike him down. There was a time when a Meng sought counsel from Su Chan regarding the sword. He nearly fell victim to your Slay Immortal sword array, and since then, he has been confined by the pure Yang sword sect. Over the years, external cultivators, particularly those at the divine refinement stage, have largely avoided your Qingxian. Thus, if you return, we would truly be at a loss. Huang Ke shook his head with a bitter smile. Ah, I see, Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. He had indeed heard little of external cultivators visiting Qingxian in recent years. Taiping, heed your elder brother's counsel. Do not return to Qingxian. Instead, begin your preparations for Yuyuan. As long as you can participate in the Golden Scales Conference, you will be the first in 5 centuries for the true martial heaven. Even if you do not make the rankings, you will still gain the fortune of the great emperor of Yuyuan, and your future will undoubtedly be limitless. I believe even Qing Shao would advise you thus. Huang Ke earnestly urged Su Taiping. Su Taiping could discern that Huang Ke was genuinely concerned for his well-being. Nevertheless, he ultimately shook his head and replied, I am eager to witness the Golden Scales Conference, but I will not forsake my senior brothers and sisters of the 7th Peak for it. That would be a dead end. Huang Ke, exasperated, repeatedly struck the table. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Only by understanding how to pursue benefits and avoid harm, to seek fortune and evade disaster, can one progress further. He once again implored Su Taiping with sincerity. Brother Huang Quebec. Su Taiping chuckled and shook his head at Huang Ke. Then continued, I am more aware than anyone else that reaching this point today is not merely a stroke of luck or a matter of seeking benefits while avoiding harm. Nor is it about pursuing fortune and evading misfortune. Rather, it is about contention, competing with ferocious wolves, battling with malevolent spirits, confronting tigers, and contending with the disciples atop the mountains. Now, as an ordinary mortal, if I were to lose the courage to fight alongside my senior brothers and sisters, I would be forsaking the very foundation of my cultivation, and my path would inevitably be short-lived. After my sojourn in the wilderness, I have come to a clear resolution regarding my future path in cultivation. First, to strive for myself. Once I possess the strength, I will fight for those dear to me, and with further strength, I shall contend for the welfare of all in this world. For instance, should the demon clan once again invade the realm of mortals, and if I, Su Taiping, have the strength to battle, I would undoubtedly rise without hesitation to contribute my share for the world. Chapter 300. Returning to Qingxian, lingering before the gate, Zhao Linglong, upon hearing this, shook her head in resignation and said, "If you are but an ordinary mortal, what does that make me, Huang Ke?" It was evident that in his view, Su Taiping's self-deprecation was merely a display of humility. Little did he realize that the youth chosen by Yuyun Mansion before him was indeed an ordinary mortal. Su Taiping offered no explanation. "But what can you accomplish upon your return?" Huang Ke questioned, perplexed. "Brother Huang Ke, you have stated that even as the sect master of Qingxian, one must adhere to the rules. I have not violated any regulations, hence he cannot take my life. If I can assist the Seventh Peak in securing the title of Seven Peaks Champion within the confines of these rules, the sect master must concede to the disciples of the Seventh Peak in a sword contest. Should the disciples emerge victorious, the sect master must abdicate." Su Taiping articulated his intentions to Huang Ke with clarity. "What you propose, if successful, would indeed grant your Qingxian sect a prolonged period of stability. But that represents the most favorable scenario." Huang Ke remained troubled, his brow furrowed. "However, without contention, there can be no ideal scenario. My second senior brother understood this, which is why he bravely ventured into the perilous dragon abyss without a second thought." Su Taiping spoke earnestly. "Setting aside certain unpleasant matters, Qingxian has, in truth, become his second home. Here resides Sister Linglong, second senior brother, Wu You, Sister Xian, and the esteemed Sansajushi, who taught him the art of the sword for 3 years. Now, this home is on the verge of disintegration. While self-preservation may be the wisest course, it does not sit well with his conscience. His initial quest for immortality was solely to cure his grandfather's ailment. For as long as his grandfather remained, even in that dilapidated thatched cottage, he would still have a place to call home. Now that he has embarked on the path of cultivation, there exists a glimmer of hope to sustain this second home. How could he simply abandon it? It is often said that one must become heartless and ungrateful to traverse further along the path of cultivation, yet Su Taiping, as an ordinary mortal, does not grasp such profound philosophies. He simply does not wish to forget his emotions. He simply does not wish to sever his ties of loyalty. "Have you made up your mind?" Huang Ke looked at Su Taiping with a serious expression. "I have made up my mind." Su Taiping nodded earnestly. "I shall no longer impede your path. I only wish for your survival amidst this turmoil of Qingxian. Otherwise, it would mark the greatest loss for Zhenwu Tian in 5 centuries. Huang Ke sighed deeply. "Not returning to Qingxian would be the greatest regret of my life." Su Taiping mused inwardly. At Qingxian sect, on Magu Mountain, at Chiyue Pavilion, Zhao Linglong lingered at the entrance for a considerable time before finally making her way to the courtyard gate and gently rapping upon it. No response came. She knocked again, yet still no reply. In an instant, Zhao Linglong's expression shifted to one of despair. "Little junior brother, please open the door. Senior sister has so much to say to you. In the past, it was only you and second senior brother who never found my chatter tiresome. You both patiently listened to whatever I had to say." Leaning her forehead against the courtyard door, she murmured softly. How she longed to return to those bygone days, when a mere knock would summon her junior brother's footsteps, opening the door to offer her delightful treats while attentively listening to her incessant prattle. Now, with second senior brother gone, and you absent as well, little junior brother, I have seen the Moonshadow Stone. They all say you have lost your mind, but only we, the brothers and sisters of the 7 Peaks, understand how perilous your circumstances must have been to drive such a gentle soul to madness. I could scarcely contain my fury against those who dare speak such words. Even if the entire world were to descend into madness, my little junior brother would never succumb. At this point, Zhao Linglong lifted her head, fiercely wiping away her tears, her gaze resolutely restored. Little junior brother, regardless of whether you and second senior brother can return, this time, I shall join the other senior sisters and brothers to claim the title of 7 Peaks Champion and challenge the sect leader to a duel. I know we stand little chance, but I must seek justice for you and second senior brother before the world, even if it means delivering a single strike or posing a single question." Having said this, Zhao Linglong exhaled deeply, her expression gradually calming. After 3 years of seclusion, it was her first time speaking so much. Tomorrow marks the first contest of the 7 Peaks tournament, and it cannot afford any mishaps. With this thought in mind, she began to stride away from Chiyue Pavilion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Zhao Linglong was about to step onto the rainbow bridge, several figures suddenly soared through the air on swords, landing in the open space before Chiyue Pavilion. "Oh, is that not senior sister Linglong?" One youth recognized Zhao Linglong. With a long face and a frivolous demeanor, his attire, embroidered with symbols, indicated he was a disciple of the first peak. "Hejun, what brings you to Chiyue Pavilion?" Zhao Linglong quickly recognized the youth. "Naturally, I came to see your new dojo," Hejun replied with a playful smile directed at Zhao Linglong. "Since when has this place become your dojo?" Zhao Linglong furrowed her brow. "Senior sister, have you not heard?" Hejun feigned surprise as he looked at Zhao Linglong. "Heard what?" Zhao Linglong asked, perplexed. "According to the regulations of the sect, if a peak is without a leader for an extended period, the affairs within that peak shall be managed by the leader of the first peak until a new leader is elected after 70 years. Currently, the leader of the 7th peak is imprisoned, and thus, the first peak is responsible for its affairs. A few days ago, our peak leader mentioned that the Chiyue Pavilion and the Yuxian residents of the 7th peak have long been idle, and we may choose them as our own sanctuaries." Hejun smiled broadly at Zhao Linglong. Upon hearing Hejun's words, Zhao Linglong replied with a single word, "Leave." "Sister, you entered the sect before me, and I ought to respect you, but only if you abide by the sect's rules," Hejun remarked with a forced smile. "Your peak must take charge of the 7th peak only after this 7th peak grand competition, and my second senior brother and little junior brother will certainly return before that." Zhao Linglong cast a cold glance at Hejun Chapter 301. "Returning to Qingxian, why trespass my Chiyue Pavilion? Sister, why must you be this way? Everyone knows that senior brother Taiping and senior brother Qingxiao have both perished and cannot return. I am saddened by this as well. Yet, despite that, your 7th peak cannot unjustly occupy 2 sanctuaries." Hejun feigned difficulty. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong erupted in fury. "I shall say it once more, leave." With a fierce shout, the celestial silk that had been coiled around her wrist suddenly spiraled around her, giving the impression that flames were ascending around her. "Sister, my cultivation indeed pales in comparison to yours, but if you persist in this unreasonable manner, I shall be compelled to act without courtesy," Hejun sneered. With a flick of his finger, a flying sword unsheathed itself behind him, buzzing and circling at his side. Simultaneously, several disciples from the first peak also summoned their flying swords. "Senior brother, I have heard that the 7th peak is filled with madmen. We must be cautious," one of the first peak disciples remarked with a mocking tone. At this, the other first peak disciples burst into laughter. "You seek death." This taunt, coupled with their laughter, utterly infuriated Zhao Linglong. Even knowing that they were deliberately provoking her, she could no longer restrain herself. With a swift motion, her celestial silk darted forth like a sharp sword, aiming straight at the disciple who had mocked Su Taiping. Hejun, however, did not intervene to protect his fellow disciple. Instead, he watched with a cold smile, hoping to incite Zhao Linglong into injuring a fellow sect member and thus forfeit her qualification for the 7th peak grand competition. Bang! To Hejun's astonishment, just as his plan was nearing fruition, a figure descended from the sky, landing with the precision of a spear and intercepting Zhao Linglong's attack. "Who are you, and how dare you intrude upon Qingxian?" Hejun barked in annoyance at the figure before him. The appearance of this person had disrupted his scheme, jeopardizing the rewards promised by his senior brother. Meanwhile, Zhao Linglong stood there, frozen in disbelief, though she could only see his silhouette. And though that figure appeared much taller and broader than 3 years prior, she recognized him at once. "You are my little junior brother?" Zhao Linglong asked in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the man turned around and smiled at Zhao Linglong, saying, "Senior sister, it's been a long time. Who else could this person be but Su Taiping?" Su Taiping's face had darkened considerably, and he had lost much weight, his features becoming more pronounced. The only thing that remained unchanged was that refreshing smile that felt like a gentle breeze in spring. "How wonderful, Taiping, you are safe." Zhao Linglong stood frozen in place, laughing and crying, large tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. After exiting the secluded retreat, she had inquired several times about Su Taiping's whereabouts, but the results were disheartening. Some said he was dead, others claimed he had gone mad, and still others insisted he was lost in the wilderness, never to return. "Senior sister, I apologize for causing you worry," Su Taiping said somewhat sheepishly. "If you were to disappear without a word again, then do not call me senior sister." Zhao Linglong suddenly adopted a serious expression, pouting as she pretended to be quite upset. "There will absolutely not be a next time," Su Taiping assured her with utmost sincerity. "You are Su Taiping?" At that moment, He Jun's voice from the first peak suddenly rang out from behind Su Taiping. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping turned his head, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded He Jun and asked, "Why have you intruded upon my Chiyue pavilion?" He Jun chuckled awkwardly and then clasped his hands together, saying, "It was merely a small misunderstanding. I hope Brother Taiping can forgive me." Su Taiping did not respond to him, but continued. According to the rules of the Seven Rime Hall, anyone who intrudes into another's dojo without permission can be dealt with by the dojo's master or handed over to the Seven Rime Hall. To survive well in Qingxian, Su Taiping had long since memorized the rules of the Qingxian sect. As he spoke, he suddenly stamped his foot with a loud thud. The barrier of the long unopened Chiyue pavilion was reactivated by him. "Brother Taiping, are you perhaps overreacting?" He Jun sneered. Meanwhile, several disciples from the first peak stood in unison, forming a sword formation. Whether it is an overreaction or not, you may inquire with the elders of the Seven Rime Hall. Su Taiping continued to look at He Jun expressionlessly. However, there was also a clause in the Qingxian sect's regulations that stated if one intruded into another's dojo for sparring with a senior brother, they would not be subject to this rule. He Jun, refusing to back down, raised his chin, smiling at Su Taiping. "Sparring?" Su Taiping nodded, rolled up his sleeves, assumed a fighting stance, and beckoned to He Jun, saying, "Since you have come for sparring, what are you waiting for?" Seeing Su Taiping dismiss him so lightly, a flicker of anger crossed He Jun's eyes. "I, He Jun, am a disciple of the Tongxian realm, with 5 or 6 junior brothers at my side. Why would I fear you?" With that thought, he signaled to his companions. Instantly, the 7 of them formed the 7-star sword formation, their sword tips all directed at Su Taiping. Although they had all witnessed Su Taiping's bloody battle at the Lotus Temple, nearly everyone attributed his victory to the fortuitous circumstances in the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, believing it was unrelated to Su Taiping's own strength. After all, many had confirmed that Su Taiping's cultivation was merely at the Tongxian level. Clang! At the very moment the 7-star sword formation amassed its formidable sword intent, He Jun harnessed the array's power, unleashing a sword strike imbued with the ferocity of a tempest, manifesting as a shadow of sword light extending over 10 feet towards Su Taiping. In the face of this formidable strike, Su Taiping did not flinch. Instead, as the sword was unleashed, he surged forward with a decisive step, countering with a fist aimed directly at the sword's trajectory. The Qingyo Great Sage Fist, thunderclap style. With a resounding crash, Su Taiping's fist shattered the combined sword intent of the 7 practitioners, landing heavily upon He Jun's chest. Bang! Amidst the sounds of collision and the cracking of bones, He Jun's body was sent hurtling backward, causing the 7-star sword formation to disintegrate. Subsequently, Su Taiping's fists fell upon the 7 disciples of the first peak like relentless blows on a sandbag, one after another. "Su Taiping, you have gone too far." Just as He Jun was nearly brought to his knees in desperation, a voice suddenly erupted above Chiyue Pavilion. Looking up, it was none other than Jin Heji from the first peak. Su Taiping merely cast a fleeting glance at Jin Heji, then turned his focus back downwards, delivering a heavy punch that crushed half of He Jun's face. "Second senior brother, save me." He Jun retreated while calling loudly for help from Jin Heji above. "Su Taiping, I command you to cease." Jin Heji shouted once more. Su Taiping, with a decisive stomp, pinned He Jun beneath his foot, then directed his gaze towards Jin Heji, stating, "Either descend for a duel, or be gone." Chapter 302. Returning to Qingxian, do you possess any shame? Clang. It seemed Jin Heji was genuinely incensed by Su Taiping's provocation. His flying sword twisted in the air, gripped firmly in his hand, and he thrust it straight down towards Chiyue Pavilion. Bang! However, as he executed this strike, a shadow from the west intercepted it. Upon closer inspection, it was Jinyu, the peak master of the first peak, who had positioned himself before Jin Heji. "Father, why do you impede me?" Jin Heji exclaimed, visibly displeased. Jinyu shot a fierce glare at his son before turning his attention downward towards Chiyue Pavilion. "Su Taiping, it was I who summoned him for inspection. Release him at once." Jinyu admonished Su Taiping sternly. Realizing that the conflict would not come to fruition with Jinyu's arrival, Su Taiping felt a tinge of disappointment. His heavy-handedness towards He Jun and the others was partly to avenge his sister Linglong, and partly because he had sensed Jin Heji nearby, seeking to provoke him into action. This was his domain. Should Jin Heji act, it would breach the established order. Su Taiping lifted his foot from He Jun's face, gradually repositioning it over his dantian. Then looked up at Jin Yu and remarked, "Master Jin, are you implying that your rules take precedence over those of Qingxian?" Jin Yu's expression darkened at the remark. "Su Taiping, their intrusion into your domain is indeed erroneous, yet it does not warrant death." His tone softened slightly. "Master Jin, the laws of Qingxuan's 7 principles do not dictate such leniency," Su Taiping replied, shaking his head at Jin Yu. As he spoke, he intensified the pressure on his feet, employing a force of immense magnitude that relentlessly tore at He Jun's dantian. "Peak Master, save me. He seeks to ruin my dantian." After feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his dantian, He Jun cried out in terror. "Su Taiping, do you truly intend to go this far?" Jin Yu's tone grew increasingly frigid. "You exaggerate, Peak Master. Rules are rules. Did you not also imprison our Peak Master using the regulations of Qingxian?" Su Taiping met Jin Yu's gaze with unwavering composure. Jin Yu momentarily found himself at a loss for words. They were undoubtedly in the wrong regarding Zhao Qian's imprisonment. Due to the hasty preparations, even with Su Qian's letter, there were numerous flaws that could not withstand scrutiny, prompting several elders from the 7 Laws Hall to seek a retrial for Zhao Qian in recent days. Bang! At that moment of Jin Yu's distraction, Su Taiping stomped down on He Jun's abdomen, shattering his dantian. He Jun's anguished scream echoed through the twilight of Magoo Mountain. Jin Yu trembled with rage at Su Taiping's actions. Simultaneously, the skies above Magoo Mountain resounded with the whooshing sounds of flying swords and magical artifacts. Figures converged from all directions. Among them were familiar faces to Su Taiping, such as Meng Qingqiu, the master of the 6 peaks, and disciples Lin Buyu and Su Zian, alongside several other unfamiliar peak masters, elders, and disciples. Some had rushed here upon hearing of Su Taiping's return, while others were drawn by the recent shrieks of agony. "Su Taiping, you have punished them. Now release them," Jin Yu said, his fury boiling beneath the surface as the crowd continued to swell. Yet, to avoid further inciting Su Taiping, he ultimately softened his tone. At this moment, Jin Haji, standing nearby, realized the situation was spiraling out of control and fell silent, quietly remaining by Jin Yu's side. "Please wait, Peak Master Jin. Once I have dealt with each of these unruly disciples from your first peak, you may come down to take them away," Su Taiping said with a smile, leisurely walking towards another disciple. Witnessing this scene, Jin Yu's face turned a deep shade of anger. "Su Taiping, these are the pillars of our Qingxian. If you destroy them all, it will only bring pain to allies and joy to enemies." Jin Yu could no longer conceal his fury. A massive pressure emanated from him, pressing down relentlessly upon the barrier of Chiyue Pavilion. In an instant, the air above Chiyue Pavilion erupted with thunderous explosions. "Pain to allies, joy to enemies?" Su Taiping chuckled softly. "Peak Master Jin, do not forget, within our Qingxian, the 7 laws supersede even the peak masters. The master of our 7th peak is a prime example." He gazed steadily into Jin Yu's eyes. This statement left Jin Yu momentarily speechless. Su Taiping's implication was clear. If they could imprison their peak master according to the 7 laws, then he could likewise use those same laws to obliterate Jin Yu's disciples. "Su Taiping, do you truly wish to sever all ties with our first peak on behalf of the 7th peak?" Jin Haji's cold gaze bore into Su Taiping. "Sever ties?" Su Taiping could not suppress a laugh. Instead of looking at Jin Haji, he approached a disciple of the first peak who was attempting to evade him, and with a swift motion, he stomped down heavily onto the disciple's dantian, eliciting a blood-curdling scream that echoed across the Magoo Mountain. He then placed his foot on the convulsing disciple, raising his head to coldly address the father and son in the sky. "Do you possess this?" Upon hearing these words, Jin Yu's aura began to surge uncontrollably, fracturing explosively. With a resonant clang, a sword chi as thick as a pillar descended from the flying sword beneath him, crashing down onto the barrier of Chiyue Pavilion. The barrier quivered violently, showing signs of imminent collapse. Clearly, Jin Yu intended to intervene personally. "Su Taiping, I suspect you harbor spies from the demon clan within your residence. Open the barrier at once. I demand a thorough search." Jin Yu bellowed. It must be said, the elder was indeed cunning. Jin Yu swiftly found a pretext to compel Su Taiping to lower the barrier. According to the 7 laws, Article 146, an elder may search a residence, and the disciple is allowed a cup of tea's time to prepare. Within that duration, the elder cannot forcibly enter the premises. Su Taiping responded with remarkable composure. Upon hearing this, not only Jin Yu, but even the other peak masters behind him displayed expressions of astonishment. Familiarity with the 7 laws is a prerequisite for disciples upon entering the Qingxian sect. However, due to the lack of assessments, very few disciples truly grasp them within the sect. Chapter 303. Returning to Qingxian. A lesson in deterrence. I have long stated that this lad not only possesses astonishing talent for cultivation, but his thoughts are as meticulous as dust. His return means that the 7th peak will, at least before the grand competition, face no issues, remarked Meng Qingxiu, the master of the 6th peak, to Su Zian beside him. Su Zian nodded, letting out a sigh of relief. In contrast, Lin Buyu merely furrowed her brow, her attention fully captured by the eyes Su Taiping had covered and the scars on his body that had yet to fade. Boom. At that moment, Jin Yu once again unleashed a sword Qi aimed at the barrier of Qiyue Pavilion. Bang! The barrier surrounding Qiyue Pavilion instantly became significantly more transparent. This is urgent. I will bear the consequences before the 7 Laws Hall afterward, Jin Yu shouted, raising his sword to cleave downward toward the barrier. The peak masters of Qingxian sect indeed had the authority to act first and report later. Even if held accountable afterward, the penalties would not be severe. Junior brother, do as you wish. He shall not breach this barrier, Zhao Linglong shouted, simultaneously flinging her celestial ribbon towards the descending sword strike of Jin Yu. Bang! Amidst the violent clash, although the barrier held, Zhao Linglong's celestial ribbon was severed by Jin Yu's blow. Being a lifebound artifact, the severing of the ribbon caused Zhao Linglong significant injury, and she coughed up blood. Despite her considerable progress in cultivation over the past 3 years, she was still vastly inferior to peak master Jin Yu. Bang! At almost the same moment, when Zhao Linglong was injured, Su Taiping crushed the dantian of a disciple from the 1st peak. Witnessing this scene, Jin Yu was filled with uncontrollable rage, brandishing his sword to strike again while bellowing, "You impudent wretch! Cease your actions, or I shall disregard the 7 laws and slay you." With a thunderous roar, Jin Yu, seemingly consumed by genuine fury, unleashed a strike with a force far greater than before. If he succeeded in delivering this blow, not only would the barrier be shattered, but it was likely that senior sister Zhao Linglong would also be gravely injured. Yet, at that very moment when the sword was about to descend, Su Taiping suddenly drew his water-cutting blade and forcefully plunged it into the ground. A cataclysmic explosion reverberated as a torrent of blade energy surged skyward like a tidal wave. With a resounding boom, the sword's momentum was dispersed by this wave of energy, causing Jin Yu to stagger back several paces before regaining his balance. This unexpected turn of events left the various peak masters and a host of Qingxian disciples astounded. Though this strike was bolstered by the power of the Qiyue Pavilion's barrier, the fact that it could repel the full force of the 1st peak's master, Jin Yu, was beyond anyone's expectations. Just like He Jun from the 1st peak, many had witnessed Su Taiping's bloody battle at Lianhua Temple, yet they assumed his victory was primarily due to the power of the treasure from the 1000 Buddha Kingdom. They had never anticipated that Su Taiping's own strength had advanced to such a degree. Even senior sister Zhao Linglong stood there, momentarily stunned. It was not merely due to Su Taiping's sudden surge in power, but because she discerned the shadow of her 2nd senior brother, Qing Xiao, within him. Since her father had sealed his sword, it was Qing Xiao who had truly upheld the 7th peak. Now, with the addition of their junior brother Su Taiping, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. Before the astonishment on everyone's faces could dissipate, Su Taiping delivered another kick to the abdomen of a 1st peak disciple, shattering his dantian with brutal efficiency. In a fit of rage, Jin Yu swung his sword once more. However, with Su Taiping's overwhelming blade energy behind him, the Qiyue Pavilion's barrier had become remarkably resilient, and no matter how fiercely Jin Yu struck, he could not breach it. One by one, as the anguished cries echoed amidst the tremors, Su Taiping crushed the dantian of each disciple who dared to provoke him, tossing them aside like discarded ragdolls. When the last disciple was hurled out, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Everyone understood that Su Taiping had irrevocably antagonized the 1st peak. "Master, do you think Taiping's actions are a bit excessive?" Su Zian expressed her concerns. Meng Qingxiu shook her head and replied, "The young lad is quite astute. It is imperative for someone from the 7th peak to step forward. Otherwise, such disturbances will continue to plague us." Upon hearing this, Su Zian understood. She marveled at how the boy who had ascended the mountain with them years ago had, in just over a decade, grown capable of standing on his own. At that moment, with a howling gust of wind, the barrier above Chiyue Pavilion was breached by Su Taiping. He brandished his sword and looked up with a triumphant smile at the ashen-faced Jin Yu, saying, "Master Jin, you may descend for an examination." Although Su Taiping had only attained minor success in the realm of Tongxian, he could confidently declare that he feared no one below the realm of Lianshan. Zhao Linglong stood beside Su Taiping, equally unperturbed as she gazed at Jin Yu. "Junior brother, Taiping Linglong, Taiping." Before Jin Yu could respond, joyous exclamations echoed, accompanied by the sound of rushing air above Chiyue Pavilion. Looking up, they beheld senior sister Jiangji, along with the third, fourth, and eighth senior brothers, arriving in haste. All 9 disciples from the 7th peak were present, save for Qingxiao. Moreover, not only them, but even some former disciples who had ascended to the rank of guest elders had also gathered at Chiyue Pavilion. Though few in number due to the authority of the sect leader, some still dared to appear. "Let us go." Witnessing this scene, Jin Yu swept his long sleeves and soared away on his sword. The 1st peak was in the wrong today and had also violated the 7 rules. He could not pursue Su Taiping any further. "Su Taiping, do not disappoint me in tomorrow's 7 peaks competition." Throughout the ordeal, Jin Heji had maintained a cold demeanor. Suddenly sneering at Su Taiping, his threat unmistakable, reminiscent of how Su Taiping had destroyed the dantians of those 7 individuals. The sect leader and the 1st peak were evidently preparing to target the 7th peak in the forthcoming competition, intending to serve as a warning to the others while gradually undermining the power of all peaks, ultimately striving for the entire dominion of Qingxian sect to rest solely with them. "You as well," Su Taiping replied, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 304. Returning to Qingxian, with my senior brother absent, I remained. Zhao Qian had indeed stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. First, there was Qingxiao, and now Su Taiping had arrived. If, in the future, Qingxiao could not return from the abyss of fallen dragons, even Su Taiping alone could sustain the 7th peak. Back at the estate of Jin Yu, the master of the 1st peak, Jin Heji leaned back in his chair, a look of discontent marring his features. "Who urged He Jun to provoke Zhao Linglong?" Jin Yu, ignoring Jin Heji's words, questioned him sternly. Currently, the only threats to the 7th peak were Jiangji and Zhao Linglong. Jiangji had an old ailment that rendered her less formidable, and if Zhao Linglong could be sent to the Hall of 7 Rules, even with Su Taiping and Duguxio returning, they would surely be unable to withstand the onslaught. Who would have thought that Su Taiping would return just in time? Jin Heji lamented, merely engaging in superfluous actions. Jin Yu huffed in discontent. "We indeed stand by the sect leader's side, but we are not his hounds, compelled to exert ourselves at every turn. Moreover, Uncle Jiu is not yet deceased. After this competition, whether the sect leader can truly seize control of Qingxian remains uncertain." He added sternly, "Father, you remain too cautious." Jin Heji smiled and shook his head, asserting that as long as they operated within the constraints of the 7 laws, even the formidable Uncle Jiu would be powerless against them, unless he truly wished for a mutual destruction that would leave Qingxian in perpetual decline. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu shook his head and remarked, "You have yet to witness the true extent of Uncle Jiu's methods." However, he seemed reluctant to delve further into this topic and turned to Jin Heji, inquiring how he had acquired Su Chan's letter. "Father, did I not mention it before?" Jin Heji replied with a hint of impatience. "I stumbled upon it while searching for sword manuals at Su Chan's former dojo." Jin Yu, clearly dissatisfied with this answer, approached Jin Heji with a stern demeanor and said, "Regardless of how you obtained that letter, do not get too close to Su Chan. The moment he succumbed to darkness, the Su Chan you once knew ceased to exist. Demons and humans are fundamentally different entities, akin to how we regard pigs and dogs in our circle. They merely view humans as playthings or sustenance." At this, Jin Heji let out a cold laugh. "Is this the reason you allowed Zhao Qian to sever mother's head back in the day?" He fixed a chilling gaze upon Jin Yu. "I know this matter has long haunted you, but the truth remains. Once your mother fell into darkness, she was no longer the mother you remembered. She had transformed into a monster clad in her own skin." Jin Yu furrowed his brow. "Huh." Jin Heji scoffed again. "Do you know what mother said to me before Zhao Qian took her life?" He turned his back to Jin Yu, walking toward the door while murmuring. She said, "Do not cry. Mother feels no pain at all. Once I am gone, you must listen to your father. Eat well." for you are still growing and must not neglect your nourishment. The brocade robe you adore is placed on the second shelf of your wardrobe. Your boots have been cleaned and are on the first shelf. The dishes you enjoy have been prepared. Just inform the cooks. At this moment, Jin Huji abruptly turned to face Jin Yu, tears streaming down his face. His features twisted in anguish. He shouted, "She is not a demon. She is my mother. It was Zhao Qian who killed her." With that, he vanished from sight in an instant. After a prolonged silence, Jin Yu slowly crouched down, cradling his head in his hands as he whispered, "Qing'er, if only you were here, Jin Huji would surely heed your words." As night fell, at the entrance of Chiyue Pavilion, Su Taiping exhaled a sigh of relief after seeing off several senior disciples. Stretching languidly, he gazed at the bright moon above, feeling a wave of sentiment wash over him. The disciples chosen by Peak Master Zhao Qian may lack extraordinary talent, yet their character is more refined and resolute than that of students from the other peaks. At that moment, the figure of Linghua Fairy appeared beside Su Taiping. Indeed, he nodded in agreement. "Tonight, you shall test your blade against mine." At this moment, the voice of the blade demon echoed in Su Taiping's mind, a sound he had not heard for a long time. "Very well." Su Taiping nodded. After nearly half a year without practicing the blade with the blade demon, he had recently gained some insights that he could test. Tomorrow marks the first round of the grand tournament. Do not expend too much mental energy tonight, for none can predict what your sect leader and the elusive Su Chan may have in store for you, reminded the fairy Linghua. "I understand." Su Taiping responded inwardly as he stepped back to his courtyard, securing the door behind him. As he returned to the courtyard, a figure descended gracefully onto the rainbow bridge ahead, resembling a drifting feather. The figure was slender, holding a wine gourd in one hand, a long sword hanging from his waist, and a snow-white bird perched upon his shoulder. To my surprise, this lad truly returned. After all, it is an invitation from the Golden Scale Society, the white bird exclaimed with a tone of nostalgia. The Golden Scale Society is still a while away. After the Seven Peaks tournament, we can attend, can't we? The elder replied, taking a sip of wine with an air of indifference. "Uncle Gio, you cannot genuinely believe that this lad will emerge victorious in the Seven Peaks tournament, can you? What is there to fear? If worst comes to worst, I shall simply overturn this table," the elder continued, still seemingly unconcerned. Hearing this, the white bird sighed, "Uncle Gio, unless absolutely necessary, it would be unwise to act in such a manner." The elder did not reply but waved his hand dismissively. "Let us depart. Do not linger in Qingxian. Zhou Tong's sword is too malevolent, and with the immortal slaying sword array present, it poses too great a danger to you." With that, the elder's figure gradually faded away, ultimately vanishing completely. The white bird glanced toward the entrance of Chiyue Pavilion, shook its head, and then disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, at the ninth manor, Yellow Sparrow, "How could you let him return to Qingxian? Did I not instruct you to keep him here at all costs?" The manor master shouted, pointing at Yellow Sparrow. "He wished to leave. How could I possibly stop him?" Yellow Sparrow replied helplessly. Lu, the manor master, pointed at Yellow Sparrow, hesitating before finally uttering a single word, "Scram." "Very well," Yellow Sparrow said, smiling as he turned to leave. Wait, just as he took a few steps, the manor master suddenly called him back. "What is it, Manor Master?" Yellow Sparrow inquired, perplexed. "Return to the Carefree sect and summon your master, Wuyazi, from his retreat," the manor master said with a serious expression. "Request my master to return." Yellow Sparrow was taken aback. "Manor Master, my master's mind is often fickle. He may cause trouble," he warned. "What other choice do we have? Only your master's Dharma form can withstand a blow from the immortal slaying sword array. At worst, we shall prepare more 9 transformation divine clarity pills," the manor master replied resignedly. The 9 transformation divine clarity pill is a heavenly grade elixir. The cost is quite steep. As long as it ensures that lad's survival, our 9th manor is willing to pay any price. Lu, the manor master, interrupted Yellow Sparrow before he could finish his sentence. The following day, early in the morning, the stands surrounding Wulao Lake were already filled with spectators. Today marked the commencement of the Seven Peaks Grand Competition, with the first event being the 7 dragons seizing the pearl. 7th Peak, Su Taiping, Zhao Linglong, Jiangji, take your seats. Upon hearing the elder black dragon's call, Su Taiping glanced at his elder sister Zhao Linglong, whose face was etched with anxiety and unease, as well as at Jiangji, and said, "Let us proceed, sister. Although our second brother is absent, I am here." Both Jiang Ji and Zhao Linglong nodded in unison. Su Taiping's words inexplicably instilled a sense of calm within them. Chapter 305. Seizing the Pearl from the Clam. Junior brother, where is your sword? Su Taiping was indeed the young madman who had slain a refiner and over 100 transcendent practitioners in the Lotus Temple of the Thousand Buddha Kingdom. Was he not? It is he. I never expected he truly returned alive. I heard that someone in the ghost market offered 60,000 gold pieces for his life. 60,000 gold pieces? Have these people lost their minds? Whether they were mad or not remained uncertain, but his survival and return to Qingxian implied that those individuals had failed. However, it was evident that the sect master intended to target the seventh peak. Just yesterday, this young man had shattered the dantians of 7 disciples from the first peak under the watchful eye of the current peak master. It appeared that he would face retaliation in this 7 peaks grand competition. Given his prowess among the disciples of Qingxian, only the senior brother Yan Bing and second brother Jin Heji could possibly contend with him. You are overestimating Su Taiping. To my knowledge, his extraordinary strength in the Thousand Buddha Kingdom was entirely due to a secret treasure he acquired there. Once outside, that treasure would be rendered useless. We shall ascertain his true strength soon enough. As Su Taiping made his entrance, a wave of commotion erupted around the stands. This was unavoidable. Su Taiping, known as the young madman, had gained widespread notoriety throughout the majority of the cultivation world across the 9 prefectures, with more practitioners being aware of him than even their own sect master. Junior brother, do not mind them. Focus on the competition. Although they were quite distant, the noise from the surrounding stands still reached Su Taiping and Zhao Linglong's ears. Sister, rest assured, I shall not be bothered by this. Su Taiping replied with a calm smile, shaking his head. By the way, junior brother, where is your sword? Jiang Ji suddenly noticed that Su Taiping only had a knife hanging at his waist and lacked a sword. I do not use a sword. Su Taiping shook his head. Ever since he promised the monk Sansan not to wield a sword again, he had not touched one. The rusty lion gifted to him by Sansan had been kept in the iron gourd for several years, and if not for Jiang Ji's reminder, he might have forgotten about it entirely. I can fly on the wind. Upon noticing the confusion in Jiang Ji's gaze, Su Taiping activated the technique of distant horizons, summoning gusts of wind that lifted him off the ground, allowing him to hover in place. This technique, distant horizons, consisted of 3 parts: the walking chapter, the wind chapter, and the thunder chapter. Su Taiping had already mastered the wind chapter, and his short-distance flight was not slower than that of a flying sword. However, beyond 10 miles, the speed would diminish significantly, a shortcoming only rectified with the mastery of the thunder chapter. Nevertheless, for the competition at hand, it was more than sufficient. That is good. Upon sensing the profound force of wind elements surrounding Su Taiping, Jiang Ji let out a slight sigh of relief. Among the first 6 contests of the 7 Peaks Grand Competition, the contest of the 7 dragons seizing pearls presented their greatest chance of victory, as it merely entailed a test of speed. Just then, Su Ziyuan from the 6th peak unexpectedly approached with Lin Buyu. Ziyuan, Jiang Ji acknowledged with a nod, while Zhao Linglong stepped forward to grasp Su Ziyuan's hand. Junior brother Taiping, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your assistance last time. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Jiang Ji and Zhao Linglong, Su Ziyuan approached Su Taiping, her expression filled with appreciation. Sister, has your injury improved? Su Taiping shook his head and inquired with genuine concern. During their expedition to the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, Su Ziyuan had nearly brushed against death. Even with the Bodhi fruit from Duga Qingxiao, full recovery was not guaranteed. I have already recovered. Not only did I survive, but I have also ascended to the pinnacle of the profound realm. Su Ziyuan initially nodded with a smile, but her expression soon turned somber as she added, however, if your senior brother Qingxiao had consumed that Bodhi fruit himself, he would undoubtedly have broken through to the divine refinement stage and would not need to venture into the abyss of fallen dragons. Unless my second senior brother succumbs to darkness, it is impossible for him to do so, Su Taiping responded with a shake of his head. Indeed, that would no longer be Duga Qingxiao. Su Ziyuan chuckled softly, seemingly finding solace in the conversation. As for entering the abyss of fallen dragons, you need not worry. Sister Ziyuan, my senior brother will surely return. Su Taiping assured her with unwavering confidence. Have you received any news from him? Upon hearing this, Su Ziyuan became somewhat agitated. No, Su Taiping replied, shaking his head. 3 years ago, before my senior brother departed, He made a promise to meet again at this Seven Peaks Grand Competition. As you know, my senior brother never breaks his word. Initially disheartened by Su Taiping's denial, Su Ziyuan's spirits lifted upon hearing his subsequent words, and she nodded emphatically. Exactly. The dullness in her eyes was rekindled with light. You are far more articulate than your second senior brother. At this moment, Lin Buyu stepped forward to Su Taiping. Buyu. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyuan shot Lin Buyu an embarrassed glance. However, before she could utter another word, Zhao Linglong pulled her aside to share whispers. It has been a while, Miss Buyu. Su Taiping smiled at Lin Buyu. We saw each other yesterday. Lin Buyu shook her head. Su Taiping was momentarily taken aback. Then realized, you were also at Chiyue Pavilion yesterday? Lin Buyu nodded. Why didn't you come in to join us? I did not wish to intrude. At this point, Su Taiping seemed to recall something and promptly retrieved the Taishian Divine General's Chronicle from his gourd, presenting it to Lin Buyu. This treasure has been immensely helpful to me. I saw it. Lin Buyu responded with a slight smile. Hand it over. She then extended a hand towards Su Taiping. What? Su Taiping was momentarily bewildered. The bracelet. Lin Buyu expressed her mild dissatisfaction. Oh, I almost forgot about this bracelet. Su Taiping promptly retrieved the 2 jade bracelets from his gourd and handed the one belonging to Lin Buyu back to her. Why aren't you wearing it? Lin Buyu inquired as she slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, her expression puzzled. This is how you wear it, Su Taiping replied with a smile, not giving it much thought as he also adorned his wrist with the bracelet. Taiping. At that moment, Su Ziyan approached once more. What is it, senior sister Ziyan? Su Taiping asked with curiosity. In this round, we won't be able to assist you. The sect leader has established a rule that the bottom 2 in this competition must relinquish 1/3 of their celestial fields or medicinal gardens, Su Ziyan remarked, her brow furrowed. Chapter 306. Seizing the Pearl, a different approach to capture the pearl. Her initial plan was to support the 7th peak in this contest. But she had just received word that the sect leader had implemented rewards and penalties for each match of the 7th peak competition. Although the general framework of the rules for the 7th peak competition was set by the 5 ancestors, the specific rewards and penalties were decided by the sect leader. The 6th peak, having substantial resources and a multitude of disciples, could not afford to adopt a reckless attitude like that of the 7th peak. I thought something serious had occurred, Su Taiping chuckled, shaking his head. It's all right, senior sister Ziyan. You all can compete freely. I will handle things here at the 7th peak. His tone was calm, yet conveyed an indescribable sense of assurance. With your words, I feel at ease. Su Ziyan nodded in acknowledgement. The first round of the 7th peak competition, the 7 dragons seizing the pearl, is about to commence. All peaks, please prepare for the contest. Just then, the voice of Elder Heilong resonated. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping, along with senior sister Jiang Ji and 7th sister Zhao Linglong, exchanged glances before simultaneously soaring into the air. In an instant, the 21 disciples of the 7 peaks formed a circle above the 5 elders' pond, with the 5 elders' stone platform at the center, all gazing upward. Senior sister, according to the plan we agreed upon last night, you possess the fastest sword control among us. You will be the one to seize the pearl. Senior sister Linglong's celestial silk can be both offensive and defensive. Once you successfully capture the pearl, she will guard you as you make your escape, and then toss the pearl to me near the statue of the 5 elders. Su Taiping conveyed to senior sister Jiang Ji and 7th sister Zhao Linglong through a mental transmission. Both nodded in agreement. The rules for the 7 dragons seizing the pearl were quite straightforward, consisting of 3 steps: seizing the pearl, passing the pearl, and finally placing the pearl into the hands of the statue of the 5 elders. Just then, a crane's cry echoed above the 5 elders' pond. The crowd beheld a massive celestial crane slowly descending, clutching a bag filled with pearls in its talons. In that moment, the gusts of wind generated by its flapping wings caused the robes of the gathered disciples to flutter wildly. Disciples of all peaks, heed the command. The 7 dragons seizing the pearl competition begins. The peak that places the most dragon pearls in the statue's hands will secure the highest rank. As Elder Heilong's voice resonated, the celestial crane above emitted a cry, promptly releasing the bag containing 7 pearls. In the fleeting moments when the pearls fell from the shells, the swift sound of slicing through the air resonated, as figures, as swift as the wind, surged towards the pearls. Linglong, the seasoned master sister Jiang Ji, with remarkable skill, seized a pearl in an instant, tossing it to the waiting Zhao Linglong amidst the attempts of several other disciples from different peaks to claim it. "I will catch it," Zhao Linglong declared without hesitation, her ethereal ribbon flying forth to ensnare the pearl, preparing to fling it towards Su Taiping's direction. Bang! Su Taiping, positioned near a distant statue, had readied himself to receive the pearl, but just as he extended his hand, he witnessed Zhao Linglong being struck from behind by a rushing figure, sending her flying, with the pearl falling into the water below. Upon examining the assailant, it was none other than Jin Heji from the first peak. Swish! Su Taiping cast a cold glare at Jin Heji, disregarding the pearl as he swiftly maneuvered to catch Zhao Linglong, who was on the verge of plummeting into the water. "Junior brother, don't worry about me. Go retrieve the pearl," Zhao Linglong urged, anxiety flooding her as she noticed the pearl slipping away. Yet Su Taiping, undistracted by the pearl, lifted her into his arms, soaring back into the air with the technique of controlling the winds. "Are you all right?" Master Sister Jiangji approached them, concern etched on her face. "I'm fine. Just a shattered golden bell talisman," Zhao Linglong replied, shaking her head, her voice tinged with guilt. "Sister, junior brother, this is all my fault for not being aware of my surroundings." "It is not your fault. Jin Heji from the first peak was not there for the pearls," Jiangji remarked, frowning as she turned to observe the three disciples from the first peak who were celebrating their recent victories. These three had just claimed 2 pearls. "Indeed, Jin Heji's intention was solely to harm you, sister," Su Taiping affirmed, glancing towards the first peak. In addition to Jin Heji, the first peak's senior brother Yin Bing and third brother Huang Qi were also present. During the last 7 peaks grand competition, it was these 3 who had secured the top position. As if sensing Su Taiping's gaze, Jin Heji smirked, pointing at Zhao Linglong and provocatively taunted. "Take good care of your master sister. It wouldn't do for her to fall into the water again, as it would be quite unseemly for a young lady to have wet garments." "You," Zhao Linglong, with her fiery temperament, was about to charge forth to retort, but Su Taiping firmly grasped her shoulder. "Junior brother is right. Do not let him provoke you," Jiangji gently reassured Zhao Linglong with a pat on her shoulder. 7 dragons compete for the pearls. Round 2. Please prepare, disciples from all peaks. The voice of Elder Black Dragon resounded once more. The 3 exchanged glances and soared once again to the skies above Wulao Pond, awaiting the celestial crane that would release the pearls. Given their previous defeat, Jiangji and Zhao Linglong's expressions were particularly grave. "Master sister, Linglong's sister," Su Taiping suddenly conveyed through his thoughts. "What is it?" They both inquired in unison. "This time, I wish to adopt a different approach to seize the pearls," Su Taiping replied. He then continued to communicate his thoughts to the 2, sharing his ideas with them. "Is this not overly perilous?" After hearing Su Taiping's thoughts, senior sister Jiangji could not help but feel a twinge of concern. "Junior brother, do you possess the confidence?" Zhao Linglong, on the other hand, appeared exuberant. "Indeed," Su Taiping responded with a firm nod. Seeing his unwavering confidence, the 2 of them ceased their hesitation and nodded in agreement, communicating, "Then let us proceed as such." Shortly after the trio reached a consensus, a cry reminiscent of a crane echoed through the air. Subsequently, the celestial crane from before soared once more above the 5 elders' pond. Chapter 307. Seizing the Clam Pearls. You bring honor to senior sister this time. Without waiting for Elder Black Dragon's prompt, the crane released the 7 clam pearls from its claws, letting them drop from the sky. With the sound of slicing air, senior sister Jiangji and 7th sister Zhao Linglong swiftly darted forth, competing to grasp the 7 pearls. Su Taiping, however, did not position himself beside the statue as he had previously, but rather hovered in midair to provide support. The advantage of this approach was evident. It minimized the distance for passing the pearls, thereby mitigating the risk of unforeseen complications during the process. Yet, the predicament arose that if he were to be encircled, it would be exceedingly challenging to place the pearls upon the statue from such a distance. There were only 5 statues in total, while 7 peaks participated in the contest, meaning 1 or 2 peaks would inevitably lack a place for the clam pearls. Thus, under normal circumstances, one would seize the pearls, another would pass them, and a third would place them. This was the most prudent method. The method employed by Su Taiping and the others, with 2 seizing pearls and omitting the passing phase, was indeed rare. What are Taiping and the senior sisters undertaking? Indeed, such a course of action is fraught with danger. Even if they manage to snatch the pearls, they may not be able to place them in time. On the viewing platform, the 8th senior brother and his companions from the 7th peak displayed expressions of confusion upon witnessing this. Let the chips fall where they may. At that moment, a disciple from the 1st peak scoffed derisively. The face of this disciple was unfamiliar, but Yi Xian and the others beside him recognized him. "Who are you referring to?" asked Lao Ba. Just as he was about to confront the disciple, he was restrained by the 3rd senior brother. At that instant, a wave of gasps erupted from the audience. Lao Ba and the others immediately looked up. There, above the 5 elders' pond, a red celestial silk, under the protection of a flying sword, had managed to sweep away 5 clam pearls in one go. Its senior sister and 7th sister. Lao Ba instantly recognized the two. To snatch so many pearls at once, do they intend to provoke an assault from the other peaks? The unfamiliar disciple from the 1st peak sneered once more. Lao Ba, initially prepared to retort, found himself silenced by the subsequent scene, begrudgingly closing his mouth as the words of the 1st peak disciple rang true. After senior sister Jiangji, escorting 7th sister Zhao Linglong, tossed the 5 clam pearls to Su Taiping, he was immediately surrounded by 7 or 8 pursuing disciples from various peaks. This time, there was no need for the 1st peak disciple's deliberate targeting. Did I not predict this? The disciple from the 1st peak cast a triumphant glance at old 8, who gritted his teeth in frustration, his beard trembling with anger, yet unable to retort. "Junior brother, do not act foolishly." At that moment, the 3rd senior brother, who had been attentively observing the situation, suddenly exclaimed. Old 8 turned his gaze to where the sound had come from and saw Su Taiping, confronted by 7 or 8 disciples, refusing to retreat or divert some of the pearls to distract them. Instead, he charged forward, clutching the pearls tightly. Among those 8 disciples, at least 5 were at the transcendent realm, including Yin Bing and Jin Heji from the 1st peak, who might even have reached the pinnacle of that realm. To everyone, Su Taiping's actions seemed like a futile endeavor against an immovable stone. However, with a thunderous crash, the crowd was left speechless. They witnessed Su Taiping, who suddenly surged a foot or 2 higher, resembling a colossal boulder, barreling through the encircling disciples with astonishing speed. Several disciples were struck so hard that they spat blood, toppling into the 5 elders' pool. Although the earlier rounds of the 7 peaks competition prohibited disciples from engaging in combat, Su Taiping's level of collision was far from crossing any lines. With a roar, Su Taiping sped through the air, bursting forth from the group of thrown-back cultivators. In the blink of an eye, he reached a statue and placed all 5 pearls into its hands. Thus, the 7th peak claimed 5 pearls, the 6th peak 1, and the 1st peak 1. It was not until Elder Black Dragon's voice resounded once more that the crowd regained their composure. The previously silent Cloud Tower erupted into a frenzy. Old 8, who had been infuriated by the 1st peak disciple, threw his head back in uncontrollable laughter upon hearing Elder Black Dragon announce the results. The 1st peak disciple, incensed by this laughter, rolled his eyes and muttered defiantly. "This was merely luck. The competition is far from over. Next time, my senior brothers Yen, Jin, and Huang will be prepared, and we shall see if he can break through again." Having been simmering with anger, Old 8 was not about to let this opportunity for mockery slip by. He poured forth every ounce of his wit to deride the 1st peak disciple. Meanwhile, Yi Xian remained silent throughout, occasionally picking up a jade slip as if documenting something. Back on the field, after securing 5 pearls, Zhao Linglong joyfully leaped 3 feet high on her ethereal silk, rushing towards Su Taiping and repeatedly rubbing his face, exclaiming, "Junior brother, you have truly brought pride to your senior sister." Beside her, Jiangji, unable to bear the sight, pulled the exuberant Zhao Linglong aside and, with genuine concern, asked Su Taiping, "Are you hurt?" Compared to Zhao Linglong's exuberance, senior sister Jiangji's thoughts were far more delicate. "Yes, junior brother, you are not injured, are you?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong also realized the gravity of the situation and looked anxiously at Su Taiping. "I'm fine," Su Taiping replied, smiling as he gently thumped his chest with his fist. At this moment, although he was merely in the slumbering state of the python serpent physique, his sinewy frame and muscular build were already comparable to a martial artist at the pinnacle of their craft. Every bone and muscle was as hard as steel, each sinew as solid as rock. Observing this, Jiangji and Zhao Linglong felt a sense of relief wash over them. However, they concluded that in the next encounter, they should exercise caution. Perhaps it would be prudent to seize only a single pearl. Jiangji suddenly broached this idea with Su Taiping. No, senior sister. You should aim to capture several more, even all 7 if possible. I am unafraid of their encirclement, Su Taiping declared with unwavering determination. As he spoke, the muscles on his body began to quiver, and the bones within emitted a series of cracking sounds. This was a clear sign that the python's serpent physique was transitioning from slumber to wakefulness. Merely standing beside Su Taiping, Jiang Ji and Zhao Linglong could sense the formidable power contained within his physique. Excellent. Upon recognizing the strength surging within Su Taiping, the 2 women ceased their hesitations and nodded in agreement. Chapter 308. Seizing the Pearl, 7 Pearls from the 7th Peak. The contest for the 7 Dragon Pearls. The 3rd round was about to commence. All peaks, take your positions. The voice of the elder black dragon thundered like a clap of thunder as the 3 concluded their discussion. Su Taiping, along with Jiang Ji and Zhao Linglong, soared outward to secure advantageous positions. Due to Su Taiping's astonishing performance in the previous round, not only were the disciples participating in the contest exceptionally focused, but even those in the surrounding cloud towers ceased their chatter, directing their full attention toward the skies above the 5 Elders' Pond. Everyone was eager to witness whether Su Taiping would display the same valor as before, and whether the disciples of the 1st Peak could withstand his onslaught. At that moment, the familiar call of a crane echoed once more, as the celestial crane enveloped the area above the 5 Elders' Pond like a cloud. The light surrounding the pond dimmed significantly. After hovering above for a brief moment, the celestial crane unfurled its talons, releasing the 7 pearls. As before, Jiang Ji and Zhao Linglong darted forth together. Perhaps due to their enhanced synergy or merely fortunate circumstances, with Jiang Ji's assistance, Zhao Linglong managed to ensnare all 7 pearls using her celestial silk. Boom! With a resounding whoosh, the 2 burst through the encirclement once again, tossing the 7 pearls towards Su Taiping, who stood not far away. Swish, swish, swish. However, this time, the disciples from all peaks were clearly prepared. The moment Su Taiping grasped the pearls, he found himself surrounded by them. Since he had directly seized all 7 pearls, he was now confronted with the collective blockade of disciples from the other 6 peaks. Junior brother Taiping, do you intend to resort to the same tactics again? You must think very little of us senior brothers, Jin Haji remarked with a smile, a layer of spiked armor manifesting around him. Beside him, the master brother Yin Bing and 3rd brother Huang Qi also radiated a faint golden aura, clearly having activated their golden body talismans. Not only they, but the disciples from several other peaks were also either donning armor or affixing talismans such as the golden bell and the golden body. From a distance, Su Taiping appeared ensconced within a fortress composed of the luminous essence of runes and magical treasures. Junior brother Taiping, since you so enjoy hurling yourself against walls, my fellow seniors shall indulge you in this little game. The eldest senior brother of the 1st Peak, Yin Bing, chuckled at Su Taiping. Aside from a layer of talismanic radiance enveloping him, Yin Bing was also surrounded by spirals of sword qi, his aura distinctly more potent than that of Jin Haji and his companions. Their current inaction in snatching from Su Taiping was evidently a ploy to toy with him, seeking to reclaim their dignity after a prior defeat. Upon witnessing this, Su Taiping was momentarily taken aback, but a smile soon graced his face. Their willingness to open up for him to crash into them spared him considerable trouble. As you wish, senior brothers, he replied respectfully to Yin Bing, simultaneously channeling the wind manipulation technique of the distant horizon. In an instant, a tempest swirled around him, as if a ferocious beast were roaring. This was his first time fully unleashing the power of the distant horizon's wind manipulation. Boom! Before anyone could react, Su Taiping's figure surged forth like a thunderclap. Although they sensed the intricacy of Su Taiping's movement technique, Jin Haji and Yin Bing remained confident, especially Jin Haji, whose spiked armor was not only remarkably sturdy, but also equipped with sharp barbs capable of piercing through the protective true energy of a transcendental realm practitioner. Thus, he believed that Su Taiping's charge was akin to courting death. Suddenly, at the moment Su Taiping launched himself, Yin Bing sensed the ferocious aura emanating from Su Taiping's awakened physique. However, it was too late. In a flash, Su Taiping soared to a height of 10 feet, his muscles bulging like those of a humanoid beast, charging towards Yin Bing and the others. Crash! A tremendous tremor erupted as Yin Bing's protective sword qi and talismans shattered upon impact, even with some true energy deployed for defense. They were still sent flying by Su Taiping's collision. Jin Heji's spiked armor did not pierce Su Taiping's flesh, but instead shattered into fragments, ultimately being flung away by Su Taiping's beast-like strength. Besides these two, Huang Qi from the first peak and several other disciples from the back were also sent flying like cannonballs. Two practitioners of average strength, unable to summon their treasures in time, were directly struck by this overwhelming force, their bodies bursting into blood mist. It is worth noting that this was still the result of Su Taiping holding back his power. Whoosh! After sending the group of practitioners flying, Su Taiping, like a gale, darted straight towards a statue of 5 elders. With the crisp sound akin to pearls falling onto a jade plate, he placed the 7 clam pearls he held into the statue's hands. 7. In a single encounter. Seizing 7 clam pearls was unprecedented since the commencement of the 7 Peaks competition. A sudden hush fell over the arena, only to be shattered moments later by an eruption of loud gasps and cheers. Several disciples from the 7th Peak, who had come to witness the contest, sprang from their seats, their faces flushed as they shouted exuberantly. Ever since their peak leader had been imprisoned and their second brother's fate remained uncertain, they had endured relentless mockery and derision from disciples of the other peaks, leaving them feeling stifled for far too long. Su Taiping's recent feat, having knocked away 7 clam pearls with a single strike, was undoubtedly a much-needed release of their pent-up frustrations. In the midst of the commotion, Zhao Linglong and senior sister Jiang Ji swiftly approached Su Taiping. Zhao Linglong, in her excitement, scooped him up in a jubilant embrace. Had he not dodged in time, she might have inadvertently planted a kiss on him before the gathered crowd. Even the typically reserved senior sister Jiang Ji wore a radiant smile as she exchanged a celebratory clap with Su Taiping. From a distance, Su Xian's eyes glistened with warmth as she murmured, "Qing Xiao was right. Even if he cannot return, as long as junior brother Taiping is here, our 7th peak shall not falter." Amidst this cacophony, Elder Black Dragon's voice resonated once more, declaring that the 7th peak had secured 7 pearls, while all other peaks remained at 0. Upon hearing this announcement, the uproar escalated further, with disciples fervently discussing Su Taiping's astonishing performance. At that moment, however, Jin Heji suddenly harnessed his vital energy and declared loudly, "Elder Black Dragon, according to the competition rules, no offensive techniques are permitted, and Su Taiping has clearly violated these regulations." His words were met with a chorus of boos. It was evident to all that Su Taiping's earlier strike relied solely on his physical prowess, devoid of any magical techniques. The force behind that blow was not something an ordinary cultivator could achieve. Even the most formidable martial artists would struggle to match it. Thus, Elder Black Dragon was urged to investigate the matter thoroughly. Unperturbed by the jeers, Jin Heji maintained his authoritative presence, firmly asserting his right to question the proceedings. "Elder Black Dragon, that last strike was indeed somewhat suspect. Even a martial artist at the peak of their power would find it difficult to muster such strength and physique." At this juncture, 2 elders overseeing the examination voiced their agreement, clearly showing favoritism towards the first peak. However, Elder Black Dragon, as the chief examiner, had an obligation to consider the opinions of the supervising elders. "Su Taiping, there are allegations of foul play against you. Do you possess any means to prove your innocence?" Elder Black Dragon rose from his seat, directing his gaze towards Su Taiping. "If you cannot provide evidence, I shall personally conduct an investigation," he added. Though it was Jin Heji who had raised the concern, Elder Black Dragon himself harbored doubts regarding Su Taiping's recent strike. Unlike the other cultivators present, as a member of the demon race, he possessed profound expertise in the cultivation of physical strength. The power exhibited in Su Taiping's blow was something he himself would not easily replicate, especially not by a human cultivator who had only been training for a mere decade. "You are unjustly accusing us." Upon hearing the words of Elder Black Dragon, before Su Taiping could speak, Zhao Linglong erupted into a furious tirade. "My junior disciple's integrity is evident to all present. Do you believe that because my father has been apprehended by you, the disciples of the 7 Peaks can be manipulated at your whim? When did our Qing Xian become such a disgraceful place?" Zhao Linglong's agitation only intensified with each word. At this, the elders who supported the examination of Su Taiping turned pale with fury. "Zhao Linglong, should you continue with such impudence, you shall be expelled from the 5 elder pool." A senior examiner clad in white rose from his seat, pointing vehemently at Zhao Linglong. This man was recognized by Su Taiping as Lu Zimu, the father of Lu Chun. He had always been closely aligned with the first peak, naturally favoring Jin Heji. I, Elder Lu, am the chief examiner today. Zhao Linglong attempted to counter, but was silenced by the voice of Elder Black Dragon. Upon hearing this, Lu Zimu prudently returned to his seat. Little Linglong, with me present, I shall ensure that no one intentionally troubles your seventh peak. However, your junior disciple Taiping is indeed somewhat suspicious. Elder Black Dragon spoke in an unexpectedly gentle tone. But, senior sister, Zhao Linglong tried to interject again, only to be interrupted by Su Taiping. The innocent will clear their name. Su Taiping offered Zhao Linglong a calm smile. He then turned to Elder Black Dragon and respectfully said, Elder Black Dragon, I have devised a method to prove my innocence. Elder Black Dragon, visibly pleased, nodded in approval. Speak, he proclaimed loudly. Since both Senior Brother Jin and Elder Lu harbor doubts regarding my previous conduct, I propose that both of them accept a punch from me. Su Taiping first glanced at Jin Heji behind him before directing his gaze toward Lu Zimu. This declaration elicited another wave of astonishment from the spectators surrounding the five elder pool. Amidst the uproar, Su Taiping maintained his composure and continued, when I throw this punch, I shall refrain from employing any techniques, relying solely on my physical strength. At that moment, if the force of my punch is less than that of my previous contest, Elder Black Dragon, you, along with Senior Brother Jin and Elder Lu, will certainly be able to discern it. Upon hearing this, both Jin Heji and Lu Zimu furrowed their brows, evidently taken aback by Su Taiping's audacity to use them as a means of proving his innocence. However, Elder Black Dragon merely chuckled at this proposition and turned to Jin Heji and Lu Zimu, asking, What say you, Jin Heji and Elder Lu? Although both were exceedingly reluctant, they found themselves unable to refuse, for to decline would be tantamount to admitting that they had unjustly slandered Su Taiping. Elder Black Dragon, I am willing to accept his punch. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jin Heji readily acquiesced. Unlike Lu Zimu, he genuinely believed that Su Taiping's previous collision had involved an unfamiliar technique that had enhanced its force. I shall also give it a try. Lu Zimu stood up, pride radiating from him. However, should the evidence of fraud be confirmed, I implore Elder Black Dragon to expunge him from this Seven Peaks grand competition. He then added a remark. Rest assured, I shall not shield any disciple, Elder Black Dragon declared with a resonating voice. Moments later, Su Taiping, Jin Heji, and Lu Zimu stood upon the stone platform at the center of the five elders pool. The towering Elder Black Dragon positioned himself beside the trio. In order to validate my strength, I shall refrain from utilizing true essence in my strike. Thus, I kindly request that Senior Brother Jin and Elder Lu also abstain from employing true essence for defense. Otherwise, the effectiveness may not be discernible. Prior to launching his punch, Su Taiping glanced at Elder Black Dragon for confirmation. Naturally, before Jin Heji and Lu Zimu could respond, Elder Black Dragon readily assented. Young one, let us see the magnitude of a punch devoid of true essence. Lu Zimu, with an air of impatience, cast a sidelong glance at Su Taiping, stepped forward, and patted his own chest. I shall take my leave, then. Su Taiping nodded, assuming the stance of the ordinary green bull fist, inhaled deeply, and delivered a punch towards Lu Zimu. However, in the instant the punch was unleashed, the muscles and bones throughout his body surged and expanded, transforming from a dormant dragon physique into an awakened one. Boom! With a sound that pierced the air, Su Taiping's sinewy arm, clenched into a fist, struck straight into Lu Zimu's chest. A resounding crack echoed as Lu Zimu's garments tore apart, and a plume of blood mist erupted from his body, sending him soaring into the air. Su Taiping's punch not only harnessed the immense force of the dragon physique, but also employed the thousand-fold strength. Without the protection of true essence, even a peak expert like Lu Zimu could not withstand such a blow. As Lu Zimu's body plummeted into the pool with a resounding splash, gasps of astonishment reverberated throughout the arena. Amidst the uproar, Su Taiping turned his gaze towards Jin Heji and smiled, saying, Senior Brother Jin, it is now your turn to receive a punch from me. Chapter 310, Proving Innocence. A perfect physique Elder Black Dragon. Was there truly no issue with that punch? Jin Heji did not respond to Su Taiping, but instead fixed his hopeful gaze upon Elder Black Dragon. At that moment, Elder Black Dragon was captivated, staring in astonishment at Su Taiping, so much so that he failed to react when Jin Heji called out to him. Elder Black Dragon? With no other choice, Jin Heji called out to Elder Black Dragon once more. Oh, only then did Elder Black Dragon snap back to reality, reluctantly shifting his gaze from Su Taiping, whose physique appeared nearly flawless in his eyes. I can ascertain that Su Taiping's recent punch solely utilized the power of his vitality. However, as Elder Black Dragon spoke, he turned to glance at the disheveled Lu Zimu, who was struggling to emerge from the water. At present, Lu Zimu seemed unscathed on the surface, yet he was still retching blood until, with the assistance of several disciples, he managed to consume a healing elixir and stabilize his condition. But what? Jin Heji, believing there might still be hope, stepped forward eagerly, casting an expectant look at Elder Black Dragon. The punch just thrown served as a means of self-verification without any issue. However, as it was merely a single strike, I cannot be entirely certain. Thus, if you still harbor doubts, you may receive a punch as well, allowing me to confirm further. The Elder of the Black Dragon responded with utmost seriousness. At this moment, Jin Heji was momentarily taken aback. Noticing his hesitation, the spectators in the Cloud Tower, particularly the disciples from the seventh peak, began to stir up commotion. Jin, are you wavering? Are you even a man? You demand others to prove themselves. Yet now you hesitate. Is the Qingxian sect owned by your Jin family? The competition has not concluded. Do you dare to receive Su Taiping's punch? Be a bit more forthright. Old 8 shouted, utilizing his true essence to amplify his taunts directed at Jin Heji. Only when a supervising elder approached to caution him did he settle down. However, his words incited the crowd in the Cloud Tower, leading to a chorus of complaints and mockery, returning the atmosphere to a cacophony. Let us get on with it. Ultimately, amidst the jeers and dissatisfaction, Jin Heji gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Then let us hasten. Time is of the essence, and the competition cannot be prolonged any longer. Upon hearing this, the Elder of the Black Dragon nodded. Although the early rounds of the 7th peak competition were not as stringent as examinations, they should not be drawn out excessively. As Jin Heji stepped aside, the Elder of the Black Dragon suddenly turned to Su Taiping, stating, Su Taiping, you may only use your vital energy and physical strength. No martial techniques are permitted. It was evident he had discerned the immense power behind Su Taiping's previous punch. Rest assured, I will only employ my vital energy. Su Taiping nodded in response. He retreated a few steps while clenching his fist. In that simple motion, the sinewy muscles of his body rippled beneath his skin, akin to a coiling dragon, exuding tremendous force. Truly, a flawless physique. The Elder of the Black Dragon widened his eyes, murmuring to himself. His request for Su Taiping to punch again stemmed from a personal desire to closely observe the physical transformation during the exertion of force. For the demon race, the true essence of physicality is foundational, leading them to place greater emphasis on body refinement than their human counterparts. Boom. At that moment, Su Taiping stepped forward, the dense vital energy within him suddenly transforming into pure force, ultimately concentrating in his fist. Bang! Su Taiping's fist struck heavily against Jin Heji's chest. Jin Heji's body was propelled backward as if in response to the impact, reminiscent of Lu Zimu. In truth, this was partly due to Jin Heji secretly employing some true essence for defense. However, the force of Su Taiping's punch exceeded his expectations. Despite utilizing only vital energy and refraining from the technique of 1,000 layers of power, the strength of this punch was still equivalent to that of a king-level demon beast. The crowd erupted into astonished murmurs once more. Amidst the disciples gathered at the Cloud Tower, while many engaged in mockery of Jin Heji, there were also those who remained skeptical, unable to fathom the sheer magnitude of power that could emanate from mere vitality. However, following that singular punch, all doubts evaporated. Elder Black Dragon, is the disciple now exonerated? Su Taiping retracted his fist and turned to the Elder Black Dragon, who was furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. A moment of surprise crossed the elder's face before he nodded in affirmation, then scanned the assembly of disciples, proclaiming, Su Taiping has proven his innocence. There has been no foul play. Disciples of all peaks, swiftly take your places, for the 4th match is about to commence. Upon hearing these words, Su Taiping and the other disciples, including Jin Heji, once again soared into the air, riding the winds and flying over the 5 elders' pond. Taiping, let us proceed with caution, advised senior sister Jiangji, her brow furrowed with concern as they awaited the arrival of the celestial crane. That last round was indeed exhilarating, seizing 7 clam pearls in one go. However, If we continue to be so ostentatious, I fear we may become targets for collaborative opposition, especially with 4 rounds still ahead. Do not worry, senior sister. Focus on gathering pearls, while I shall handle the rest, Su Taiping replied with a reassuring smile. As he spoke, the muscles and bones within him began to shift and realign. Waves of energy, ignited by the power of vitality, surged forth, reminiscent of fierce winds cascading from his being, crashing against the other disciples. This palpable aura left the assembly in astonishment, as they realized that Su Taiping's previous display was not the entirety of his combat prowess. Chapter 311. The Grass-Returning Pill. The resolve of the brothers half a month later at the Moon Perch Pavilion. Over the course of the 5 preceding matches, our 7th peak has secured 2 first places, 2 second places, and 1 third. Senior sister Jiang Ji opened a detailed record of the 7th peak's achievements during this month-long competition and laid it upon the stone table. In former times, such accomplishments would have warranted 3 days and nights of celebration, sighed Zhao Linglong, resting her chin upon her hand. Given the results of these 5 matches, the 7th peak was either second or third, a far cry from the previous competition where they had struggled for 6th place, relying on the fierce efforts of the second brother. Indeed, such results were unthinkable in our last competition, Jiang Ji acknowledged, furrowing her brow. With the peak master imprisoned, if we fail to claim the title of champion in this competition, the 7th peak is at grave risk of being reclaimed by the sect leader. The fate of us disciples, under Master Zhao Qian, is all too grim to contemplate. The earlier 2 matches were our fault, had we not hindered junior brother Taiping. The 7th peak would have secured the championship seat ahead of time, Wu Liang, the 8th brother, admitted with a countenance of guilt. In those 5 matches, the victories in the initial 2 rounds were solely attributed to Su Taiping, particularly in the first match, after the 3rd round, where other peaks, including the 1st peak, had scarcely acquired any clam pearls thereafter. After failing to secure 1st place in the subsequent 3 competitions, which predominantly required teamwork, no matter how commendably Su Taiping performed, he could not compensate for the shortcomings of his fellow disciples. Let us refrain from such demoralizing words. The relentless perseverance of tomorrow shall prevail. If we can seize 1st place once more, we shall still have the opportunity to contest the title with the 1st peak. Zhao Linglong straightened her posture, her face regaining its vitality as she began to rally her fellow brothers and sisters. Indeed, if we can triumph in the next match, the final duel of swordsmanship against Qing Xian will be a battle of individual prowess, and with our junior brother present, we shall certainly not falter against the disciples of the 1st peak. The 3rd senior brother nodded in agreement. Ahem. At that moment, the 4th senior brother, Zhou Liang, coughed into his hand a couple of times, then, with a serious expression, addressed the senior sister Jiang Ji. Perseverance is the essence of our endeavor. Though I, Zhou Liang, may be somewhat incapacitated, when it comes to endurance and tenacity, I shall not yield to anyone. Therefore, senior sister, I request to fight tomorrow. After being possessed by the blade demon, Zhou Liang suffered damage to his spirit source and significant injuries to his meridians and dantian. Unlike the other peaks, the 7th peak lacked ample high-grade elixirs for his recovery, leaving him in a state of unhealed affliction. Jiang Ji pondered for a moment and then, with a grave countenance, cautioned him, "Do not overexert yourself. Rest assured, senior sister." Zhou Liang grinned widely. "Senior sister, allow us to participate as well. Tomorrow there will be 3 rounds, and if it is solely you and the others competing, we may not last until the end. Indeed, let us join the fray," chimed in 5th senior sister Wu Imo and 6th senior brother Shi Wan, also beseeching Jiang Ji. The 5th and 6th senior disciples had always been responsible for the affairs of the 7th peak's medicinal garden and celestial fields. When Zhao Qian welcomed them, he valued their diligence, yet in terms of cultivation, they were even surpassed by the later joined 8th disciple, Wu Liang. "Very well, Wu Imo and Shi Wan. You 2 shall accompany us tomorrow," Jiang Ji assented, acknowledging their willingness to contribute to the 7th peak despite their current cultivation being merely at the peak of the ethereal realm. She understood that denying their heartfelt desire to assist would surely bring them disappointment. "Apologies for keeping you waiting, my esteemed brothers and sisters." At that moment, Su Taiping emerged with a tray laden with delicacies and fine wines, followed closely by the little monkey Pinyin, who was balancing a tray of food atop its head. "Taiping, why did you not call for us?" Several brothers rushed forward, eagerly relieving him of the tray's burden. Zhao Linglong, in particular, embraced the little monkey, playfully engaging with it. Junior brother, regarding tomorrow's competition, we have already deliberated. Jiang Ji suddenly directed her gaze at Su Taiping as the others arranged the food and drink. All your senior brothers will be participating tomorrow, she continued. Excellent. Su Taiping nodded, then retrieved a box of elixirs from his robes. During my time in the human marsh's secret realm, I obtained a recipe for an ancient spiritual elixir, the grass-returning elixir. However, the materials are quite elusive. After gathering ingredients for 2 or 3 years, I only managed to refine 2 pills yesterday. As he spoke, he opened the wooden box, releasing a distinctly unique fragrance of herbs that enveloped the gathering. Is this the legendary herb elixir that, once consumed, can augment one's prowess for an entire generation and accelerate the cultivation process? Gazing at the 2 pills within the box, Lao Ba stammered as he spoke. He had heard tales of the elixir's effects during his time in the mundane world, believing it to be merely a myth from ancient scrolls. Perhaps due to the nature of its ingredients, this herb elixir does not possess the miraculous ability to instantaneously enhance one's power by a generation as legend suggests. However, it undoubtedly serves well in nurturing the body and remedying internal ailments, Su Taiping replied. The efficacy of the herb elixir is succinctly articulated in its formula: withered grass reborn. Decayed wood rejuvenated in spring. Thus, rather than merely augmenting power, its true purpose lies in treating the latent ailments caused by injuries in cultivators. Senior sister, 4th senior brother. Su Taiping gestured, allowing the 2 herb elixirs to gracefully float into the dishes before Jiang Ji and Zhou Liang. Even if these elixirs do not fully heal your injuries, they should at least alleviate some of your ailments, he continued. From the moment he acquired the formula, he had contemplated gifting an elixir to senior sister Jiang Ji and 4th senior brother Zhou Liang, but at that time, he had been uncertain how to explain his possession of the formula. Moreover, with 2nd senior brother and senior sister Xian departing for the land of 1,000 Buddhas, he had initially given the elixirs to them. It was not until he returned to Qingxian after 3 years, having exhausted his medicinal materials, that he began to refine them once more. Chapter 312. The Peculiar Actions of the 7 Peaks Taiping. This is indeed the herb elixir. Zhou Liang was momentarily taken aback when Su Taiping directly presented the precious elixir to him. Taiping, this is far too valuable. The key is, if it fails to heal our injuries, these 2 elixirs would be wasted. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Ji ultimately shook her head, stating, I cannot accept this. Zhou Liang echoed her sentiment. Neither can I. Senior sister, 4th senior brother, if the 7th peak perishes, what use is the herb elixir to me? Su Taiping placed the 2 elixirs back before them. If there exists even a glimmer of hope, we must seize it. He continued. If the injuries afflicting senior sister and 4th senior brother can be alleviated, their chances of success in tomorrow's competition will significantly increase. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Ji and Zhou Liang fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Liang suddenly seized the herb elixir and swallowed it whole, then resolutely guaranteed Su Taiping. Rest assured, junior brother, even if this elixir proves ineffective, come tomorrow, regardless of whom I face, I shall not falter. Unlike the more languid temperaments of the other senior brothers, 4th senior brother, Zhou Liang, was notably straightforward and fiery. In the past, whenever disciples of the 7 Peaks faced bullying or had to engage in fights, it was invariably he who took action, seeking assistance from Duga Qingxiao only when he could not prevail. Su Taiping nodded, then turned his gaze toward Jiang Ji. If it truly can cure the hidden ailment within me, I shall demonstrate to those who claim our 7 Peaks are merely a bunch of sickly cats the full extent of my senior sister's prowess in her prime. Under the encouragement of Zhou Liang, the usually gentle and humble Jiang Ji suddenly adopted a bold tone. As she spoke, she swallowed the herb elixir in one swift motion. Junior brother, you may not be aware, but the senior sister once claimed the title of champion in the sword-seeking competition of Qingxian. According to my father, her innate talent and foundation are on par with that of the 2nd senior brother. Had it not been for an unfortunate incident during a sect mission, she might have already transcended to the divine refinement realm by now. Upon witnessing Jiang Ji consume the elixir, Zhao Linglong's eyes sparkled with expectation, and she promptly explained to Su Taiping. This was indeed the first time Su Taiping had heard such a tale. However, upon hearing the word incident, he furrowed his brow and cautiously inquired of the senior sister, Sister, was it truly just an accident? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ji let out a sigh. her gaze drifting to the window, where a rare flicker of anger gleamed in her eyes. Before our master was imprisoned, I too believed it was merely an accident. Yet, after reflecting on it more closely post-imprisonment, I realized that the coincidences surrounding that incident were rather excessive. As she spoke, her gaze returned to Su Taiping, and she lowered her voice, much like the experience of junior brother Qing Xiao in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas. Su Taiping nodded in understanding, his heart comprehending the implications. He mused that the sect leader had indeed been covertly eliminating potential threats, which explained the decline of Qing Xian's sect over the years. The following day, at noon, on the giant pane of Wulao Pond, the first match commenced, the 7th peak versus the 4th peak. The disciples of the 4th peak included Yu Kai, Tang Yi, Yao Jun, and Zhu Shining. The 7th peak was represented by Jiang Ji, Zhou Liang, Zhao Linglong, and Wu Mo. The first round of the 6th match in the grand competition of the 7th peak began amidst the resounding voice of Elder Black Dragon. What is happening? Why has the 7th peak not sent Su Taiping to compete? Are they intending to forfeit the contest for the championship by sending these two sickly cats, Jiang Ji and Zhou Liang? Surely not. This grand competition has only a few interesting matches, and if the 7th peak concedes, the subsequent rounds will undoubtedly be dull. Could it be that the 7th peak has made a private deal with the 4th peak? Unlikely, for if the 4th peak were to lose to the 7th peak, their second-place ranking would be at risk. They would certainly lose a significant portion of their resources from the medicinal garden and celestial fields. Such thoughts circulated among the disciples in the surrounding cloud towers as soon as the participant list was announced. In their eyes, the current 7th peak relied entirely on Su Taiping's strength. Without him, the 7th peak would surely face defeat. Not only they, but even the disciples of the 4th peak found this situation perplexing. Senior brother, did the peak master give you any instructions before we came? Zhu Shining, a junior sister from the 4th peak, looked at her senior brother Yu Kai with a hint of confusion. No, he merely instructed me to ignore the disputes between the 7th peak and the 1st peak, and to compete with my utmost effort as usual, Yu Kai replied. His brow furrowed. He too found the actions of the 7th peak quite baffling. I observe that it is not as complex as it appears among the 7 peaks. They now only regard the 1st peak, disregarding our 4th peak entirely. The second disciple of the 4th peak, Tang Yi, let out a cold smile. It is not entirely improbable. After all, they currently stand at second. The 4th disciple, Yao Jun, crossed his arms and nodded with a stern expression. Do they not hold us in any esteem? Earlier, upon witnessing their suppression by the sect leader, I felt a twinge of sympathy for them. The junior sister, Zhu Shining, pouted in dissatisfaction. Junior sister, you remain rather naive. In the realm of cultivation, only interests are discussed, emotions are cast aside, Tang Yi remarked with a somewhat sarcastic tone. In light of this, we need not be courteous any longer. When it is your turn to take the stage, Shining, select the maximum weight you can bear with ease. Instructed the eldest brother of the 4th peak, Yu Kai, his expression betraying a hint of ire. Rest assured, eldest brother, while I may lack in other respects, this competition of perseverance is tailor-made for me, Zhu Shining declared with unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, on the side of the 7th peak, the eldest sister and 4th brother. Do you truly have no concerns? Su Taiping glanced anxiously at the two. Upon meeting earlier today, they had promised him a surprise, insisting he must not take the stage. Taiping, you underestimate the potency of your herbal elixir, remarked 4th brother Zhou Liang with a grin. Indeed, in this round, my eldest sister may not even need to exert her full strength. The usually reserved and cautious eldest sister, Jiang Ji, today seemed transformed, her face radiating confidence and boldness. Chapter 313, Battle of the 4th Peak. Sister Linglong, do you dare to fight? For the first round of this competition, please have the 4th Peak send a disciple to the stage to suspend the iron for inscription. After the drawing of lots and finalizing the list, Elder Heilung's voice resonated once more. As his words fell, a petite figure soared from the sidelines, landing gracefully upon the stage. Zhu Shining, a disciple newly accepted by the 4th Peak 3 years prior, possessed an extraordinary innate talent and began her sword training a year ago, mastering the unique wind spirit sword technique of the 4th Peak's elders within just a month. She is yet another remarkably gifted female disciple of Qingxian sect, following Lu Zijing of the 5th Peak and the silent sister of the 6th Peak. The eldest sister, Jiang Ji, recounted the girl's name, lineage, spiritual bones, and the technique she excelled in, as if reciting a treasured list. For this grand competition of the 7 peaks, she had prepared to the fullest extent. Recalling Sister Zijing filled Su Taiping with a sense of regret, especially considering that Lu Zijing and her sister were mere sacrifices to undermine the resolve of the 5th Peak's Master Shun. That regret deepened. Zhu Shining, greeting Elder Heilong. Her voice brimming with confidence and vitality, echoed from the stage. All eyes turned towards her, eager to witness how much weight the newly emerged prodigious girl from Qingxian could lift. Zhu Shining of the 4th Peak. What way do you wish to select for the suspended iron? Elder Heilong's voice inquired. Elder Heilong, allow me a moment to ponder, Zhu Shining replied playfully, seemingly undecided. As the last grains of sand slipped through the hourglass, and if one had not yet made a decision, they would be out. The Elder Black Dragon, with an impassive expression, turned over an hourglass. Zhu Shining nodded repeatedly. The wind anomaly bone within the golden spirit bone is said to bear a burden significantly lighter than that of an ordinary golden spirit bone, exceeding a reduction of over 50%, and is vastly superior to regular spirit bones. I estimate this young lady could easily suspend 300 pounds of iron. While Zhu Shining deliberated, Zhao Linglong observed her silhouette and speculated. To achieve over 300 pounds after merely 1 year of sword training? Su Taiping expressed his astonishment. When he had once sacrificed his soul, he could only manage to suspend 300 pounds. As long as one is not overly dull. The wind anomaly bone within the golden spirit bone should indeed allow for such feats. Jiangji nodded in agreement. If it is 300 pounds, I should be able to manage that, albeit with difficulty, spoke Wu Mo, the 5th senior sister, who was an exceedingly shy woman. Her cheeks flushed as she uttered these words. Well then, you shall take on the challenge, senior sister. Zhao Linglong smiled as she linked arms with Wu Mo. Elder Black Dragon, I have made my choice. Just as the hourglass neared its end, Zhu Shining's voice rang out once more. Speak. The Elder Black Dragon narrowed his eyes, crossing his arms, and without lifting his gaze, replied, What is it? I wish to suspend 500 pounds of iron. Zhu Shining beamed as she extended her hand. Upon hearing this, the Elder Black Dragon's half-closed eyes widened in surprise, and he solemnly confirmed with Zhu Shining, Are you certain? Zhu Shining nodded earnestly, affirming, I am certain. At this declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the disciples seated in the cloud towers. Even Zhu Shining's senior brothers wore expressions of disbelief. It was evident they had not anticipated their junior sister would boldly choose to suspend 500 pounds. The brothers and sisters of the 7 Peaks furrowed their brows. Do not take it too seriously. She has merely selected 500 pounds. It is not necessarily. Clang. Jiangji attempted to reassure the group. But before she could finish her sentence, the sound of a sword resonated. Looking up, they beheld Zhu Shining of the 4th Peak activating her flying sword. Soaring through the air, with a single block of 500 pounds of suspended iron attached to it. Rather than being composed of multiple pieces, it was a solid mass, indicating that this weight was still not her limit. Today's youth are indeed remarkable. In our time, it took us 3 or 4 years of sword training to suspend merely 100 or 200 pounds, and even a single pound more thereafter was immensely challenging. 5th senior sister Wu Mo murmured enviously, her expression one of astonishment. 5th junior sister, do not feel overly pressured. If she truly succeeds, you may concede this time. We will be here to support you afterwards, Jiangji reassured as she patted Wu Mo's shoulder. No. Typically obedient to Jiangji, Wu Mo stubbornly shook her head this time, declaring, Regardless of whether I can surpass that young girl, I wish to contribute my efforts for our 7 Peaks and for the Peak Master. Had it not been for the Peak Master, I, a mere soul, would never have had the privilege to ascend the mountain. Although Wu Mo spent most of her time tending to the medicinal gardens and flower beds, she had still heard whispers of the conflicts within the Qingxian sect. Thus, she understood that the position of champion in this 7 Peaks grand competition was crucial for the possibility of rescuing the Peak Master. Jiangji paused momentarily, then nodded and said, Just do your best when the time comes. She refrained from persuading Wu Mo further. Whoosh. At that moment, Zhu Ningshi completed the engraving of the 7-character poem on the cliff face in one fluid motion, then retrieved her flying sword. Throughout the entire process, the onlookers could discern not a trace of fatigue on her face, let alone any signs of the soul-weeping affliction. 4 Peaks, Zhu Shining. Suspended iron weighing 500 pounds. After confirming the accuracy of the engraving, Elder Black Dragon announced in a clear voice to the crowd. Will the esteemed Linglong of the Seven Peaks dare to battle? Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the young girl Zhu Ningshi suddenly raised her sword, proudly pointing it at Zhao Linglong below. Chapter 314, Battle of the Four Peaks. Fifth Sister Wu Imo takes the stage. Let the battle commence. Zhao Linglong, with her fiery temperament, was ready to charge forward. Linglong, allow me to give it a try first. However, before Zhao Linglong could rise, Fifth Sister Wu Imo caught her arm and shyly requested, 500 pounds, I can still attempt it. If it were the later rounds, I fear I wouldn't even have a chance to try. Fifth Sister Wu Imo explained softly, clearly wishing to contribute to the Seven Peaks. Sister, let your fifth sister give it a try, Jiangji encouraged, lightly patting Zhao Linglong's shoulder. Sister, please don't push yourself, Zhao Linglong said, anxiously grasping Wu Mo's hand. It's merely the suspended iron engraving. At worst, I might faint, which is of no consequence. Wu Mo smiled gently, patting Zhao Linglong's hand reassuringly. With that, she no longer hesitated, lightly pushing off the ground with her toes, leaping gracefully onto the sword platform ahead. Why is it you? Upon seeing Wu Mo take the stage instead of Zhao Linglong, Zhu Ningshi of the Four Peaks appeared somewhat displeased. Zhao Linglong, you coward. Just as she was about to raise her voice to question why Zhao Linglong did not dare to face her, her master Yukai lifted her away like an eagle grasping a chick. My little junior sister lacks decorum. I hope Sister Wu Mo can forgive her. Yukai offered an apology to Wu Mo and no, it's nothing, Wu Mo replied timidly. Sister Wu, you are not adept at manipulating objects. You should call Zhao. Zhu Ningshi persisted in her attempts to persuade Wu Mo to let Zhao Linglong take her place, but before she could finish, Yukai silenced her and led her away. Unlike the other peaks, the number of disciples in the Seven Peaks was limited, and everyone was well aware of each other's capabilities. Huff. As Yukai and Zhu Ningshi walked away, Wu Mo let out a long sigh of relief. She was someone who preferred the company of flowers and plants and often stuttered when conversing with strangers, especially under the watchful gaze of so many disciples of the Qingxian sect. It's all right, Wu Mo. The Peak Master has treated you well. You must contribute your part, she reassured herself, placing a hand on her chest as she approached Elder Black Dragon. Disciple of the Seven Peaks, Wu Mo, pays her respects to Elder Black Dragon. Upon reaching Elder Black Dragon, Wu Mo bowed respectfully. Before them stood Wu Mo. Although Elder Black Dragon was somewhat taken aback, he quickly regained his composure and nodded in acknowledgement, then inquired, for this round, the weight of the suspended iron must exceed that of Zhu Ningshi. Are you aware of this? In response, Wu Mo humbly replied, Elder Black Dragon, I understand. I am considering a weight of 501 jin for the suspended iron, though I am uncertain if that is acceptable. She felt a pang of embarrassment as, being a senior sister, she was only adding a mere pound. Elder Black Dragon nodded and declared in a resonant voice, Wu Mo of Seven Peaks. The weight of the suspended iron is 501 jin. Unlike the astonishment displayed when Elder Black Dragon announced Zhu Ningxi's impending weight of 500 jin, the crowd's reaction to Wu Mo's challenge of 501 jin was one of perplexity. Who was Wu Mo? Was there a third female disciple at Seven Peaks? She appeared more akin to an outer sect disciple tending to the herbal garden. Surely, she couldn't be merely a stand-in to fill the ranks? Whispers of skepticism rippled through the assembly. Amidst the swirling doubts, Wu Mo's cheeks flushed, her fingers fidgeting together as her body trembled slightly. Fifth senior sister, do not feel pressured. We are here for you. Just as Wu Mo felt the weight of the moment becoming suffocating, Zhao Linglong's voice broke through. Indeed, junior sister Wu, do not overthink it. Simply regard those around you as flowers and plants. Following her, she heard the reassuring voices of Jiangji and Zhou Yang. Turning around, she encountered the warm smiles of her fellow disciples. Wu Mo nodded repeatedly, her tension inexplicably easing. Seven Peaks Wu Mo, you may begin, Elder Black Dragon reminded her. Understood, Wu Mo replied earnestly, gently removing a jade hairpin from her head. With a casual toss, the hairpin transformed into a size of 2 to 3 feet. Soaring before Elder Black Dragon, this was her fated magical artifact, perfectly attuned to her will. Thank you, Elder Black Dragon, Wu Mo said politely while deftly controlling the jade hairpin with her telekinetic abilities. Elder Black Dragon nodded, and with a flick of his finger, a piece of ship iron weighing around 100 jin levitated from the table, accurately affixed to Wu Mo's jade hairpin. With just a slight shudder, Wu Mo smiled at Elder Black Dragon and requested, "Elder Black Dragon, please add an additional 200 gene." Without hesitation, Elder Black Dragon complied, attaching 2 more pieces of iron of equal weight. As 300 gene hung from the jade hairpin, Wu Mo visibly strained, unable to suppress a soft groan. Observing this, Su Taiping furrowed his brow, commenting, "Fifth senior sister is nearing her limit." With the power of his heavy pupils, he could distinctly sense that Wu Mo's spirit was in a state of tension. On ordinary days, she can only manage basic telekinetic flight at a sluggish pace. 300 gene is already quite a challenge for her. Worry etched on her face. Jiangji frowned. Just then, the once trembling jade hairpin stabilized. Subsequently, Elder Black Dragon added another 100 gene of ship iron to the already considerable load. This time, not only was the jade hairpin trembling incessantly, but even Wu Mo herself was quaking uncontrollably, as though she might collapse at any moment. Clearly, the affliction known as soul cry had manifested. However, to everyone's astonishment, even while clutching her head in agony, Wu Mo valiantly persisted, skillfully managing to stabilize the jade hairpin little by little. She actually endured it, Jiangji remarked, her expression one of disbelief. She had not expected that her usually timid, shy, and pain-averse junior sister could withstand the torment of soul cry to such an extent. Chapter 315. The Battle of the Four Peaks, Senior Sister, Wu Mo's Determination. Upon hearing that seizing the title of Champion of the Seven Peaks might lead to the rescue of the Peak Master, the fifth senior sister had been secretly practicing the art of suspended iron engraving. She confessed that she possessed no other skills, save for a moderate proficiency in the art of manipulating objects for escape, which she had diligently honed, often crying out in pain during solitary practice. Stone One, who often assisted in tending to the medicinal garden, expressed his concern for her. "Is that so?" Su Taiping replied, astonished. From the current situation, it appeared that the fifth senior sister had not improved her object manipulation skills, but rather her capacity to endure the pain of soul cry. Given her average aptitude, lifting 300 pounds of suspended iron was already her limit. Attempting to increase it by even a single pound would be exceedingly difficult. In contrast, enhancing her pain tolerance was significantly more manageable. At that moment, fifth senior sister Wu Mo straightened her posture once more. Her teeth were clenched so tightly that her mouth was filled with blood. Yet, seemingly oblivious to her condition, she smiled and nodded at Elder Black Dragon, saying, "Thank you, Elder Black Dragon, for assisting me in hanging the remaining suspended iron." Witnessing this, Elder Black Dragon's expression softened. "Very well," he nodded, raising his hand to affix 2 pieces of suspended iron, one large and one small, onto the jade hairpin. Although it was only an addition of 100 pounds, for Wu Mo, whose spiritual resilience had long surpassed its limits, it felt akin to carrying a mountain. Had she not practiced in secret numerous times, this burden might have caused her to faint on the spot. Nevertheless, the excruciating pain that tore at her soul twisted her features and made her body tremble uncontrollably. Her bones and flesh were so taut that they cracked audibly, and in some areas, her skin even split open, her pristine garments visibly staining red. In the distance, the crowd from the Seven Peaks, including Su Taiping, fell into silence. The gaze of senior sister Jiang Ji revealed a hint of shame. As the eldest sister, "I have truly failed in my duties," she thought, clenching her fists as her slender shoulders trembled slightly. Suddenly, fifth senior sister Wu Mo coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Sister, junior sister." Seeing this, Su Taiping and Jiangji instinctively rushed toward the stage. They had not intended for the fifth senior sister to win this round. The risk of spiritual injury was not worth the potential gain. "No, don't come over." Before Su Taiping and the others could ascend the stage, Wu Mo abruptly raised her hand, her tone resolutely halting their advance. "Though I may seem insignificant, I yearn to contribute my share." This declaration was not only directed towards Jiangji and the others, but also a self-affirmation. Upon hearing her words, although Su Taiping and his companions still bore expressions of concern, they ultimately halted their steps. After a moment of steadying her breath, Wu Mo gradually straightened her posture, carefully controlling the jade hairpin that was nearly touching the ground, coaxing it to rise incrementally. In that moment, even the most hostile disciples from the first peak ceased their mockery and derision, silently observing Wu Mo below. Suddenly, having regained her stance, Wu Mo slowly lifted her hand, pointing her sword in an attempt to elevate the jade pin adorned with heavy iron weights. However, After several attempts, the pin remained immobile. Instead, Wu Mo's complexion began to pale, her vitality swiftly waning. Yet, despite this, she displayed no intention of surrendering, repeatedly urging the pin upward with her sword gesture. Finally, just as the onlookers believed Wu Mo was on the verge of collapse, the jade pin emitted a quivering sound. With a series of resonant vibrations, it began to ascend slowly towards the cliff, akin to an elderly steed burdened by its heavy load. At that moment, Wu Mo coughed up a mouthful of blood. The oppressive spirit of the soul crying affliction was simultaneously constraining her soul while disrupting the flow of her vitality, causing turmoil within her internal organs. Nevertheless, a smile graced Wu Mo's lips. She wiped her mouth vigorously with her sleeve, then, summoning all her strength, exclaimed, "Rise." In that instant, her voice resonated with newfound strength, her aura rivaling that of seasoned sword cultivators. As her words echoed, the jade pin emitted a firm quiver and suddenly shot forth from its original position, swiftly soaring to the cliff's edge. Junior sister, Jiang Ji, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished. Having watched Wu Mo grow, she was oblivious to this resolute side of her once timid junior sister, who had been too frightened to sleep without a light. Yet, just as the flying pin approached the area where inscriptions were carved into the cliff, Wu Mo ultimately succumbed to the internal turmoil caused by her reversed vitality, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Consequently, the jade pin began to tumble uncontrollably, perilously close to plummeting into the water below. Observing this, many disciples from the Qingxian sect, who had initially harbored doubts about Wu Mo, couldn't help but sigh in regret. In contrast to prodigies like Zhu Ningshi, the majority of disciples present were, like Wu Mo, merely ordinary individuals, and thus could see reflections of their own struggles in her. However, just as the pin was about to plunge into the water, Wu Mo, despite her rapid breaths, suddenly straightened her posture again and lifted her sword finger. With a resonant hum, the jade pin miraculously halted just above the surface of the water, avoiding its fall. In truth, a portion of the iron weight hanging from the jade hairpin was already submerged in water, yet Elder Black Dragon appeared oblivious to it, standing with arms crossed and remaining silent. Meanwhile, Wu Mo began to call out softly, as before, while slowly moving her sword finger. She showed no signs of surrender, even though she knew that, should she lose this time, her senior sister and brother might still be able to turn the tide. Nevertheless, she was unwilling to concede, for this was her heartfelt resolve. Chapter 316, The Battle of the Four Peaks, the weight of 1,400 jin. Thus, a chorus of feeble yet resolute calls echoed throughout the arena. Rise. It is unclear who initiated it, but soon, the surrounding cloud platforms began to murmur in agreement. The number of disciples joining in grew rapidly, their voices rising in volume. Rise, rise, rise. Eventually, the sound thundered like a storm, rhythmically accompanying Wu Mo's shouts over the five elders' pool. Perhaps inspired by this surge of support, Wu Mo suddenly stood tall, lifted her head, and with unwavering determination, pointed her sword finger towards the cliff where the inscription was carved, commanding with fervor, "Rise." In that instant, the jade hairpin emitted a resonant sound akin to a sword-esque cry, swiftly darting forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following the jubilant cheers of the audience, Wu Mo began to wave her arm, swiftly inscribing the 7 rhyme general principles upon the cliff face. Amidst the reverberating hums, the jade hairpin, under Wu Mo's control, wobbled with the weight of 501 jin of iron, approaching Elder Black Dragon. Wu Mo, pale and breathless, struggled to raise her gaze toward Elder Black Dragon. Wu Mo of the 7 Peaks, with a suspended weight of 501 jin. This round belongs to the 7 Peaks, Elder Black Dragon declared, lifting the iron weight. At this proclamation, gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding cloud platforms. Even those disciples who had been inspired by Wu Mo's tenacity were taken aback, unable to fathom that she had indeed triumphed over Zhu Ningshi. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Ningshi from the 4 Peaks was first rendered speechless, then murmured in disbelief. "How could I lose to her? She isn't even a sword cultivator." The elder brother you placed a hand on her head, his expression impassive as he remarked, "One does not need to wield a sword to be a sword cultivator." As soon as the results were announced by Elder Black Dragon, the disciples of the 7 Peaks surged forward, rushing to Wu Mo's side and swiftly bringing her down from the platform. Jiang Ji suppressed the turbulent energy within Wu Mo with her true essence. Su Taiping offered her a sip of the spiritual essence from Jade Gourd Mountain, while Zhao Linglong wiped the blood from her face. Senior sister, junior brother. I didn't bring shame to the Seven Peaks, did I? Wuemo, her breath weak, scanned the faces around her with a smile. Not at all. They replied in unison. That's good. I wish to sleep for a while. Wuemo slowly closed her eyes. The disciples of the Seven Peaks gazed at Wu Mo's pallid face, their silence profound, while several male disciples clenched their fists, the sound echoing ominously. At that moment, Tang Yi, the second disciple of the fourth peak, leaped onto the stage and bowed respectfully to Elder Black Dragon. Fourth Peak's Tang Yi. This time you must lift iron weighing over 501 pounds to surpass the Seven Peaks, Elder Black Dragon remarked with a nod, his voice resonating clearly. Tang Yi responded with a grin, turning to the disciples of the Seven Peaks. Rest assured, Elder Black Dragon. Our fourth peak is unlike the Seven Peaks. Lifting 500 pounds is something our novice sister can achieve without risking her life like they do. Having had past grievances with Du Guqing Xiao, Tang Yi seized every opportunity to mock the Seven Peaks. What do you mean, Tang? Let us compete fairly. Why bring up such nonsense? Shouted the hot-tempered fourth senior brother Zhou Liang, accompanied by the seemingly meek yet fierce eighth senior brother Wu Liang, who immediately began hurling insults at Tang Yi. Silence. Elder Black Dragon's authoritative voice boomed, his expression stern as he fixed his gaze on Tang Yi. How much iron are you attempting to lift? Speak. Sensing Elder Black Dragon's rising ire, Tang Yi quickly donned an apologetic smile and clasped his hands. I wish to lift 900 pounds. The declaration caused a stir among the onlookers atop the cloud platform, for 900 pounds was no trivial weight, even for a disciple at the profound realm. At such a weight, sheer willpower would prove insufficient. Yet the disciples of the Seven Peaks remained unfazed, silently observing the stage. Moments later, Tang Yi successfully lifted the 900 pounds and etched the fundamental principles of the seven laws upon the cliff face. Fourth Peak's Tang Yi. Lifting 900 pounds, I invite the disciples of the Seven Peaks to respond. As Elder Black Dragon announced this, Tang Yi, brimming with pride, turned to the Seven Peaks and, with a mocking smile, addressed Sister Jiangji. It seems you will have to step in personally this time. I presume you will choose to lift 901 pounds, correct? Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a figure surged forth from the stage below like a tempest. As the figure came to a halt, Tang Yi recognized it as Zhou Liang. Junior brother Zhou, your injury. Get lost. Zhou Liang's voice interrupted Tang Yi's words. By the time Tang Yi regained his composure, Zhou Liang was already standing before Elder Black Dragon. As frustration simmered within Tang Yi, he heard Elder Black Dragon declare, Disciple Zhou Liang of the Seven Peaks, lifting 1,400 pounds. The announcement astonished Tang Yi and the others, yet he quickly sneered. That may have been feasible in the past. But after being wounded by the Blade Demon, you still dare to attempt 1,400 pounds? Seeking death. Zhou Liang's injury was common knowledge among the Seven Peaks. And despite once ranking among the top 15 of the younger generation, Tang Yi doubted Zhou Liang's ability to lift such a weight in his current condition. I shall relish watching your humiliation. Tang Yi, disinterested, crossed his arms and gazed with keen interest at Zhou Liang. At this moment, he was already contemplating the words he would employ to humiliate and provoke Zhou Liang further. Suddenly, with a resounding clash of steel, Tang Yi was left dumbfounded as he beheld Zhou Liang wielding a massive iron block weighing 1,400 pounds, slicing through the air. There was no doubt that the iron block weighed that much. Otherwise, the Elder of the Black Dragon would not have permitted his departure. Chapter 317. The Battle at Mount E. Sister Jiangji's decision. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst the flickering shadows of the blade, Zhou Liang's long knife swiftly inscribed the essence of the seven rhythms upon the cliff face. By the time he sheathed his weapon, neither Tang Yi nor the onlookers could comprehend what had transpired. Zhou Liang of the Seven Peaks, suspended iron weighing 1,400 pounds, inscription completed. We invite representatives from the four peaks to challenge. It was only when the voice of the Elder of the Black Dragon echoed that the previously silent Walao pool erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Was Zhou Liang of the Seven Peaks truly this formidable? Indeed, he had possessed such strength, but after being wounded by the Blade Demon, he had nearly become a mere shadow of his former self. Yet today, his performance belied any signs of injury. In an instant, the disciples were abuzz with speculation. Just as Zhou Liang was about to descend the stage, he brushed past Tang Yi. "Why are you still here?" Zhou Liang glared at Tang Yi with palpable disdain. "You." Tang Yi, though tempted to retort, felt the overwhelming aura of Zhou Liang's violent blade intent and swallowed his words. Ultimately, only managing a cold huff. "Do not celebrate too soon. Let us see how you withstand the weight of my senior brother and fourth junior brother's suspended iron." The senior brother of the Four Peaks, Yu Kai, and the fourth junior brother, Yao Jun, were both exceptional sword cultivators ranked among the top 10 in Xingxian. Thus, Tang Yi held confidence that victory would ultimately belong to their Four Peaks. This is impossible. How could Jiang Ji of the Seven Peaks surpass the strength of the senior brother? A short while later, as Jiang Ji inscribed the essence of the seven rhythms with the weight of 3,600 pounds upon the cliff face, Yu Kai, exhausted and panting, chose to concede defeat at the final moment. According to the rules of this contest, as each peak fought until the last person, the weight of the suspended iron could continually increase until the opponent surrendered. However, 3,600 pounds was far beyond what Yu Kai could bear. "Sister Jiangji, has your injury truly healed?" Yu Kai, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, looked at Jiangji with incredulity. Unlike some of the newer disciples, Yu Kai had witnessed Jiangji at her peak strength. Essentially, Jiangji nodded, not concealing the truth. "Then, I have no regrets in my defeat." Yu Kai replied with a bitter smile. Once more, the voice of the elder of the Black Dragon rang out. In this match, the Seven Peaks triumph over the Four Peaks. With this proclamation, the surrounding cloud towers erupted once again in excitement. The senior sister of the Seven Peaks possesses such remarkable prowess? Unbeknownst to many, Sister Jiangji had once claimed the title of champion at the questioning Sword Qingxian, but had later suffered injuries, resulting in a significant decline in her cultivation. Observing her performance today, could it be that she has fully recovered? If this is indeed the case, should the solitary Qing Xiao return from the abyss of the fallen dragons? There is a possibility that the Seven Peaks might truly seize the title and earn the privilege to challenge the sect leader to a duel. The chorus of admiration that filled the arena did not lead the disciples of the Seven Peaks to become complacent or let down their guard. They were acutely aware that their sole adversary in this contest was none other than the First Peak. It was anticipated that the First Peak would select them once again. Jiangji, with a grave expression, gazed towards the elevated platform. There, the First Peak senior brother, Yin Bing, had already soared onto the stage and was bowing respectfully to Elder Heilong. According to the rules of the Seven Peaks competition, after the conclusion of the first round, the previous champion had the right to freely choose their opponent. Su Taiping nodded and then addressed Jiangji, "Senior sister, I shall take this match." Jiangji hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Taiping, have you been withholding your sword? Are you nurturing it?" Su Taiping was taken aback that his senior sister had discerned this. "Indeed, I have been nurturing my sword." After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in affirmation to Jiangji. "If that is the case, I will place you as the last to compete in the next round. Unless absolutely necessary, we shall strive to keep you from drawing your sword." Jiangji's demeanor was serious as she regarded Su Taiping. Even without his words, she understood the rationale behind his sword nurturing. Zhao Linglong and Zhou Liang, upon overhearing their conversation, had also surmised Su Taiping's intentions and promptly expressed, "Junior brother, we shall do our utmost to prevent you from needing to intervene in this round. Indeed, both senior sister and I are in good form. Even if you do not strike, we can still prevail against the First Peak. Save your strength for the next match," they urged. Su Taiping felt a warmth spread through his heart at their words. However, the performances of senior sister Jiangji and senior brother Zhou Liang had indeed exceeded his expectations. Without their support, today's contest would have been considerably more arduous. "Senior sister, senior brother, if I need not intervene in this round, that would be splendid. However, do not push yourselves too hard. Though I am nurturing my sword, it does not mean I cannot draw it at all. The power may merely be somewhat diminished. Moreover, in the next round, it is possible that I might not need to wield my sword at all." Su Taiping spoke earnestly to the three. They all nodded in understanding. Given that the upcoming battle was pivotal for claiming the title of the Seven Peaks, a palpable tension filled the air. "Let the previous champion of the Seven Peaks select the next opponent," rang out Elder Heilong's voice. The eyes of the Seven Peaks disciples collectively turned towards the platform. Simultaneously, Yin Bing, standing on the stage, directed his gaze towards them. Upon their eyes meeting, Yin Bing smiled and declared loudly, "We of the first peak wish to invite the seventh peak as our next opponent." Though this was anticipated, the disciples could not help but feel a tightening in their chests upon hearing his words. Unlike the initial round of the 7 dragons competing for pearls, this match would represent a genuine contest of cultivation between the 2 peaks prior to the inquiry of the Sword of Qingxian. Senior brothers and sisters, in this contest, regardless of the outcome, I, your junior, shall always be here to support you, Su Taiping assured Jiang Ji and the others. Should the situation arise that demanded his intervention, he vowed to stand resolutely with them, irrespective of the weight of the burden they bore. Upon hearing Su Taiping's words, Zhou Liang shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "You greatly underestimate your elder brother." At this moment, Jiang Ji placed a hand on Zhao Linglong's shoulder, smiling in agreement. "Indeed, after all, we are your senior sisters." Just then, the robust voice of Elder Black Dragon thundered once more, booming like a clap of thunder. "The competition is about to commence. Disciples from the first peak and the 7th peak, please take your positions immediately." Chapter 318. The first peak, Tai Xian 100 miles listening to the wind technique. In this second round, the first match pits the first peak against the 7th peak. The disciples from the first peak are Huang Qi, Jin Heji, Yin Bing, and Yi Xian. The 7th peak disciples are Zhao Linglong, Zhou Liang, Jiang Ji, and Su Taiping. As Elder Black Dragon announced the roster of disciples for this round, many onlookers in the cloud pavilions displayed expressions of excitement, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming spectacle. The animosity between Su Taiping and Yi Xian was well known among the cultivators present. During the previous 7 peaks competition, Yi Xian, after his defeat, had boldly proclaimed that he would reclaim victory this time. Meanwhile, Su Taiping's remarkable improvement in strength over the past 7 years was evident to all, making their impending clash particularly intriguing, even if it was not a direct sword contest. This match held great significance for the 7th peak. A loss would mean relinquishing the title of champion and the qualification to challenge the sect leader. On the western side of a cloud pavilion, Su Zian observed the 7th peak disciples below, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Beside her, Lin Buyu wore a similarly contemplative expression. Having been eliminated by the 2nd peak in the previous round, they could only watch the upcoming matches from the sidelines. However, unlike Su Zian, Lin Buyu's gaze was directed toward the disciples of the first peak. Suddenly, her ears perked up slightly as a conversation reached her. "Junior brother Huang, you will be the first to compete. The weight of the suspended iron should be set at 1,800 pounds. 1,800 pounds? Senior brother, I can typically manage only 1,100 pounds. Isn't that a bit excessive? What is there to fear? With that support, the onset of the soul-crying syndrome will at least be delayed for an hour. But even if it's delayed, it will still occur after an hour. With such a lack of resolve, how do you expect to master the Azure Thunder decision? Can my senior brother truly help me acquire the Azure Thunder decision? Your performance today will determine that. Rest assured, 1,800 pounds will pose no problem. At worst, I'll just need to rest in bed for a few days." Enough talk. The competition is about to begin. Make your preparations, and do not misplace that item. The conversation concluded. The 2 speakers were none other than Jin Heji, the 2nd disciple of the first peak, and Huang Qi, the 3rd disciple. Lin Buyu's ability to hear the voices of the 2 individuals stems from her acquisition of one of the 5 treasures of the Taixian sect, known as the Taixian by Li Ting Fengju, from the secret realm of Yunmings. This unique technique allows her to perceive the conversations of any beings or entities within her line of sight. "Sister, how much weight did Huang Qi suspend last time?" Lin Buyu suddenly inquired of Su Zian. "Huang Qi, he is already in the mid-stage of the profound realm. Last time, he suspended 1,000 pounds of iron. This year, it should be around 1,100 pounds, Su Zian responded thoughtfully. "Given that weight, Linglong should still be able to bear it," she added. Upon hearing this, Lin Buyu furrowed her brow, secretly contemplating. Under normal circumstances, Huang Qi could only suspend 1,100 pounds. Yet this time he intends to suspend 1,800 pounds. There must be something amiss. With that thought, she raised her wrist to glance at the bracelet adorning it. After a moment of serious contemplation, she looked up at Su Zian and said, "Sister, I shall return now." "Returning so early?" Su Zian expressed her surprise. "Yes, it is rather uninteresting," Lin Buyu nodded. "Then you go ahead. I must watch this match before I leave." Su Zian did not insist. Understanding her junior sister's steadfast nature, She knew that any attempt to keep her would likely be futile. Lin Buyu nodded and proceeded to descend the stairs alone. However, upon reaching the exit downstairs, she veered towards a secluded corner where she promptly vanished from sight, having presumably utilized the robe that grants her invisibility. Meanwhile, at the Wu Lao Pond, in the area where the disciples of the Seven Peaks gathered beneath the high platform, Jiang Ji and Su Taiping were discussing the forthcoming match. Under normal circumstances, the first peak should send Huang Qi to compete first, and when the time comes, Ling Long, it will be your turn to face him. With a short span of time remaining before the match commenced, Jiang Ji strategized with her peers. Absolutely no problem, Zhao Linglong assured decisively. Huang Qi suspended 1,000 pounds of iron last year. Given his advancement, he should be able to suspend around 1,300 pounds this year, Jiang Ji informed Zhao Linglong. I have currently tested the maximum weight of 1,200 pounds, but if I push myself, I should manage 1,400 pounds. Zhao Linglong replied after careful consideration. Then, with you facing Huang Qi, there should be no issues. The real concern lies in our lack of understanding regarding Yin Bing and Jin Heji. In terms of progress over the past 7 years, their advancement in the first peak ranks just below Yi Xian, Jiang Ji remarked, her brow furrowed. Even you, senior sister, are unaware? Su Taiping inquired, astonished. Yes. Jiang Ji nodded. During these 7 years, Yin Bing has been in seclusion, while Jin Heji has been out training with Yi Xian. Upon returning, they have been deliberately concealing their fluctuations in aura. Thus, aside from the peak master and the sect leader, it is likely that no one knows the extent of their cultivation progress. Jiang Ji concluded, her expression troubled. Despite her ability to unleash her full power without concern for her injuries, the uncertainty surrounding her opponent's capabilities weighed heavily upon her. Had her training not stagnated for so many years, she would not find herself in such a precarious situation today. With a sigh, she reassured herself, it's all right. Senior sister, just do your best. Even if I cannot wield a sword, I possess other means to inscribe iron. Su Taiping encouraged Jiang Ji to remain at ease amidst the gathering. Chapter 319, Battle at the First Peak. Eavesdropping on Huang Qi's heartfelt thoughts, Jiang Ji nodded with a smile, though she met Su Taiping's comforting words with skepticism. While ordinary flight with objects might be manageable, substituting a magical artifact was not as simple. The weight borne during iron inscription was substantial, achievable only through one's intrinsic magical artifact or a spiritual sword. As far as she knew, Su Taiping had yet to forge his own intrinsic artifact. Therefore, without the sword, his limit would be a mere 300 pounds, a weight that could not possibly surpass the strength of the few at the first peak. Furthermore, without the sword, the torment of soul weeping he would endure would double, as warned by Fairy Lingwei. However, should the situation reach a critical juncture, Su Taiping would have no choice but to prevail. He had made a pact with his second senior brother to secure victory for the Seven Peaks, allowing his brother to approach the sect leader for a duel. Just as Su Taiping solidified his resolve, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. No words? He tentatively inquired through a mental transmission. It is I, the voice replied once more. This time, Su Taiping was certain it was Lin Buyu. The absence of her presence, despite her audible voice, was likely due to her enchanted robe. I just employed the wind listening technique to eavesdrop on the conversation between Jin Heji and his disciple Huang Qi from the first peak, and I detected some anomalies. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping's heart tightened, prompting him to inquire, what discrepancies did you uncover? Jin Heji instructed Huang Qi to inscribe iron weighing 1,800 pounds. Yet according to my senior sister, Huang Qi's current capability for object manipulation should hover around 1,200 pounds. Such a significant improvement in a short time is implausible. Lin Buyu's voice echoed in Su Taiping's mind. Simultaneously, he sensed the presence of someone occupying the empty chair beside him. 1,800 pounds. This figure was what truly captured Su Taiping's attention. Throughout their conversation, they repeatedly mentioned a treasure capable of delaying the onset of soul weeping. Such a treasure exists? Su Taiping inquired, his curiosity piqued. If it could suppress the soul weeping affliction, even a newly trained swordsman could potentially bear a weight of at least 1,000 pounds. For a swordsman like Huang Qi, the possibility of lifting 1,800 pounds, or even 3,600 pounds, was not beyond reason. If that were the case, how could they compete? From their discussion, it appeared that utilizing this treasure was not without its costs. However, they spoke cautiously, revealing nothing further. If you wish to know more, perhaps you could use the bracelet to listen to their thoughts, Lin Buyu suggested. The voice of Lin Buyu resonated once more. Upon hearing her words, Su Taiping's eyes brightened instantly, and he promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, junior sister Buyu." From the bracelet they acquired in the Listening Wind Pavilion, one of its abilities was named Hearts in Sync, which allowed them to hear the thoughts of those around them. "No need for thanks. You saved my senior sister last time, so I am merely returning a favor," Lin Buyu replied with a calm demeanor. At that moment, Su Taiping distinctly felt a hand grasping his. "Why are you in a daze? Hold my hand," Lin Buyu remarked, prompting Su Taiping, who had not reacted immediately. "All right." He quickly took hold of Lin Buyu's hand. Compared to 7 years ago, Su Taiping's hand had grown considerably larger and rougher, while Lin Buyu's hand remained unchanged, delicate, soft, and seemingly boneless, so much so that Su Taiping hesitated to grip it too tightly. Sensing something, Lin Buyu tightened her grip, her fingers firmly encircling Su Taiping's hand, and then conveyed through their connection, "You need to hold tighter, otherwise, Hearts in Sync cannot be properly manifested." "Understood," Su Taiping nodded earnestly. Since the young lady showed no reservations, he saw no reason to be tentative. He then clasped Lin Buyu's hand securely, his large hand nearly enveloping hers entirely. In that instant, as their fingers interlocked, both suddenly heard the rhythmic thumping of each other's hearts. However, Su Taiping noticed that Lin Buyu's heartbeat seemed a bit rapid, prompting him to inquire with concern. "Junior sister Buyu, are you feeling unwell?" "Not at all," Lin Buyu swiftly denied, then shifted the topic, saying, "The competition is about to begin. We must quickly listen to the thoughts of those disciples from the first peak and see if we can uncover any flaws." Upon hearing this, Su Taiping's expression turned serious once more, and he immediately turned to face the group of disciples from the first peak. Just as when they first employed the Hearts in Sync ability, as soon as they focused their attention on someone, that person's thoughts would resonate in their minds. They instinctively zeroed in on Huang Qi. Soon, Huang Qi's thoughts began to materialize in their consciousness. 1,800 pounds? Second brother, are you trying to get me killed? I don't know where you got this forgetting worries talisman, but it can really eliminate the soul-crying syndrome. Yet what good is it? After an hour, it will flare up again. Oh well, as long as I can obtain the Azure Thunder control technique, I can afford to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. Speaking of which, the female disciples from the 7 peaks are quite lovely. Once the 7 peaks are thoroughly defeated and all disciples are absorbed by our first peak, I will definitely request the peak master to select one of those beautiful female disciples as my partner. Coincidentally, during my training down the mountain a few years back, I acquired a dual cultivation technique for yin and yang enhancement. But which of these 3 female disciples should I choose? Zhao Linglong. It seems second brother has always had his eye on her. Never mind, I'll choose between Jiang Ji and Wu Mo. Jiang Ji is indeed very beautiful, especially with those long legs, but she is a bit too frail. Though Wu Mo may appear petite, she possesses a slender form where it is appropriate and ample flesh where needed. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping's countenance darkened to such an extent that it seemed ready to drip with gloom. Chapter 320, Battle at One Peak. The suspended iron weighing 1,800 jin, let us have another person listen, he thought to Lin Buyu. Very well, Lin Buyu promptly replied, his tone indicating a hint of indignation. Subsequently, after Su Taiping surveyed the few disciples of One Peak, his gaze ultimately settled upon Jin Heji. From the previous words of Huang Qi, it was evident that the so-called forgetting worry talisman had been bestowed upon him by Jin Heji. However, to Su Taiping's surprise, upon focusing on Jin Heji, he heard not a single sound. No one could entirely silence their inner voice, which suggested that Jin Heji had employed some means to conceal his thoughts. Lin Buyu speculated. Hearing this, Su Taiping suddenly had a conjecture. He then directed his gaze towards Yi Xian, who was resting against a pavilion pillar with closed eyes. Much like Jin Heji, neither he nor Lin Buyu could discern any sound emanating from the two. This is a form of soul sealing technique, capable not only of masking one's inner voice, but also preventing soul searching after death. When I converse with you, others neither hear nor see. Due to the soul sealing technique I cast upon myself before my spirit dissipated. However, this technique can only be executed by cultivators of the transformation stage or above. Thus, I surmise that the restrictions upon these two are not the handiwork of your esteemed sect leader. The voice of Lingue Fairy resonated in Su Taiping's mind. Upon hearing this, a name immediately surfaced in Su Taiping's thoughts, Su Chan. This senior brother Su Chan truly possesses a meticulous mind, he mused inwardly. I can indeed unravel this soul-sealing method, though it will take the duration of an incense stick. You may wish to see if you can uncover any clues from the others in the meantime, Lingua Fairy added. At this, Su Taiping felt a surge of joy within. And as he mentally acknowledged her, he turned his gaze towards the first peak's eldest disciple, Yan Bing. At that moment, Yan Bing, much like Yixian, had his arms crossed, leaning against a pavilion pillar, seemingly deep in thought. To Su Taiping and Lin Buyu's relief, upon directing their gaze towards Yan Bing, his inner voice immediately emerged in their minds. Second junior brother and Yixian must be concealing something from me. Otherwise, how could their cultivation advance so rapidly after several years of external training? This time, after the grand competition, I must uncover the secrets they harbor. Perhaps this is the key to my breakthrough into the refining spirit realm. That said, the Forgetting Worry Talisman is indeed a valuable item. It can delay the onset of the soul-weeping affliction, serving not only for this competition, but also as a means of preserving one's life. Without the disturbance of the soul-weeping affliction, the potency of my flying sword could increase by at least 30%. However, while it is indeed beneficial, the materials required for its crafting are rather expensive. Moreover, its preservation is quite troublesome. It must be kept close to the body, shielded from light, and free from any taint of impurity. Even so, there remains the possibility of the talisman becoming ineffective midway, rendering the situation exceedingly unstable. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping exhaled a sigh of relief. He withdrew his gaze while internally communicating with Lin Buyu, indicating that as long as the so-called forgetfulness talisman could be destroyed, their plans could be thwarted. However, it is worth noting that the forgetfulness talisman is typically kept close at hand, making it quite challenging to extract without proximity. Lin Buyu continued to harbor concerns. It poses a significant challenge. Su Taiping silently nodded in agreement. It is not overly complicated. At that moment, the voice of the lunar fairy resonated in Su Taiping's mind. According to Yan Bing, the forgetfulness talisman is likely a derivative of the soul-sealing technique. This type of talisman, aside from being averse to murky energies, is particularly sensitive to intense fluctuations in spiritual consciousness. As long as you require it, Taiping, I can assist you in erasing the power contained within it at any time, she continued. In a normal competition, the lunar fairy would typically refrain from intervening. However, given that the adversary is resorting to underhanded tactics and employing the very soul technique she excels in, she is more than willing to lend Su Taiping a hand. Thank you, Sister Lingua. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping felt a wave of relief wash over him. If we cannot find a solution, our only recourse would be to convince Elder Black Dragon that the first peak is engaging in foul play, Lin Buyu relayed to Su Taiping, clearly presenting her sole idea. Even if Elder Black Dragon were to handle the matter impartially, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to procure evidence. However, do not worry, I have devised a solution. Su Taiping reassured Lin Buyu. A solution? Very well then. Although Lin Buyu was somewhat curious about Su Taiping's intended resolution, her inherent respect for others' privacy prevented her from probing further. While they still could not discern the thoughts of Jin Heji and Yixian, they could make effective use of the forgetfulness talisman in the meantime. Su Taiping mused to himself while shifting his gaze towards Huang Qi of the first peak. Soon, Huang Qi's inner voice echoed once more in Su Taiping's mind. However, what he did not anticipate was that Huang Qi's thoughts were still rife with derogatory remarks about his several senior sisters. In an instant, Su Taiping's expression darkened again. Lin Buyu, do you think it would be somewhat cruel if I were to destroy the forgetfulness talisman before Huang Qi finishes inscribing the final character of the 7 laws, thereby provoking his soul cry affliction? Su Taiping inquired expressionlessly in his mind. Lin Buyu replied succinctly, he deserves it. The two reached a remarkable consensus regarding their approach to Huang Qi. As the competition was about to commence, Elder Black Dragon's voice resonated once more, calling for the disciples of the first peak to take the stage. Soon, the break concluded, and the announcement was made. As the words fell, Huang Qi, the disciple of the first peak, hurriedly soared onto the stage. He then greeted Elder Black Dragon with a beaming smile, saying, I, Huang Qi, disciple of the first peak, pay my respects to Elder Black Dragon. Elder Black Dragon nodded expressionlessly and directly inquired, what is the weight of the suspended iron? His voice, as ever, boomed. Hanging iron. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi broke into a broad smile, then turned his gaze toward the crowd below. When his eyes fell upon the numerous disciples of the Seven Peaks, he proclaimed loudly, I, disciple Huang Qi, shall attempt to hang a weight of 1,800 pounds. This rare opportunity to shine, which came only once every 7 years, was not one he would let slip away, especially as he would have to endure the agony of soul cry for the next fortnight. Chapter 321, Battle at One Peak. The resplendent Huang Qi indeed, as he had anticipated, the moment these words left his lips, a look of astonishment swept across the faces of the Seven Peaks disciples. To commence with such a staggering weight of 1,800 pounds was unprecedented in the history of the Seven Peaks competition. Instantly, the disciples in the surrounding cloud pavilions began to fervently discuss this, their excitement surpassing even the fervor following Sister Su Taiping's victory over Zhu Ningshi. 1,800 pounds? Su Zian from Six Peaks was so startled that she rose to her feet. The discrepancy between this and her understanding of Huang Qi's maximum capacity for hanging iron was simply too vast. Sensing the surrounding murmurs and witnessing the incredulous and flustered expressions of the Seven Peaks disciples, Huang Qi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He believed that after this battle, his reputation within the Qingxian sect would undoubtedly soar, falling just beneath that of a few esteemed seniors. What are you gazing at? The Black Dragon Elder, regaining his composure, emitted a dissatisfied snort upon noticing Huang Qi's lingering gaze toward the audience below. Forgive me, Elder Black Dragon, I was momentarily distracted, Huang Qi replied, his thick skin rendering such reprimands inconsequential to him. The Black Dragon Elder shot him a glare before confirming, Are you truly choosing to hang 1,800 pounds this time? To be frank, even the Black Dragon Elder was taken aback by Huang Qi's bold declaration. In response, Elder Black Dragon, while 1,800 pounds presents a significant challenge for me, I am willing to give it my utmost effort, Huang Qi declared passionately. Upon hearing this, several novice disciples, unfamiliar with his character, began to cheer for him enthusiastically. As the waves of applause cascaded around him, Huang Qi's excitement grew even more fervent. For other cultivators, the pursuit of cultivation was aimed at achieving longevity and power. However, Huang Qi was far more enamored with the pursuit of fame and fortune. Then let us commence. Although the Black Dragon Elder was not fond of Huang Qi's worldly demeanor, he could not help but admire his courage as he acknowledged the seriousness of his intentions. Indeed, Huang Qi respectfully clasped his hands together, then raised one hand, elegantly pointing his sword upward, with a resonant sound of a sword cry. A remarkably ornate golden long sword soared forth, landing steadily before the Black Dragon Elder. I appreciate your assistance, Elder Black Dragon, Huang Qi said with a confident smile. Simultaneously, he discreetly formed a seal with his hidden hand. The forgetting worry talisman nestled close to his heart began to emanate a force that only he could perceive. Bang! At that moment, the Black Dragon Elder waved his large sleeve, and a 500-pound piece of pressed iron was suspended upon Huang Qi's long sword. Yet, Huang Qi did not even flinch. Upon witnessing this scene, the disciples on the cloud tower once again erupted in exclamations of astonishment, with some unable to refrain from cheers of admiration. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Seventh Peak furrowed their brows in disbelief. How could this be possible? With his cultivation level, he could not possibly levitate 1,800 pounds of iron. Even as Elder Black Dragon had suspended the second 500-pound piece of ship-fixing iron on Huang Qi's flying sword, Zhao Linglong still refused to accept that Huang Qi could achieve such a feat. Do not rush. Let us observe further. The senior sister, Jiangji, gently patted Zhao Linglong's shoulder. Although Su Taiping longed to reveal the truth to senior sister Linglong, he ultimately chose silence, wary of arousing suspicion from the first peak. 1,800 pounds. Truly, it was 1,800 pounds. The first peak, with its profound heritage, had unknowingly fostered yet another rising disciple. At that moment, the disciples surrounding the cloud tower erupted once more into cheers and gasps of wonder. When a few raised their eyes, they beheld Huang Qi's flying sword, effortlessly carrying the 1,800 pounds of ship-fixing iron, swiftly soaring to the cliff face inscribed with characters. Huang Qi had truly accomplished the impossible. Zhao Linglong bit her lip, a look of unwillingness upon her face. Had it been 1,500 pounds, she might have dared to attempt it, but 1,800 pounds was far beyond her reach. Junior sister, for the next round, allow me to take your place, proposed fourth senior brother Zhou Liang, stepping forward. No, If that were the case, our plan would be disrupted, Zhao Linglong responded, taking a deep breath and raising her head with determination, addressing everyone. Even if it costs me my spirit, I must surpass Huang Qi. But senior sister, senior brother, Huang Qi has not yet completed the inscription. The outcome remains uncertain, Su Taiping interjected at that moment. Indeed, the competition is not yet over. It is premature to discuss victory or defeat, Jiangji added. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Their gazes collectively fixated on the cliff, each expression tinged with tension. However, the disciples of the seventh peak felt a pang of despair as Huang Qi showed no signs of faltering. Within a mere teacup's worth of time, he had already inscribed more than half of the total outline of the 7 laws. As the resolution of the contest drew near and amidst the surrounding cheers, Huang Qi could no longer suppress his desire to showcase his prowess. While continuing to inscribe with his spirit guiding the sword, he turned to face the assembled disciples of the 7 peaks, crossing his arms and addressing them. Esteemed brothers and sisters of the 7 peaks, I, Huang Qi, advise you to abandon your unrealistic fantasies. With your numbers, you cannot hope to triumph over the first peak. With the imminent downfall of the 7 peaks, he felt no fear of offending them. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the 7th peak turned as cold as ice. The first peak's members, including Jin He and others, paid little heed to Huang Qi's audacious behavior, as this had always been his character. Linglong, I presume the 7 peaks intend for you to compete with me? I advise against it. Injuring your spirit could lead to dire consequences. As Huang Qi continued to mock the disciples of the 7 peaks, the flying sword behind him remained incessantly etching characters. Before long, only the final line of the entire poem remained. Very well, I shall cease my words here. You must take care. Huang Qi intended to turn around to inscribe that last line and await the cheers of the crowd. However, before he could finish his sentence or pivot his body, he suddenly froze in place. Pain, an indescribable agony tore through his very soul, as if he had been struck by lightning, causing him to convulse uncontrollably. Soon after, the lower part of his white robe inexplicably turned yellow. The pain caused him to lose control. It was only at this moment that Huang Qi, who had been silently convulsing, let out a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 322, Battle of the First Peak. Zhao Linglong of the 7 peaks emerges victorious. The bizarre scene plunged the 5 elders' pond into an eerie silence. Just a moment ago, Huang Qi had been brimming with confidence, and in the next instant, he had devolved into such a pitiful state. Both the spectators in the arena and those watching from below were momentarily stunned. Even Su Taiping, who had been prepared, wore a look of astonishment. Could it truly be that painful? He muttered inwardly. It must be due to the forgetfulness talisman. Lin Buyu remarked with a calm demeanor. Su Taiping found this possibility credible. As Huang Qi's anguished cries echoed, the flying sword, burdened with 1,800 pounds of ship iron, ultimately lost control and plunged into the water with a resounding splash. The immense weight of the iron crashing down from above sent waves soaring several feet high. This sound jolted Elder Black Dragon and the surrounding disciples from their stupor. Junior brother, Huang Junior brother. At that moment, several disciples from the first peak soared onto the platform. Yet, just then, the Huang Qi, who had been on the verge of madness from pain, suddenly ceased his wailing and stood up again, seemingly perplexed, as if nothing had transpired at all. What is happening? He looked around in confusion. Senior brother? Junior brothers? Why are you here? Upon seeing Jin Haji and the others, he appeared utterly bewildered. Do not approach. This scene alerted Elder Black Dragon, who instinctively raised his hand to prevent Jin Haji and the others from coming closer. At this moment, Huang Qi's unusual behavior resembled that of a disciple possessed. What is going on? Why did Huang Qi suddenly go mad, only to return to normal? Zhao Linglong and her companions from the 7 peaks wore expressions of confusion as well. Su Taiping, too, was engulfed in bewilderment. Although he was the one responsible for Huang Qi's current state, the unfolding situation exceeded his expectations. Just as Su Taiping was mired in confusion, the voice of the fairy of Ling West suddenly resonated in his mind. To avoid arousing suspicion, I merely interfered slightly with the forgetfulness talisman. I have since ceased my actions. Hearing this, Su Taiping replied with a look of realization. So, it was the forgetfulness talisman that suppressed Huang Qi's pain from the soul-crying affliction? Indeed, as long as the forgetfulness talisman remains, Any pain he endures will vanish for 1 hour, the fairy of Lingyue confirmed. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping finally felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Buyu silently conveyed to him, "How has Huang Qi recovered?" Thus, Su Taiping began to explain using the words of fairy Lingyue, while quietly observing the commotion above the high platform. He witnessed the restored Huang Qi. After a moment of daze, finally realizing his own indiscretion and loss of control, which led him to collapse onto the ground. After examining Huang Qi's condition, Elder Black Dragon's face displayed a clear expression of suspicion. He looked at Jin Heji and the others with a perplexed gaze and inquired, "You from the first peak aren't trying to play tricks on me, are you?" "Elder Black Dragon, you misunderstand. Junior brother Huang merely suffered a setback in the challenge and was afflicted by the backlash of the Soul Cry syndrome. We would never dare to resort to tricks. Nor is there any need to do so," Jin Heji explained to Elder Black Dragon with a smile. Elder Black Dragon gave Jin Heji a profound glance, then used his spiritual sense to sense Huang Qi's aura once more, ultimately failing to detect any anomalies. "Elder Black Dragon, how shall we determine the outcome of this round?" At this moment, senior sister Jiang Ji of the 7th peak and 4th senior brother Zhou Liang flew down to the edge of the platform. Concerned about the outcome of the competition, they naturally wished to inquire. "In this round, my junior brother faltered, so consider it your good fortune." Jin Heji shot a glare at the two, then grasped Huang Qi and soared down from the platform. "Elder Black Dragon, Huang Qi's earlier condition was evidently abnormal," Jiang Ji remarked, frowning as she looked at Elder Black Dragon. "Jiang girl, prepare for the second round of the competition," Elder Black Dragon replied, shaking his head. Then with a furrowed brow, spoke to Jiang Ji with earnestness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ji understood. Elder Black Dragon's statement indicated that he had been unable to find any evidence. She cupped her hands in respect to Elder Black Dragon, then descended from the platform with Zhou Liang. Below the platform, Su Taiping, upon witnessing this, inquired inwardly to Fairy Lingyue, Sister Lingyue, "Is there any way to uncover this talisman and thus prove that the first peak cheated collectively?" "It's futile. This talisman dissipates upon exposure to light and cannot be detected," Fairy Lingyue responded. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping immediately abandoned the thought of reporting the first peak's cheating. Just then, after discussing with the supervising elders, Elder Black Dragon announced the results of the first round in a clear voice. In the first round, Huang Qi of the first peak failed, having been suspended with a weight of 1,800 pounds. Therefore, Zhao Linglong of the 7th peak automatically claims victory. After a brief moment, a disciple from the 7th peak will come forth to engrave iron inscriptions. Upon hearing Elder Black Dragon's decisive declaration of the first peak's defeat in this round, the disciples in the audience once again began to murmur. Some remarked that the 7th peak had enjoyed a stroke of luck, while others contended that even so, the 7th peak's chances remained slim. Of course, the majority of the discussion still centered around Huang Qi. Amidst this cacophony of chatter, Su Taiping, who sat quietly at the back of the 7th peak's disciples, once more directed his gaze towards the disciples of the first peak, ultimately landing on Jin Heji. Just moments ago, Fairy Lingyue had informed him that the restrictions on Jin Heji had been lifted, meaning he could now hear Jin Heji's innermost thoughts. Chapter 323, The Second Match. Listening to Jin Heji's heartbeat, "Have you broken the restrictions on Jin Heji?" Lin Biyu inquired with a hint of astonishment in his tone as he addressed Su Taiping upon hearing the voice emanating from Jin Heji. "Sort of," he replied, feeling somewhat reluctant to take credit for Sister Lingyue's achievements. Yet, he could not disclose the existence of the Fairy Lingyue, so he opted for a vague response. Fortunately, Biyu did not press further. Soon, the two focused intently on the heartbeat of Jin Heji. Thankfully, the Forgetting Worry talisman was sufficiently discreet, otherwise, should that old dragon discover it, a multitude of troubles would ensue. It appeared that, as mentioned by that individual, the talisman was not entirely stable and could occasionally fail. If that were the case, it would be wise to refrain from using it in the imminent round. Among the 3 of us remaining, without relying on the Forgetting Worry talisman, I can manage to lift a weight of 1,900 pounds at most, while my senior brother can lift 2,300 pounds. Although Yi Xian has not disclosed his capabilities, it is certain that he exceeds mine. Thus, in the next round, as long as they do not surpass 1,900 pounds, I shall not require the talisman. Hearing this, Su Taiping's lips curled slightly. He noticed that Jin Heji seemed unaware that the Forgetting Worry talisman had been deliberately compromised. However, Lifting 1,900 pounds would pose a considerable challenge for both Sister Linglong and fourth senior brother, unless it was Sister Master who stepped up. Soon, Su Taiping fell into silence once more. The second match is about to commence. 7 Peaks. Please swiftly select your disciples for the stage. At this moment, the voice of Elder Black Dragon resounded again. Su Taiping recognized that there could be no further hesitation. So he conveyed his thoughts to fourth senior brother and Sister Master through his spiritual sense. Sister, brother, I have just employed some means to ascertain the current weight limit Jin Haji can lift. What is it? They both inquired simultaneously. 1,900 pounds. Su Taiping replied. Upon hearing this figure, both fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, Sister Master Jiang Ji conveyed through her thoughts, I shall take this round. No, I shall. Su Taiping had yet to voice his opinion when fourth senior brother Zhou Liang interjected decisively. He continued, although my limit is 1,600 pounds, I am merely 300 pounds short. If junior sister Wu Mo can endure it, I certainly can. Zhou Liang spoke with unwavering conviction. 7 Peaks. Please swiftly select your disciples for the stage. Elder Black Dragon's voice echoed once more. Boom. Before Su Taiping and Jiang Ji could react, Zhou Liang had already leaped onto the stage amidst a powerful surge of energy. By the time Jiang Ji attempted to follow, it was too late. Upon ascending, Zhou Liang immediately bowed to Elder Black Dragon, announcing, I am Zhou Liang, disciple of 7 Peaks, paying my respects to Elder Black Dragon. Hearing this, Jiang Ji sighed, knowing that even if she were to ascend the stage to drag him down, it would be futile. Fourth junior brother was indeed like this. He rarely ventured out, being engrossed in his swordsmanship, yet whenever he learned of any brother or sister being wronged, he would invariably be the first to seek justice. Previously wounded by the Blade Demon, he harbored concerns of becoming a burden to the 7 Peaks, repeatedly suggesting to the Peak Master the idea of descending the mountain. Unwilling to let the 7 Peaks sustain him, an idle individual with elixirs. Gazing at Zhou Liang's retreating figure, Jiang Ji suddenly sighed. Brother Zhou indeed possesses a demeanor that is cold on the exterior, yet warm within. Su Taiping nodded in agreement. Rest assured, senior sister, even if he cannot withstand it, he will merely faint. As for the outcome of this match, I shall be here. He tried to reassure senior sister Jiang Ji. That may be so, but we cannot place the entire burden upon your shoulders. Jiang Ji responded, first nodding in agreement, then adopting a serious expression. It appeared she had resolved not to allow Su Taiping to take the stage. Zhou Liang of the 7 Peaks challenges a weight of 1,900 pounds. At that moment, as the two conversed, the voice of Elder Black Dragon rang out once more. Upon hearing the figure of 1,900 pounds, not only the disciples gathered at the Yunlu platform were taken aback, but even Zhao Linglong, who had just returned from attending to Sister Wu Mo, was startled. Senior sister, didn't fourth senior brother claim he could only manage 1,600 pounds at most? How could he suddenly challenge 1,900 pounds? Zhao Linglong exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Jiang Ji. In response, Jiang Ji pulled Zhao Linglong aside and discreetly conveyed an explanation through their spiritual connection. Simultaneously, Su Taiping's gaze inadvertently fell upon Jin Haji. He was curious to discern Jin Haji's reaction upon learning that Zhou Liang intended to challenge 1,900 pounds. Soon, Jin Haji's inner thoughts echoed in his mind. 1,900 pounds? Could it be that the 7th Peak has foreseen my limit in weight? No, that cannot be. I possess a restriction preventing others from probing my true strength. Even the Peak Masters cannot ascertain the genuine prowess of myself and Yi Xian. Wait a moment. There is indeed one individual capable of such insight. Lu Daoxian, Lu Jianjiu, Uncle Jiu. It must be you, secretly assisting the 7th Peak. I suspected as much. Why else would Jiang Ji and Zhou Liang's wounds heal so swiftly? Those were injuries inflicted by the Blade Demon, accompanied by the toxins of the Poison King Valley. Uncle Jiu, you old wretch, while publicly feigning indifference, have consistently favored the 7th Peak in secret. It seems that the death of my mother years ago is not unrelated to you. Yet, Uncle Jiu, you certainly did not foresee that the master of the Hidden Peak, whom you have nurtured, and the promising Lu Zijing, whom he holds in high regard, are all targets I have been stealthily eliminating. Even the cursed sword that ensnares the sect leader is one I have procured. Indeed, I may merely be a pawn of Su Chan. Su Chan treats Yi Xian with 100-fold kindness compared to me, but it matters not. as long as I can ensure your downfall and that of the Qingxian. I would not mind being a dog. Chapter 324. The second round. Brother Zhou Liang's resolve as for the 7 peaks. Even if you win this round. What of it? Duga Qingxiao is unlikely to return from the abyss of fallen dragons. Do you think the flying corpse and the horde of specters awakened without our intervention? However, even in this round, I may not necessarily face defeat. Do you, Zhou Liang, truly believe I am unaware of your limits? To attempt lifting 1,900 pounds is merely setting the stage for your own humiliation. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping withdrew his gaze. He exhaled softly, allowing his previously tumultuous emotions to settle before murmuring to himself. I was not mistaken. The death of Lu Ziqing's sister, the injury of the elder martial sister, and even the emergence of the Blade Demon are not mere coincidences. Jin Haji has been secretly colluding with Su Chan for many years to undermine the 7 peaks, even to bring down the entire Qingxian. Upon contemplating the innocent lives entangled in this matter, Su Taiping felt an unquenchable fire ignite within him. At that moment, on the stage, the 4th senior brother, Zhou Liang, had already drawn his sword and soared before Elder Black Dragon, proclaiming loudly, I kindly request Elder Black Dragon to hang the entire 1,900 pounds of ship-pressing iron. Clearly, Zhou Liang was determined to burn his boats, leaving no room for retreat. It was a matter of either successfully suspending the iron or collapsing on the stage in a manner reminiscent of the previous disgrace of Huangqi. Elder Black Dragon paused in silence before nodding in agreement. With a swift motion of his sleeve, several pieces of ship-pressing iron, collectively weighing 1,900 pounds, were hung upon Zhou Liang's long sword, which served as his life weapon. Boom. The moment the iron was affixed, Zhou Liang's body tensed abruptly, his vital energy erupting in a violent rush, enveloping him in a mist of blood. His square face, rarely expressive of emotion, twisted in pain, the veins on his forehead bulging as if they might burst at any moment. Yet, even in such agony, he did not falter. He merely bent his body as if bearing an insurmountable weight, not uttering a single cry of anguish. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the 7 peaks felt a collective sigh of relief, yet their faces were etched with concern. The excruciating pain of forcibly suspending 1,900 pounds of iron was exemplified by Huang Qi's previous ordeal. Su Taiping furrowed his brow tightly, gripping Lin Buyu's hand, which trembled uncontrollably. Unlike Zhao Linglong and the others, Su Taiping could hear the inner voice of Zhou Liang. I cannot fall. I must not fall. Zhou Liang, you cannot succumb here. You may perish, but before you do, you must complete the inscription. You promised the 2nd senior brother to protect your junior brothers and sisters. You owe your master gratitude that remains unpaid. You owe the 2nd senior brother a debt yet to be settled. You owe the elder martial sister who cared for you these past 3 years a debt still unpaid. If you fall now, what will you be? What will you be? Zhou Liang. Clang. With a roar echoing in his heart, Zhou Liang's long sword seemed to resonate with his resolve, unleashing a fierce, roaring cry. In an instant, the sword, burdened by the 1,900 pounds of iron, soared through the air, piercing straight into the cliffside. As this spectacle unfolded, the spectators at the Yulao Pond fell into a stunned silence before erupting into a cacophony of astonished exclamations. Yet the disciples of the 7 peaks remained silent, some biting their lips, others clenching their fists, and many gripping the weapons at their waists tightly. At that moment, Zhou Liang coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blade he had embedded in the cliff emitted a tremor, signifying that his body had reached its utmost limit. Elder Heilong, having thrust the blade into the cliff. Was it not a form of cheating? Just then, the voice of Jin Haji rang out once more. The disciples of Qifeng turned their furious gazes towards him. However, Jin Haji merely grinned and urged, Elder Heilong, you must not show favoritism to Qifeng. Upon hearing this, Elder Heilong snorted coldly and proclaimed loudly, Zhou Liang of Qifeng, swiftly withdraw the blade and inscribe the 7 rhymes, or else this round shall be deemed a failure. At these words, the hearts of the Qifeng disciples tightened, and they all turned their attention back to Zhou Liang. After wavering a few steps, Zhou Liang nodded with great difficulty. He then attempted to straighten his body once more, reaching out to grasp the long blade. Yet, his strength was utterly depleted. Even the motion of lifting his hand was arduous, let alone inscribing characters. Senior brother, you have already done remarkably well. Yet, it is still insufficient, Su Taiping thought to himself, just as Zhou Liang's voice echoed in his mind again. Zhou Liang, It is still not enough. You must persevere a little longer. Listening to Zhou Liang's fervent thoughts, Su Taiping ultimately suppressed the urge to have senior sister Jiang Ji take over for him. Just like in the previous match with senior sister Wu Mo, Zhou Liang was presently exerting himself for the benefit of Qifeng, and no one could replace him at this juncture. Clang! With another sound of the blade ringing out. To the astonishment and gasps of the gathered spectators, fourth senior brother Zhou Liang astonishingly withdrew the long blade, which bore the weight of nearly 1,900 pounds of iron, and began to inscribe characters on the cliff with swift strokes. Despite appearing utterly spent, barely able to stand, every character he carved into the rock remained vigorous and powerful, reflecting his unwavering resolve. Chapter 325. The second round. Yi Xuanto's plot unfolds. As he gazed upon the characters etched into the cliff and listened to fourth senior brother's unwavering cries of Zhou Liang, "You cannot fall." Su Taiping felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Once more, he realized he had underestimated the senior brothers and sisters of the seventh peak and overestimated himself. Uncle Zhou's decision to have the seventh peak challenge the sect leader may not have been for the sake of the second senior brother or himself, but rather for them. For each and every disciple of the seventh peak. Su Taiping murmured within his heart. In the grand competition of the seventh peak, aside from the final match, the true contest revolved around mental fortitude and perseverance. Perhaps Uncle Zhou recognized in the seemingly inconspicuous disciples of the seventh peak the qualities that were lacking among the disciples of the other peaks. Whoosh! At that moment, as fourth senior brother Zhou Liang completed his final stroke, he successfully inscribed the complete 7 rhymes. Subsequently, with great effort, he beckoned, and the long blade, still burdened by the weight of the iron, soared back onto the stage. At the same time, Su Taiping also heard his final thought. "Master, did I not bring shame to Qifeng?" Almost simultaneously with the emergence of this thought, Zhou Liang's body collapsed heavily onto the platform. The disciples of Qifeng rushed forward in unison. Simultaneously, the voice of Elder Black Dragon resonated, announcing, "Zhou Liang, a disciple from the 7 peaks, shall wield a weight of 1,900 pounds of iron. I request a disciple from the first peak to step forward and engage in combat." Su Taiping originally intended to ascend the stage to assess the condition of his senior brother, but at that moment, the voice of Fairy Ling Wei suddenly echoed. "I have both good news and bad news." "What?" Su Taiping paused, perplexed. "The good news is that I have broken the restrictions on Yi Xian. The bad news is that my sabotage of the forgetfulness talismans seems to have been discovered by those behind the scenes. Just as your attention was focused on senior brother, Jin Haji and Yin Bing had their talismans reinforced with even stronger restrictions. I had to hastily destroy their forgetfulness talismans before the restrictions took effect." Fairy Ling Wei expressed with a hint of regret. Could it be Su Chan behind this? Su Taiping's heart tightened upon hearing Fairy Ling Yue's explanation. That is a possibility. Demonic cultivators are inherently adept in soul-related techniques, Fairy Ling Wei replied. Thus, your intention to penalize Jin Haji, as you did previously with Huang Qi, may not be feasible. This is of no consequence. Su Taiping shook his head. Although he wished to reprimand Jin Haji, the priority remained to avoid influencing the overall outcome of the competition. He then cast his gaze upon Jin Haji, who, in turn, transmitted his thoughts to Su Taiping once more. Indeed, it was ninth uncle who intervened. Were it not for him, how could anyone have silently dismantled our forgetfulness talismans? That was close. Had I discovered it any later, I might have faced public embarrassment like Huang Qi. He sighed. Very well, let you win this round. I concede. Upon his declaration, Jin Haji gracefully descended onto the stage and respectfully saluted Elder Black Dragon, stating, "I, Jin Haji of the first peak, concede this round." This announcement was met with derision from the audience, who responded with a chorus of boos. However, Jin Haji remained unfazed, in light of his ultimate goal. The outcome of a single battle mattered little. Indeed, Jin Haji has conceded. Su Taiping exhaled deeply and turned his attention to Yin Bing. In his estimation, she would be the next to compete. However, when Yin Bing's thoughts reached his mind, his brow furrowed once more. I wonder what Master is thinking. Assigning Yi Xian to the next match. If we lose this round, we shall miss the opportunity to secure the first place. Su Taiping then shifted his gaze to Yi Xian, who, unexpectedly, was also observing him intently. Su Taiping heard Yi Xian's thoughts. The outcome of this match is inconsequential. I have endured 7 years of arduous training solely for the next round of the sword challenge. However, if I can dismantle your concealed sword technique before that, it would be even better. As for the weight of the iron, you cannot possibly fathom it. Your senior sister will be utterly incapable of withstanding it. At that moment, we shall see if you dare to unsheath your sword. Yi Xian's voice brimmed with confidence. Upon hearing these words, Su Taiping's expression grew increasingly grave. As he pondered, this Yi Xian actually knows that I have mastered the concealed sword technique, and he is willing to forego this match merely to compel me to draw my sword. Just as Yi Xian has stated, the outcome of this contest holds little significance for the first peak, even in defeat. As long as they claim victory in the final match against Qing Xian, they can still secure the top position. However, the situation is vastly different for the 7th peak. Should they lose this bout, they would irrevocably forfeit their chance to vie for the title of the 7th peak champion, as well as their opportunity to challenge the sect leader. Consequently, even if the second senior brother were to return, they would be unable to seek the leader's guidance. Thus, no matter how burdensome the iron might be, they must engage in combat, and they cannot afford to lose. It seems I have no choice but to draw my sword, he muttered to himself. At that moment, Yi Xian leaped gracefully onto the platform. Disciple Yi Xian of the 1st peak pays respects to Elder Black Dragon, he announced. Elder Black Dragon nodded and said, "In this round, you must wield an iron weight of no less than 1,900 pounds. Yi Xian smiled calmly, then turned to face the assembled disciples of the 7th peak, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Su Taiping. For this round, I desire an iron weight of 6,000 pounds. Upon hearing this, Elder Black Dragon's vertical pupils widened in astonishment, and he solemnly cautioned Yi Xian, "This is a competition, not a trifling matter." Yi Xian shook his head, gazing intently into Elder Black Dragon's eyes as he replied, "I assure you, Elder, this is no jest. I indeed wish to wield an iron weight of 6,000 pounds. His voice, raised for emphasis, resonated throughout the arena, eliciting gasps of shock from many onlookers. 6,000 pounds? Is he out of his mind? Zhao Linglong exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Beside her, Jiang Ji turned pale, her keen intellect leading her to a troubling realization. She glanced gravely at Su Taiping, saying, "Taiping, he aims to force you to draw your sword, doesn't he?" Chapter 326, the 3rd round, 7th Peak's senior sister Jiang Ji. This deduction was hardly difficult. Given the immense weight of 6,000 pounds, among the 7th Peak disciples, only Dugu Qingxiao might withstand it, leaving Su Taiping as the sole contender. Indeed, Su Taiping finally conceded after a moment's contemplation. "I recall that your swordsmanship was taught by the esteemed Sen San, and you seldom employ your sword. Even during the fierce battle at the Lotus Temple, you did not draw it. Is there something exceptional about the techniques imparted by San San?" Zhao Linglong inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Sister, my sword technique is not remarkable. It merely requires nurturing. The longer the sword is cared for, the sharper it becomes." Su Taiping replied with a smile. "However, this does not imply that I cannot wield it. Occasionally drawing my sword is not an issue," he added. Though concealing and nurturing the sword differ by only a word, the implications for swordsmanship are profound. After all, once a concealed sword is drawn, hiding it again becomes a challenge. While this explanation might have deceived Zhao Linglong, it did not escape Jiang Ji's discerning mind. "Junior brother, regardless of the circumstances, allow me to take the first shot in the next round," Jiang Ji remarked to Su Taiping. "Senior sister, I am bound to draw my sword. Whether it is sooner or later makes no difference," Su Taiping replied, shaking his head. "Do not underestimate your senior sister," Jiang Ji said with a gentle smile directed at Su Taiping. In the presence of Su Taiping and the others, she transformed into the warm and amiable elder sister. "I have never underestimated you and senior brother," Su Taiping responded with a wry smile, having heard this sentiment before. "Do not let others' aspirations diminish your own prestige. The weight of 6,000 pounds is something only a few within the sect's elders could endure." At this moment, Zhao Linglong clapped her hands firmly on the shoulders of the two. "We are the ones who just achieved 2 consecutive victories," she added. "Indeed, it is our 7th peak that currently holds the advantage," Jiang Ji remarked with a smile. Suddenly, a tremendous cheer erupted from the audience surrounding Yunlu. Su Taiping and the others looked up to see Yi Xian's flying sword, suspended above him, effortlessly bearing 3 pieces of iron, each weighing 2,000 pounds, rising steadily. Eventually, it hovered at a height of approximately 3 zhang above his head. Although Yi Xian's face displayed signs of strain, The fact that he could keep the sword aloft at such an elevation was a testament to his ability to bear a weight of 6,000 pounds with his sword. To bear a sword weight of 6,000 pounds marks a threshold between second-rate and first-rate sword cultivators. Witnessing this scene, Jiangji furrowed her brow and murmured to herself. With a resonant sound of a sword cry, Yi Xian, having regulated his breath, suddenly pointed his sword forward, propelling it towards the cliff face. Unlike Zhou Liang in the previous round, he did not pause, but rather swiftly inscribed characters upon the cliff with remarkable speed. In mere moments, he had composed a complete treatise of 7-character verses upon the rock face. With another sharp sound of a sword cry, Yi Xian, having finished his inscription, returned gracefully to stand before Elder Black Dragon. The entire process was flawless and impeccable. Elder Black Dragon, I have completed the inscription. Please verify it, he stated. His fatigue, evident, yet failing to conceal the pride that shone upon his face. In this moment, even Elder Black Dragon, who had presided over countless competitions among the 7 peaks, displayed a hint of emotional response. If his memory served him correctly, only the former Su Chan had achieved results comparable to those of Yi Xian at such a young age. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Black Dragon nodded, then turned solemnly to the cliff, meticulously examining the characters inscribed upon it. Once he confirmed their accuracy, he turned to the audience, proclaiming, First Peaks Yi Xian, bearing 6,000 pounds of suspended iron, please send a disciple from the 7th peak to the stage for a duel. With Elder Black Dragon's announcement, the discussions among the elders at Wu Lao Pond transformed into gasps of astonishment and bursts of applause. 6,000 pounds of suspended iron, a figure that most disciples present had not even dared to consider. Even some elders within the sect, or those who had already graduated, could not accomplish such a feat. The disciples of the 7 peaks, although they had long prepared for the worst, found their expressions gravely solemn upon witnessing Yi Xian suspend 6,000 pounds of iron. Not talking Mississippi. Su Taiping suddenly transmitted a thought to Lin Buyu. Lin Buyu responded with a hint of confusion. Loosen your grip. I shall ascend now, Su Taiping said, somewhat awkwardly. Oh. Lin Buyu quickly realized and immediately released Su Taiping's hand. However, just as Su Taiping prepared to step forward onto the stage, his senior sister, Jiangji, firmly placed her hands on his shoulders, urging him to sit back down. Junior brother, allow me to give it a try, Jiangji said with utmost seriousness, her gaze towards Su Taiping imbued with a hint of pleading. Sister, you need not worry. I'm not worried about you, Jiangji insisted, shaking her head vigorously. After finally ridding myself of my hidden ailments, I am determined to fulfill my role as a proper senior sister. In this situation, how could I possibly retreat? Su Taiping was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. After making her declaration, Jiangji firmly patted Su Taiping's shoulder before leaping onto the stage without looking back. Soon, Su Taiping heard her gentle yet resolutely determined voice resonate from the platform. Jiangji, the eldest disciple of the 7 peaks, humbly greets Elder Black Dragon. The sight of Jiangji ascending the stage instead of Su Taiping stunned the surrounding competing disciples, as well as those observing from the platform. Some disciples even voiced their dissatisfaction, believing Su Taiping was deliberately avoiding Yi Xian out of fear of defeat. Chapter 327, the 3rd round. Is senior sister Jiangji so strong? Su Taiping paid little mind to their reactions. His sole concern was for senior sister Jiangji. She wouldn't do anything reckless, would she? Please don't resort to any life-risking methods in this contest. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he reached out, his hand brushing against something soft. I'm here. Lin Buyu's voice resonated within his mind. Su Taiping instinctively tightened his grip on her hand. Do you wish to hear your senior sister's thoughts? Lin Buyu inquired. Yes, Su Taiping mentally affirmed, directing his gaze back to senior sister Jiangji while silently thanking Lin Buyu. As his gaze returned to Jiangji, her thoughts flowed into his consciousness. Fortunately, Taiping is a gentle soul and did not forcibly obstruct me. Otherwise, I might have yielded. Yet, that is unacceptable. I am the senior sister, and with our master absent, it is my duty to protect my junior brothers and sisters. 6,000 pounds is indeed heavy. When I was uninjured, I could only suspend 3,000 pounds at most. Though I have made some progress over the years, it is not significant. However, as long as I am free from that hidden ailment, allowing Elder Black Dragon to gradually increase the weight, I should be able to adapt over time. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping finally felt a weight lift from his heart, for it was clear from Jiang Zhi's thoughts. She did not resort to any life-exchanging methods. Rather, she intended to endure the onslaught of the soul-crying affliction with her own fortitude, much like the previous senior sister Wu Emo and senior brother Zhou Liang. The disciple of 7 peaks, Jiang Zhi, suspended an iron weight of 6,001 jin. At that moment, the voice of Elder Black Dragon once again reverberated above the 5 elders' pond. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Yet, their discussions this time were not focused on senior sister Jiang Zhi, but rather on Su Taiping's decision to avoid confronting Yi Xian. These individuals truly relished meddling in affairs that did not concern them. We shall send forth whoever we choose. What business is it of yours? Zhao Linglong cast a displeased glare at them, then turned to comfort Su Taiping, saying, "Do not mind them, Taiping. Trust in our senior sister." Su Taiping nodded with a smile, aware that although Zhao Linglong appeared composed, her spirit was, in fact, extremely anxious. "Senior sister, please do not overexert yourself. With junior sister 5 down and junior brother 4 fallen as well, if you were to collapse," he lamented, "it is my fault for not being strong enough. Otherwise, we would not have to rely on senior sister and junior brother for everything. Second brother, return swiftly. If you tarry any longer, there will truly be no one left at 7 peaks. You know how our junior brother is. If senior sister does not win this match, he will undoubtedly fight to the bitter end." Hearing this, Su Taiping withdrew his gaze and retrieved a bag of candies from his gourd, offering it to Zhao Linglong. "Senior sister, have a piece of candy. Our senior sister will be fine." This bag of sweets was something he had purchased on his way back, intending to gift it to senior sister Linglong. Senior sister Linglong was momentarily taken aback, but soon took a piece from the paper bag and popped it into her mouth, nodding vigorously. Just then, on the stage, senior sister Jiang Zhi had already drawn her sword. A long sword, transparent as glass and shimmering with a faint purple glow, quietly hovered before Elder Black Dragon. "Elder Black Dragon, I kindly request your assistance in suspending an iron weight of 3,000 jin," Jiang Zhi said, taking a deep breath. Elder Black Dragon nodded. Then with a sweeping motion of his sleeve, a heavy iron weight of 3,000 jin flew forth from his robe, landing precisely upon Jiang Zhi's flying sword. Buzz! Upon the addition of the heavy iron, the flying sword descended, emitting a deep, resonant hum as if straining against an unseen force. However, Jiang Zhi's condition appeared even more precarious. With the 3,000 jin pressing down upon the flying sword, her complexion turned ashen in an instant, beads of perspiration rolling down her forehead. Yet, after exhaling slowly, she straightened her posture, her aura gradually stabilizing. It was evident that while the weight imposed considerable strain upon her, it was not beyond her capacity to endure. 3,000 jin. The senior sister of the 7th peak is remarkably strong. You may not be aware, but this senior sister has once claimed the title of sword champion of the 7 peaks at that time. Even the senior brother Yan Bing of the 1st peak and their own Duga Qingxiao were still mere children. But even if she can withstand the pain of the soul crying and manage the 3,000 jin, how can that compare to Yi Xian of the 1st peak, who bears 6,000 jin? The disparity is simply too vast. It is difficult to articulate. This contest hinges upon a determination and perseverance akin to the relentless drip of water that carves through stone. As long as one can endure the torment of the soul's wail, given the prowess of this esteemed senior sister, it is not beyond her capabilities to suspend 6,000 pounds of iron. The murmurs from the audience were incessant, stirring the hearts of the disciples from the 7 peaks into a state of disarray. However, Su Taiping, who could perceive Jiang Zhi's innermost thoughts, felt a modicum of relief. Though his cultivation had not advanced, he had not missed a single day of practicing the sword technique over the years. This relentless dedication had endowed Jiang Zhi with a resilience to the anguish of the soul's wail that far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner. Indeed, with the senior sister's composed temperament, she would not engage in reckless behavior. Su Taiping silently exhaled in relief. At that moment, senior sister Jiang Zhi addressed Elder Black Dragon. "I kindly request, Elder Black Dragon, to add another piece of 1,000 pounds of ship-sinking iron." Her voice, though not loud, was clearly heard by those with keen hearing among the disciples. Instantly, all eyes in the stands were fixed upon Jiang Zhi. Should she truly manage to suspend 4,000 pounds of iron, it would signify her genuine capability to challenge the 6,000 pounds. Elder Black Dragon, upon hearing Jiang Zi's request, said nothing but nodded in acknowledgement. With a flourish of his sleeve, he suspended another 1,000-pound piece of iron directly onto Jiang Zi's flying sword. The sword emitted a resonant hum once more, similar to the previous occasion, yet this time the sound bore a sorrowful note. The sword, which had originally hovered at least 10 feet above the ground, suddenly plummeted, now merely 5 feet from the earth. Jiang Zi herself felt a sudden weight pressing down upon her, as if an unbearable burden had been placed upon her shoulders. Her waist bent forward sharply, nearly causing her to topple to the ground. She appeared to be engaged in a fierce tug of war, straightening her body repeatedly, only to be bent once more under the weight. Throughout this ordeal, her skin, stretched taut, had begun to crack in places, with blood seeping forth and mingling with her sweat, cascading from her forehead, cheeks, and arms. Simultaneously, her bones creaked ominously each time she struggled to stand. Merely the sound was enough to evoke a tightening sensation in one's scalp. Yet, despite these trials, Jiang Zi's gentle almond-shaped eyes radiated an unwavering resolve. At the very least, one could discern not a trace of retreat in her gaze. Her inner thoughts echoed this sentiment. Ah, Jiang Zi, you are the senior sister. Jiang Zi, how have you not embodied the essence of a senior sister these past years? Jiang Zi, where were you when your junior disciples were bullied? Where were you when the 4th junior brother was gravely injured by the Blade Demon? Where were you when the 2nd junior brother was trapped in the Thousand Buddha Kingdom? Jiang Zi, this time you must act like a senior sister. Even if there is but a sliver of hope, you must strive to earn an opportunity to challenge the sect master. Jiang Zi, you cannot falter. Silently witnessing all of this, Su Taiping wore an expressionless visage. Yet, the hand gripping the hilt of his sword had clenched so tightly that the flesh of his palm had torn, blood staining the surface of the broken water blade. The water-slicing blade seemed to resonate with his intentions, emitting a tremulous roar akin to that of a wild beast. At that moment, Jiang Zi suddenly threw her head back and bellowed, "Jiang Zi, stand tall." In response to her commanding shout, her slender figure straightened abruptly. Instantly, her frail yet erect stature exuded an indescribable aura of dominance over the crowd. As the blood-stained fabric billowed in the gusty winds, the senior sister resembled a proud flower standing defiantly amidst the storm. This scene compelled even the most biased disciples of the 7 Peaks to silently commend her, acknowledging her as the former champion of the Qingxian sword and the esteemed senior sister of 7 Peaks. The disciple of Elder Black Dragon was now prepared to suspend all the ship's iron weights. Jiang Zi turned her gaze towards Elder Black Dragon, her expression devoid of emotion, and stated plainly, "All of it?" The elder felt a pang of affection for the girl he had watched grow up. All of it. Jiang Zi flashed a smile at Elder Black Dragon, a grin that stirred his emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded silently and dramatically flicked his sleeve, suspending the remaining 2,001 pounds of ship iron onto Jiang Zi's flying sword. Boom. At the moment, the iron weighed down. As if to withstand the anguish of the soul's wailing, Jiang Zi's aura erupted violently. Yet, despite her efforts, she succumbed and collapsed heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, her flying sword emitted a resonant hum and plummeted straight downwards. "It's over." Watching this unfold, Zhao Linglong, standing beside Su Taiping, grasped his arm tightly, murmuring in reluctant disbelief. Su Taiping, on the other hand, gazed at the fallen Jiang Zi with a look of profound emotion. What moved him was not merely the sight of his senior sister falling, but rather the overwhelming conviction emanating from her heart. It is not over. It is not over. It is not over. Almost at the moment the sword was about to hit the ground, Jiang Zi, who was sprawled on the ground, suddenly raised her delicate white arm and struck the earth with all her might. Bang! The force of her punch made the ground tremble, halting the descent of her nearly fallen sword with a resounding clang, now less than 2 feet from the ground. Bang! Again, Jiang Zi, still on the ground, struck the ground with another fierce punch. Following this, with a voice that resembled a sob, she shouted defiantly, "It is not over." Then, with another resounding bang, she hammered down once more. The sword, which was about to touch the earth, roared in response, suddenly soaring 10 zhang high. Before long, onlookers witnessed Jiang Zi, still prostrate on the ground, murmuring "it is not over" in a sob-like tone while relentlessly pounding the earth with her frail fist. Bang! 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 With each echoing strike, The flying sword ascended gradually, reaching the cliff's edge, inscribing elegant characters upon its surface. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. The arena was filled solely with the sound of Jiang Zi's fist striking the ground, accompanied by her uncontrollable sobs born of soul-wrenching pain. The disciples of the Seven Peaks had never witnessed such a fragile yet resilient elder sister. At this moment, Su Taiping, who could perceive the elder sister's innermost thoughts, felt an overwhelming shock that surpassed that of all present, for he realized that he could no longer hear her heart's voice. In other words, the instant she collapsed to the ground, Jiang Zi had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Now, she was merely wielding her sword through sheer will and instinct. Hearing each thundering impact and witnessing her bloodied fists, a resonance akin to a sword's cry suddenly emerged within Su Taiping's heart. Simultaneously, the rusted lion he had nurtured in the iron gourd for 7 years let out a series of roars, seemingly harmonizing with the elder sister's strikes. In that fleeting moment, a thought sparked in Su Taiping's mind. My sword may finally be drawn. Just as this notion crossed his mind, a wave of cheers erupted from the spectators in the clouded pavilion above. Looking up, he beheld the elder sister's flying sword, now inscribed with its markings. In the resounding cry of the sword, the blade fell, embedding itself firmly in the earth before Jiang Zi, emitting a tremulous sound akin to a lament. Yet, despite this, her mangled hands continued to pound the ground. Elder sister. Witnessing this, Zhao Linglong and Su Taiping soared into the air, encircling Jiang Zi. Once they confirmed that her breath still lingered, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Zhao Linglong, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced her and wept openly. Su Taiping inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of thoughts and impulses within, before turning to Elder Black Dragon and inquiring, Elder Black Dragon, it is time to declare the outcome of the competition, is it not? In the brief moment their eyes met, Elder Black Dragon inexplicably felt a tremor in his heart, as if he were gazing into the eyes of a wild beast. Simultaneously, a somewhat absurd thought surfaced in his mind. Perhaps this time, the sect leader would falter at the hands of this youth. Quickly, he reined in his emotions, nodded at Su Taiping, and then announced to the assembly, in this contest, the 7th peak has triumphed over the 1st peak, and shall face the victor between the 2nd and 3rd peaks to contend for supremacy. Upon hearing Elder Black Dragon's definitive judgment, the disciples of the 7 peaks collectively exhaled in relief. However, at that moment, Jin Heji, accompanied by his junior disciple Yi Xian and senior brother Yan Bing, ascended to the platform. Elder Black Dragon, the recent match involving elder sister Jiang Zi was utterly unfathomable. I suspect foul play. I implore you to investigate. Jin Heji sneered as he regarded the 7 peaks disciples. Jin Heji, do not utter baseless accusations. Zhao Linglong, her eyes reddened, shouted furiously at him. The other disciples of the 7 peaks glared menacingly at Jin Heji. At this moment, even a mere gesture from Zhao Linglong would prompt them to charge forward, engaging in a relentless struggle with Jin Heji. Sister, do not act impulsively. He is deliberately provoking us, Su Taiping interjected, stepping closer to gently pat Zhao Linglong's shoulder. Zhao Linglong understood this instinctively, but felt an undeniable frustration. Elder Black Dragon, you must not show favoritism towards the 7 peaks. Jin Heji shot a cold glance at Su Taiping before redirecting his attention to Elder Black Dragon, stating, Elder Black Dragon, I urge you not to exhibit bias toward the 7 peaks. Elder Black Dragon raised his gaze to Jin Heji, his expression suddenly darkening, and pointed at his own eyes, saying, do you believe that I am blind? No. Then get out of my sight. Jin Heji attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Elder Black Dragon's roar. As the sound reverberated, dark clouds gathered ominously above the 5 elders' pond, clearly indicating Elder Black Dragon's genuine anger. Elder Black Dragon, calm your wrath. At that moment, a figure descended swiftly, landing squarely between Elder Black Dragon and Jin Heji. It was none other than the leader of the 1st peak, Jin Yu. Elder Black Dragon cast a cold glance at Jin Yu and turned away, declaring without a backward glance, the 3rd match is about to commence. Those irrelevant must leave the arena at once. Now composed, the members of the 7 peaks had no desire to quarrel with the disciples of the 1st peak, and they prepared to carry their injured senior sister away. Su Taiping, just as they were about to exit the stage, Yi Xian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly called out to Su Taiping, hiding behind your seniors. You are unworthy to wield a sword. Yi Xian gazed at Su Taiping with with palpable disdain. Indeed, I discern that within the 1,000 Buddha kingdom, you are unable to wield the power of equality. You are merely a brute with raw strength. Jin Heji, too, regarded Su Taiping with a mocking expression. Brother, I recall that in the match to query the sword against Qing Xian, one may name a challenger. Why not arrange it now? I shall challenge you, Brother Jin. What say you? Su Taiping did not spare Yi Xian a glance. Instead, he turned to Jin Heji. Very well, came Jin Heji's cold reply. He then surveyed the disciples of the second and third peaks below before continuing. However, you should ponder carefully about how a group of defeated remnants will handle this final match. No need for your concern. At this juncture, Zhao Linglong stepped forward, her expression resolute. No one shall impede the seventh peak in this final contest. Not only she, but also her companions, Lao San, Lao Ba, and Lao Lu, displayed similar determination. Had this been before the matches, one might have dismissed Zhao Linglong's words as mere bravado, but following the recent series of contests, even the individuals from the first peak hesitated to refute her. Just then, with a swift whoosh, the leaders of the second and third peaks landed on the stage simultaneously. Subsequently, the two individuals respectfully addressed Elder Black Dragon, stating, Elder Black Dragon, my second peak withdraws from this competition. My third peak also withdraws from this contest. As their words resonated, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What do you two mean by this? Jin Yu glared at them with evident anger. It means we no longer wish to compete. I too. After uttering these words, both peak masters soared into the air and departed in unison. Wait. Jin Yu immediately pursued them. A wave of astonishment swept through the venue as the disciples of the seven peaks stood frozen in disbelief. Until Elder Black Dragon's voice echoed once more, the second and third peaks have voluntarily withdrawn. Thus, the victor of this round is the seventh peak. Upon hearing this proclamation, the disciples of the seven peaks erupted in ecstatic joy. Zhao Linglong, in her excitement, picked up Su Taiping. This victory signified that they had secured the qualification to contend for the title of champion against the first peak. Senior Jin. After the initial elation, Su Taiping suddenly called out to the departing Jin Heji and others. What is it? Jin Heji turned back with an impatient glare directed at Su Taiping. Do not forget our agreement. In the first match against Jin Qingxian, I will specifically challenge you, Senior Jin. I hope you will not refuse. Su Taiping intentionally infused his voice with true essence, allowing it to resonate throughout the five elder pool. At this declaration, the already noisy five elder pool became a cacophony of excitement. Su Taiping did not name Yi Xian, but rather Jin Heji, leaving the crowd perplexed. Su Taiping, you shall come to regret this decision made today. Jin Heji smirked, offering no further explanation as he turned to follow Yan Bing and Yi Xian. Taiping, why did you specifically challenge Jin Heji? Zhao Linglong inquired, puzzled. Because. Su Taiping contemplated for a moment before responding earnestly. I detest his face and wish to smash it with my fists. Chapter 330. Before the competition, do not rush. Prefect, what has happened? Did the seventh peak emerge victorious? Amidst the vast expanse of clouds, Lu Chuxian, the prefect of the Nine Mansions, anxiously questioned Huang Ke, who sat opposite him in a celestial carriage drawn by two spirit birds. Do not fret, Prefect. The barrier of Yunlu Mountain is quite troublesome, and the communication jade slips are inconsistent. Worrying will not help. Huang Ke replied without lifting her gaze, cradling a jade slip in her hands. This Qingxian sect is so antiquated, refusing to set up communication arrays within their sect. If it weren't for the soul contract from years past, I would truly consider dismantling it with the other 8 mansions, Lu Chuxian exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. Rest assured, Prefect, Su Taiping will be fine. The dangers he faced in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas were far greater than now, and yet he survived, did he not? Huang Ke continued to channel spiritual energy into the communication jade slip while placating Lu Prefect. Just then, from the innermost part of the celestial carriage, a small figure yawned and stretched, sitting up. This petite figure, clad in a pink dress and sporting a bun hairstyle, was unmistakably a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. The little girl possessed skin as white as congealed fat, adorned with a pair of sparkling, round eyes, resembling a porcelain doll. However, upon her awakening, Huang Ke and Lu Chuxian were struck with a sense of foreboding, instinctively shifting their postures away from her. At that moment, after rubbing her eyes, the girl turned to Huang Ke and declared, "Father, I wish to drink milk." Huang Ke, taken aback, frantically waved his hands, exclaiming, "Master, I am your disciple, Huang Ke." "Oh, it's you, the useless one," the girl retorted, casting a disdainful glance at him. Huang Ke felt a wave of despair wash over him. Upon recognizing Huang Ke, the girl swiftly lost interest in him and redirected her gaze towards Lu Chuxian. "Father, I want milk," she demanded, extending her hand towards Lu Chuxian. "Old ancestor, it is I, Lu Chuxian, who used to buy you wine every day?" he lamented, his face a mask of misery. "But what of my father?" the little girl asked, her expression shifting to one of anxiety. "Old ancestor, your father has long since passed away. Besides, seeking him will not yield milk." Lu Chuxian felt an overwhelming weariness. "Who said my father has passed away?" the girl exclaimed, suddenly leaping from her seat to Lu Chuxian's, and began to pummel him with her tiny fists, chanting, "I want my father, I want my father. Return my father to me." Despite their diminutive size, her fist struck Lu Chuxian with the force of 1,000 pounds, landing blow after blow, nearly causing his frail bones to shatter. As the fists fell, the little girl gradually transformed from a porcelain doll into a towering and formidable figure, her punches growing even mightier. "Huang Ke, what are you waiting for? Quickly administer the medicine." Lu Chuxian, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, glared at Huang Quebec. Master, your disciple has prepared your favorite osmanthus cake." Huang Ke hurriedly presented a plate of pastries, deftly concealing a pill within one of them. Hearing of food, the imposing figure clad in a pink skirt turned her head. "Why didn't you mention it sooner?" "Useless." The figure snatched the plate of osmanthus cakes and devoured them in a matter of moments. Burp. After finishing, she stared dazedly at Lu Chuxian and said, "Oh, which charming young man is this? Come, let me give you a kiss." At this, Lu Chuxian instinctively crossed his arms protectively over his chest and, with a look of alarm, turned to Huang Quebec. "Think of something, quickly." "Lord, I am at my wit's end. I have told you before. My master's mind is often unstable," Huang Ke replied, his expression one of utter helplessness. Meanwhile, the towering figure, referred to as master by Huang Ke, had already pouted and was leaning in to kiss Lu Chuxian. "No," Lu Chuxian exclaimed, raising his hand in an attempt to ward her off, but Huang Ke intervened. "Lord, do not act impulsively. Provoking my master now would spell doom for us all," Huang Ke explained rapidly. "Then what shall we do?" Lu Chuxian exerted himself to push the man outside, while shouting at Huang Ke, "You must sacrifice your appearance for the sake of the Lord." Huang Ke stammered in response. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuxian closed his eyes in despair. Just as he prepared to make a noble sacrifice, the tall man suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. What a close call. The effect of the awakening pill had finally kicked in. Huang Ke sighed in relief as he looked at his master, who had reverted to the form of a young girl on the ground. Lu Fuzhu wiped the sweat from his brow, his face still pale with lingering fear. "What kind of practice has your master undertaken to end up like this?" he inquired. Huang Ke sighed. "How would I know? 30 years ago, after his last seclusion, he emerged in this state, calling everyone father. If they do not recognize him, he resorts to violence. If they do, he demands to drink." Hearing this, Lu Fuzhu felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. This time, there was no choice. "I shall never provoke this old madman again," he declared, shaking his head repeatedly. "Lord, we have news." At that moment, Huang Ke instinctively glanced at the jade slip in his hand, and to his surprise, new words appeared on the previously inactive slip. "What is it?" Lu Chuxian asked, his expression tense as he turned to Huang Quebec chapter 331, before the contest, regarding the battle of the demonic spirits. "The seventh peak has triumphed, though Su Taiping did not intervene. It was their senior sister Jiangji who withstood the anguishing weight of 6,000 pounds of iron, successfully inscribing the iron." As he spoke, Huang Ke handed the jade slip to Lu Chuxian. "Wonderful, wonderful." Lu Chuxian exhaled deeply. This victory for the seventh peak signifies a possibility of claiming the top position and challenging the sect leader to a duel. Had they not won, even the chance to ask for the sword would have been lost, and the turmoil in Qingxian would inevitably erupt ahead of time. At that point, whether Su Taiping lives or dies would be anyone's guess. However, Jiangji from the seventh peak, capable of bearing 6,000 pounds of iron, possesses such talent that she should have long been renowned across the 9 mansions. Lu Chuxian murmured, puzzled after reading the description on the jade slip. "I heard from Qing Shao that this senior sister from the seventh peak originally had talent on par with his, but unfortunately, she sustained an injury during a sect trial and has never recovered, thus fading into obscurity, Huang Ke lamented. If I am not mistaken, this must be the doing of that scoundrel Zhou Tong, Lu Chuxian remarked with a cold smile. It must be him, Huang Ke nodded in agreement. What does Zhou Tong intend? Is he merely afraid of threats to his position as sect leader? Lu Chuxian mused, frowning. When is the final contest? He then inquired, lifting his gaze to Huang Quebec. In 5 days, Huang Ke calculated before answering. In 5 days, at the pace of our celestial carriage. We should be able to make it, though I fear. Lu Chuxian glanced at the young girl lying on the ground. As long as she takes the awakening pill in time, there should be no major issues, right? Huang Ke said, somewhat uncertain. Let us hope so, Lu Chuxian sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. At last, a flicker of understanding illuminated her mind. Beneath the stone table in the courtyard of Chiyue Pavilion, Fairy Lingwei rested her chin upon her hand, gazing thoughtfully at the luminous moon above. What have you comprehended? Inquired Su Taiping, who sat opposite her, curiously stuffing gold coins into his left eye. Why did Uncle Jiu select you 7 peaks to inquire of the sect master regarding the sword? Lingwei retracted her gaze from the moon, smiling down at Su Taiping. Why? He pressed further. The preliminary 6 contests of the 7 Peaks competition serve as a far greater test of a disciple's character and perseverance than of their cultivation level. From this, it is evident that the 5 elders of Qingxian sect, upon its establishment, prioritized the moral integrity and character of their disciples above mere cultivation. Yet, over the years of lineage, the current selection of disciples by the various peaks has evidently shifted to prioritizing cultivation above all else. Only you 7 peaks retain a semblance of this tradition, Lingwei elucidated her perspective to Su Taiping. Although your peak master may appear somewhat frivolous, he still adheres to the ancient customs of the Qingxian sect, valuing character over cultivation. This is evident in the performances of your senior brothers and sisters in the earlier contests. Thus, this inquiry regarding the sword, while seemingly directed at the sect master, also serves to awaken the other peaks. Su Taiping mused thoughtfully, nodding as he articulated his conjecture. The masters of the 2nd and 3rd peaks withdrew at the last moment, likely having discerned this truth. Lingwei nodded in agreement. Sister Lingwei, does the contemporary cultivation world not focus solely on cultivation levels? If we were to adhere to the traditions of the previous generation, wouldn't Qingxian risk falling behind? Su Taiping inquired with curiosity. Quite the opposite, Fairy Lingwei replied, shaking her head with gravity. In our realm of Xumi, the mightiest sects place an even greater emphasis on the character of their disciples. Losing one's original intent means losing everything? Su Taiping suddenly recalled Lingyue's earlier admonition. Indeed, but that is merely one reason, she affirmed, then continued. A more significant reason lies in the fact that these large cultivation sects invariably become embroiled in the war of celestial demons. Without a stable character, survival on the battlefield is impossible. The war of celestial demons? Su Taiping had never heard this term before. The so-called War of Celestial Demons is a conflict instigated by the demon clan of the 9 Abyss every 300 years against the human cultivation realm. Unable to breach the barriers set by the human emperor and the celestial beings of antiquity, and with the passage to the 9 Abyss easily obstructed, a certain demon deity sacrificed itself to open a small realm connecting the 3 worlds within the void. This realm opens once every 300 years, persisting for a century each time. During this century, countless human cultivators enter this realm to thwart the incursion of the 9 Abyss. Thus, the origins of the War of Celestial Demons are established, as Fairy Lingwei explained to Su Taiping. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping was left utterly astonished. These matters I initially intended to discuss upon your ascension to the realm of divine transformation. However, having discerned faint traces within the sect traditions of your esteemed Qingxian sect that indicated their participation in the War of the Celestial Demons, I felt compelled to mention it. The enchanting Fairy Lingwei added, could it be that the Upper Clear Realm also endured a war of the Celestial Demons, and that our Qingxian sect once dispatched disciples to partake in this conflict? Su Taiping speculated. Indeed, the Upper Clear Realm cannot escape the War of the Celestial Demons, albeit through a different methodology. As far as I am aware, prior to the war, they select 10 formidable individuals from various realms to engage in a fierce battle against 10 chosen by the 9 Abyss. Should they emerge victorious, the war may be postponed by a century, Fairy Lingwei elucidated. Su Taiping appeared momentarily bewildered. Such matters are still too distant for you. It is best to merely listen. Presently, the most pressing concern is how to face the sword inquiry in 5 days. Fairy Lingwei solemnly cautioned Su Taiping. I comprehend this naturally. Su Taiping replied with a nod of seriousness. By the way, how is your control over your left eye faring? Fairy Lingwei inquired. Generally, I have managed to control it well, though I fear that after 3 years of keeping it closed, opening it suddenly may lead to a loss of control. Su Taiping responded. When the time comes to utilize that eye, do not fret over potential loss of control. Survival is paramount. Fairy Lingwei reassured with a smile. Yes, I understand. Su Taiping nodded in agreement. You have prepared for this battle for 3 years. There is little left to say. Merely give it your all. Fairy Lingwei stretched with a smile. Su Taiping, Su Taiping. At that moment, a little monkey, previously frolicking in the front yard, hurriedly dashed into the courtyard, calling out Su Taiping's name. What is it? Su Taiping lifted Pingyan, the monkey, into his arms. An old man outside, named Master Sanson, asked me to summon you to meet him, Pingyan exclaimed animatedly. Master Sanson. Su Taiping's face brightened at the mention, promptly setting down the little monkey and hastening toward the courtyard exit. It had been nearly 3 or 4 years since he last saw Master Sanson. On the Rainbow Bridge of Magu Mountain, Su Taiping bowed. Disciple Su Taiping pays respects to Master Sanson. Though the figure on the bridge remained shrouded in obscurity, Su Taiping immediately recognized it to be Master Sanson. Have you practiced with the sword in these years? Master Sanson inquired directly, bypassing any pleasantries. I have not. Su Taiping replied. Excellent. Master Sanson nodded in satisfaction. Logically, tomorrow's sword duel at Qingxian presents a splendid opportunity to draw your sword, yet after much contemplation, I prefer that you refrain from doing so. He spoke as if to himself. Why is that? Su Taiping could already hear the resonant call of the sword within his chest, a sign that he was prepared to draw. Master Sanson pondered for a considerable time before finally turning to Su Taiping, saying, because they are unworthy. In 5 days, at Qingxian Sect, in the 5 Elders Pool, on the Sword Concealment Terrace, the final contest of the 7 Peaks competition, the Sword Inquiry of Qingxian, is set to unfold today. As a grand competition held once every 6 years, and notably the only event in which disciples are permitted to engage in combat. Anticipation among the disciples from various peaks has reached a fever pitch. Moreover, this contest holds the potential to determine the fate of the 7th peak. And it may even witness the unprecedented act of challenging the sect master to a duel for the first time in centuries. Consequently, the cloud platforms surrounding the 5 Elders Pool have become densely populated with spectators, some disciples left with no choice but to stand and observe. Master Sister, are they truly allowing only Taiping and Ling Long to compete this time? Wu Mo, the 5th Peak's senior sister, inquired with a hint of worry towards Master Sister Jiang Ji from a cloud platform to the east. If it were not for the requirement that each peak must have 2 participants, even Ling Long would have been dissuaded from joining. Cough, cough, cough. As Jiang Ji spoke, she was seized by a fit of coughing, though several days had passed. The injuries inflicted upon her spirit and body by the forced suspension of a weight of 6,000 pounds remained unhealed. Senior sister, you ought to return to the herb hall to rest. Wu Mo gently patted Jiang Ji's back, expressing her concern. It matters not. It is better to be here, sitting and waiting, than to fret in the herb hall, Jiang Ji replied, shaking her head. Your condition, I fear, is little better. She added with a smile directed at Wu Mo, slightly embarrassed, managed a shy smile in return. The disciples participating in today's sword challenge are as follows. From the 7th peak, Su Taiping and Zhao Ling Long. From the 6th peak, Su Ziyin and Lin Buyu. From the 5th peak, Mo Jun and Du Qianjiang. From the 4th peak. At that moment, Elder He Long's voice resonated once more across the 5 Elders Pool. Simultaneously, Jiang Ji and Wu Mo observed the sect master, Zhou Tong, alongside several peak masters and a few esteemed elders, emerging on a separate cloud platform opposite them. An overwhelming aura of authority began to permeate the atmosphere, silencing the murmurs of the crowd. The sect master's cultivation appeared to have ascended significantly. Upon sensing the oppressive force radiating from the sect master, Jiang Ji furrowed her brow. Wu Mo, equally attuned to this shift, fell silent as well. At that moment, Elder He Long's voice resonated again, declaring, today's contest involves life and death. Disciples from all peaks must approach it with utmost seriousness. In the first match, disciples from various peaks, following the standings of the previous competition, may challenge those who ranked higher. As Elder He Long outlined the rules of the contest, disciples from the various peaks gradually made their way to the central Jian Ping of the 5 elders pool. Among them were Su Taiping and Zhao Linglong. There S. Linglong and Taiping. Wu Mo's pallid face suddenly brightened with a smile. Jiang Ji also nodded, her expression reflecting joy. Master Sister, I heard that Taiping intends to challenge Jin He Ji from the first peak right off the bat. Is it not too reckless to choose such a formidable opponent? Wu Mo asked, her concern evident. I have spoken to Taiping about this matter as well. However, his mind is made up, and no one can dissuade him. We must simply let him follow his own path, Jiang Ji sighed. The 5th peak disciple, Mo Jun, has officially challenged the 7th peak disciple, Zhao Linglong. As the two engaged in hushed discussions, the voice of Elder Black Dragon suddenly startled them. Mo Jun from 5 peaks intends to challenge Linglong. Both were taken aback, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Although 5 peaks had ranked last in the previous grand competition, this was primarily due to Mo Jun's year-long suspension resulting from his entanglement with Lu Chun, which prevented him from participating. In terms of cultivation strength, Mo Jun should rightfully rank among the top 10 in Qingxian, at least on par with Su Zian. Chapter 333, The Sword Challenge, a disparity in strength thus. His decision to directly challenge Zhao Linglong not only left Jiang Ji and Wu Mo bewildered, but also caused Su Taiping in the audience to wear a look of incredulity. However, when his gaze fell upon Jin Heji across from him, he immediately discerned the answer within the latter's eyes. Undoubtedly, this match had been orchestrated by Jin Heji. Senior sister, do not engage in this match, Su Taiping implored Zhao Linglong, who was eagerly preparing for the bout beside him. How could I possibly do that? Zhao Linglong shook her head vehemently. If I do not compete, you will lose your right to challenge. According to the rules of the sword challenge in Qingxian, if any disciple from a peak declined a challenge or lost in the designated match, the other disciple would lose their right to challenge others. Is the right to challenge truly more important than your safety, senior sister? Su Taiping insisted on having Zhao Linglong refuse. Trust your senior sister, Zhao Linglong suddenly interjected, playfully pinching Su Taiping's face with both hands before flashing him a bright smile. I, your senior sister, am eager to witness you give Jin Heji a thrashing. Then please be cautious, senior sister. If you lose, it is no matter, Su Taiping advised, a hint of resignation in his tone. Zhao Linglong of 7 peaks. Do you accept the challenge from Mo Jun of 5 peaks? Elder Black Dragon's voice resonated once more. Here it comes, Zhao Linglong replied, her spirit ignited. She stepped onto the ethereal silk, her form resembling a fiery red cloud as she soared directly to the expansive sword concealment platform. My apologies, Brother Taiping. It appears my senior brother Mo Jun has been coerced into naming senior sister Linglong as his opponent due to some leverage held by Jin Heji at that moment. Du Qianjiang, a direct disciple of the 5 peaks leader, approached Su Taiping, his expression one of regret. Though he is compelled, should my senior sister suffer any harm, I shall hold nothing back when I face him next, Su Taiping replied resolutely, casting a glance at Du Qianjiang. Du Qianjiang sighed in resignation upon hearing this. Are both sides prepared? Elder Black Dragon inquired as he stepped into the arena, scrutinizing both Mo Jun and Zhao Linglong. Reporting to Elder Black Dragon, my disciple is ready, Mo Jun stated expressionlessly, performing a slight bow. Elder Black Dragon, I am also prepared, Zhao Linglong responded with a smile. Elder Black Dragon nodded and declared in a booming voice, since both sides are prepared, the match shall commence at once. Upon uttering these words, Elder Black Dragon stepped down towards the platform. However, as he brushed past Zhao Linglong, he discreetly conveyed through thought, if you cannot prevail, call upon me. Conceding is not a shame. I shall not concede, Zhao Linglong promptly retorted in her thoughts. Elder Black Dragon, with a resigned frown, shook his head and then vanished from the stage in a flash. After his departure, Zhao Linglong silently expressed her gratitude, then turned her gaze towards the opposing Mo Jun. Junior sister Linglong, it would be wise to concede directly. I shall not hold back in this bout. Mo Jun, hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, regarded Zhao Linglong with an air of arrogance, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Your very countenance is irksome. Zhao Linglong shot him a glare, then fashioned her celestial silk into a bowstring, propelling herself directly towards Mo Jun Clang. Mo Jun unsheathed his sword and thrust it straight at Zhao Linglong. Yet, with a resounding thud, one end of her celestial silk acted as a shield, deflecting his strike, while the other end arced behind him, transforming into a piercing spear aimed at Mo Jun. Boom. Just as Zhao Linglong's celestial silk was about to strike him, a surge of sword energy erupted from within Mo Jun, sending Zhao Linglong and her silk flying backward. At the same time, this torrent of sword energy manifested into several sword projections, swirling around him. Before Zhao Linglong could regain her footing, Mo Jun flicked his sword, and with a whoosh, those sword projections darted towards her from various angles. Bang! Fortunately, as Mo Jun unleashed the sword projections, Zhao Linglong's celestial silk immediately morphed into a red sphere, enveloping her. Clang! Observing this, Mo Jun suddenly merged with the sword's radiance, becoming one with it, transforming into a blade of light several meters long, and thrusting it towards the red sphere formed by Zhao Linglong's silk. With a thunderous crash, the red sphere was punctured by Mo Jun's sword. Had she not swiftly maneuvered the celestial silk to block the sword's edge from within, it would have pierced through both the silk and Zhao Linglong herself. The disparity in strength between the two was stark, and given Mo Jun's prowess as a swordsman, Zhao Linglong's resistance was understandable. Nevertheless, Zhao Linglong harbored no intention of conceding. She continued to manipulate the other end of her celestial silk, seeking an opportunity to counterattack Mo Jun. Seeing this, Mo Jun let out a cold snort. Then with his unoccupied hand, he formed a seal and declared loudly, "Sword energy, ignite like fire." No sooner had he spoken than runes began to materialize upon his sword, intertwining with the surrounding sword energy, which abruptly transformed into a blazing inferno, engulfing Zhao Linglong and her celestial silk. Witnessing this scene, Su Taiping stepped forward, prepared to ascend the stage to assist Zhao Linglong. Boom. But as he took a step, the red sphere woven from the celestial silk erupted into a shower of fragments. Simultaneously, a portion of the silk coiled around Zhao Linglong's right foot. Then, Zhao Linglong, with her right foot bound by the celestial ribbon, delivered a heavy kick to Mo Jun. With a resounding thud, Mo Jun was surprisingly forced back several steps by Zhao Linglong's strike before he finally came to a halt. Chapter 334, The Sword Questioning Trial, Sister in Peril. Whoosh. After executing her kick, Zhao Linglong soared forward once more, her fist enveloped in the celestial ribbon, and struck Mo Jun's chest with tremendous force. The impact echoed as Mo Jun was sent sprawling to the ground. This scene elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlooking disciples. However, at that moment, Jiangji furrowed her brow and remarked, "Although the celestial ribbon indeed enhances her abilities, the issue lies in her sinews and bones, which cannot withstand such power. Excessive use will lead to her ruin." Boom. Jiangji yearned to intervene, but before she could finish her warning, she witnessed Zhao Linglong envelop herself entirely in the red celestial ribbon. In an instant, her aura surged dramatically. She appeared almost frenzied, relentlessly assaulting Mo Jun with a flurry of punches and kicks. Initially, Mo Jun managed to defend himself, but as Zhao Linglong's strikes quickened and the celestial ribbon became increasingly unwieldy, he gradually found himself on the defensive, eventually cornered against the edge of the sword concealment platform. With a sharp crack, Mo Jun's sword was kicked from his grasp by Zhao Linglong, who then delivered a decisive blow to his chest. The tremendous force sent him tumbling off the platform. The events unfolded with such swiftness that Su Taiping was halted by the supervising elder. It was only after Mo Jun was sent flying by Zhao Linglong that he was able to rush onto the stage. Upon reaching the platform, he discovered Zhao Linglong sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood. "It hurts so much, junior brother," Zhao Linglong said, her face a mix of laughter and tears as she gazed at Su Taiping. "Sister, please don't speak," Su Taiping urged, pressing his hand to her forehead, continuously channeling his true essence into her body. He also poured the last remaining drops of spiritual essence into her mouth. "Junior brother, it's futile. At least sister can finally be of help to you," Zhao Linglong persisted, ignoring Su Taiping's advice. He touched her arm and felt the bones nearly shattered within, causing his heart to sink. "Don't frown so. I'm fine." Zhao Linglong attempted to raise her hand to touch Su Taiping's face, but after lifting it a few inches, she let it fall helplessly. "Junior sister. Little junior sister." At that moment, Jiangji and Wu Mo arrived on the platform. Wu Mo, possessing some medical knowledge, quickly examined Zhao Linglong's injuries, growing increasingly alarmed with each revelation. Sister, we must hurry and take Junior Sister to the herbal hall, otherwise I fear for her life, Wu Mo exclaimed, on the verge of tears. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping's heart tightened, and he urgently inquired within his mind, Sister Linglong, is there any way to help? If there are still herbs available, there may be hope. Without them, we can only rely on the physicians at your herbal hall to stabilize her condition. She was too reckless. The celestial ribbon is a spiritual artifact, and it should not be wielded so carelessly, Linglong replied with a sigh. Upon hearing the words of the celestial maiden Linglong, Su Taiping felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. Ah, indeed, the talisman inscribed with the character for calm was not merely a means to center the mind. It possessed the remarkable ability to mitigate the progression of injuries. By placing it in Zhao Linglong's hands, it could at least safeguard her for a couple of days. Linglong suddenly reminded Su Taiping. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping swiftly retrieved the talisman from his gourd and placed it in Zhao Linglong's palm. Once she grasped the talisman, the rate at which her life force ebbed noticeably slowed. Sister Wu Mo, witnessing this, exclaimed with uncontainable joy, Junior brother, lend me this treasure. Sister, and I will escort our junior sister to Baikatang for treatment. You focus on your contest. We will look after her. Just as Su Taiping was about to respond, he was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Ji, who insisted, this grudge cannot simply be overlooked. Noticing Su Taiping's hesitation, Jiang Ji's gaze turned icy as she directed her attention toward the disciples of the first peak, adding, it is evident how furious she is. As even the typically gentle Jiang Ji has uttered such words, Su Taiping exhaled deeply, his resolve solidifying as he nodded at Jiang Ji, saying, Sister, take good care of Linglong. I will handle matters here. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the disciples of the first peak. At that moment, Jin Heji, who happened to be scrutinizing Su Taiping, flashed a provocative grin and declared, Junior brother Taiping, is your sister unharmed? Su Taiping's expression darkened at his words. However, he refrained from engaging further, instead quietly watching as his senior sisters and brothers carefully carried Linglong away from the sword platform. Zhao Linglong, cradled gently by Jiang Ji, had succumbed to unconsciousness, her complexion as pale as parchment, yet she continued to murmur, Junior brother, do not worry about me. I am fine, truly. Yet, as the moments passed, she could not suppress her pain, softly whimpering, Mother, it hurts so much. It was only after his senior sisters and brothers had taken Linglong out of Wulao Pond that her voice faded from Su Taiping's ears. Standing on the sword platform, Su Taiping lowered his head, exhaling once more, his fists clenched tightly. In his heart, Zhao Linglong held a significance that surpassed even that of his second senior brother, Qing Xiao. For in Qingxian, Linglong was the first to regard him as family. Having lived alone since childhood, he had longed for an elder sister, someone to chatter by his side, to share in his joys and sorrows. Thus, having Zhao Linglong as a sister, especially after losing his grandfather and arriving in this unfamiliar immortal abode, was the greatest fortune he had encountered in recent years. Su Taiping of the Seven Peaks, do you have a specific opponent in mind? At that moment, Elder Heilung's voice resonated. Hearing this, Su Taiping slowly lifted his head and gradually directed his gaze toward Jin Heji. I, Su Taiping of the Seven Peaks, hereby challenge the disciple of the first peak, Jin Heji. With a voice slightly hoarse, Su Taiping nearly roared the words. Chapter 335, The Sword Inquiry and the Seven Deadly Steps Killing Formation. As Su Taiping's roar echoed, all eyes in the arena were suddenly fixated on Jin Heji of the first peak. Jin Heji of the first peak. Su Taiping of the seventh peak has explicitly challenged you. Will you accept? The voice of Elder Black Dragon resonated at that moment. Unlike his usual demeanor, there was an unmistakable tone of anger mingled with authority in his voice. Clearly, Zhao Linglong's grievous injury had stirred a sense of animosity towards Jin Heji. In this scenario, should Jin Heji refuse, it would spell his utter disgrace. Therefore, without uttering another word, he leaped onto the platform and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, stating, I am willing to engage in battle. After saying this, he turned to Su Taiping, a slight smile playing on his lips, and remarked, I kindly ask my junior brother Taiping to show mercy. Standing on the platform, Su Taiping tightened the blood spider silk strips binding his hands. His expression impassive as he regarded Jin Heji and replied, That is acceptable, but only if you kneel and bow 3 times. I may consider it. Upon hearing this, Jinhaji's countenance darkened, and he swiftly unfurled his folding fan, coldly retorting, "How audacious! Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. Your ability to face 100 opponents at the Lotus Temple does not stem from your own strength, but rather from the egalitarian power of the 1,000 Buddha kingdom." Still not bowing? Once the contest commences, it will be too late. Seemingly ignoring Jinhaji's words, Su Taiping attentively secured the bindings around his palms and fingers, solemnly advising Jinhaji. At this utterance, Jinhaji's expression grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, the disciples in the surrounding cloud towers, sensing the escalating tension between the two with just a few exchanged words, became fervently excited, anticipating an enthralling spectacle. Elder Black Dragon. Is Jinhaji of the first peak prepared? Following tradition, Elder Black Dragon inquired of Jinhaji. In reply to Elder Black Dragon, "I am fully prepared," Jinhaji responded, inclining his hands in respect while gently waving his fan, the sword at his waist vibrating with a subtle resonance. Although Jinhaji was more adept at strategy than cultivation, his own strength remained formidable. Particularly in recent years, close association with Su Chan had undoubtedly imparted some insights. Thus, Su Taiping did not underestimate him. Elder Black Dragon. Is Su Taiping of the 7th peak ready? Elder Black Dragon then turned his attention to Su Taiping. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping nodded affirmatively, stating, in reply to Elder Black Dragon, "I am fully prepared." Following this declaration, he clenched one fist while pressing the other against the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed intently on Jinhaji. Once Elder Black Dragon confirmed their readiness, he swiftly retreated to the judging seats. In an authoritative voice, he announced, "Su Taiping of the 7th peak has explicitly challenged Jinhaji of the 1st peak. The contest begins." Boom. Almost instantaneously as his words fell, Jinhaji violently flicked his folding fan. In that moment, on the fan's surface, a diagram composed of colossal stones and quicksand traps materialized out of thin air upon the sword platform, enveloping both him and Su Taiping within its grasp. This was the 7 Fiends' absolute kill formation. Some disciples recognized the illusory array emanating from the fan of Jinhaji. Once ensnared in this lethal formation, unless one possessed profound knowledge of the art of formations, stepping out of the 3rd step would result in being assailed by the malevolent spirits of beasts trapped within. Although this illusory array wielded immense power, its manipulation was exceedingly challenging. It required constant adjustments based on the positions and movements of those ensnared. Otherwise, the effectiveness of the formation would be significantly diminished. Su Taiping, if you possess the capability, why not take a few steps within my formation? Jinhaji remarked, his folding fan in hand, a smug expression adorning his face as he gazed at Su Taiping. Su Taiping appeared oblivious to his taunts, instead focusing on stretching his limbs. With a resounding crackle from within, his stature surged by more than a foot in an instant, transforming from a dormant state into one of alertness. Despite having witnessed this transformation before, the onlooking disciples were once again filled with astonishment, as if a wild beast were standing on the sword platform rather than a human. Boom. At that moment, Su Taiping, now in a state of alertness, charged recklessly through the formation, barreling straight towards Jinhaji. How reckless! Charging into the array is tantamount to seeking death, lamented a disciple upon witnessing this bold move. Boom. Just as Su Taiping took his 3rd step, the quicksand within the formation suddenly coalesced into the phantom of a saber-toothed tiger, lunging at him with a fierce bite. Instead of evading, Su Taiping advanced towards the phantom, unleashing a powerful punch just as they were about to collide. Bang! The phantom of the beast shattered under the force of Su Taiping's blow, letting out a wail before vanishing. The disciples who had just mocked Su Taiping's recklessness were left speechless at this spectacle. Boom! Following the destruction of the beast's phantom, Su Taiping's steps were as swift as the wind as he continued his charge towards Jinhaji. Roar! Another beast, formed from quicksand, lunged at him, yet with another punch. Su Taiping obliterated this one as well. Bang! 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 In rapid succession, Su Taiping's fists pulverized 7 phantoms of feral beasts that lunged at him, leaving the spectators in a state of stunned disbelief. Boom! Finally, as the last phantom was shattered, a tremendous explosion erupted, causing Jinhaji's 7 Fiends' absolute kill formation to disintegrate. The sheer audacity of charging through the array and succeeding left the disciples utterly astonished. Swish! Almost instantaneously upon breaching the formation, Su Taiping appeared at Jin Heji's side, launching a punch. Taken by surprise due to the sudden collapse of the formation, Jin Heji summoned a golden bell talisman at the very moment Su Taiping's fist descended. Bang! However, with Su Taiping's punch landing, the golden bell talisman shattered almost immediately. However, Jin Heji cleverly harnessed the force of the rebound, propelling himself backward and creating a distance of over 10 zhang between himself and Su Taiping. Boom! To his astonishment, just as he steadied himself, an invisible force akin to a colossal boulder bore down upon him, rendering him utterly immobile. Subsequently, a massive shadow of a fist descended upon him with tremendous force. Chapter 336. The Sword Inquiry Trial. Do not yield prematurely. Bang! Amidst the cacophony of the impact, the protective aura surrounding Jin Heji shattered almost instantaneously. Fortunately, a protective jade pendant hanging around his neck sensed the impending danger and shielded him from the blow. However, this gem, at least a spiritual treasure, fractured with a sharp crack after absorbing Su Taiping's strike. A grimace of pain appeared on Jin Heji's face. Yet, he had little time to mourn the loss of his precious gem, as a multitude of fist shadows rained down upon him. Crack! Enduring the excruciating pain, Jin Heji crushed a medicinal pill and donned a suit of golden-scaled armor. This armor, crafted from the scales of a demon king-class python, was ordinarily sufficient to withstand the full force assault of any cultivator below the refining god realm. With a swift motion, he donned the armor and summoned his sword. Channeling a significant portion of his true essence into the weapon, he grinned wickedly and proclaimed, "Taste my fire dragon sword." As soon as the words left his lips, a resounding clang echoed as a crimson sword light, accompanied by a flame-shaped sword aura, surged forth to meet the onslaught of fists. Bang! In a tremendous upheaval, all the fist shadows were obliterated by Jin Heji's sword, simultaneously launching an attack towards Su Taiping. In an instant, the tide of battle had shifted. Bang! Just as the onlookers marveled at Jin Heji's formidable swordsmanship, they witnessed his flying sword, under his control, being shattered by a single punch from Su Taiping. The long sword wailing as it was sent hurtling backward. Puff! As it was his life's treasure, the moment the flying sword sustained damage, Jin Heji himself was grievously injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Boom! Meanwhile, the crowd observed Su Taiping's body contorting, his stature suddenly soaring to nearly a zhang, emanating an aura of terror akin to that of a wild beast. Then, with a whoosh, Su Taiping appeared beside Jin Heji as if teleporting, delivering a punch aimed at his head. Bang! In a critical moment, the python-scale armor on Jin Heji radiated a golden glow, deflecting Su Taiping's blow. Yet, despite this, Jin Heji was still propelled by the force of the punch, rolling across the ground and perilously close to tumbling off the sword platform. Su Taiping would not allow such an easy victory to slip away, ending the contest, would he? Bang! Just as Jin Heji was about to fall, Su Taiping descended upon him like a tempest, landing a heavy foot upon Jin Heji's head. Though protected by the python-scale armor, Jin Heji suffered no physical harm. However, the humiliation of being trampled upon was 1,000-fold more painful than any bodily injury. Die! With a resounding roar, Jin Heji suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a small crimson sword. The moment this sword emerged, an invisible wave of terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Wulao pool. Yet, Su Taiping's response remained nothing more than a single punch. Bang! This strike shattered the small sword, formed from Jin Heji's essence, into fragments. At this moment, Su Taiping's body, combined with the techniques of the Qingtian Bull Saint Fist, was capable of transcending the limits of the profound realm with sheer force. The disparity between the two was overwhelmingly vast. However, Jin Heji was also nearing the pinnacle of the profound realm. It seemed we had all been misled by rumors. During the battle at the Lotus Flower Temple, Su Taiping's strength was not solely reliant on the power of the Thousand Buddha Kingdom. His own cultivation was equally formidable. Witnessing Su Taiping's punch obliterate Jin Heji's crimson sword, exclamations erupted from the surrounding cloud platform. Not only them, but even Jin Heji himself was gripped by astonishment. It was no wonder Su Chan was so invested in this young man, dedicating 7 years to cultivate Yi Xian for a confrontation with him. Experiencing the terrifying power emanating from Su Taiping, he finally comprehended Su Chan's desire to eliminate Su Taiping through Yi Xian's hands. Realizing this, He resolved to concede and abandon the contest. I admit, bang. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Taiping's foot forcefully struck his throat, abruptly interrupting him. Su Taiping then squatted down, gazing expressionlessly at him, and said, "Do not be so hasty in conceding." Afterward, he raised his fist and struck Jin Heji's throat with a heavy blow. Similar to the previous kick, this punch was also blocked by the python scale armor on Jin Heji, yet this time Su Taiping unleashed the thousand-fold strength. The force of the thousand-fold strength penetrated the armor, crashing into Jin Heji's throat and nearly shattering it, forcing him to spew blood once more. Suddenly, a rare look of fear appeared in Jin Heji's previously arrogant eyes. Bang! Su Taiping then emotionlessly targeted Jin Heji's arm with another punch, the thousand-fold strength surging through the armor and directly impacting his bones and meridians. With a series of cracking sounds, Jin Heji's arm was shattered. "You have inflicted pain upon my senior sister. I shall repay you tenfold." Su Taiping coldly glared at Jin Heji before seizing him and tossing him high into the air. Boom! Just as Jin Heji's body was about to descend, Su Taiping slightly bent his legs, concentrating his entire momentum, then unleashed a flurry of punches, transforming into countless shadows as they rained down upon Jin Heji. The Qingtian Bull Saint Fist, Thunderstrike. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the resounding clashes akin to war drums, Su Taiping's fists fell ceaselessly upon the armored Jin Heji. Although every punch was blocked by the armor, the thousand-fold strength within each strike penetrated the armor, directly assaulting Jin Heji's interior. Perhaps a punch or two would not inflict any significant harm upon Jin Heji, but under the relentless barrage of 100 blows, his body, save for the vital areas deliberately avoided by Su Taiping, was nearly shattered by the overwhelming force of Su's strikes. To the onlookers, Su Taiping's series of punches appeared to be the result of frustration and anger, a futile attempt to breach Jin Heji's armor. Bang! It was only when the internal energy within Jin Heji finally spiraled out of control under the relentless assault of Su Taiping's formidable strength, erupting into a mist of blood, that the crowd recognized the gravity of the situation. Hidden energy. Su Taiping's fists contained hidden power. A gasp of astonishment echoed among them. Shortly thereafter, the voice of the first peak's master thundered above Wolao Pond. "Su Taiping, cease immediately." Cease? Su Taiping paid no heed to Jin Yu's furious outcry, continuing to rain down blows upon Jin Heji's form. At this moment, apart from a few critical areas, Jin Heji was on the verge of being utterly obliterated by Su Taiping's relentless force. "I command you to stop," Jin Yu bellowed once more, and then, with a sharp sound, a flying sword descended from the cloud tower, radiating dazzling light, resembling a white dragon formed from pure sword energy, aimed directly at Su Taiping on the Canjin Plateau. With a swift motion, Su Taiping unsheathed his sword, Duanshui, and with a stroke that summoned a massive blade shadow, he struck towards the white dragon forged from Jin Yu's sword. The Demon's Blade, Dragon Slayer Technique, Dragon's Wail. Boom! A tremendous shockwave reverberated through the air as the disciples on the cloud tower watched in disbelief. Jin Yu's sword and its dragon-like essence were severed by Su Taiping's stroke. Then, with a resounding crash, the sword's energy shattered, and the blade, now uncontrollable, flew back, ultimately embedding itself into the cliffside, emitting a mournful cry akin to a lament. Witnessing this scene, both the disciples on the cloud tower and those below who participated in the contest were left in stunned silence. For, judging solely by that single stroke, Su Taiping's blade had triumphed over the sword of the first peak's master. Bang! Su Taiping remained remarkably calm in response, once more placing his foot upon Jin Heji's head, then turning to Elder Heilong and inquiring, "Elder, should anyone attempt to interfere with the contest, what would be the appropriate penalty according to the Qingxian regulations?" Upon hearing this, Elder Heilong furrowed his brow. "Su Taiping, you are being audacious." As Jin Yu summoned back the sword embedded in the cliff, he descended from the cloud tower with a thunderous crash, landing before Su Taiping. Boom! Su Taiping glanced at Jin Yu, then unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, enveloping the entire sword plateau under his formidable presence. Due to the nature of his left eye's lotus pupil, unless Su Taiping chose to reveal it, no one could discern the intensity of his energy fluctuations even if they attempted to probe. In an instant, Jin Yu, who had just moments ago exuded confidence, now appeared as if facing a dire threat, his visage marred by terror. Elder Heilong, someone seeks to meddle in the contest. According to the Qing Xian regulations, what should be the consequence? Su Taiping's gaze once again turned towards Elder Black Dragon, while the blade in his hand pointed resolutely at Jin Yu ahead. Elder Black Dragon furrowed his brows. It was not only Jin Yu. Even he was taken aback by the surging, tsunami-like aura emanating from Su Taiping. I have indeed violated the 7 laws. After the 7 Peaks competition, I will personally go to the Hall of 7 Laws to confess, Jin Yu interjected, not allowing Elder Black Dragon a chance to speak. However, since my rebellious son has already lost, why must you pursue him with lethal intent? His eyes shifted towards the pained figure of Jin Haji on the ground. Elder Black Dragon, has he conceded? Su Taiping turned his attention back to Elder Black Dragon. No, at least I have not heard it, Elder Black Dragon replied, shaking his head with a frown. Jin Peak Master, you heard, did you not? As long as he has not conceded, the contest is not over. Therefore, I kindly ask that you refrain from further interference, lest you provide amusement to the other sects of the 9 courts. Su Taiping regarded Jin Yu with a stony expression. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu's face turned a shade of iron. Let us do this. As fellow disciples, I shall grant him an opportunity. If he concedes before everyone, this contest will be deemed concluded, Su Taiping stated, once more looking down at Jin Haji. At this moment, both Elder Black Dragon and Jin Yu directed their gazes towards Jin Haji, who lay on the ground, his eyes filled with fury and humiliation, though his bones were shattered. As a fully realized practitioner of the profound realm, death would not come easily. Jier, concede, Jin Yu coldly urged. He could sense Su Taiping's murderous intent, which was genuine in its desire to end his son, Jin Haji. Cough, cough. Jin Haji coughed a few times, then glared at Su Taiping with venomous eyes, his voice hoarse from his recently restored throat. I, Jin Haji, concede. Though not unexpected, the disciples in the Cloud Tower, upon hearing Jin Haji's humiliating admission, erupted into a chorus of astonished murmurs. Thank your father. Without him, you would not even have had the chance to concede. Su Taiping coldly regarded Jin Haji as he sheathed his blade. Upon hearing this, Jin Haji was incensed, spitting blood once more and disregarding Jin Yu's admonition. Sneered at Su Taiping, you are indeed powerful, but you will never defeat Yi Xian. I hope you can secure an opportunity to concede when the time comes. In response, Su Taiping first glanced at Yi Xian in the distance before returning his gaze to Jin Haji. You should convey that message to him. Otherwise, I suspect I will need your father to plead on your behalf. Jin Haji was left speechless with anger, while Jin Yu coldly scoffed. Su Taiping, are you not being a tad too arrogant? Arrogance is preferable to your shamelessness, Su Taiping retorted before swiftly descending from the stage. Taiping. As he reached the bottom of the stage, senior sister Jiang Ji approached alongside fourth senior brother Zhou Liang. Sister, how did you return so quickly? How is senior sister Linglong? Su Taiping's heart sank upon seeing the two return. Do not fret, Sister Linglong's injuries have been successfully managed. Fortunately, before the Peak Master was taken away by the 7 Rhyme Hall, he left behind a vial of superior healing elixir at the Herb Hall. Jiang Ji smiled at Su Taiping. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping finally exhaled a long breath, feeling as though a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. With Sister Linglong's condition stabilized, we could not help but worry about you. Hence, we have assigned your 5th senior sister Wu Mo to accompany Brother 8 and keep watch over Linglong at the Herb Hall, while I, alongside your 4th senior brother, will monitor the situation at Walao Pond. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, at least we will have an ally. 4th senior brother Zhou Liang added. It is a relief that Sister Linglong is unharmed. There is no need for concern on my part. Hearing this, Su Taiping felt a warmth in his heart. Given the recent ordeal, our apprehensions were indeed unwarranted. Jiang Ji smiled. Upon his return, he happened to witness Su Taiping striking at Jin Haji. The true challenge does not lie with Jin Haji, but rather with Yi Xian. Su Taiping replied with a faint smile and a shake of his head. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the voice of Elder Black Dragon resonated once more. Disciple Lin Buyu of the 6th Peak challenges Yi Xian of the 1st Peak. At this proclamation, both Su Taiping and Sister Jiang Ji were taken aback. Lin Buyu wishes to challenge Yi Xian. Jiang Ji gazed incredulously towards the 6th Peak's disciple. Chapter 338. Why challenge Yi Xian when you are undeserving? It was not just them, the disciples surrounding the Cloud Pavilion, the various Peak Masters across from them. and even Su Zian of the 6th peak all wore expressions of bewilderment. The challenge issued by Jian Qingxian was essentially an opportunity for the disciples from lower-rank peaks, allowing them to select suitable opponents, rather than facing immediate elimination in the first round. Thus, in this contest, most disciples either abstained from selecting or opted for opponents of comparable or lesser strength, with exceptions like Su Taiping, who had personal grievances. Rarely did one like Lin Buyu, from the outset, choose the strongest disciple of the first peak. Yi Xian's previous display of strength, wielding 6,000 pounds of suspended iron, was witnessed by all. To call him the strongest disciple of the first peak would be an understatement. Amidst the discussions, Su Taiping suddenly recalled that the bracelet on his wrist could connect him with Lin Buyu's thoughts. He infused a strand of true essence into the bracelet and, upon sensing the presence of another, immediately conveyed, "Buyu, can you hear me?" Before long, Lin Buyu's voice echoed in his mind. "I can." Su Taiping felt a surge of joy. The Qingxian sect is shrouded in a barrier that prevents thought transmission, whether through mental communication or talismanic means. It becomes ineffective beyond a certain distance. Why do you choose to challenge Yi Xian? Su Taiping raised his gaze towards Lin Buyu, who stood across the sword platform, pondering within. At that moment, Lin Buyu was flanked not only by several disciples of the 6th peak, but also by the peak master Meng Qingqiu, who appeared to be persuading her. "She came to find me last night," Lin Buyu replied. "She came to find you?" Su Taiping felt a sense of bewilderment. He proposed that I become his Dao companion. Lin Buyu responded with remarkable calmness. "What?" Su Taiping was momentarily taken aback. He repeated, "He wants me to be his Dao companion." Lin Buyu reiterated her statement in a tranquil tone. "How did you respond?" After confirming he had not misheard, Su Taiping inquired curiously. "I told him not to dream." Lin Buyu's tone remained exceedingly composed. "Is that the reason you specifically challenged him today?" Su Taiping asked tentatively. "Yes. He claimed last night that only I am worthy of him, yet he never considered whether he is worthy of me. Thus, I wish to convey to him through today's contest that he is not deserving," Lin Buyu replied. Su Taiping was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. Among those he knew, Lin Buyu's character was the most elusive to him. "What do you think?" At that moment, Lin Buyu, standing across from the sword platform, directed her gaze towards Su Taiping. "Me?" Su Taiping was initially startled, then confidently responded, "Indeed, he is not worthy." He genuinely believed that, in terms of both character and cultivation, Yi Xian does not measure up to Lin Buyu. Upon hearing this, Lin Buyu's lips curled into a slight smile. "You little girl, is Master S' statement truly that amusing?" Meng Qingqiu, who had been earnestly advising from the side, immediately frowned upon witnessing Lin Buyu's smile. "It is not amusing." Lin Buyu suppressed her smile and obediently shook her head. "Then you must swiftly retract your challenge to Elder Black Dragon," Meng Qingqiu urged anxiously. "Although I do not favor that fellow either, he merely expressed his admiration for you. Why pursue him with aggression?" she added. Lin Buyu said nothing and leaped directly onto the stage. She then clasped her hands toward Elder Black Dragon and declared, "Elder Black Dragon, disciple Lin Buyu of the 6th peak formally challenges Yi Xian of the 1st peak." Upon hearing this, Meng Qingqiu stumbled slightly, nearly toppling over. "This wretched girl." She stomped her foot in frustration. Su Zian sighed and advised, "It is futile, Master. You know well the nature of our junior sister. Once she has made a decision, no one can dissuade her. Moreover, given Buyu's current cultivation, Yi Xian may not even be able to harm her." Meng Qingqiu sighed and shook her head. "It is not her injury I fear. Rather, I wish to spare you all from this turmoil. It would be best to refrain from intervening in this matter." However, Su Zian furrowed her brow and asked, "Master, do you truly believe we can remain uninvolved?" Meng Qingqiu shook her head and sighed again. "We can only take it one step at a time." Just then, Elder Black Dragon's voice rang out once more. "Lin Buyu of the 6th peak formally challenges Yi Xian of the 1st peak. Yi Xian, please respond promptly." At this proclamation, all eyes turned to Yi Xian, who furrowed his brow deeply, his expression one of extreme displeasure, as though he had been subjected to a profound humiliation. "Junior brother, she is merely a woman. There is no need to take it to heart. If it were for her, revealing his cultivation in front of Su Taiping would be utterly unworthy." Yan Bing attempted to persuade Yi Xian, implying that he should refrain from engaging in battle. "Senior brother, do not worry. Although Lin Buyu possesses considerable talent, she is not yet at a level that necessitates me revealing my full cultivation and strength. A couple of strikes will suffice, Yi Xian remarked dismissively. After 7 years of sword practice with Su Chan, the arrogance that had once subdued within him not only returned but intensified. Yan Bing shook her head at his words and ceased her persuasion. Meanwhile, Yi Xian stepped forward with an air of pride. As he stepped forth, his figure transformed into a beam of sword light, accompanied by a piercing sound of the sword. And in a blink, he stood atop the sword platform. If you are unwilling, junior sister Buyu, I shall not compel you. Why go to such lengths? Yi Xian coldly addressed Lin Buyu. Do not be deluded. Lin Buyu responded indifferently, then turned her gaze to the elder black dragon beside her. The elder immediately understood and furrowed his brow, directing his question at Yi Xian. First peaks Yi Xian, do you wish to engage in battle? In response to elder black dragon, I am willing to fight. Yi Xian replied with a respectful nod, then turned his attention back to Lin Buyu, stating, since it is a contest, I shall not hold back. Oh, Lin Buyu replied coolly, placing her hand on the hilt of her sword, with flickers of electricity dancing at her fingertips. Simultaneously, a surge of thunderous energy radiated forth, spreading like a tidal wave across the sword platform, enveloping the entirety of Wulao Pond. Chapter 339. You are unworthy. Qingxian Heavenly Thunder Divided Shadow, soared the pinnacle of Tongxian. Lin Buyu had actually achieved the pinnacle of Tongxian. Moreover, she practiced the thunder method. As the fluctuations of Lin Buyu's aura became perceptible, numerous disciples gasped in astonishment. This was Lin Buyu's first exhibition of her strength before such a large assembly of disciples. Below the platform, the unexpected revelation of the young girl's profound cultivation left no doubt as to why she dared to challenge Yi Xian directly. Senior sister Jiang Ji gazed at Lin Buyu on the platform, her expression one of disbelief. This cannot be her full strength. Su Taiping mused inwardly. From the excursion to the Yunmeng's immortal mansion ruins, he realized that Lin Buyu harbored secrets no less than his own, which alleviated his concerns regarding her. Taiping, tell me honestly, in the previous match against Jin He, how much of your strength did you truly employ? Jiang Ji suddenly turned to Su Taiping. Compared to Lin Buyu, her concern primarily lay with her little junior brother. Su Taiping pondered seriously for a moment, then extended a hand toward Jiang Ji, saying, Senior sister, you may place your hand upon mine. As fellow cultivators, Jiang Ji understood that Su Taiping was inviting her to gauge the depth of his true essence. Is that appropriate? Jiang Ji hesitated. For any cultivator, the depth and purity of their true essence are their greatest secrets, seldom revealed. You are my senior sister. If I cannot trust you, whom can I trust? Su Taiping replied with a light-hearted smile. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ji felt a surge of emotion, and without further hesitation, she placed her hand against Su Taiping's palm. In that instant, as her hand made contact, her pupils dilated abruptly, rendering her motionless as if turned to stone. After a prolonged silence, she took a deep breath and gazed at Su Taiping with disbelief, asking, Taiping, are you truly just at the minor success of the Transcendence realm? Su Taiping nodded. During my 3 years in the Kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas, I spent most of my time cultivating without using the Chaos Stone, which may have resulted in my true essence being more refined and profound than that of ordinary cultivators. He offered a quiet explanation. Just some? If my perception is accurate, you likely did not even utilize your true essence when confronting Jin Heji, did you? Jiang Ji replied with a wry smile. Indeed, I didn't employ much true essence. Jin Heji's cultivation is quite ordinary. Su Taiping agreed. Very ordinary. Jiang Ji chuckled bitterly, pondering that if Jin Heji's level of cultivation was deemed ordinary, then what of the other disciples of the Qingxian sect? Nevertheless, Su Taiping's words provided her with immense reassurance. Boom. At that moment, another violent surge of energy erupted. Looking up, they beheld Yi Xian, whose aura surged forth like waves of fire, one after another expanding relentlessly. Simultaneously, the voice of Elder Black Dragon resounded once more, declaring, both sides are now prepared. The contest shall commence immediately. As his words faded, his figure vanished from the sword platform. In that instant of Elder Black Dragon's disappearance, Lin Buyu suddenly unfurled a scroll in his hand, and 2 divine generals soared forth from within. With a whoosh, the weapons wielded by the 2 generals charged towards Yi Xian with tremendous force. This was Lin Buyu's Taishian divine general chart. Just as the 2 divine generals approached, Yi Xian swiftly flicked his wrist. Instantly, the 2 silver bracelets he wore transformed, one into a massive white python and the other into a colossal green python, both lashing out their tails towards the two divine generals. In an instant, the two divine generals engaged in a fierce struggle with the two spirit pythons. Boom. Meanwhile, Lin Buyu morphed into a streak of lightning, embodying the might of thunder as he darted towards Yi Xian. Clang. Almost simultaneously with Lin Buyu's assault, the sword behind Yi Xian leapt forth. Then, the flying sword unleashed 7 successive sword shadows. These 7 shadows, resembling enormous nails, consecutively aimed to pierce Lin Buyu's streak of light. Bang! Ultimately, the 7th sword shadow struck Lin Buyu's flying sword, pinning it to the ground. However, with a fierce shout from Lin Buyu, a series of lightning-like sword lights erupted from the flying sword, shattering Yi Xian's sword shadows. Concurrently, Lin Buyu transformed into a flash of electricity, grasping the sword, preparing to thrust it towards Yi Xian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet, at that moment, Yi Xian's flying sword unexpectedly transformed from 1 into 3, launching from 3 different angles along distinct trajectories towards Lin Buyu. The crux of the matter lies in the astonishing might of the 3 sword lights, emanating a searing sword aura that sends chills down the spine. Observers could only surmise that should one be struck by such a sword, even if it did not hit a vital point, the scorching aura would undoubtedly inflict grievous wounds. Boom. However, at the very moment these 3 sword lights descended, Lin Buyu was suddenly enveloped in a blinding burst of lightning, and in the next instant, he evaded the attack of Yi Xian's 3 flying swords with lightning speed. Simultaneously, as the lightning dissipated, his form split into 3, each landing in different positions. Though these 3 avatars lacked the authenticity of Su Taiping's, they were shrouded in lightning, making it exceedingly difficult for onlookers to discern his true self even with spiritual probing. This was our Qingxian Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique's Heavenly Thunder Shadow Sword. These 3 figures were not merely avatars, but also pure manifestations of thunderous sword energy. Any attack directed at one would trigger a backlash from the thunderous sword energy. Witnessing this scene, Jiangji, besides Su Taiping, was instantly struck with astonishment. As she had predicted, the 3 avatars transformed into 3 streaks of sword light, surging upward with fearsome thunderous sword energy. From a distance, they resembled 3 colossal swords embedded in the platform. Chapter 340. You are unworthy, for Heavenly Thunder Sword Shadows. Yi Xian, confronted with this sword, indeed adopted a more cautious demeanor. The 3 sword shadows danced in the air like fire dragons, seemingly awaiting the opportune moment to strike. In that instant, the thunderous roars resonated, harmonizing with the fierce roars of the fire dragons above the sword platform. Lin Buyu from the 6 Peaks possesses such formidable cultivation. You might not yet be aware, but Lin Buyu is endowed with the thunderous bone of the golden spirit bone, making him far more potent in destructive power than Yi Xian's fiery anomaly. It appears that Lin Buyu is indeed one of the few peers capable of rivaling Yi Xian in prowess. I sense that Lin Buyu's strength significantly surpasses that of the enigmatic Su Taiping, who relies merely on his peculiar physique and brute strength, resembling more of a warrior than a cultivator. Observing the standoff between Lin Buyu and Yi Xian, the disciples in the Cloud Tower began to murmur among themselves. I wonder how they will feel when they witness Taiping's formidable true essence. Amidst the whispers, Jiangji found herself filled with anticipation. When she closed her eyes, a towering mountain emerged before her. Indeed, this mountain was the heart of her junior brother Su Taiping. Clang. At that moment, after a brief stalemate, Yi Xian ultimately chose to take the initiative and attack Lin Buyu. The 3 sword shadows, resembling fire dragons, surged towards Lin Buyu's 3 Heavenly Thunder Sword avatars, seemingly willing to endure the backlash of the Heavenly Thunder Sword to uncover Lin Buyu's true location. Boom. The 3 fire dragon sword shadows collided with the 3 Heavenly Thunder Sword shadows. The thunderous sword energy intermingled with the fire dragon sword energy, erupting in a cacophony of piercing explosions that left the surrounding disciples in the Cloud Tower feeling as though their ears were pierced by sharp blades. The disciples of higher cultivation enveloped their ears with true essence, their eyes fixated unwaveringly upon the sword platform. At long last, they beheld the 3 fiery dragon sword energies tear asunder all 3 thunderous sword auras, advancing with relentless fervor. Indeed, it was evident that Yi Xian's prowess surpassed the rest. A disciple could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The Fire Dragon Sword Technique and the Thunder Sword Technique are both among the three paramount sword techniques of the Qingshan sect, inherently devoid of superiority. Currently, Yi Xian's dominance over Lin Buyu is solely attributable to the profound depth of his true essence and his comprehension of the sword techniques. Boom. Just when the onlookers believed Yi Xian was on the brink of a resounding victory over Lin Buyu, a jarring roar of thunder erupted upon the sword platform. Subsequently, all eyes beheld a dazzling beam of thunderous sword light soaring into the heavens. The emergence of the sword light coincided precisely with the aftermath of a recently shattered thunder sword light, immediately following the dissipation of Yi Xian's Fire Dragon Sword Shadow. This was the true form of Lin Buyu. In other words, she had just simultaneously manifested 3 Thunder Sword avatars. Jiang Ji, witnessing this revelation, was rendered utterly astonished. Not just her, but the multitude of disciples on the Cloud Tower also erupted in gasps of disbelief. Was it truly so arduous to divide 3 Thunder Sword shadows using the Thunder Sword technique? Su Taiping, somewhat unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Thunder Sword technique, curiously inquired of Jiang Ji. Quite difficult, Jiang Ji affirmed with a nod, continuing to elucidate to Su Taiping, in the realm of the Thunder Sword technique. The mere ability to manifest 1 shadow signifies mastery. 2 shadows denote extraordinary talent, while the ability to simultaneously produce 3 shadows is a feat that may not be witnessed even once in a century. Such accomplishments are meticulously documented in the sect's tomes, and any disciple capable of manifesting 3 sword shadows would be celebrated extensively. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping grasped the gravity of the situation. Boom. As the two conversed, the colossal thunder sword light, embodying Lin Buyu's true form, cleaved toward Yi Xian. Taken by surprise, Yi Xian could only counter with his true form to defend. With a thunderous crash, Yi Xian's Fire Dragon Sword Shadow was utterly obliterated by Lin Buyu's Thunder Sword Shadow. Had it not been for the protection of the Dragon Flame armor, he might have been cleaved in 2 by that strike. Bang! Just as Lin Buyu prepared to unleash another Thunder Sword strike upon Yi Xian, a massive phantom suddenly materialized behind him, interposing itself to absorb the blow. This towering apparition, standing at 3 zhang, donned the Dragon Flame armor, wielding a colossal shield in one hand and a gigantic sword in the other. The immense flaming shield had just thwarted Lin Buyu's Thunder Sword technique. Swish! After blocking Lin Buyu's strike, the towering phantom brandished its gigantic sword and swung it toward Lin Buyu. Boom! Lin Buyu once again commanded the Thunder Sword Shadow to meet the incoming strike, resulting in an explosive shattering of both the Thunder Sword Shadow and the colossal phantom. Was that perhaps the Dragon Armor Warrior, which manifests only upon mastering the final tier of the Dragon Flame technique? Su Taiping queried in astonishment. Indeed, came the affirmation. Jiang Ji nodded, her expression turning grave as she looked at Su Taiping. To summon the Dragon Armor soldiers, one must not only cultivate the Dragon Flame technique to its final stage, but also possess nearly half a step into the divine refinement realm. Otherwise, your true essence won't sustain even for a moment. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping understood. This meant that currently, Yi Xian was at least at the half-step divine refinement level. Su Taiping was not particularly surprised by this revelation. After all, the Bodhi fruit that senior sister Xian possessed had likely been consumed by Yi Xian. Boom! At that moment, the sound of thunder erupted once more. Lin Buyu, in an instant, divided herself into 3 thunderclap avatars, and along with her true form. 4 bolts of lightning surged into the sky, transforming into colossal sword shadows that enveloped Yi Xian. Unexpectedly, Lin Buyu possessed the strength to manifest 4 thunderclap sword shadows. Jiang Ji was once again astonished by Lin Buyu's profound true essence. Chapter 341. You are unworthy. Swiftly slay Lin Buyu, however, as the 4 thunderclap sword shadows emerged. A resounding sword cry shattered the air, and Yi Xian's flying sword, floating above him, suddenly split into 6 dragons unleashed. Yi Xian had surprisingly cultivated the Fire Dragon Sword technique to its ultimate level. Jiang Ji's expression was one of astonishment. Then, the 6 sword shadows transformed into 6 fire dragons, emitting a series of dragon roars as they lunged toward Lin Buyu's 4 thunderclap sword shadows. This battle was destined for Lin Buyu's defeat. Observing the scene, Jiang Ji sighed. Although the thunderclap sword shadows possess immense power, Yi Xian's true essence is evidently more profound than Lin Buyu's. Even if she manages to extinguish 6 fire dragons in one breath, Yi Xian will undoubtedly have another sword waiting for her. Hearing this, Su Taiping shifted his gaze from Lin Buyu to Yi Xian. He then saw Yi Xian standing with arms crossed, suspended in the air, a dragon armor soldier faintly appearing behind him. Su Taiping furrowed his brow. In his view, if Lin Buyu employed all her means, she would certainly not fear Yi Xian. However, it was evident, as senior sister Jiang Ji had stated, that in terms of the depth of true essence, she was indeed lacking compared to Yi Xian. I must express my gratitude to Buyu later. Without her performance, I would not have been able to acquire such valuable information about Yi Xian in advance, Su Taiping thought to himself. Clang. Just as the onlookers awaited the explosive sound of the sword shadows colliding, a piercing sword cry suddenly pierced the air. Following that, they witnessed, in the blink of an eye, Lin Buyu's 4 thunderclap sword shadows merging into one, transforming into a blade of thunder that flickered with lightning, so bright that it was blinding. Boom! In an instant, the lengthy, thunderous sword shadow, spanning over 100 feet, surged skyward with Lin Buyu's figure, evading the assault of the 6 fire dragons. Subsequently, that dazzling, thunderous sword shadow descended with a sound akin to rending the heavens, a cascade of sword light and thunder, aimed directly at Yi Xian below. In a moment of urgency, Yi Xian summoned his sword along with the 6 fire dragon sword shadows, while the dragon armor soldier materialized before him. Yet, with a thunderous roar, the 6 fiery dragon sword shadows collided and were instantly shattered by the sword shadow infused with Lin Buyu's thunderous might. Even the formidable figure of the armored dragon, as it raised its shield, was directly obliterated by this bolt of heavenly thunder. However, these fiery dragon sword shadows and the armored dragon ultimately served to shield Yi Xian from the brunt of the heavenly thunder's force. Thus, when this strike descended upon Yi Xian, its power had already diminished significantly. Nevertheless, the spiritual armor he wore was still cleaved asunder by this blow. He himself was propelled downwards with a resounding thud, crashing straight onto the sword-concealing platform. The platform, harder than cast iron, bore spiderweb-like cracks in a pit that was 2 to 3 feet deep. Initially, the arena fell into an eerie silence until Lin Buyu gracefully descended with her sword, erupting into a cacophony of astonished gasps. The thunderous harmony of heaven's fury? Buyu's comprehension of the thunder sword technique had reached such heights. Senior sister Jiang Ji gazed at Lin Buyu with eyes brimming with incredulity. Su Taiping also wore a look of astonishment. Although he did not fully grasp the concept of the thunderous harmony, he could fathom the formidable difficulty in uniting 4 sword shadows, each harboring the ferocious force of lightning. By virtue of this singular strike, it was evident that Buyu's talent in swordsmanship was at least on par with, if not superior to, that of Yi Xian. Jiang Ji asserted with unwavering conviction. In response, Su Taiping nodded in agreement. He recalled a conversation with Sister Lingyue about Buyu, where Lingyue had remarked that she was a natural-born sword talent, exceedingly rare even in their realm. Thus, Buyu, are you intent on using this strike to convey to Yi Xian that he is unworthy? Su Taiping mused inwardly. Boom. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly emanated from the pit at the center of the sword-concealing platform. The crowd turned in unison to gaze into the pit, where they beheld Yi Xian slowly rising, his countenance as cold as that of a corpse. Lin Buyu, was this strike your way of naming your intent towards me? Yi Xian regarded Lin Buyu with a frosty glare. Indeed, Lin Buyu nodded. She met Yi Xian's gaze with an expressionless demeanor, then continued. It is futile to reason with you, so I must resort to speaking with my sword. Having uttered these words, she turned away without a backward glance, declaring, I shall not continue. In terms of cultivation, I am indeed not your match. Upon hearing this, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Yi Xian's eyes. Yet, this surge of malice was ultimately tempered by reason. He was not the sort to strike from behind. However, just as he began to suppress his aura, an emotionless voice echoed in his mind. Swiftly eliminate Lin Buyu. Startled, Yi Xian trembled and quickly replied internally, but if I kill her, the competition. The contest is not yet concluded. To kill her would not breach the rules. Before he could finish his thought, the voice interrupted him. Yes. Yi Xian seemed unable to refuse the commands of this individual, despite harboring a certain fondness for Lin Buyu. The moment he was under the influence of this person's will, his gaze towards her instantly filled with murderous intent. At this juncture, Lin Buyu found herself merely 23 paces away from the elder black dragon. Having already resolved to concede, she did not hasten her steps. However, as she took another stride forward, Lin Buxian's voice suddenly echoed in her mind, warning her to be wary of what lay behind. Yet, the warning came far too late. By the time Lin Buyu turned around, preparing to flee on her sword, an overwhelming and terrifying sword aura pinned her in place. Simultaneously, a crimson sword light seemed to tear through the very fabric of space behind her, cleaving directly towards her. In an instant, gasps of astonishment filled her ears. The only action she could muster was to raise her flying sword to shield her chest, yet she was acutely aware of the immense destructive force contained within that strike. She understood clearly that even her most potent defense might falter against it. Just as she braced for reincarnation, Lin Buyu suddenly heard the familiar sound of a long knife being unsheathed. The flicker of fear in her heart was abruptly replaced by an unusual smile as she allowed the sword to descend upon her. Chapter 342. Misunderstanding of bad rules. Time rewound for several breaths. When the crowd observed Lin Buyu sheathing her sword and opting not to continue her contest with Yi Xian, expressions of regret spread across their faces. Nonetheless, many disciples deemed her decision to be sagacious. The disparity in cultivation levels between her and Yi Xian was glaringly apparent. By retreating after that last strike, she not only showcased her innate talent but also spared herself from potential injury beneath Yi Xian's blade, a truly prudent choice. Particularly among the Sisters of the Six Peaks and the Peak Master, Meng Qingqiu, relief washed over them upon witnessing Lin Buyu's withdrawal. For them, Lin Buyu represented the future hope of the Six Peaks, one that must not be extinguished prematurely. Initially, Su Taiping shared the sentiment of the crowd, believing Lin Buyu's decision to sheath her sword was wise. However, as she turned to approach Elder Black Dragon, he felt a sudden shift in the sealing talisman within his palm. The aura of a demonic creature was present. The voice of Fairy Lingwei resonated in his mind. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping immediately released his spiritual awareness and began to scan the area. While he failed to detect any traces of a demonic presence, he did sense a chilling intent emanating from Yi Xian. With the enhancement of his left eye's lotus pupil, he had grown exceedingly sensitive to the nuances of killing intent and cultivator auras. No matter how well concealed, he could perceive them. Through his focused awareness, he discerned that the source of Yi Xian's murderous intent was none other than Lin Buyu herself. Just as Su Taiping pondered why Lin Buyu would voluntarily concede when Yi Xian harbored such intense animosity towards her, an exceedingly terrifying wave of energy surged from Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to strike at Lin Buyu. In an instant, this thought crystallized in his mind. As the thought flickered in Su Taiping's mind, he acted almost instinctively, disregarding any potential violation of sect rules, and drew the from his waist. With all his might, he unleashed the piercing strike of the demon-slaying blade towards Yi Xian. However, for the disciples on the Yun Tower's platform, including the several senior sisters from the Six Peaks and the Peak Master, Meng Qingqiu, the first sight that caught their attention was Yi Xian's sudden strike aimed at Lin Buyu. The crimson sword shadow, resembling a rift in space, appeared so abruptly that even the elders, Meng Qingqiu included, struggled to react in time, only managing to shout at Yi Xian to halt or warn Lin Buyu to evade. Yi Xian, intent on eliminating Lin Buyu, showed no signs of restraint. Although Lin Buyu heard the warnings, it was too late for him to dodge or counter. Just as despair gripped Meng Qingqiu and the senior sisters of the Six Peaks, a sound reminiscent of cicadas resonated, and in an instant, hundreds of blade shadows, as delicate as cicada wings, surged forth to intercept the crimson sword shadow. Simultaneously, a chilling aura enveloped the entirety of Wulao Pond. With a thunderous roar, the clash of sword and blade unleashed a tempest that radiated outward from the sword platform like a tidal wave. To their astonishment, the nearly full-force strike from Yi Xian was utterly extinguished by this blade. Moreover, the strike left a long gash on the solid sword platform. Following the trail of the blade mark, the crowd's gaze settled upon a young man standing at the edge of the sword platform, none other than Su Taiping. After executing that strike, Su Taiping's aura, aided by his lotus-like pupils, receded into him like the retreating tide. Was that strike truly executed by Su Taiping? It seemed implausible. His presence did not exude such strength. Yet, undeniably, that blade was his. Whispers of disbelief filled the air. Even the senior sister, Jiangji, who had been standing beside Su Taiping, wore an expression of incredulity. She was aware of Su Taiping's profound, true essence surpassing the transcendence realm. Yet she had not anticipated his swordsmanship had advanced to such a formidable level. Standing so close, she perceived the terror of Su Taiping's strike far more vividly than others, especially when he locked onto Yi Xian with his blade intent. The suffocating pressure and sense of inevitability were so intense that it induced an illusion that this junior brother had transcended the transcendence realm. Unperturbed by the murmurs around him, Su Taiping coldly fixed his gaze on Yi Xian and questioned, "What kind of swordsman are you?" striking from behind at one who has already forfeited the match. His inquiry redirected the crowd's attention back to Yi Xian. Indeed, why had Yi Xian suddenly attacked Lin Buyu? Striking from behind, especially against someone who had already surrendered, bore a striking resemblance to the actions of petty rogues in the secular world. On this occasion, regardless of the stance one took, all were appalled by Yi Xian's recent actions. Even the disciples of the first peak found themselves perplexed, questioning why Yi Xian had chosen such a course of action. "Master Jin, did that sword strike just now reflect your intent, or was it solely the decision of this young man?" Meng Qingqiu, after assisting Lin Buyu to her feet, turned with indignation toward the cloud tower where the sect leader and peak master were situated. For her, Lin Buyu represented a crucial boundary. Should the sect leader and the first peak disregard even this line, she would not hesitate to sever ties with them, akin to the seventh peak. "Master Meng, it was merely a misunderstanding," Jin Yu interjected as he descended from the cloud tower. He had just settled Jin Heji and rushed back, only to find himself confronted with this chaotic scene. A misunderstanding? If it weren't for Su Taiping's blade, my disciple might have already met a dire fate. Meng Qingqiu shot Jin Yu a frosty glare. "Yi Xian, do come forth and apologize to Master Meng." Jin Yu cast a glare at Yi Xian. Rather than approaching immediately, Yi Xian exchanged a long-distance glance with Su Taiping before declaring with conviction, "The contest has not yet concluded. Even if I were to slay her, it would not violate the rules of Qing Xian." Upon uttering these words, he directed his gaze toward Elder He Long, inquiring, "Am I not correct, Elder He Long?" Before Elder He Long could respond, Meng Qingqiu interjected with fury, "You are merely resorting to sophistry. Master Meng, it is you who is employing fallacious reasoning, not I. And if we are to assign blame, it is he who has contravened the rules, not me." As Yi Xian spoke, his eyes shifted to Su Taiping, who stood poised with his blade. The contest remained unfinished, and his unwarranted intervention was a blatant disregard for the tenets of Qing Xian. He then sneered, "Enough of this farce." At that moment, the usually silent sect leader, Zhou, finally spoke up. "Lin Buyu has already conceded. Thus, Yi Xian's strike was certainly unnecessary. But he did not indeed breach the rules of the contest, correct, Elder He Long?" "Elder Zhou, there was indeed no breach of protocol," Elder He Long replied, furrowing his brow. "Very well. We shall temporarily set this matter aside and investigate it further after the grand tournament of the Seven Peaks," Zhou decided. "Master, continuing this argument is futile," the sect leader stated. Meng Qingqiu wished to voice further objections, but was interrupted by Elder He Long hearing this. Yi Xian smirked and glared at Su Taiping, saying, "That last strike was quite commendable, but if that is the extent of your strength, you are guaranteed to lose this time." In response, Su Taiping merely cast a fleeting glance at Yi Xian without uttering a word, making his way directly towards Lin Buyu. Disregarding Yi Xian entirely, a renewed glint of murderous intent flickered in Yi Xian's eyes, prompting Jin Yu to hastily escort him away. "Master Meng, Senior Sister Xian." Su Taiping approached the two, offering a respectful nod before turning his attention to Lin Buyu, asking, "How is Buyu faring?" At that moment, Lin Buyu was being examined for her injuries by her other sisters. Thanks to Taiping's timely intervention, the problem should be manageable. Su Xian expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Su Taiping. "Thank you, Taiping, for your assistance." At that moment, Meng Fengzhu also extended his thanks to Su Taiping. "It was nothing," Su Taiping replied with a shake of his head. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Lin Buyu, who was nursing her injuries, broke into a violent fit of coughing and began to spew blood. Although Su Taiping had acted in time, the sword energy from Yi Xian had nonetheless inflicted damage on Lin Buyu's meridians. Observing this, Meng Qingqiu and Su Xian hurried over to check on her. However, Lin Buyu waved her hand and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Turning to Su Taiping, she spoke in a somewhat weakened tone. "He only used 40% of his strength during our match. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated that even while gravely injured, Bu would remember to relay the information about their recent duel. Rest well, he pierced you with one sword. And I shall repay him with 10 blades, Su Taiping assured Lin Bu. She smiled faintly but soon fell into another violent coughing fit. Meng Qingxiu and several senior sisters promptly lifted her off the sword platform. Watching Lin Bu being carried away, Su Taiping silently clenched his fist and glanced at the position of the first peak before descending from the stage. An hour later, with a resounding crash, Su Taiping sent the last opponent tumbling off the sword platform with a single punch, successfully advancing to the final round of the one Jianqing Xian. His opponent was none other than Yi Xian. From the 7th peak, Su Taiping triumphed over the 2nd peak's Chu He, and after a fragrant stick of incense, he would contend with the 1st peak's Yi Xian for the title of champion in this round of one Jianqing Xian. As Elder Hailing's voice thundered above Wu Lao Pond, the surrounding disciples of Qing Xian erupted in excitement once more. After the recent matches, the anticipation among the disciples for the duel between Su Taiping and Yi Xian had reached a fever pitch. They could hardly wait, let alone endure the time of an incense stick. Who do you think has the greater chance of victory, Su Taiping or Yi Xian? I believe it will be Yi Xian. After his match with Lin Bu, he has decisively won every encounter with a single sword strike. I concur. It may be difficult for Su Taiping to withstand even one of his blows. That remains uncertain. Su Taiping possesses a physique comparable to that of a demon king-level beast. If he gets in close, escape will be nearly impossible. But physical prowess alone, without profound true essence, cannot secure a victory over Yi Xian. Indeed, while he may fare well against ordinary sword cultivators, facing a swordsman of Yi Xian's caliber would afford him no opportunities to close the distance. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Chun Hao from the Chunyang sword sect, who had just settled down after stealthily infiltrating Qing Xian's sect, inquired with confusion of a tall middle-aged man beside him. Is Taiping's true essence truly so weak? 3 years ago, during the Yu-Hu Cave Heaven, the true essence within him was indeed chaotic and problematic. That is why I bestowed upon him the Jiao walking order, hoping he would undergo trials in the wilderness. The middle-aged man replied stoically, arms crossed. If those around were to discover the identity of the middle-aged man, they would surely be left in utter disbelief. Indeed, he is none other than the Sword Saint Amon of the pure Yang sword sect. Although I have not had any contact with him over the past 3 years, he has been cultivating in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas, and one might assume some degree of progress has been made. Chun Hao furrowed his brows. During these 3 years, he has been relentlessly pursued by those individuals, so the time available for cultivation must have been exceedingly limited. Amon, however, was not particularly optimistic about the matter. Regardless, since this is a commission from the 9 houses, and he is a disciple of that esteemed figure, we shall do our utmost to ensure his survival. He added thoughtfully. Chapter 344, The Battle with Yi Xian. This is our junior disciple. Chun Hao nodded, then inquired of Amon with some confusion, Master, why do you think the 9 houses place such importance on Su Taiping? Amon shook his head, responding, Lu Chuxian is a man of half-truths. No one truly knows what lies in his heart. The two had been entrusted by the 9 houses to infiltrate Qingxian separately, with the intent of rescuing Su Taiping amidst the impending turmoil. Inquire with Huang Ke as to when they will arrive at Qingxian. I shall not act while his master is absent and the sword formations of Qingxian are in place, Amon stated. He has just informed me that his master is suffering from an old ailment again and will likely take another incense stick's worth of time to reach Qingxian. Chun Hao offered a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Amon shook his head in resignation. Let us act according to the circumstances. First, we shall observe whether that lad has made any progress in these 3 years. If he has made no advancements whatsoever, then no amount of gold or resources from the 9 houses will compel me to intervene. At the 5 Elders Pond, beside the sword concealment plateau, Su Taiping looked at the nearly full gathering of his senior brothers and sisters, astonished. 3rd senior brother, 4th senior brother, 5th senior sister, why are you all here? Linglong has awakened and insisted that if only the senior sister were to accompany you, others would mock us for having no one from the 7th peak. Therefore, she cried and insisted that we all come to be with you, remarked 5th senior sister Wu Mo, a mix of amusement and exasperation in her tone. Hearing that Linglong had awakened brought great joy to Su Taiping, and upon learning that it was her earnest request for her seniors to accompany him, he felt a profound warmth. Especially upon seeing his seniors, all bearing the marks of recent injuries, he felt an inexplicable sense of responsibility arise within him. Taiping, do not burden yourself with too much pressure. It matters not if we lose, for we shall find other means to address Master's situation, fourth senior brother, Zhou Liang encouraged, giving Su Taiping's shoulder a firm pat. Indeed, at worst, we can devise a plan to rescue Master and then escape together to the mountains, echoed eighth senior brother Wu Liang. Su Taiping smiled at his companions, his gaze resolute as he declared, Sister, brothers, fear not. We shall remain here in Qingxian, and no one shall drive us away. After securing the title of the 7th peak as champion, regardless of whether they succeed in questioning the sect leader afterwards. According to Qingshuan's regulations, the 1st peak is ineligible to take over the 7th peak, and instead, the sect's eldest disciple will temporarily assume the position of peak master. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Taiping was destined to emerge victorious in the forthcoming contest. Observing Su Taiping's unwavering confidence, several senior disciples nodded in agreement. Instead of feeling any pressure from the faces before him, Su Taiping was imbued with a sense of motivation greater than ever before. From the solitary days in Qingyo village to now, surrounded by numerous senior brothers and sisters who believed in him, supported him, and protected him, he had no reason to retreat or cower. In the past, he could not save his grandfather, but today, he was determined to safeguard them. Su Taiping murmured to himself. At that moment, the voice of Elder Black Dragon echoed. 1st peak Yixian, 7th peak Su Taiping, please take the stage. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping smiled at his senior brothers and sisters, saying, Sisters and brothers, I shall ascend. On the stage, Yixian, already standing, coldly remarked upon Su Taiping's arrival. Su Taiping, I have awaited this battle for 7 years. With that, he ceased to restrain his aura, allowing a tempestuous wave of energy to surge forth from his being. Simultaneously, an invisible pressure enveloped the entirety of Wulao Pond. The disciples on the cloud platform, sensing this overwhelming aura and pressure, were rendered astonished. Without deliberate restraint, the intensity of Yixian's energy far surpassed that witnessed during his earlier confrontation with Lin Buyu. Standing before Yixian, Su Taiping resembled a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves, as the powerful currents swept past him. Observing this scene, 5th senior sister Wu Mo expressed her concern. Our junior brother excels in physical prowess and blood vitality. Yet Yixian clearly intends to dominate him with his profound cultivation. This battle may prove challenging for our junior brother. Zhou Liang nodded in agreement, stating, Yixian has likely reached the threshold of half-step refining spirit, with immeasurable true essence. Our junior brother's true essence is insufficiently deep, rendering him completely suppressed. In a contest between cultivators of equal rank, the depth of true essence is paramount. Is our junior brother's true essence truly lacking in depth? Upon hearing this, senior sister Jiang Ji shook her head in bemusement. Is that so? The others regarded her with puzzled expressions. If our junior brother's true essence is deemed shallow, then it is unlikely anyone in Qingxian, aside from Uncle Jiao, would dare claim to possess profound true essence. With that, she cast her hopeful gaze back upon Su Taiping on the stage. Meanwhile, Su Taiping did not acknowledge Yixian, but turned to Elder Black Dragon instead. The elder nodded slightly and confirmed with both contestants. Are you both prepared? Yixian, with an air of arrogance, declared, Disciple is fully prepared. Su Taiping then shifted his focus back to Yixian, stating, Disciple is also ready. At the very moment Su Taiping uttered those words, the Zongjin Ping beneath his feet trembled violently. Following that, a powerful wave of energy erupted, akin to a long-anticipated tempest, exploding outward with Su Taiping at its epicenter. The disciples observing from the periphery felt as though they had been struck squarely in the chest by a formidable blow. Simultaneously, a pressure, instigated by this surge of energy, descended from the heavens like a towering mountain, rendering the crowd breathless. This is indeed our junior disciple, Jiang Ji proclaimed with pride as she sensed this immense pressure. Chapter 345, Battle with Yixian. Not wasting 3 years in the wilderness, Su Taiping astonishingly possessed such profound true essence. The peak masters were not much different, were they? Previously, when he clashed with the current peak master, I presumed the master had merely shown restraint, but now it appears he truly possesses this level of power. And what of that strike that saved Lin Buyu just moments ago? Has he been concealing his strength all along? After a brief silence, a fervent discussion erupted among the disciples in the cloud pavilion surrounding Wulao Pond. Matters that had seemed coincidental or accidental suddenly aligned. Simultaneously, each of them felt that Su Taiping had refrained from displaying his profound true essence in order to prepare for this moment of revealing his hidden capabilities. However, it was not a deliberate concealment on Su Taiping's part. Rather, during the previous encounters he had faced, there had been few instances requiring the full extent of his true essence. Even I was deceived. It seems this lad must possess a top-tier treasure capable of masking his aura, commented Sword Saint-Amon, a hint of surprise in his voice. Master, judging by Su Taiping's aura, he has already reached the equivalent of a consummate level of Tongxian, yet his cultivation realm remains at a minor completion. Do you know why this is? Chun Hao inquired curiously of Amon. Upon breaking through the Tongxian realm and attaining the Danqin, a cultivator's enhancement of true essence requires not only depth and thickness, but also precision and purity. Just as a blacksmith forges iron, only through countless hammerings can truly fine iron be obtained, often with a yield of less than 1 in 10. Amon's gaze remained fixed on the two confronting each other on stage, his head unwavering. Are you suggesting that Su Taiping's true essence is more refined than that of Yi Xian? Indeed, it appears he has not squandered the past 3 years in the wilderness. Amon nodded slightly, a hint of approval evident in his eyes. Boom. At that moment, the energy surrounding Yi Xian surged once more, unexpectedly surpassing Su Taiping's. The crowd erupted in astonishment once again. It seems that Yi Xian's true essence had already transcended the ordinary consummate level of Tongxian, undoubtedly guided by a formidable mentor. Seeing this scene, Chun Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Amon, upon hearing this, knitted his brows even tighter, particularly upon witnessing Yi Xian's gesture as he prepared to form a seal. So reminiscent, he murmured to himself. What? Chun Hao looked at Amon in confusion. Nothing. Amon shook his head. However, Su Taiping did not continue to elevate his true essence. He stood quietly in place, allowing the fierce winds stirred by the fluctuations of his opponent's aura to sweep past him. Nevertheless, some observant cultivators noticed that, in the face of Yi Xian's violent aura, Su Taiping's clothing, not to mention a single strand of hair, remained utterly still. He appeared like a sword, standing resolutely upon the sword platform. Once this was observed, a cacophony of arguments erupted in the arena. No one had anticipated such intense tension before the duel between these two had even commenced. In this decisive match, the first peak, Yi Xian, faced off against the 7th peak, Su Taiping. The victor would be crowned the sword sovereign of Qingxian. At that moment, the voice of Elder Black Dragon resounded once more. With that proclamation, the final bout of the questioning of swords commenced. Amidst the clamor, neither Su Taiping nor Yi Xian made an immediate move. Instead, they continued to pace, biding their time for the perfect moment to strike. For cultivators of this caliber, every flaw can be fatal. Recklessly attacking without precise timing could transform the first strike into the last. Just then, a series of explosive sounds erupted from Su Taiping, his joints tensing as his stature began to rise, muscles bulging. He transitioned his physical state from slumbering dragon to awakening dragon, undoubtedly signaling the charge into battle. With a resounding clang, Yi Xian's sword soared from his back, transforming in midair into a fiery line, piercing straight towards Su Taiping. Whoosh! To the astonishment of the onlookers, Yi Xian's longsword pierced through Su Taiping's throat. A chorus of gasps filled the arena. Boom! Just as everyone believed the contest had concluded, they discovered that the Su Taiping struck by Yi Xian's sword suddenly exploded into a cloud of azure mist. It was merely a doppelganger. At that moment, some cultivators finally grasped the situation. Almost simultaneously, Su Taiping's figure appeared seemingly out of thin air before Yi Xian, and with a physique akin to a mythical beast. He hurled a powerful fist toward Yi Xian. At the instant of the punch, the phantom of a blue ox materialized. The ox's horns aimed directly at Yi Xian's chest, charging forward with ferocity alongside Su Taiping's fist. The blue ox fist, horns cracking mountains. Bang! With a tremendous impact, Yi Xian's protective aura shattered, and he was forced to retreat repeatedly. Although Yi Xian was enveloped in a flame inscribed with runes at the moment Su Taiping struck, he could not withstand the might of the horns cracking mountains. However, he was still protected by an additional layer of dragon flame armor, which prevented Su Taiping's punch from inflicting substantial harm. This seemed to be within Su Taiping's expectations. As he unleashed that fist, He stepped forward with a crack, and just as Yi Xian regained his footing, he unleashed another horns cracking mountains. Whoosh! Yet, at the moment he struck, a flying sword shot toward his back with the swiftness of lightning. From the perspective of the spectators, the sword arrived with incredible speed, perfectly timed to coincide with Su Taiping's punch. It is evident that Yi Xian had deliberately feigned weakness, enticing Su Taiping to strike again. In Chapter 346, titled Battle Against Yi Xian, the two parties embarked on their initial probing. Suddenly, a scene unfolded that caused the onlookers to collectively change their expressions. At the moment the flying sword aimed for Su Taiping's back, an image unexpectedly materialized in his mind. In the blink of an eye, a doppelganger, identical in appearance, emerged from within him. Simultaneously, this clone opened its mouth wide and forcefully exhaled a breath imbued with frigid winds and snow toward the flying sword. Boom! Bang! Almost instantaneously, the howling winds and the thunderous impact of fists resonated together. Observing the arena, it was evident that Yi Xian's flying sword had been encased in a massive block of ice by Su Taiping's doppelganger, using the frost breath technique. Meanwhile, Yi Xian himself endured another punishing blow from Su Taiping, akin to a mountain's collapse. Although protected by the dragon flame armor, the sheer force of the strike still caused him to stagger unsteadily. Before Yi Xian could regain his footing, Su Taiping unleashed another barrage of punches. This time, he struck with both fists in a relentless assault, as if the blows would never cease. The Green Ox Fist, a technique known for its ferocity, was executed with remarkable power by Su Taiping, who had honed his martial prowess during 3 years of rigorous training in the wilderness. The onlookers were left in awe, perceiving this as an entirely new form of combat art. How could a mere martial artist wield such formidable strength? As the resounding impacts echoed like the beating of war drums and the oppressive aura of Su Taiping's burgeoning momentum enveloped the arena, the disciples in the stands exhibited expressions of sheer astonishment. To them, it was clear that if they were on the receiving end of such strikes, not even a single blow could be withstood. Utilizing his doppelganger to gain close combat opportunities and deliberately exposing weaknesses to seal Yi Xian's flying sword, Su Taiping not only possessed profound and pure true essence, but also embodied the essence of a natural warrior, adept at leveraging all his resources to create opportunities for victory. Even Chun Hao, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, could not help but express admiration upon witnessing this spectacle. Nevertheless, it was premature to draw conclusions. Yi Xian was merely probing. Although Su Taiping's assault was fierce, the damage inflicted upon Yi Xian was not substantial. Aming shook his head. Despite this, Chun Hao could distinctly sense a shift in Aming's perception of Su Taiping, evolving from anticipation to appreciation. Indeed, as Aming had foretold, before Su Taiping's relentless barrage could conclude, the aura surrounding Yi Xian surged once more. Waves of sword energy, akin to flames, transformed into a tempest that forcefully propelled Su Taiping away. Simultaneously, the colossal figure of the dragon armor soldier enveloped Yi Xian, who then retaliated with a punch directed at Su Taiping. Bang! Su Taiping met the dragon armor soldier's fist with his own, and under the tremendous force of the collision, he was propelled backwards several feet, while the dragon armor soldier merely staggered back a few steps. Yet, those few steps provoked astonished gasps from many cultivators present. After all, the dragon armor soldier was a legendary figure, once a divine general under the true martial emperor. Even the faintest trace of divine intent within it was beyond the capacity of mere mortals to contend with. Thus, when Su Taiping could, with his physical prowess, force the dragon-armored soldier to retreat several steps with a single punch, their astonishment was entirely warranted. Just then, a resonant sound of a sword echoed as the block of ice sealing the fire dragon's sword shattered with a resounding explosion. Waves of flames erupted from the fire dragon's sword, seemingly venting the fury that Su Taiping had just confined. Su Taiping, however, chose not to linger in battle and retreated to the sidelines. Yi Xian mirrored this action, standing quietly behind the dragon-armored soldier, observing Su Taiping intently. Nonetheless, no matter how Su Taiping moved, the blade of the fire dragon's sword remained steadfastly aimed at him. In this brief encounter, neither side exerted their full strength, yet both attained their respective objectives. The ability to compel the dragon-armored soldier to retreat several steps indeed showcased his formidable physical strength. However, I had yet to unleash my full power to command the dragon flame armor, and the dragon-armored soldier was not under my direct control, merely displaying 30% of its potential. As for that avatar, whatever quantity he possessed, my fire dragon sword could sever them all. Master, you have overestimated him. Even without employing your sword techniques or my complete cultivation, I can still triumph over him. As Yi Xian pondered this in his heart, he continued to observe Su Taiping silently, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. He intended to deliver a decisive blow that would shatter Su Taiping. For Su Taiping, the purpose of their recent exchange had also been achieved. His solitary intention in that brief offensive was to validate Lin Buyu's earlier assertion that he had only exerted 40% of his strength in their engagement. Lin Buyu was indeed correct. Yi Xian had only utilized approximately 40% of his cultivation when contending with her. However, based on the sword techniques he executed and the true essence he summoned, the combat power he could visibly wield was likely concealed to a mere 20%. The remaining 40% presumably stemmed from Su Chan's guidance and the power of the Bodhi fruit. This portion of strength, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would likely reserve as a last resort. Thus, in the forthcoming strike, he would probably employ only his apparent strength, at most unleashing this hidden potential without reservation. After all, given his proud and self-assured nature, he would certainly desire to showcase his capabilities before Su Chan, proving that he could prevail over me even without her strength. If this were the case, the next exchange would be crucial. I could exploit this opportunity to strike him down or inflict severe injury while he remained unprepared. Su Taiping deduced this in his mind. From his observations of the previous contests, it was evident that Yi Xian's strength was quite comparable to his own. Faced with such an opponent in a direct confrontation, even a victory would likely leave him gravely wounded. In the current circumstances of Qingxian, Su Taiping not only needed to win, but also aimed to do so with minimal cost. His fire dragon sword could, without fail, split into 8. And the dragon-armored soldier's power could potentially double. Combined with his various magical artifacts, I should be able to engage without revealing my full capabilities. After a rapid calculation, Su Taiping placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, beginning to regulate his breathing rhythm. Opportunities present themselves but once. By the time Yi Xian fully comprehends that Su Taiping's prowess is comparable to, if not surpassing, his ostensible strength, he will undoubtedly unleash the concealed power he harbors. At that moment, a fierce battle will ensue. Thus, Su Taiping resolved to engage in a blade duel, employing the unique force of the demon-slaying blade to suppress Yi Xian, denying him any chance to regroup. With a swift motion, Su Taiping drew his blade. Upon witnessing this, Yi Xian immediately reacted, raising his arm and positioning his sword finger, patiently awaiting Su Taiping's offensive. Chapter 347. Confronting Yi Xian. A true swordsmanship prodigy, Su Taiping lowered his stance, exhaling softly before firmly grasping the hilt of the broken water blade. With a decisive step forward, he unsheathed his blade with a sharp sound. In an instant, a formidable aura emanated from the blade, enveloping the entire concealed sword platform, causing it to tremble. The disciples observing from the surrounding cloud towers felt as though they had been thrust into a chaotic battlefield, their hearts inexplicably tightening. Even the sword Saint Amon, upon sensing this overwhelming blade force, had his usually calm eyes suddenly light up, almost simultaneously with Su Taiping's draw. The fire dragon sword hovering above the concealed sword platform emitted a resonant chime before hurtling towards Su Taiping like a straight line of fire from the western edge of the platform to the east. As the sound of the sword echoed, Su Taiping cleaved with his blade. Demon-slaying blade, dragon slaughter style, dragon's cry. At the moment the long blade struck, the sweeping blade shadow, stretching dozens of feet, surged forth with tremendous force aimed directly at the fire dragon's sword. With a resounding crash, the fiery aura surrounding the fire dragon's sword exploded, its momentum abruptly shattered. Just as onlookers assumed Yi Xian's attack had faltered, the fire dragon's sword suddenly split into 6, transforming into 6 fiery dragon-like blade shadows that surged towards Su Taiping from various angles. With a sound akin to a crane's cry, Su Taiping moved with such swiftness that he appeared as a mere afterimage, delivering 6 strikes against the 6 fiery dragon sword shadows. A thunderous impact resonated as all 6 fiery dragon sword shadows were obliterated. Yet before he could sheath his blade, the fire dragon sword, which had been deflected by Su Taiping's strike, split again into 2 sword shadows. This was the legendary Eightfold Sword, a technique said to be attainable only at the pinnacle of the fire dragon sword art. Yi Xian truly was a prodigy of swordsmanship. Witnessing this spectacle, many disciples of the Qing Xian sect gasped in astonishment, some lamenting Su Taiping's ill fortune. However, the subsequent turn of events left everyone utterly astonished. Su Taiping seemed to have anticipated Yi Xian's move, suddenly manifesting two clones of himself, each exhaling a chilling aura. Although the two fiery dragon sword shadows were not frozen, their momentum was momentarily thwarted, pausing for a brief moment. In that fleeting interval, Su Taiping activated his technique. Appearing within 10 paces of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye, Su Taiping unexpectedly discerned the true cultivation level of Yi Xian. Moreover, this avatar astonishingly wielded its techniques simultaneously. As the realization dawned upon the onlookers, gasps of astonishment filled the air once more. Yi Xian, upon discovering that Su Taiping anticipated his ability to split the sword into 8 parts, immediately sensed Su Taiping's intent. Yet, when he attempted to adjust his breathing and unleash the hidden power he had deliberately concealed, an overwhelming momentum akin to an invisible giant hand firmly grasped him, rendering him immobile and incapable of regulating his breath. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld Su Taiping in an unusual posture, both hands raised with the blade poised for a cleaving strike. The demon-slaying blade, cicada style. This particular technique, aside from unleashing hundreds of blade shadows with a single stroke, possessed the unique ability to lock onto the opponent with its distinct momentum at the moment of execution. Previously, Su Taiping had employed the cicada style to save Lin Biyu, but he had not utilized this momentum at that time, and Yi Xian had been misled, failing to take precautions in advance. With a piercing tremor resonating through the air, hundreds of blade shadows, as delicate as cicada wings, struck one after the other, accurately cleaving toward Yi Xian under the guidance of that fierce momentum. Boom! In an instant, the protective sword aura before Yi Xian shattered, and even the dragon-armored soldier shielding him was left in ruins. However, the momentum that restrained Yi Xian dissipated the moment the hundreds of blade shadows were unleashed. Yet, Yi Xian's brief moment of relief was short-lived, as another avatar emerged from behind Su Taiping, delivering a resounding punch that struck the dragon-armored soldier. Although this blow lacked overwhelming force, it was sufficient to disrupt Yi Xian's breathing technique. Following this punch, the despair-inducing sound of cicada chirping resonated once more. Swish, swish, swish. In quick succession, hundreds of blade shadows surged toward Yi Xian like a tempest. Boom. This time, even the illusion of the dragon-armored soldier shattered beneath the onslaught of the storm-like blade shadows. Bang! At the moment the dragon-armored soldier's illusion disintegrated, the fist of Su Taiping's avatar forcefully collided with Yi Xian's head, sending him flying across the arena, tumbling like a ragdoll. Before he could regain his footing, the despairing sound of cicada chirping echoed again. Swish! This time, without the protection of the dragon-armored soldier. He had no choice but to rely on his own armor and the layer of dragon flame armor for defense. However, these two forms of protection proved utterly inadequate against Su Taiping's cicada style. With a thunderous crash, both the dragon flame armor and his protective gear shattered, and the blade shadows struck him repeatedly. In an instant, he was left bloodied and mangled. Nevertheless, what puzzled Su Taiping was that each strike of the cicada style merely lacerated Yi Xian's flesh, failing to sever his body. Your blade has slowed. Before Su Taiping could comprehend the reason, the bloodied Yi Xian suddenly raised his head and let out a furious roar. Immediately after, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from within Yi Xian, spreading outward. Bang! As swirling sword energy, reminiscent of flames, erupted from his body. It effortlessly deflected all of Su Taiping's slashing blade shadows. The dragon-armored soldiers, previously shattered by Su Taiping, were once again coalesced, enveloping Yi Xian entirely within their embrace. This time, however, the dragon-armored soldiers were no mere phantoms. They had transformed into a colossal entity forged from the fiery sword energy. Observing this scene, Su Taiping nodded slightly, his expression tinged with regret. Indeed, it has slowed down. Senior Blade Ghost once mentioned that my technique, the crying cicada, is still in need of refinement. It was precisely because the last execution of his crying cicada was executed with a hint of slowness that it granted Yi Xian the opportunity to adjust his breath and unleash the hidden power within him. With no alternative, Su Taiping sighed, preparing to open his eyes. He placed his hand upon the knot of the blindfold at the back of his head. Yet, To compel him to draw upon the power bestowed by Su Chan at such a minimal cost was not entirely a loss. While he loosened the blindfold, he murmured, his gaze fixed ahead at Yixian. Chapter 348. Confronting Yixian. Has Yixian broken through to spirit refinement? As Su Taiping hesitated over whether to remove his blindfold, the assembly of disciples on the cloud tower erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. However, aside from a small fraction of skilled cultivators with keen eyesight, most disciples remained in a state of bewilderment. What had just transpired? Indeed, what had just happened? Su Taiping's blade was so swift that I hardly had time to react. I only witnessed Yixian, initially on the verge of collapse, somehow rising again amidst the onslaught of Su Taiping's blade, even managing to push Su Taiping back. It was as if Su Taiping had seized upon a flaw in Yixian, nearly delivering a fatal blow, yet Yixian seemed to possess a hidden reserve of strength, causing Su Taiping to hesitate and refrain from pursuing further. Amidst the murmurs surrounding him, Chun Hao of the Pure Yang Sword Sect suddenly furrowed his brow, remarking, "What kind of disciples has the Qing Xian sect taken in these years? Such intricate calculations and exquisite sword techniques, yet in their mouths, they are merely described as hacking and slashing." Beside him, the sword Saint Amon shook his head dismissively, saying, "It is not their lack of perception that is to blame. Rather, Su Taiping's sword techniques and strategies transcend those of his peers by a considerable margin, rendering them incapable of comprehension." Chun Hao nodded in agreement, finding merit in Amon's words. Just as he shifted his gaze back to the sword platform below, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Chun Hao, I have brought the Manor Lord and my master. They are on the cloud tower opposite you." Upon hearing this, Chun Hao lifted his gaze towards the opposing side, meticulously scanning the area until his eyes settled upon an unattractive young man clad in green. Master Huang Ke has arrived. The man and woman beside him must be the Manor Lord and their master, the venerable Wiyazi of the Carefree sect, Chun Hao conveyed telepathically to Sword Saint Amon. They had agreed beforehand to use their respective attire as a means of recognition, given that they would undoubtedly disguise themselves upon arriving at Qingxian. "I see them." Amon nodded. "Yet, I wonder which one is Wiyazi and which is the Manor Lord," Chun Hao mused, furrowing his brow. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed a woman to the left of Huang Ke lifting her skirt, seemingly intending to relieve herself on the spot. Fortunately, Huang Ke reacted swiftly, casting a veil of obscurity over the woman to shield her from prying eyes. Witnessing this scene, Chun Hao wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and murmured, "I believe I have discerned the identity of that venerable ancestor." Amon, with an impassive expression, nodded and cautioned, "Keep your distance from that ancestor. He may pose a greater threat than the Qing Xian sword formation." Chun Hao, taking heed of the warning, nodded gravely. At that moment, a formidable surge of energy emanated from Yixian, who was protected by the dragon armor soldiers. Accompanying this energy was a cacophony of piercing sword sounds, as if intent on tearing the very fabric of the five elders' pool asunder. Alongside this sound, the sword energy that swirled around the dragon armor began to transform. Initially, these flame-like sword energies danced chaotically around the dragon armor soldiers, but as the aura surrounding Yixian intensified, these fiery, sword energies coalesced, eventually forming concentric rings of flame that spiraled around the soldiers. From a distance, it appeared as though the dragon armor soldiers were entwined in ribbons made of fiery, sword energy. Moreover, once these sword energy ribbons took shape, they began to rhythmically tremble, incessantly contracting and expanding, akin to the heartbeat of a living being. Alarmingly, with each tremor, the aura emanating from the dragon armor soldiers and Yixian intensified further. Initially, the disciples on the cloud tower were merely astonished, but as the aura from Yixian escalated to an incomprehensible level, their astonishment morphed into fear. They finally grasped why Su Taiping, despite having the upper hand, chose to retreat rather than pursue. Could it be that Yixian had broken through to the spirit refinement realm? The disciples of the Seven Peaks beside the sword concealment plateau began to transform from their earlier delight and ease into tension once more. They perceived that even a newly ascended spirit refinement cultivator was worlds apart from those in the profound understanding realm. "Do not fret. Have faith in our junior brother," Jiang Ji reassured the group. Although she believed Su Taiping's profound and pure essence had already surpassed that of an ordinary profound understanding cultivator. If Yixian had truly utilized some method to break through to spirit refinement, even their junior brother might not stand a chance against him. This was no realm of equal power like the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas, Jiang Ji mused. Not only did they think this way, but the majority of disciples present shared similar sentiments, concluding that if Yi Xian had indeed broken through to spirit refinement, the competition could be deemed concluded. Master, I cannot fathom Yi Xian's cultivation level. Can you discern it? Chun Hao could no longer restrain himself and inquired of Amon once more. Yi Xian is merely in the profound understanding realm, not spirit refinement, yet within him lies a force equivalent to that of the spirit refinement realm. Thus, it would not be incorrect to label him as such. Amon shook his head, then turned his gaze towards Su Taiping on the arena. Su Taiping's judgment was astute. Had he not evaded in time, Yi Xian would have undoubtedly unleashed his formidable power to annihilate him. At this moment, Su Taiping stood at the eastern edge of the Zhangjian Plateau, maximizing the distance between himself and Yi Xian. He could sense that the power within Yi Xian was akin to a ravenous beast, instinctively seeking the scent of prey. He refrained from hastily removing the blindfold, instead gripping the hilt of his sword with one hand while placing the other on the knot of the blindfold, pacing thoughtfully as he observed Yi Xian's movements. Boom. Just then, with another tremor resonating through the air, the aura emanating from Yi Xian seemed to break through some barrier, suddenly releasing its full force. Chapter 349, Confronting Yi Xian, Why Remove the Blindfold? An aura previously felt only from the sect master enveloped the entirety of Wulao Pond. The refining spirit realm. The disciples of the enlightenment realm and the elders were now utterly convinced that the aura recently unleashed by Yi Xian was indeed that of the refining spirit realm. It turned out that Yi Xian had long concealed his true cultivation and had already surpassed the refining spirit realm. What would Su Taiping do now? A wave of astonishment swept through the surrounding cloud platform. Yet, what they did not anticipate was that the shock Yi Xian had instigated was merely the beginning. Clang. As the aura of the refining spirit realm radiated outward, a piercing sound of a sword echoed through the air. Following this, a massive beam of sword energy surged from Yi Xian, piercing through the clouds above Wulao Pond. Boom. Simultaneously, countless sword shadows erupted around Yi Xian, converging into a formidable tide that surged violently towards Su Taiping. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the wave formed by the sword shadows descended ferociously upon Su Taiping, ultimately engulfing him entirely. The infinite sword body. Witnessing this spectacle, as Yi Xian transformed into a blinding light encased in dragon-scale armor, the first trace of horror appeared on Su Taiping's face. The infinite sword body, was it not the legendary technique that forsook the physical form, remolding the body through sword essence? Chun Hao's expression mirrored that of shock. It must be him. He alone would know how to achieve the infinite sword body. Amon suddenly rose to his feet, excitement coursing through him as he directed his consciousness outward, searching fervently. Master, who is he? Chun Hao inquired, puzzled. After a fruitless search, Amon's gaze returned to the Zhangjian Plateau. He continued to observe Su Taiping, who was desperately trying to withstand the onslaught of sword energy, murmuring, Su Chan. The one behind Yi Xian is none other than Su Chan. Only she knows the way to cultivate the infinite sword body. Upon hearing these words, Chun Hao initially displayed a visage of astonishment, only to soon appear enlightened, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. I recall you previously mentioned that the enigmatic Master San San, who has been instructing Su Taiping in swordsmanship, is highly likely to be my junior uncle. Now, given the current circumstances, is this not a contest between the disciples of my junior uncle and Su Chan? I cannot ascertain my junior uncle's intentions, but it seems evident today that Su Chan indeed harbors the desire to utilize Yi Xian's hand to eliminate Su Taiping, thereby inciting my junior uncle and compelling him to intervene. Amon nodded in agreement. Su Chan, why does he persist in attempting to provoke my junior uncle into action? Observing the standoff below between Yi Xian and Su Taiping, Chun Hao inquired, perplexed. Because he wishes for my junior uncle's demise. As long as my junior uncle draws breath, the Nine Nether cannot brazenly invade the Nine Mansions, Amon replied, crossing his arms with a serious demeanor. My junior uncle alone can instill fear in the entire Nine Nether? Chun Hao exclaimed in disbelief. To be precise, my junior uncle has vanquished the Nine Nether on 8 occasions. Su Chan represents the 9th generation of demonic cultivators following the sealing of the Nine Nether within the Xian Ghost Cavern. There are rumors that my uncle possesses 9 lives. Having expended 8 in his battles against the Nine Nether, this is the last of his lives, Amon said with utmost reverence. Chun Hao's countenance reflected sheer astonishment. Boom. At that moment, the colossal figure of the dragon armor soldier began to ascend slowly, while Yi Xian, cloaked in dazzling sword light, concealed himself within the chest of the dragon armor soldier, resembling a diminutive sun. Subsequently, the dragon armor soldier, under Yi Xian's command, lifted its hand and pointed the fire dragon sword towards Su Taiping. Clang! As the sounds of sword resonance echoed, the previously chaotic sword shadows converged along the trajectory indicated by the dragon armor soldier's finger, forming a massive sword that pointed menacingly at Su Taiping. Boom! With such a gentle motion, the Jianjian peak trembled once more, and the waters of the Five Elders Pond surged in tumultuous waves. The disciples on the side being targeted felt as if a mountain were pressing down upon them, their breaths quickening and the flow of their true essence becoming increasingly strained. If they were so affected, one could only imagine the plight of Su Taiping, who was being aimed at by that immense sword shadow. Bang! Almost instantaneously upon being targeted by the gigantic sword shadow, the wind barrier surrounding Su Taiping shattered, and the layer of Danxia Xianbing armor encasing him began to crack. Moreover, only a few gusts of blade energy remained above his head, desperately trying to uphold the singular sword formed by the collective sword energies. It was already a remarkable feat to have sustained thus far. Sword Saint-Amand furrowed his brow and then turned to Chun Hao, instructing, "Prepare to act." Chun Hao, somewhat taken aback, asked, "Master, do you intend to intervene now?" Amand nodded affirmatively. "Whether sooner or later, intervention is necessary. We must strive to prevent my junior uncle from having to act." Chun Hao acknowledged with a nod, just as he began to quietly circulate his true essence. His eyes fixed intently on the unfolding scene below, he suddenly noticed Su Taiping's hand untying the knot on the blindfold. Why would Su Taiping choose to remove the blindfold at this moment? He found it rather perplexing. During their initial encounter in the land of 1,000 Buddhas, Su Taiping had already been seen wearing a blindfold, which was initially dismissed by Chun Hao as merely an injury to Su's eye. However, when Su Taiping dramatically tore away the blindfold and opened his eyes, Chun Hao's expression swiftly transformed from confusion to sheer terror. It was not only him. Even the sword sage Amon, witnessing this spectacle, had his pupils dilate in astonishment. The spiritual essence they had been projecting to probe the surroundings was suddenly met with an overwhelming presence of annihilation, as if a mere gaze longer could lead to utter obliteration. Fortunately, this menacing aura was fleeting, replaced by a weighty presence emanating from Su Taiping, akin to the immensity of a mountain. A resounding crash echoed as the two conflicting energies collided on the sword-hiding plateau, ultimately forming a colossal wall of intertwined ice and flames, cleaving the plateau in two. The icy side of this immense barrier was rapidly pushing back the fiery side, even forcing the massive sword shadow to retreat alongside it. The wall came to a halt when it reached the center of the plateau. Observing this astonishing scene, the disciples in the cloud tower initially fell silent, only to erupt into exclamations of awe. Could Su Taiping truly possess the cultivation of the divine refinement realm? Even if he lacked that level, the depth of his true essence was sufficient to contend with someone of that caliber. Amidst the cacophony of discussions, Chun Hao, who had been rendered speechless, suddenly turned to Amon with a wry smile, remarking, "No wonder he was chosen by our little master uncle." Amon nodded in agreement. "It seems we are in for an exciting spectacle." Opposite them, the sect leader Lu Chuxian, entangled with the manifestation of the ancient ancestor Wuyo, stood up in astonishment, exclaiming, "I had bet right. Not intervening was indeed the correct choice. How could someone selected by the Ghost Cloud sect possibly falter here?" Nearby, Huang Ke let out a sigh of relief, a sentiment echoed by the disciples of the Seven Peaks. They had all prepared for Su Taiping's defeat, ready to risk their lives to rescue him. But as their senior sister Jiangji had predicted, their junior brother had not disappointed their expectations. However, just as they began to catch their breath, another thunderous sound erupted from the sword-hiding plateau. They soon witnessed the gigantic sword shadow under Yi Xian's control shatter the ice wall that stood in its way, surging forth with an overwhelming sword intent directed at Su Taiping. Relying solely on his profound true essence would not suffice to defeat Yi Xian's boundless sword body. He would need to wield a sword. Amon observed Su Taiping, who appeared to have no intention of drawing his sword, his expression gravely concerned. Chun Hao mirrored this confusion. At that moment, under the manipulation of Yi Xian's boundless sword body, the enormous sword shadow suddenly transformed into a fire dragon, forged from the fiery sword aura. After a resounding dragon's roar, it surged forth with a thunderous crash, shattering another ice wall created by Su Taiping's true essence, and lunged to swallow him whole. In the nick of time, the onlookers beheld Su Taiping drawing his water breaker blade, a formidable aura rising, as though he sought to grasp the very heavens in his palm. The vast true essence converged into the blade, culminating in a colossal sword shadow extending over 100 feet, which struck the dragon's head with a resounding impact. With a mighty tremor, the fire dragon, under Yi Xian's command, was unexpectedly beheaded by Su Taiping's strike. The Demon Slayer blade, dragon-slaying style. Just then, with the momentum of his dragon-slaying attack, Su Taiping did not retract his blade's force, but instead soared into the air, cleaving towards Yi Xian's direction. In response, Yi Xian merely maneuvered the dragon-armored soldier to execute a diagonal slash, transforming countless sword auras into the shapes of sharp blades, all converging towards Su Taiping. Observing this, Su Taiping adjusted his blade's edge and fiercely struck down against the onslaught of sword auras. The myriad sword energies were subsequently obliterated by Su Taiping's strike. However, his blade's momentum was also disrupted, and the dragon-slaying shadow dissipated into nothingness. Su Taiping, why do you not wield a sword? Yi Xian's cold snort resonated. He was not surprised by Su Taiping's formidable power. Rather, he was taken aback by the latter's choice to forego a sword. Because you are unworthy. Su Taiping retorted with the exact words of his little master-uncle. In that moment, he raised the water breaker once more, adopting the posture of the crying cicada style, and struck towards the dragon-armored soldier. With another cold snort, Yi Xian formed a sword seal with the body of the dragon-armored soldier, then pointed towards Su Taiping, declaring, "This sword has gathered the most powerful moves of the true martial heavens, 300 styles. Let us see how you will counter without a sword." As his words fell, the dragon flame sword aura enveloping him swiftly coalesced into 300 swords, each appearing as substantial as reality. With a resounding cry akin to a chorus of roars, the 300 flying swords began their assault from 300 distinct angles, employing varying sword techniques and speeds against Su Taiping. Boom! Su Taiping's blade momentum was almost instantly shattered. He had not anticipated that among these 300 sword techniques, there existed one capable of breaking his dragon-slaying style. Following the breach of his blade's power, the remaining 100 flying swords paused momentarily before once again surging towards him with a whistling sound. Let us see how you will counter. Just as Su Taiping contemplated whether to activate his lotus eyes, Yi Xian's previous words echoed in his mind. Suddenly, the forgotten characters from long ago resurfaced within him. Upon raising his gaze again, he perceived the flying swords transforming into individual characters before his eyes. So it is. Even without drawing a sword, I can dismantle their attack. With this realization, he lifted the water breaker once more, assumed the crying cicada stance, and closed his eyes, allowing the myriad characters to materialize vividly in his mind. Chapter 351, Battle with Yi Xian, the Dragon Flame Armor's forbidden technique unleashed with a swift motion. As the final character materialized and the method of disassembly was conceived, Su Taiping suddenly swung his blade. At that moment, akin to the previous instance, the instant he executed the cicada cry stance, an extraordinary momentum emanated from the blade. Yet, this time, the target of this momentum was not Yi Xian, but rather the over 100 flying swords hovering within a mere 10 zhang above Su Taiping, with the explosive sound reminiscent of cicadas. The multitude of sword shadows surged forth, resembling the delicate wings of cicadas in flight. As these blade-like shadows took to the air, they left behind traces of characters shaped like blades, creating the illusion of a sudden eruption of written words from afar. The clash of blade energy and sword aura erupted. In an instant, the hundreds of flying swords, transformed by the sword energy, were utterly shredded by the multitude of blade shadows, dissipating into nothingness with a resounding boom. Witnessing this spectacle, the gathered cultivators erupted in astonishment. Initially, they believed that the recent clash of a blade and a sword would yield a stalemate. Chen Hao, well-versed in swordplay, presumed that Su Taiping would be unable to overcome Yi Xian's sword technique, never anticipating that it would be so thoroughly dismantled. Truly, a worthy disciple of the junior master. After a momentary daze, Ming unexpectedly broke into a rare smile. Almost simultaneously with Su Taiping's dismantling of Yi Xian's sword, one of Su Taiping's avatars had already approached the dragon armor soldier, pointing with the hand adorned with the Tsangwan ring directly at the soldier's chest. With a single gesture, the clouds were split, accompanied by a sharp sound of air being cleaved. An arrow, formed from rapidly rotating gale energy, shot straight toward the dragon armor soldier's chest. With a resounding impact, the soldier's chest was penetrated, even causing Yi Xian, enveloped in the infinite sword body, to momentarily lose control over the sword energy. From the moment Su Taiping devised a counter to Yi Xian's sword, he had meticulously planned this strike from his avatar, never suspecting that Yi Xian, caught off guard by the dismantling of his sword move, would be so utterly defenseless. As Yi Xian regained his senses, that infernal cicada-like sound reverberated once more. Subsequently, along with his infinite sword body, the massive dragon armor soldier was ensnared by that peculiar blade energy, though the immobilization lasted only for a fleeting moment. In the realm of high-tier cultivators, even a mere breath could prove fatal. In this instance, amidst the piercing sounds of air being sliced, the multitude of razor-thin blade shadows descended upon the colossal dragon armor soldier's chest in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the body of the dragon armor soldier, formed from conflated sword energy, was breached by Su Taiping's cicada cry technique, allowing the remaining dozens of strikes to land upon Yi Xian's infinite sword body. Though these strikes failed to penetrate Yi Xian's infinite sword body, they once again interrupted his execution of the infinite sword technique, severing his control over the dragon armor soldier. With a resounding boom, the massive dragon armor soldier was sent crashing to the ground under the impact of Su Taiping's cicada cry. In the instant the dragon-armored soldier collapsed, Su Taiping's doppelganger leaped onto the soldier's chest, raising 3 fingers to point at the hollow depths of Yi Xian's boundless sword body. Sangwan ring, 3 fingers, rift of the sea. Boom. With a piercing sound of the air tearing, a colossal blade of wind slashed down upon Yi Xian. Bang! The ground of the sword-concealing terrace trembled violently, and a fissure appeared on Yi Xian's body, enveloped in pure sword radiance. Witnessing this scene, Chunhao broke into a cold sweat. Yi Xian not only possessed the cultivation equivalent to spirit refinement, but had also perfected the boundless sword body, far surpassing the control of sword energy typical sword cultivators could achieve. Yet, this formidable presence was currently being overwhelmed by Su Taiping. 3 years ago, Chunhao had personally witnessed Su Taiping's bloody battle at Lianhua Temple, and even the shock he felt then paled in comparison to today's. If he were to evaluate Su Taiping, the only words that would suffice would be terrifying. Indeed, at this moment, even the foremost disciple of the pure Yang sword sect found Su Taiping to be formidable. Opposite him, Lu Chuxian trembled uncontrollably. Perhaps, if Su Taiping were to join the Golden Scale Society, he might truly reclaim the lost fortunes of Zhenwu Tian. He spoke with a quiver in his voice. Beside him, the once manic ancestor of the Huangke had ceased his antics, now transformed into the guise of a little girl, her eyes wide with dread as she gazed at the sword-concealing terrace. Just then, another cicada's cry rang out. Having just regained his breath, Yi Xian was once again immobilized by the unique cutting force of the cicada style, helplessly watching as hundreds of blade shadows descended with Su Taiping's long knife. Before 100 blade shadows could fully descend, black scars began to mar Yi Xian's boundless sword body. Should the boundless sword body be forcibly disrupted, he would never again have the opportunity to wield it. Suddenly, Yi Xian recalled Su Chan's warning, and with gritted teeth, he declared with hatred, "If I become a cripple, you, Su Taiping, shall not fare any better." With this thought, he abruptly relinquished control over the dragon-armored soldier, allowing it to absorb all his true essence. This was a forbidden technique from the dragon flame art, known as unarmoring. Chapter 352, Confronting Yi Xian, the Sword of the Sect Leader. This unarmoring did not strip the dragon-armored soldier of its armor, but rather relinquished the cultivator's control over it, permitting the soldier to freely utilize his true essence and act on instinct for slaughter. The consequence of this action would be the dragon-armored soldier going berserk, attacking anyone in sight. Simultaneously, the cultivator who had unarmored would perish as their true essence was drained by the soldier. Boom. In the moment Yi Xian unarmored, the dragon-armored soldier, who had kept its eyes closed, suddenly opened them, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept across the Five Elders Pond. Before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, the dragon-armored soldier let out a roar, bracing itself against the final series of cicada-style strikes, rising agilely to deliver a powerful punch towards Su Taiping. Bang! Amidst the thunderous roar, Su Taiping, caught off guard as he sheathed his sword, was struck directly by a punch, sending him hurtling backwards. Could it be that Yi Xian employed the technique of armor removal? Some cultivators discerned the peculiarities of the match. Elder Black Dragon seemed poised to intervene, yet was restrained by the sect leader, who remarked, "The contest is not yet concluded, and we cannot ascertain whether Yi Xian has indeed used armor removal. To intervene now would be detrimental for all. Let us observe for a moment longer." Although the sect leader appeared to favor Yi Xian, his words left no room for reproach from the elders of the Seven Rime Hall or Elder Black Dragon. It was challenging to determine whether a cultivator had utilized armor removal in such a short span. Thus, Elder Black Dragon could only frown and return to his seat. Boom. At that moment, the dragon-armored soldier launched itself once more, delivering another punch towards Su Taiping. This time, Su Taiping was prepared. With a cacophony of cracking joints akin to firecrackers, he suddenly surged 3 feet higher, transforming his physique from the awakening flood dragon into the wrathful flood dragon. Whoosh! As he dodged the punch from the dragon-armored soldier, he countered with a strike aimed at its abdomen. The Azure Bull Saint Fist, earth-shaking style. Bang! With a resounding clash, the onlookers were astonished to witness Su Taiping's punch force the dragon-armored soldier back several steps. The wrathful flood dragon physique, combined with his profound essence akin to that of a refined spirit realm cultivator, rendered him unafraid of the dragon-armored soldier. Boom! At this juncture, the dragon-armored soldier roared in a frenzy, its aura surging once again, unleashing a barrage of punches upon Su Taiping. In response, Su Taiping inhaled deeply and simultaneously struck with both fists, meeting the dragon-armored soldier's blows head-on. In an instant, the arena was filled with flurries of fists, the sounds of their collisions echoing incessantly. Though Su Taiping was uncertain if Yi Xian had employed armor removal, he was acutely aware that the dragon-armored soldier was recklessly depleting Yi Xian's essence. Thus, he resolved to adopt the most rudimentary method, to exhaust Yi Xian until the end. Bang! As he anticipated, after unleashing hundreds of punches, the power behind the dragon-armored soldier's strikes began to wane due to insufficient essence, ultimately leaving it vulnerable to Su Taiping's counterattack, which sent it flying back several dozen feet. While Su Taiping's punches were also taxing on his essence, he possessed a reservoir of vitality comparable to that of a demonic beast to draw upon. Bang! Before the dragon-armored soldier could regain its footing, Su Taiping executed the earth-shaking style, toppling the warrior to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Su Taiping channeled all his vitality and essence, launching another earth-shaking style punch. This technique, akin to the charging bull formation, dictated that as long as the fists did not cease, the force would continually escalate. The might of 1,000 punches could rival that of an ordinary refined spirit realm cultivator's strike. Hence, Su Taiping resolved that he would not relent until the dragon-armored soldier was shattered, nor would he cease until Yi Xian, hidden within, was vanquished. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding crashes resonated like the rhythmic beating of war drums on the battlefield, erupting throughout Wulao Pond. This physique, this vitality, the power of these fists had ascended to the pinnacle of human cultivators, had they not? Witnessing this scene, many cultivators present found the term pinnacle echoing in their minds. This individual ought not to linger in this realm. He should be amidst the fierce battles of the demon war, clashing with malevolent beings, rather than entangled in this trivial sect dispute. Upon witnessing this, the blade Saint-Amon on the cloud pavilion suddenly felt a surge of fervor in his gaze, and the long sword at his waist vibrated with a resonant hum. "Master, what is this?" Chun Hao inquired, astonished, as he looked towards Amon. "If the Azure Xian does not claim this youth, I shall risk my very life to take him away," Amon declared with unwavering resolve. Boom. At last, after Su Taiping unleashed a barrage of 300 to 400 punches, the dragon armor forged from the fiery dragon sword energy shattered with a thunderous crash. Yi Xian, enveloped in a radiant sword aura, fell forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Taiping's fist struck heavily upon Yi Xian's boundless sword body. This was not the end. His intent was to obliterate Yi Xian thoroughly. Bang, 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 bang. Under the relentless assault of Su Taiping's thunderous strikes, the sword aura surrounding Yi Xian began to wane, gradually revealing his true form. Yet at that moment, an identical scene to the one during the Seven Peaks selection unfolded. "Su Taiping, it is time to cease. You have already been defeated." The voice of the sect leader resonated from the cloud pavilion. Su Taiping, seemingly anticipating this, smirked slightly, not lifting his head as he continued to rain down punches. By this point, he had delivered a staggering 1,300 strikes, each imbued with an intensity that had reached its zenith. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. Or perhaps destiny itself. Initially, during his confrontation with Yi Xian, he had pushed the technique of the charging bull array to its utmost limits, allowing his mortal form to glimpse the path of cultivation. Boom. Clang. Almost simultaneously, as Su Taiping prepared to deliver another punch towards Yi Xian. A sharp ringing of a sword echoed, followed by a flying sword imbued with formidable celestial might soaring down from the opposing cloud pavilion, aimed directly at Su Taiping. Upon sensing the familiar pressure of this flying sword, Su Taiping's eyes sparkled with excitement rather than fear. His fist awaited this very sword. Boom. Su Taiping suddenly drew back his fist, gathering the momentum of over 1,300 strikes into a single blow aimed at the flying sword. The sect leader remained unchanged. Yi Xian remained unchanged. Yet Su Taiping had transformed. His fist was now capable of confronting the sect leader's sword. Chapter 353. Striking the flying sword, gazing far beyond the mountains. Su Taiping, do not act impulsively. Taiping, junior brother. As Su Taiping directed his fist toward the approaching flying sword, blade Saint Amon, Chen Hao, the manor head Lu Chuxian, Huang Ke, and the disciples of the Seven Peaks all gasped in alarm. They understood well that the sect leader Zhou Tong's sword was more a threat meant to intimidate Su Taiping. He would never strike without cause, for doing so would disrupt the rules of Azure Xian. Even the sect leader of Azure Xian, should he violate these rules, would face punishment from the Seven Laws Hall, potentially leading to his removal from the position of sect leader. Thus, Zhou Tong would never act in such a manner at this critical juncture. However, if Su Taiping were to take the initiative to strike, even if casualties ensued, the sect leader could easily invoke the notions of accidental injury or miscalculation to absolve himself of blame. This mirrors the incident during the Seven Peak selection, where Su Taiping was also wounded by the sect leader's sword energy. Yet, he had struck the leader's flying sword with his own fist. Thus it was deemed an unfortunate misstep. Su Taiping was acutely aware of this fact, but he was eager to test the growth of his fists, honed over 3 years, against the sect leader's sword. With a resounding rush of wind, Su Taiping's fist, enveloped in a potent force derived from 1,300 accumulated strikes and 7 years of martial intent, crashed heavily into the flying sword that once again obstructed his path to Yi Xian. The impact reverberated with a metallic clang, shattering the sword's protective energy and hammering down onto the very body of the sword itself. A tempestuous wave of sword energy, brimming with ferocity, surged forth from the flying sword, threatening to engulf Su Taiping entirely. To the astonishment of the onlookers, this torrent of sword energy, which had only just erupted from the sword, was immediately dispersed by Su Taiping's fist. The violent energy scattered like droplets upon a turbulent surface. Simultaneously, Su Taiping's fist, along with the sect leader's flying sword, struck heavily upon Yi Xian's boundless sword body. The ground beneath them trembled, and the earth where Su Taiping's fist landed sank deeply. Yi Xian's sword body shattered, revealing his true form, which was now vomiting blood profusely. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Taiping delivered another blow, his fist and the sect leader's sword targeting Yi Xian once more. This strike exploded Yi Xian's body into a mist of blood. Even the sect leader's flying sword emitted mournful cries, with a fine crack appearing along its blade. In that very instant, the lotus within Su Taiping's eyes, which had previously been closed, suddenly unfurled. With a terrifying aura of destruction radiating outward, the crack on the flying sword, under Su Taiping's gaze, began to expand at a visible rate. Su Taiping, cease this at once. As the sword was a vital artifact, the immediate damage was felt by Zhou Tong, who, despite being restrained by the sect leader's authority, refrained from intervening. Yet, when Su Taiping opened his lotus eyes and felt the backlash from the damage inflicted upon his vital sword, he could no longer remain passive. With a thunderous rush, he descended from the cloud tower. As he leapt from the heights, Su Taiping's fist struck the flying sword once more, accompanied by the intense focus of his lotus eyes. With an earth-shattering impact, the vital flying sword of the sect leader shattered under the combined force of Su Taiping's lotus gaze and the might of the Qingtian bull saint's fist. Simultaneously, beneath the sword, Yi Xian was reduced to a puddle of flesh and blood. In the fleeting moment when the flying sword shattered, Su Taiping appeared to be lost in a trance, maintaining his clenched fist as he gazed, unblinking, at the broken blade on the ground, oblivious to the blood tears streaming from his left eye. If it could be said that the punch he threw during the seven-peak selection was what shattered the formidable wall obstructing his path to cultivation, allowing him to stand at the foot of that mountain, then today a strike had truly elevated him to the pinnacle of a peak. However, standing atop this summit, he did not succumb to exhilaration, for his gaze revealed an expanse of towering mountains all around. There were even peaks hidden amidst the clouds, with only a fragment visible. In comparison, his own mountain seemed insignificant. The arduous journey of cultivation, where mortal beings seek celestial destinies, demands one to endure countless tribulations. Without such trials, how could the celestial gate of the ethereal palace be opened? Su Taiping recalled his grandfather's dying words, which he had struggled to comprehend at the time. Yet, upon reaching this pinnacle, enlightenment dawned upon him. Beyond every mountain lies another. Only by standing upon higher summits can one behold grander vistas. Grandfather, the road ahead is long, and your grandson shall never forget your words, nor shall he cease his ascent. He murmured this to himself, slowly straightening his posture. At that moment, before his feet even touched the ground, the sect leader, Zhou Tong, coughed up blood, nearly stumbling on the sword concealment platform. Having forged multiple innate flying swords, the loss of one did not pose a threat to his life. However, caught off guard, he had failed to sever the connection with the sword in time, resulting in significant injury to both his spiritual essence and heart. This was precisely the intention behind Su Taiping's desperate strike against the sword. Chapter 354. The true intent behind the shattering of the flying sword. He understood well that even if his senior brother achieved a breakthrough in spirit refinement, defeating the sect leader in a direct confrontation would be a formidable challenge. Thus, from the outset of the competition, he had contemplated utilizing the sect leader's arrogance and favoritism to inflict injury upon him. In high-level confrontations, any damage, no matter how slight, to one's spirit or heart could potentially lead to defeat and demise. Su Taiping shattered the sect leader's flying sword? How could this be possible? Was Su Taiping truly capable of contending with the sect leader? As this scene unfolded, the previously silent Walao pool erupted once more with excitement at Su Taiping's feat of breaking the sword. Amidst the astonished murmurs, the head of the 9 provinces suddenly clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "What audacity! What strategy! Chief, you noticed it too?" Huang Ke asked, glancing curiously at Lu Chuxian beside him. If I am not mistaken, Su Taiping must have been preparing this punch for Zhou Tong since the competition began. This was the only opportunity to injure the sect leader before the questioning of the sword. Lu Chuxian nodded in agreement. This lad seems to lack guile. Yet he has managed to devise such a plan from the very outset, Huang Ke remarked, astonished. This is not guile, it is instinct. Su Taiping is a natural warrior, born for the battlefield. Regardless of the outcome of today's duel, I am determined to take him away. This young man should not perish in such a trivial conflict within the Qingxian sect. Lu Chushuan's tone became somewhat agitated. You, seeking death. At that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the sword-concealing platform below. Simultaneously, a wave of oppressive and violent energy surged forth over the Wulao Pond. As the crowd looked down, they beheld the sect leader, Zhou Tong, with a frigid countenance, fixating his gaze on Su Taiping from a distance. The tumultuous energy waves crashed upon Su Taiping in relentless succession. Leader, this duel is mine. Until it concludes, others must not interfere. This is the rule of Qingxian. Su Taiping met Zhou Tong's gaze with unwavering composure. You are slaughtering fellow disciples during the duel. As the leader, I have the right to intervene. Zhou Tong's voice grew increasingly icy. If you truly believe that a disciple has violated the rules, then feel free to act against him. Su Taiping calmly spread his arms, adopting a posture of submission. The constraints imposed by Qingshuan's 7 laws on the leader are far greater than those on the disciples, should he commit a blatant violation, such as recklessly killing a disciple of the sect. The sword formation under his command would transform into his very own guillotine. This is why, over the years, Zhou Tong has seldom acted personally, preferring to delegate to the first peak. Thus, Su Taiping was unafraid of Zhou Tong's intervention. As long as he acted, the position of sect leader would be automatically forfeited, and he would no longer be able to wield the Qingshuan's sword formation for slaying immortals. Su Taiping even secretly hoped for his intervention. Once he acted, the deadlock would be resolved. As for himself, with Sister Lingyue by his side, he had no fear for his life. At worst, he could take refuge in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas for several decades before re-emerging. Do not presume to understand the 7 laws of Qingxian so well. Zhou Tong raised his head with an air of arrogance. As he spoke, a flying sword, as translucent as jadeite, shot forth from his brow. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold enveloped the sword-concealing platform. Qingxian has a rule that allows the leader to execute a disciple suspected of falling into madness on the spot. Zhou Tong coldly regarded Su Taiping. The flying sword pointed directly at him, its momentum visibly escalating. To the eyes of the disciples, it seemed that Zhou Tong truly harbored murderous intent towards Su Taiping. When did the sect leader become so impulsive? Huang Ke's expression turned quizzical upon witnessing this. In response, the lord of the manor, Lu Chuxian, let out a cold laugh. Killing Taiping is a pretense. Forcing us to reveal ourselves is the true intent. Indeed, the duel had concluded, and Su Taiping had not violated any rules. The reason Zhou Tong continued to pressurize Su Taiping was entirely to compel Huang Ke and Aming to reveal themselves before the 7 peaks approached the leader to seek swordplay. If we reveal ourselves now, the only action we could take would be to forcibly extract Su Taiping. However, should anything happen to the disciples of the 7 peaks, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards us for a lifetime. As he sensed Zhou Tong's escalating murderous intent and fluctuating aura, Lu Chuxian found himself momentarily hesitant. The reason he only called upon Amon was to prevent Zhou Tong from discovering it. However, unexpectedly, he ultimately became aware of it. Amid the resonating tremors of flying swords, the sword intent of the sect leader, Zhou Tong, grew increasingly ferocious, culminating in the gathering of ominous black clouds overhead, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Both Zhou Tong and Lin Biyu possessed the rare lightning bone among the golden spiritual roots, practicing the heavenly thunder sword technique. Yet, unlike Lin Biyu, Zhou Tong had already mastered the heavenly thunder sword technique to an advanced level, with rumors suggesting he was on the verge of grasping the threshold of its ultimate realm. With the oppressive sword intent exerted by the sect leader, Su Taiping, who had depleted his 3 years' worth of true essence, found himself coughing up blood. Not only had his true essence been exhausted, but the recent use of his left eye's lotus pupil had nearly consumed the majority of his spiritual essence, rendering him utterly destitute. The sudden surge of intense, murderous intent from the sect leader was rather unexpected for him. In his original plan, even if he were to sever the leader's sword, Zhou Tong would hesitate to strike him down immediately, considering the implications for Qiyu. At least waiting until the upcoming sword questioning. This would grant him at least a moment to regroup. Could it be that he was indeed cornered to that extent? Su Taiping pondered with a frown. Before arriving, he and Sister Lingyue had prepared for the worst-case scenario, which involved utilizing her power to eliminate Zhou Tong at any cost, and then fleeing, much like the merchant crow from the Tian Dao sect, escaping to the distant Yian sky. Chapter 355, The Sword Strikes, the return of second senior brother Qing Xiaoboom. At that moment, the aura of sect leader Zhou Tong surged once more, and the flying sword before him crackled with electric sparks. Who orchestrated your attempt to sabotage the 7 Peaks competition? Zhou Tong coldly directed his gaze at Su Taiping. His inquiry served merely as a pretext for his impending assault. This excuse rendered the elder Black Dragon, though unable to bear witness, powerless to intervene. Leader, the disciple has won fairly. With all present senior brothers as witnesses, Su Taiping stood tall, raising his head defiantly. After contemplating his final move, he harbored no further reservations. At worst, it would be a mutual destruction. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong smirked coldly. As his aura intensified once more, the flying sword shot forward with a swift whoosh, aimed directly at Su Taiping. In response to this attack, Su Taiping summoned Sister Lingyue. Lu Chuxian awakened the ancestor Wuyo. Amon and Cheng Hao pressed their hands firmly upon the sword hilt in unison. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated above the 5 elders' pond. Following that, a tremendous figure crashed heavily onto the sword concealment plateau. The onlookers focused their gaze and were astonished to find it was a ghastly corpse. Moreover, this corpse bore long hair and, unlike the typical pallid and waxy appearance of ordinary corpses, it was unmistakably a fearsome flying corpse among the most vicious of its kind. Clang! As the arena erupted in exclamations of astonishment, a flying sword descended from the heavens, piercing the head of the still-living ghoul and pinning it to the ground. The sword, broad and of an ancient design, was adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of antiquity. More significantly, at the moment of its appearance, a chilling sword intent surged forth, akin to the frigid winds of the far north, enveloped by a formidable aura imbued with a sense of primordial slaughter, sweeping across the entirety of Wulao Pond with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the oppressive sword intent and momentum exerted by the sect leader, Zhou Tong, upon Su Taiping was obliterated. With a resounding crash, a figure plummeted straight down from above Wulao Pond, causing the sword concealment platform to tremble violently. As the crowd focused their attention, they beheld a young man clad in a blue robe, his face handsome with sharp features. A scar ran from his forehead through his brows, and one of his arms was severed at the shoulder, replaced by a wooden prosthetic arm inscribed with runes. In a moment of bewilderment, someone recognized the youth. It was the Seventh Peak's own, Dugu Qingxiao. A wave of astonishment swept through the spectators, both in the crowded stands and the seating surrounding the sword concealment platform. The most fervent reactions came from the disciples of the Seventh Peak. Second senior brother is alive. Second senior brother is alive. We have our second senior brother back. The exuberant cries echoed, with Wu Liang and his companions shouting in unison, while Zhou Liang, Dugu Qingxiao's closest friend, laughed uproariously. Jiang Ji and Wu Mo clasped each other's hands tightly, their eyes brimming with excitement. Before this day, second senior brother had been the steadfast backbone of the Seventh Peak. As long as he was present, the disciples faced any adversity without fear. In recent times, it had been widely said that he had perished in the abyss of the fallen dragons. Though the Seventh Peak's disciples had held on to their disbelief, the constant rumors had sown seeds of doubt in their hearts, leaving them suffocated by unexpressed anxieties. Now, witnessing second senior brother's return, the pent-up breaths they had held for so long were finally released. Across from the Seventh Peak, Su Zian of the Sixth Peak stood frozen in shock upon recognizing the figure on stage, her body trembling as she struggled to bite her lip to stifle the urge to weep. Her feelings for Qingxiao were not merely concern, they were laced with guilt. Ever since their return from the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas, she had felt that if it weren't for her, Qingxiao would never have sustained such grave injuries, nor would he have needed to venture into the abyss of the fallen dragons in search of a breakthrough. Now, seeing him return safely, she could finally set aside her self-reproach. Among all present, the one least surprised by Qingxiao's appearance was Su Taiping, for he had unwavering faith that his second senior brother would honor their promise. Little junior brother, you have endured much. Dugu Qingxiao turned his head, smiling at Su Taiping. His voice was hoarse, lacking the clarity and brightness it once possessed. Su Taiping glanced at Qingxiao's neck and immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Before him lay a long, deep gash upon the neck of Dugu Qingxiao, as if it threatened to sever his head entirely. The sight of this wound caused Su Taiping's heart to tremble, prompting him to shake his head and say, "Second senior brother, you have truly endured much." Qingxiao flashed a smile, then gently placed a hand on Su Taiping's shoulder, his eyes radiating warmth, and said, "As per our agreement, the next phase is entrusted to me." "Indeed," Su Taiping replied, nodding earnestly with a smile. At that moment, the voice of the sect leader unexpectedly resonated. "Dugu Qingxiao, your junior brother is suspected of colluding with demonic cultivators. I must continue the interrogation. This matter does not concern you. Depart." Upon hearing this, Dugu Qingxiao slowly turned his head, not glancing at the sect leader, Zhou Tong, but rather reaching for the sword embedded in the head of the flying corpse. With a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar, the bone sword soared directly into his grasp. Only then did Qingxiao lift his head, fixing a steady gaze upon Zhou Tong. "Zhou sect leader," he called out after a moment, his voice raspy. He then thrust the massive ancient sword forcefully into the ground, amplifying his voice to a thunderous roar akin to a beast's growl. "Do you truly believe that you can bully my junior brother without consequence? As if all of us from the Seven Peaks have perished?" As his voice echoed, the immense bone sword in his hand emitted a furious roar, comparable to that of a celestial dragon. In the face of this roar, not just the ordinary disciples, but even high-ranking cultivators like Aming and Lu Chuxian felt their hearts quiver, as if standing before an ancient, malevolent dragon, a true dragon, not a mere serpent. Chapter 356. Confronting the sect leader, Qingxiao questions the sword. The five elders' pool was enveloped in an eerie silence. a result of the terrifying pressure inadvertently emanating from Dugu Qingxiao's outcry and the implications of his words. Anyone with discernment could see that since before the Seven Peaks competition, the first peak, under the sect leader's directives, had been deliberately obstructing the seventh peak, a reality that became even more evident during the contest. Had it not been for Su Taiping's timely return, the seventh peak would likely have emerged from the competition without a single victory, with many disciples suffering injuries. Just moments ago, the sect leader had even intervened blatantly to favor Yixian. However, aside from the disciples of the seventh peak, the rest of the gathered disciples merely observed in silence, with few daring to utter a word in defense of their brethren. It was only in response to Dugu Qingxiao's roar that any disciple with a shred of conscience felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, Dugu Qingxiao did not seek their remorse. His roar was merely an expression of solidarity for his fellow disciples of the seventh peak. "It seems your descent into the dragon abyss was not in vain," Zhou Tong remarked coldly, his expression betraying no sign of emotional turmoil. From the moment Dugu Qingxiao made his appearance, the covert plans of those lurking in the shadows had already unraveled, rendering any further pretense unnecessary. "Thanks to your grace," Dugu Qingxiao replied, his demeanor proud as he maintained eye contact with Zhou Tong. In response, Zhou Tong smirked slightly, then gestured, causing the flying sword hovering before Dugu Qingxiao to swiftly soar into his hand with a sharp sound. He gazed intently at the long sword in his hand, then, with his left hand raised, he forcefully brushed the blade. The sound of the sword echoed like a thunderclap as it sliced through the air, merging with the ominous clouds above the sword concealment plateau, where thunder boomed and lightning struck with ferocity. Concurrently, imbued with a ferocious aura, a sword intent surged from Zhou Tong, enveloped in the essence of thunder. The moment this thunderous sword intent manifested, the sword intent of Dugu Qingxiao crumbled effortlessly, leaving the onlooking disciples astounded. The path of cultivation is arduous, and the opportunities that arise from it are rare. I hope you tread carefully. Zhou Tong cast a casual glance and sheathed his sword. Though unspoken, the implied threat was unmistakable, a clear warning to Dugu Qingxiao to refrain from stepping forward to challenge him. After uttering these words, Zhou Tong turned to Elder Black Dragon, who had just arrived at the plateau, and said, "Elder Black Dragon, I have finished questioning Su Taiping. Please announce the results of the contest." Without looking back, he departed. Elder Black Dragon nodded impassively. He first regarded Dugu Qingxiao before shifting his gaze to Su Taiping, and then proclaimed loudly to the gathered crowd, "In this contest for the title of Qingxian Sword Champion, the victor is Su Taiping. In this Seven Peaks Grand Competition, the champion is from the seventh peak." It was only after Elder Black Dragon officially announced the outcome that the hearts of the seventh peak disciples, which had hung in suspense, finally settled. Some cheered joyously, while others embraced in tears, regardless of whether they would challenge the sect leader. Securing the championship ensured that the seventh peak would not be governed by the first peak for at least 6 years. Seventh peak disciples, you have the time of an incense stick to consider whether to challenge the sect leader. Elder Black Dragon's voice resounded again. If there is no response after the incense burns out, it will be regarded as a forfeiture. Upon hearing this, both the Qingxian disciples and the few from the 9 houses hidden among them turned their curious gazes towards Su Taiping and Dugu Qingxiao on the plateau. The only ones from the seventh peak capable of contesting with the sect leader were these two. Dugu Qingxiao first exchanged a smile with Su Taiping, then stepped forward to Elder Black Dragon and, without hesitation, cupped his hands and declared, "I, Dugu Qingxiao, on behalf of the seventh peak's master and all disciples, challenge the sect leader." Although the seventh peak's intention to challenge the sect leader had circulated widely before the contest, the moment the seventh peak disciples actually followed through and uttered those words in front of all the Qingxian disciples, an air of disbelief enveloped the audience. The seventh peak truly dared to act. To challenge the sect leader is essentially to impeach him. From this point forward, the seventh peak would have an undeniable standing against the sect leader. Currently, the only fighter left from the seventh peak was Dugu Qingxiao. Yet the sect leader's strength had been clearly demonstrated, far surpassing that of Dugu Qingxiao. Thus, in my view, the seventh peak was courting disaster. However, not to be underestimated, Dugu Qingxiao had returned alive from the abyss of fallen dragons, surely having gained significant fortune within. The disciples of the Qingxian sect were embroiled in fervent discussions. As the master of the first peak, Jinyu, listened to their chatter, he let out a cold smile. remarking, "The strength of the sect leader is beyond your imagination." He had never harbored concerns regarding the Seven Peaks inquiry into the sword. The sole reason he obstructed the Seventh Peak from claiming the leadership was merely to facilitate a seamless takeover. Just then, as several disciples were placing Yi Xian's lifeless body into a coffin, Jin Yu's brow suddenly furrowed upon noticing a segment of Yi Xian's spine had turned ominously black. An intense wave of unease surged within him, yet he managed to maintain his composure. He covered the coffin and affixed a soul-binding talisman, instructing his disciples, "Carry this coffin back to the ice cellar of the first peak and guard it well. Ensure no one opens it. I must attend to some matters. But I shall return when the sword inquiry commences." With that, he soared into the sky, departing amidst the disciples' affirmations. After a brief moment, he returned to the first peak and appeared in the training hall of his son, Jin Heji. The hall, chosen personally by him, was impervious to external barriers. Upon landing, he proceeded directly into the small building where Jin Heji was recuperating. However, the scene that greeted him inside rendered him utterly speechless. The room was suffused with malevolent energy, and Jin Heji, with crimson eyes, was enveloped in a sinister aura. Scattered around him lay several Qingxian disciples, their faces contorted in agony, devoid of color, already lifeless. It was evident that Jin Heji was employing some dark technique to siphon the vitality from these female disciples. "Jin Heji," Jin Yu bellowed in fury, "though I am your father, could you at least have the decency to knock before entering?" Jin Heji kicked aside the lifeless body of a female disciple and turned his indifferent gaze toward Jin Yu. At this moment, his aura had fully restored, betraying no hint of his previous injuries. "Do you realize what you are doing?" Jin Yu demanded in outrage. "Of course, I do," Jin Heji replied, donning his garments while offering a sardonic smile to Jin Yu. "Isn't it merely succumbing to darkness? I witnessed it when I was 10. He added nonchalantly, "You wretched fool." Jin Yu trembled with anger. As he spoke, his flying sword shot forth, its blade aimed directly at Jin Heji. "What? Are you prepared to sacrifice family for the sake of Qingshuan's righteousness? Just as you did with mother all those years ago?" Jin Heji, now fully dressed, approached the flying sword with a mocking grin, positioning its blade against his throat. "Go on, stab here. With a single strike, you could achieve the illustrious reputation of righteous patricide." "You." Jin Yu, overwhelmed with rage, coughed up blood. At this moment, a woman who had previously collapsed on the ground behind him suddenly rose without warning and struck him fiercely on the back. A resounding thud echoed as Jin Yu's body erupted in a cloud of crimson mist, while tendrils of demonic energy surged into him like voracious insects, relentlessly ravaging his meridians and internal organs. With a heavy thud, Jin Yu fell, landing at the feet of Jin Heji. "Unfilial son, what you are doing is beyond redemption," he murmured, his face contorted in agony. "Old fool, not only will I embrace the demonic path, but I shall also become a great scourge upon the world, causing unrest in the Qingxian sect and throughout the 9 prefectures." Jin Heji knelt beside Jin Yu, whispering a few words into his ear. This utterance nearly extinguished the already flickering breath of Jin Yu. "Come, Yinting, let us go to meet the demon sovereign." Jin Heji rose and walked toward the woman, who stood unclothed, with a sinister smile. "Not going to kill him?" Yinting wrapped her arms around Jin Heji's neck, her smile wicked. "After all, I once called him father." Jin Heji replied coolly, "Indeed, it is natural for one newly steeped in darkness to retain some vestiges of humanity. In time, you shall surely find today's words repugnant." With a giggle, Yinting acknowledged his words. In an instant, the two figures flickered and vanished within the small building. After their disappearance, Jin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. With great effort, he retrieved a vial of elixir from his robe, trembling as he poured its contents into his mouth. Upon swallowing the elixir, he abruptly sat upright, expelling a foul breath from his chest before gasping for air. That unfilial son, he appears to be aiding the sect leader, yet in reality, he conspires with the 9 hells to endanger the entire Qingxian. Surely the sect leader has noticed. He must have. But in his efforts to confront the 7th peak and deal with my junior uncle, he has allowed Jir to succumb to darkness. As this realization washed over him, a chill gripped Jin Yu's heart. He had shared a bond akin to brotherhood with the sect leader since childhood, and thus, no matter how reckless or self-serving he became in pursuit of cultivation, Jin Yu would always stand by him. "Zhou Tong, how could you stand idly by while my Jir succumbs to the demonic path?" Jin Yu felt utterly despondent. Now, The only one who can save Qing Xian is my junior uncle. No, there is another. The waste, that waste. If only he could wield his sword once more. Murmuring softly, he struggled to rise. Clang. With a forceful surge of true essence, Jin Yu took flight on his sword, hurtling toward the direction of the Chiyu Hall. Meanwhile, at Walao Pond, the appointed hour had arrived. Please, the disciples of the seventh peak, step forward for the sword challenge. After a brief respite, Elder Hailang returned to the center of the sword concealment plateau, announcing to the gathered disciples with a resounding voice. Upon hearing the call, Duga Qingxiao, who had been engaging in light banter with Su Zian and several disciples of the seventh peak, lifted his head. It is my turn to take the stage. He cast a glance at Su Zian, then at the brothers and sisters beside her. Be careful, Su Zian smiled, nodding at Duga Qingxiao. She understood that at this moment, apart from placing her faith in Qingxiao, any further words would be futile. With a resounding clang, before Duga Qingxiao could ascend the stage, the sect leader, Zhou Tong, had already soared to the platform on his sword, his tone dripping with disdain as he declared, "Come forth and meet your demise. It is high time to conclude this farce. I have no time to indulge in your childish antics." As soon as his words fell, a sword aura imbued with the might of thunder swept across the entire Walao Pond once more, fiercer than before. Chapter 358, Battle with the Sect Leader. Dugu Qingxiao's soared with a clang. As the leader's voice echoed, Qingxiao leapt onto the stage like a beam of sword light. At the instant he ascended, a fierce sword energy, relentless as a battering ram, cleaved through the leader's encompassing sword aura over the Walao Pond. Moreover, this sword energy, suffused with the essence of an ancient malevolent dragon, surged forth from Qingxiao's being, reminiscent of the mythical dragon's breath, instantly sweeping away Zhou Tong's sword aura. Before the contest had even commenced, a clash between the two was already palpable. The spectators in the clouded pavilions erupted in a chorus of astonishment. The disciples, who initially believed that the leader held an absolute advantage in cultivation, found their confidence wavering. However, unlike the others, Su Taiping, sensing his senior brother's formidable sword aura, pondered deeply about what experiences his brother had endured in the Dragon Abyss. Such terrifying sword energy could not have been acquired through ordinary training. While Su Taiping was lost in thought, his senior sister, Su Zian, unexpectedly handed him a piece of jade bone. "This was given to me by Qingxiao to deliver to you." He extracted everything he and other cultivators encountered in the Dragon Abyss from his soul and placed it within. He said that should anything unforeseen happen to him today, it would serve as a reference for you when you venture into the Dragon Abyss in the future. Su Zian sighed softly. Su Taiping's heart trembled upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that his brother had already prepared for the worst and entrusted such a significant item to him. "Sister, brother is just being cautious. He will be fine," Su Taiping replied as he took the jade bone, his tone resolute. Indeed, Su Zian nodded with a smile, though merely words of comfort. They provided her with an inexplicable sense of peace. However, unbeknownst to her, Su Taiping's assurance was not merely for consolation. He had already steeled himself for the worst. If his brother truly were to falter, then they would fight to the end, regardless of whether they could defeat Zhou Tong today. He was determined to escape with his brother. During the 3 years spent searching for the Buddha's head in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas, he had rehearsed the worst-case scenarios countless times in his mind. Perhaps due to inadvertently releasing a trace of true essence, the peculiar jade bone in his palm suddenly warmed, and images from his brother's consciousness appeared in his mind. The first scene that unfolded was a towering mountain of corpses, decayed yet unspoiled, stacked high. Atop the mound of bones stood a wooden pillar, robust enough for 2 men to embrace, upon which a barely breathing cultivator was affixed with bone nails. Among them was his second senior brother, Qingxiao. At that moment, Qingxiao struggled to extract the bone nails from his body, his voice trembling as he murmured, "I cannot perish here. I am awaited by Zian and my junior brother." After painstakingly pulling out each bone nail, he grasped his nearly severed neck with one hand while endeavoring to descend the corpse mountain with the other. Su Taiping stood frozen, his mind reeling at the brutal spectacle before him, until the voice of Elder Black Dragon resounded once more. "Disciple Duga Qingxiao of the Seventh Peak, challenge the sect leader of Qingxian, let the contest commence." Clang. Almost instantaneously, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar erupted, and the second senior brother, Qingxiao, brandished his bone sword, transforming it into a straight beam of sword light that lunged towards sect leader Zhou Tong. Boom! The sect leader unleashed the heavenly thunder sword technique, manifesting 3 sword shadows forged from lightning that collided with Dugu Qingxiao's sword light. Both sword lights shattered almost simultaneously. Yet, at the very moment of their fragmentation, the bone sword in Dugu Qingxiao's grasp unleashed a fiery sword energy, akin to a dragon's breath, extending 100 feet and piercing directly into the sect leader. Although this strike was ultimately thwarted by the sect leader's thunderous sword barrier, the ferocious impact forced him to recoil several dozen feet through the air, leaving him in a most disheveled state. The audience was taken aback to witness the sect leader falter so early in the contest. However, as Su Taiping recalled the vivid imagery in his mind and observed Dugu Qingxiao's sword strike, an inexplicable sense of tragic heroism welled within him. For this very swordplay was the result of Qingxiao's modifications to the fire dragon sword technique, a method he had named the burning body sword. Forged in the crucible of survival amidst the tide of corpse demons in the abyss of the fallen dragon. Clang! At that moment, 6 bolts of thunderous sword light surged into the sky, coalescing into 6 massive thunder sword shadows that enveloped Dugu Qingxiao. Boom! In an instant, the sword hiding platform transformed into a thunderous pool. Torrents of lightning sword light surged forth from the 6 shadows, engulfing Dugu Qingxiao entirely. Could the heavenly thunder sword technique be wielded in such a manner? The disciples present exchanged incredulous glances. They had previously witnessed Lin Buyu's heavenly thunder sword and found it astonishing, but compared to the spectacle Zhou Tong now presented, it seemed nothing more than child's play. Clang! Just as the lightning sword light within the thunderous pool appeared poised to swallow Dugu Qingxiao whole, a resonant sword cry echoed, and flames, shaped like petals of a fiery lotus, erupted around him in a dazzling display. Boom! The petal-shaped flames collided with the thunderous sword light, producing a sound that seemed capable of lifting the very crown of one's head. Simultaneously, the tempest of thunder and flames surged outward. As the tumult subsided, the onlookers beheld Dugu Qingxiao enveloped within an unblossomed fire lotus. Although I was unscathed, the petals bore evident damage. The 6 sword shadows that Zhou Tong utilized to form the sword energy thunder pool had dwindled to 4, and the thunderous power atop these shadows had significantly weakened. At this moment, both parties had reached a stalemate. Witnessing this scene, not only the disciples of Qingxian sect, but even the sword Saint-Amon were visibly moved. No wonder my junior uncle once held this young man in such high regard. I recall the moment when my junior uncle instructed Qingxiao to deliver a message to him. Chapter 359. The battle with the sect leader, the resolve of Dugu Qingxiao. Across from him, Lu Chuxian, the lord of the 9 houses, was equally stirred, exclaiming, "To elevate the fire dragon sword of Qingxian to such power is akin to recreating an entire martial art. This young man's swordsmanship talent is a once-in-a-century occurrence. If it weren't for that scoundrel Zhou Tong meddling, Dugu Qingxiao would have long since joined our 9 houses." He had repeatedly sought to recruit Qingxiao from the stagnant waters of Qingxian, only to be thwarted by Zhou Tong each time. Meanwhile, Huang Ke recalled the year in the secret realm of Yunming's when Dugu Qingxiao had rescued him and Chuan Hao from the encirclement of the corpses. Indeed, among his peers, who could match Dugu Qingxiao in temperament and talent? If not for Qingxian leading him astray, he would have surely distinguished himself in other realms by now, Huang Ke lamented. However, at that moment, Su Taiping could not share in the excitement upon witnessing this sword strike, for he had seen Qingxiao's lingering consciousness and understood the origins of this strike. This sword was forged by his second senior brother Dugu Qingxiao, born from the depths of despair after being betrayed and grievously wounded by fellow cultivators in the abyss of fallen dragons, while facing an onslaught of hundreds of corpses. During that harrowing time, in his struggle to restore his vitality, he had gnawed on decaying animal corpses, consumed the earth beneath him, and even entertained the thought of feasting upon the bodies of the undead. Yet, under such dire circumstances, his second senior brother persistently chanted, "I must survive, I will live," striking at the corpses time and again while continuously refining his sword techniques, such as this very move, the Wrathful Lotus. Boom! Just as everyone thought that Dugu Qingxiao would have to confront sect leader Zhou Tong until the last 4 thunder sword shadows vanished, the lotus enveloping him suddenly blossomed. Then, the onlookers beheld, amidst a guttural roar akin to a wild beast's, the petals of the lotus exploding into a flurry around him. as he gripped his sword with both hands, dancing wildly as if possessed. Clang! In the fury of the sword's resonance, the swirling lotus petals scattered throughout the arena, while the fiery sword light coalesced into a tempest, sweeping across the sword-concealing cliff. This scene vividly overlapped in Su Taiping's mind with the image of his second senior brother wielding his sword amidst a horde of ghouls. Though his second senior brother uttered not a word on the field, Su Taiping's ears echoed with the relentless refrain, "I must return, I will not be hindered. No one can stop me." The consequence was that he single-handedly vanquished all the corpses in the valley. Boom! With a resounding crash, Su Taiping's gaze returned once more to the sword-concealing cliff. As he vividly recalled the scene he had just witnessed, Dugu Qingxiao, resembling a madman, danced wildly with his sword atop that Sang Jinping, obliterating everything that dared to impede his blade. In the end, the remaining 4 thunderous sword shadows of the sect master, Zhou Tong, shattered with a resounding crash. Before Zhou could execute another sword technique, his figure was enveloped in the tempest conjured by Dugu Qingxiao's sword energy. Immediately, the frenzied Dugu Qingxiao unleashed his furious lotus sword dance once more. From afar, it appeared as though Zhou Tong was engaged in a deadly dance with a swirling flame, with lotus blossoms erupting in his wake. In an instant, the entire Sang Jinping was adorned with flame-like lotus flowers, formed by the condensed sword energy. Clang! Just then, a sword suddenly shot forth from the center of Zhou Tong's brow. This bronze flying sword, wide and heavy, appeared quite ordinary. However, upon its release, it exuded an invisible gravity that caused the entire Sang Jinping to tremble. Whoosh! After narrowly evading Dugu Qingxiao's strike, Zhou Tong gently propelled the sword's hilt, sending the gravity-laden blade soaring directly towards Dugu Qingxiao. Bang! The fiery storm of Dugu Qingxiao's sword shadows collided with this sword, resulting in not only a dispersal of sword momentum, but also sending him hurtling backward in a straight line. Swish! Had Dugu Qingxiao not driven his sword into the ground at the last moment, he would have surely been flung from the Sang Jinping by that blow. What manner of sword is this? Witnessing this scene, the disciples erupted in astonishment. Even the sword saint, Amon, could not suppress his exclamation. Has Zhou Tong truly nurtured an ancient celestial weapon, the Juke? Hearing this, Chen Hao, standing nearby, was taken aback, incredulously asking, "Is it truly possible for a sword cultivator to nurture an ancient celestial weapon?" Qingxian possesses a remarkably unique sword nurturing technique. If one can find remnants of an ancient celestial weapon and utilize their own energy as a forge, they can reconstruct the weapon. However, the strength of the resulting celestial weapon depends on the skill of the sword cultivator. Presently, Zhou Tong's Juke appears to be at least 70 to 80% perfected. Amon nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's gaze towards Dugu Qingxiao grew tense, murmuring, "Even if it is only 70 to 80% complete, it is still the ancient celestial weapon. Zhu Quebec Qingxiao is in grave danger." Yet, at that moment, Dugu Qingxiao remained remarkably composed. He drew forth his bone sword, adopting an exceptionally unique sword stance, and quietly fixed his gaze upon Zhou Tong above. Observing Dugu Qingxiao's posture and the blooming fire lotuses around him, Su Taiping's eyes suddenly brightened. Here it comes. The killing move evolved from the second senior brother's furious lotus, he murmured to himself with a hint of excitement. Just moments ago, he had witnessed through the divine consciousness left by brother Qingxiao, the second senior brother employing the same sword stance to slay a flying zombie on par with the refinement of the spirit. Chapter 360, Battling the Sect Master. Within the abyss of fallen dragons, the bone dragon. Boom. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Tong let out a cold laugh and, with a grand sweep of his sleeve, unleashed the celestial weapon, the giant K, which soared towards his second disciple, Qingxiao, accompanied by a tremendous thunderous sword shadow. From a distance, it resembled a falling star, trailing a long tail as it descended towards the earth. However, before the giant K could land, an invisible force of gravity caused the Songjian Plateau to tremble once more, sending waves crashing through the surrounding ponds. Clang! Just as the giant K approached within 30 paces, the bone sword in Dugong Qingxiao's hand emitted a sound akin to a dragon's roar. With this resonating note, the blossoming sword Qi Lotus in the arena suddenly converged before the bone sword, transforming into a sword shadow over 100 paces long. Without hesitation, Dugong Qingxiao thrust his sword towards the celestial weapon, the giant Quebec boom. Amidst the resounding shock, The spectators beheld as Dugong Qingxiao's colossal sword shadow struck, shattering the might of the giant K, sending its blade flying backward. This singular strike evoked applause from Chunhao, who could not help but commend the prowess displayed. The mere ability to break the celestial weapon was sufficient to demonstrate that Dugong Qingxiao surpassed Zhou Tong in swordsmanship. Not so, however. Aming, standing nearby, furrowed his brow and shook his head. "What troubles you, master?" Chunhao inquired anxiously. That last attack was merely a trap laid for Qingxiao. Zhou Tong did not unleash his full strength, and even the landing position of the giant K was calculated beforehand, Aming explained. A trap? Chunhao wished to ask further, but was interrupted by the resounding clash of 3 piercing sword cries. Looking up, he saw 2 bolts of thunderous sword light erupting from Zhou Tong's celestial weapon and a nameless flying sword, which then split into 6, enveloping Dugong Qingxiao entirely. Within this array of 6 sword lights, countless sword shadows, formed from the thunderous sword qi, began to swarm towards Dugong Qingxiao like a relentless horde. Boom! With no other option, Dugong Qingxiao once again summoned the angry lotus, shielding himself with the sword qi lotus, attempting to breach the sword shadows just as he had previously shattered the thunder pool. It won't work. This is the thunderbolt sword formation. Unless you possess the ability to destroy both flying swords with a single strike, it is nearly impossible to break the formation, Aming sighed. And as he had stated, no matter how ferocious Qingxiao's angry lotus sword style became, the thunderbolt sword formation, with its 2 flying swords as the focal points, could not be breached. From a distance, Dugong Qingxiao resembled a beast trapped within a cage. No matter how vigorously he charged, he could not break free. Truly, is there no other way to dismantle this sword formation? Chunhao asked Aming, a hint of reluctance in his voice. The only flaw of the thunderbolt sword formation lies in the time it takes to activate. This is why Zhou Tong sought to lure Dugong Qingxiao with the giant Quebec. Beyond that, one must either slay the individual who set the formation or shatter the celestial swords. There is no alternative, Aming shook his head. In fact, the most terrifying aspect of the thunderbolt sword formation arises when it transitions from a trapping formation to a killing formation, he added. Transition from a trapping formation to a killing formation? Chunhao regarded Aming with a puzzled expression. What does that sword formation resemble? Amon pointed to the sword light soaring into the sky above the Sanjinping. Chunhao scrutinized it closely and discerned that the sword formation was not a perfectly circular arrangement. Rather, when combined with the 6 beams of sword light, it bore a striking resemblance to a sword sheath. Tentatively, he inquired, a sword sheath? Indeed, Amon, the sword saint, nodded affirmatively. The Heavenly Thunder Sword technique comprises 2 aspects, the method of ensnaring the enemy and the method of striking them down. The former is embodied in this Heavenly Thunder Sword formation, while the latter is represented by the Heavenly Thunder Sword, which is formed by condensing the thunderous sword energy guided by the flying sword. Once the Heavenly Thunder Sword returns to its sheath, even if you possess celestial treasures for protection, it will surely cleave through. He continued to elucidate. As Amon concluded his words, another flying sword emerged from Zhou Tong's palm, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh, ascending above the Heavenly Thunder Sword formation. With a sharp clang, the sword suddenly split into 4, transforming into 4 dazzling beams of sword light that shot upward. Subsequently, Zhou Tong raised his palm and forcefully grasped the 4 sword shadows in the air. With a thunderous roar, the 4 Heavenly Thunder Sword shadows merged into one, ultimately coalescing under the guidance of the flying sword into a long sword, several dozen feet in length, pulsating with flickering lightning, perfectly suspended above the Heavenly Thunder Sword formation. Witnessing this spectacle, beads of sweat cascaded down Chunhao's forehead. Just as Sword Saint Amon had stated, Zhou Tong indeed intended to employ the Heavenly Thunder Sword's return to its sheath to slay Duga Qingxiao. As the Heavenly Thunder Sword materialized, the previously oblivious disciples of the Qingxian sect suddenly became aware of their master's intentions. A cacophony of discussions erupted among them. Naturally, the most anxious were several disciples from the 7 Peaks. Upon sensing their second senior brother ensnared in such perilous circumstances, they each clenched their fists and began to murmur fervent prayers. Initially, Su Taiping shared their apprehensive sentiments, fretting yet secretly resolving to intervene at any cost should the situation turn dire. However, as visions of Dugu Qingxiao standing before a colossal skeletal dragon began to swirl in his mind, his concerns swiftly morphed into dread. According to the second senior brother's lingering thoughts, this skeletal dragon was the ancient true dragon that had fallen into the abyss of fallen dragons. And it was precisely the opportunity that the second senior brother had been seeking all along. Then, he distinctly heard the skeletal dragon, its eyes shimmering with a ghostly purple glow, speak in a tone imbued with immense pressure to Duga Qingxiao. My power may be bestowed upon you once, but in exchange, you must return to the abyss of fallen dragons and seek the entrance to that chasm with me, bound to this fate for eternity. Though he could not fully comprehend the skeletal dragon's words, one thing was abundantly clear to Su Taiping. The second senior brother could harness a fraction of the dragon's power. Yet the cost was an obligatory return to the abyss of fallen dragons. Therefore, the second senior brother's journey to the abyss was not merely for training. It was to locate the skeletal dragon and utilize its strength against their master, Su Taiping murmured to himself, furrowing his brow. Just as he pondered this, a sudden dragon's roar reverberated through the air. Following that, an overwhelmingly potent aura, along with a terrifying pressure, emanated from Duga Qingxiao within the heavenly thunder sword formation. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Taiping felt that his suspicions had been confirmed. His second senior brother intended to harness the power borrowed from the skeletal dragon. Just as Su Taiping resolved to thwart his senior brother's actions, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Taiping, do not interfere. This is my choice. Su Taiping raised his gaze and caught sight of his second senior brother's face, flickering between light and shadow, revealing a fleeting smile amidst the array of heavenly thunder. Suddenly, at the sight of his severed arm, a new limb sprouted forth, albeit one adorned with crimson scales and ending in claw-like fingers. Then, Qingxiao grasped the bone sword embedded in the ground with his claw-like hand, hoisting it up with both hands as he began to chant an obscure incantation. This was the divine summoning spell of the Dragon Clan. At that moment, the voice of the fairy Lingyue resonated in Su Taiping's mind, almost simultaneously with her words. The aura surrounding Dugu Qingxiao surged once more, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. In an instant, flaming lotuses filled the array of heavenly thunder, creating the illusion of a glass vase brimming with blossoms from a distance. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Su Taiping knew he could no longer hesitate. He turned to Fairy Lingyue and exclaimed, Sister Lingyue, however, before he could finish, a chain coiled around him like a serpent, binding him from head to toe. Astonished, Su Taiping glanced back to find that it was Su Zian, the senior sister from the Six Peaks, who had ensnared him. Sensing his unspoken question, Su Zian offered a bittersweet smile and said, It was your second senior brother who instructed me to do this. Realization dawned upon Su Taiping as he understood that his second senior brother had planned from the very beginning to eliminate the sect leader by sacrificing himself. Just then, as Su Taiping was restrained by Su Zian, the sect leader, Zhou Tong, summoned the heavenly thunder sword, refined through the essence of his flying sword. The enormous sword began its descent towards the array of heavenly thunder. With each foot the sword moved, a thunderous roar erupted, and the sparks of electricity emanating from its blade enveloped the entire sword concealment peak. Under such overwhelming might, the crowd remained oblivious to the surging aura and the terrifying pressure emanating from his second senior brother, who now resembled a ferocious beast lying in wait for its prey. Su Taiping sensed that as soon as the prey drew closer, his senior brother would unleash the power of the skeletal dragon, obliterating the heavenly thunder array and vanquishing Zhou Tong. In that moment, Zhou Tong seemed to abandon all pretense, pressing his sword downward with a fierce determination, sending the colossal heavenly thunder sword plummeting back into its sheath. Bang! Junior brother. Almost simultaneously, Su Taiping shattered the chain binding him and, disregarding Su Zian's attempts to prevent him, leaped towards the direction of the sword concealment peak. In his heart, he called out to Fairy Lingyue, Sister Lingyue, I implore you. He could not bear to watch as his second senior brother sacrificed himself. Leave it to me, replied the gentle Lingyue fairy, who then took control of Su Taiping's body with her divine essence. Boom. However, before Lingyue fairy could fully seize control, a burst of golden light surged forth like a fallen meteor, accompanied by the sound of piercing air, directly colliding with the thunder sword. Bang! In the deafening clash, the spectators observed in astonishment as the thunder sword wielded by the sect leader, Zhou Tong, was knocked aside by several dozen yards. With a final resounding crash, the colossal thunder sword embedded itself into the sword concealment platform, nearly penetrating it entirely. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Although it had only been pushed aside by several dozen yards, this was the Thunder Sword, a pinnacle weapon forged by their sect leader, Zhou Tong, with all his might. Even the sword Saint Amon lacked the confidence to easily withstand such a blow. "Who is that?" murmured the crowd, their gazes fixated upon the radiant golden light. After striking the Thunder Sword, the golden light did not depart. Instead, it transformed into a towering figure of golden hue, standing over 10 yards tall, and hurled a punch at the Thunder Sword formation. Bang! With another thunderous sound, the onlookers were dumbfounded to discover that the Thunder Sword formation, which had ensnared the second senior brother King Co for so long, was shattered by this person's fist. However, at the very moment the formation broke, the lightning sword energy unleashed from the formation surged toward him, causing his colossal golden form to explode with a resounding crack. It was then that the crowd finally discerned the visage of the individual. "It's you, Father, Peak Master, Master, Zhao Qian." Upon recognizing the familiar yet worn face of the middle-aged man, the disciples of the Seven Peaks, the various peak masters in the stands, and the hovering sect leader Zhou Tong all exclaimed in unison, "Master, Peak Master." Su Taiping and King Co, standing on the sword concealment platform, exchanged incredulous glances at the weary-looking Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian glanced at Su Taiping, then at King Co, and after a long sigh of self-deprecation, he remarked, "Little Master Uncle was not wrong. I couldn't even protect my own disciple. I am truly a waste." After uttering those words, he abruptly turned, looking up at Zhou Tong above, and declared, "I, Zhao Qian, Peak Master of the Seventh Peak, have come to seek a duel with the sect leader." At this proclamation, the entire Wulao Pond erupted once more. Chapter 362. Remembering the past, Zhao Qian, do not be a coward any longer. A moment ago, at the Seven Rhyme Hall, on the Thought Reflection Cliff, the weakened Jin Yu, clutching a pardon decree, traversed one stone door after another until he finally arrived at a prison located 100 feet deep within the Thought Reflection Cliff. Through the hollow of the iron door, which was 10 feet thick, he finally beheld the face of Zhao Qian, familiar yet loathed throughout his life. Indeed, the person he sought was Zhao Qian. At that moment, Zhao Qian lay sprawled on a stone bed, staring blankly ahead, lost in his thoughts. Zhao Qian." After a prolonged hesitation, Jin Yu finally called out, "Jin Yu, do not attempt to extract information from me regarding my junior disciple. My knowledge is no less than yours," Zhao Qian replied without glancing back. As he spoke, his gaze remained vacant, fixated on the wall ahead. "I am not." Cough, 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 Jin Yu began to explain. But the strain from his injuries triggered a violent fit of coughing. Hearing the raspy coughs, Zhao Qian, who had previously appeared lost in thought, suddenly turned towards the cell door and inquired, "Who has inflicted such grievous harm upon you?" Jin Yu remained silent, instead producing a pardon decree, instructing a nearby disciple to unlock the cell door. With the sound of mechanisms clicking, the heavy iron door was gradually raised. Jin Yu stepped into the cell. "I am to blame for my own misfortunes," he said, suppressing the turmoil within him as he leaned against the wall and slowly lowered himself to the ground. With a deep sigh, he reflected, "I should have been wary long ago while relentlessly pursuing Su Chan. Otherwise, I would not have found myself in such an irretrievable situation today." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's expression grew grave, and he solemnly asked, "Has that young man of yours fallen into darkness?" Jin Yu offered no affirmation nor denial. He laboriously lifted his gaze, filled with resentment, and directed it towards Zhao Qian, saying, "If it were not for your cowardice, Qing Er would not have perished, nor would Ji Er have succumbed to darkness. All of this is a consequence of your actions." Zhao Qian remained silent, for this was indeed a knot within his heart. "Back then, you knew full well that Qing Er harbored feelings for you. Why did you relinquish her to me?" "Why?" Jin Yu's agitation intensified. "Because, as my senior brother, you are far more deserving of her lifelong devotion than I, a mere wastrel." Zhao Qian lowered his head, his expression dimming. At that time, having surpassed 30 years without breaking through the mystical void, he felt the path ahead was bleak. Even though he was aware of his junior sister's affections, he dared not accept them, fearing he would hinder her future. "You speak nonsense," Jin Yu retorted. "You left without a word for the mortal realm for 30 years, while she traversed every corner of the true martial realm in search of you. And what did you do? You married a worldly woman and even fathered a daughter. That day, Qing Er's hair turned white overnight, My once smiling junior sister never smiled again. His voice diminished, as if lost in memories of the past. You are right. My senior brother, I am indeed a coward, having betrayed and harmed my junior sister. Zhao Qian's head hung even lower. Do you know why? After Qing'er fell into darkness, she urged me to seek you out to end her life? Jin Yu asked coldly. She sought to instill guilt within me for eternity. Zhao Qian muttered, his gaze still cast downward. It was this very matter that bound his sword heart, compelling him to abandon the sword altogether. For whenever he grasped a blade, he was reminded of the day he helped his junior sister find peace, her face adorned with a faint smile. Is this how you have always perceived it? Jin Yu scoffed coldly. Is it not? Zhao Qian suddenly lifted his head. Confusion etched across his face as he looked at Jin Yu. The most powerful demonic lotus of the Nine Nether was planted within Qing'er. Once it spiraled out of control, with her innate talent, she was destined to become a demon lord. At that time, the young master was absent, and the selection of the Qingxian leader was long overdue. Should Qing'er succumb to the allure of darkness, no one would be able to thwart her, and Qingxian would surely descend into chaos. Due to the influence of the demonic lotus, she found herself unable to end her own life and could only seek assistance from others. However, even if she could suppress a portion of the demonic lotus's power at that time, there was no assurance that, in the critical moment of facing death, others would be able to contain the backlash of the lotus's force. After all, every human fears death. Jin Yu murmured, then why choose me? Zhao Qian grew increasingly perplexed. It was because she knew that even if she fell into darkness, there was one person in this world she would never forget. That person. Suddenly, Jin Yu burst into laughter, but as the mirth faded, his expression transformed into fury, and he nearly shouted at Zhao Qian. It is you. You, the worthless fool. You, the coward. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Qian stood frozen in place. In an instant, the events of that day vividly replayed in his mind. That day, when Qing'er wore the hairpin he had gifted her, donned the moonlight dress she often wore in her youth, and even adorned her brows. He had long believed that Qing'er had deliberately dressed to invoke his guilt, ensuring he would carry that remorse for a lifetime. Bang! Zhao Qian crashed heavily to the ground. Senior brother, grant me a swift end. Bloodied and filled with despair, Zhao Qian pleaded with Jin Yu. Jin Yu remained silent, casting the decree of mercy and a moonshadow stone at Zhao Qian's feet. I have often contemplated tearing you to shreds, but the thought of Qing'er hating me has kept those thoughts at bay. The same goes for Qingxian. Were it not for the scenery Qing'er cherished until her last breath, and her profound respect for the young master, I would have left long ago. Zhao Qian, do not continue to be a coward. You have already betrayed Qing'er, who treated you with such affection. Will you now betray the disciples who risked their lives to save you and the Seven Peaks? Jin Yu's voice grew increasingly feeble. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian was momentarily stunned. Then he picked up the moonshadow stone from the ground and infused it with a surge of true essence. Instantly, scenes of the Seven Peaks disciples, fighting valiantly for victory in the Seven Peaks competition, flashed before his eyes. As he witnessed these moments, Zhao Qian began to tremble. His gaze filled with confusion and anger, but overwhelmingly, it was laden with guilt and remorse. Zhao Qian, I sometimes find myself envious of you. Despite being a worthless fool, you have won Qing'er's affection. Though you are a coward, you possess such a brave group of disciples. At that moment, Jin Yu looked at Zhao Qian with unyielding eyes, then summoned his last ounce of strength to declare, Zhao Qian, cease being a coward. Go to the sword-concealing cliff and reclaim your sword. Eliminate that madman Zhou Tong and bring this farce to an end. Chapter 363, Reminiscing. Calling you senior brother once more. 5 old pools, sword-concealing cliff. Zhao Qian's appearance took many by surprise, including the leader Zhou Tong. Zhao Qian, you have escaped from the cliff of reflection without permission. What right do you have to ask me for a sword? Zhou Tong cast a cold glance at Zhao Qian. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian smiled broadly and produced a token, stating, Jin Yu has voluntarily pleaded guilty to the Qiyu Hall, proving that he and his son conspired against me. This is a decree of amnesty. At these words, Zhou Tong's expression suddenly turned icy, clearly taken aback by Jin Yu's betrayal at this juncture. Not only he, but a multitude of disciples from the Qingxian sect, along with the Elder Peak Masters, were equally astonished by this revelation. Although most disciples were aware that Zhao Qian's collusion with demonic cultivators was likely a fabrication, none anticipated that it would be Jin Yu and his son behind it. Even more surprising was Jin Yu's willingness to confess to the elders of the Qiyu Hall. After a brief moment of shock, Zhou Tong regained his composure and coldly retorted to Zhao Qian, "Even so, your interference in the competition today is equally culpable." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian casually tossed aside the decree of amnesty and scratched his head, replying, "You are not wrong, but in urgent matters, one must prioritize. Even if the Qiyu Hall seeks to punish me, it will be after this sword inquiry." Zhou Tong's brow furrowed at this remark, and he contemptuously responded, "Do you believe you are worthy of questioning me about swords? Why would I not be worthy?" Zhao Qian replied, lifting his chin and meeting Zhou Tong's gaze with unwavering confidence. "A man who does not dare to wield his own sword has no right to question me." Zhou Tong's expression grew increasingly frigid. Zhao Qian remained silent, instead turning to Su Taiping and Du Gu Qingxiao, saying, "Taiping, Qingxiao, you have both worked hard. Leave the rest to your master. Master, relying solely on the golden body, do not underestimate me. When I tested for the spiritual bone, I was the only one in the past 800 years of Qingxian to possess the heavenly spirit bone." Before Qingxiao could finish, Zhao Qian interrupted him. "Am I not correct, Elder Black Dragon?" Turning towards Elder Black Dragon, who had just arrived on the scene, Zhao Qian continued, "Indeed, I also verified it. The heavenly spirit bone contains the gung metal spiritual bone, a natural sword embryo." Elder Black Dragon nodded solemnly in affirmation. This declaration sent the disciples of Qing Xian into a frenzy. It is well known that the heavenly spirit bone had not appeared in Qing Xian for many years. In fact, not just in Qing Xian, but across the 9 prefectures, it had not been seen for centuries. "Master, is this true?" Chen Hao from the Pure Yang Sword sect looked at Sword Saint Amon in disbelief. "It is indeed true," Amon nodded gravely. When a disciple of Qing Xian tested for the heavenly spirit bone, it caused quite a stir in the 9 prefectures. Most of us from that generation have heard of it. He proceeded to elaborate. Meanwhile, on the opposite floor, the Yellow Sparrow had just inquired about Lu Chuxian regarding this matter. Lu Chuxuan's response was similar to Amon's, but towards the end, he suddenly expressed curiosity, saying, "But I recall that Zhao Qian dislikes this topic. Why is he being so ostentatious today?" Upon hearing this, the now recovered old ancestor Wu Yo chuckled, shaking his short legs as he remarked, "That is because he has come to terms with himself, believing he is now worthy of the heavenly spirit bone." Come to terms? Upon hearing these words, Lu Chuxian and Huang Ke were both left in a state of bewilderment. Simultaneously, Su Taiping, who was assisting Dugu Qingxiao down from the Sanjin Peak, also heard a perplexing remark from Dugu Qingxiao. "Master has finally let go. Do not rush. You shall see for yourself." After exchanging a few pleasantries with the disciples of the 7 Peaks, Dugu Qingxiao, noticing Su Taiping's lingering confusion, sat down on a chair that Su Zian had brought and gently patted Su Taiping on the shoulder. Su Taiping nodded and took a seat beside Dugu Qingxiao. Regardless of the circumstances, the Peak Master had at least persuaded the second senior brother to refrain from harnessing the power of the Bone Dragon. Now, they merely awaited the outcome of the duel between the Peak Master and the sect leader. Should they lose, he would adhere to the original plan. "Zhao Qian, I shall remind you once more, the sword challenge is no trifling matter. Those who cannot even lift a sword are unworthy to challenge me," declared sect leader Zhou Tong, his tone laced with disdain and contempt. Indeed, his disdain for Zhao Qian stemmed not from fear, but from a profound belief that Zhao Qian lacked the qualifications to question him. "Senior brother. I shall call you senior brother once more." Zhao Qian gazed steadily at Zhou Tong, and as he spoke, a golden aura suddenly enveloped him. Upon closer inspection, this radiance was composed of myriad tiny sword lights. Witnessing this spectacle and sensing the gradually thawing sword intent emanating from Zhao Qian, Zhou Tong's expression grew increasingly solemn. "I often reminisce about the times when we, as brothers, first entered the sect, practicing swordsmanship together and sneaking out at midnight to steal fruit from the garden. Alas, such moments lasted but a year. After a year, I was revealed to possess the heavenly spirit bone, and senior brother Su Chan was discovered to have the white spirit bone. In an instant, the way everyone looked at me changed, and they began to distance themselves from me, both intentionally and unintentionally. A year later, Su Chan was chosen as a disciple by the Little Master Uncle, and you, feeling discontent, knelt before the Little Master Uncle's courtyard for 3 days and nights. Subsequently, senior brother Su Chan succumbed to madness, and you lost your sanity as well." Zhao Qian spoke as if lost in recollection, his voice almost a whisper. As he spoke, his sword intent began to flourish like the earth awakening after a thaw. Chapter 364. Recalling the past. Does a junior brother deserve to challenge you? The sword lights gradually coalesced into a golden sword radiance, expanding little by little. Though I possess the heavenly spirit bone, I have lived like a worthless wretch. What qualifications do you have to lecture me? As Zhou Tong's gaze towards Zhao Qian shifted from disdain to wariness, Zhao Qian smiled and continued, in truth, there is something I have never shared with anyone. With a gentle smile, Zhao Qian began to stretch his limbs while murmuring, after being identified as possessing the heavenly spirit bone. I noticed that everyone was reluctant to associate with me, so I intentionally refrained from cultivation, hoping to become like them. This continued for a year, then 3 and 5. Gradually, I even forgot that I was a heavenly spirit bone. One day thereafter, I realized that even when I began to exert effort in my cultivation, I could no longer recapture the clarity of thought I once had in my youth. Thus, I have become the worthless individual you speak of, subjected to ridicule day after day, year after year, and I too have begun to perceive myself as such. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong let out a cold smirk and remarked, given your demeanor, could it be that today, you intend to recall the matter of the celestial spirit bone once more? In response, Zhao Qian shook his head and replied, indeed. As he spoke, he formed a sword gesture with his fingers and expressionlessly raised his arm. Boom. The moment he lifted his arm, a golden beam of sword light, composed of countless sword energies, surged skyward from Zhao Qian's being. From a distance, it resembled a golden pillar piercing through the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, an indomitable sword intent swept across the 5 elders' pond, overwhelming many disciples on the scene, shattering their sword hearts. They felt as if, in the face of this sword intent, their own swords were akin to withered branches, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. Truly, the gung metal sword bone is one of the most formidable sword cultivation spirits in existence. On the Yun Tower, as Huang Ke and Lu Chuxian stared in astonishment at the sword light on the Cang Jianping, the elder Wui suddenly clapped in admiration. Meanwhile, on the opposite Yun Tower, the sword saint A Meng posed a question to Chun Hao. Do you know why the ancestors of Qing Xian intentionally encouraged other disciples to distance themselves from Zhao Qian? To protect Zhao Qian? Chun Hao ventured to inquire. No, they were protecting the other disciples. Protecting the other disciples? Chun Hao echoed, perplexed. If Zhao Qian's temperament had not faltered, the cultivation speed and accomplishments afforded by the gung metal sword bone could easily devastate the resolve of any peer. In the face of such innate talent, all efforts would become mere jest. A Meng nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao's expression turned to one of astonishment as he redirected his gaze towards Zhao Qian and Zhou Tong on the Cang Jianping. Like everyone else, Zhou Tong gazed at Zhao Qian with equal dread. Brother Zhou, I have long wished to convey to you that the sword I perceive is profoundly different from the sword you see. As Zhao Qian spoke, he subtly adjusted his sword gesture. Simultaneously, the air resonated with the sound of sword cries, and a golden sword scar appeared in the sky, as if the heavens had been rent asunder. Your swords are too slow, too dull, too foolish. Zhao Qian retracted his sword gesture, his expression impassive as he regarded Zhou Tong. Boom. Almost instantaneously upon Zhao Qian's gaze falling upon him, the previously restrained fluctuations of Zhou Tong's aura erupted violently, accompanied by swirling thunderous sword energies enveloping his being, manifesting a stance of formidable defense. It was not only him. Even the elder He Long beside him could not help but reveal his true form, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just a fleeting exchange of glances with Zhao Qian had instilled within him the illusion of being pierced by a myriad of swords. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of Qing Xian felt both astonished and fearful. At this moment, even without direct eye contact, Zhao Qian's mere silhouette was enough to induce a sense of unease, as if a sword were poised at their throats. At this moment, Chun Hao finally comprehended the words of his master, Amon. Even Su Taiping, upon sensing the aura emanating from Zhao Qian, felt his waist-bound water-cutting sword quiver incessantly. Just as confusion washed over him, the voice of the fairy Lingyue echoed in his mind. The gung metal spirit bone, also known as the gung metal sword bone, is particularly suited for sword cultivators. However, those possessing such a spirit bone, if their temperament wavers, may easily blend into the crowd. The situation of your peak master is not uncommon. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping felt enlightened and subtly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, from the depths of the Wulao Pond, a mournful sound akin to a sword's lament resonated. Through the emerald waters of the pond, a radiant light resembling a swimming dragon could be seen, continuously darting about. Upon hearing this sword cry, Zhao Qian withdrew his gaze from Zhou Tong and turned his attention to the pond. He then extended his hand toward the water and softly called out, "Old friend, I have come to fetch you." As soon as the words left his lips, a piercing sword cry soared through the air, followed by a burst of sword light that, like a dragon, broke through the water's surface and soared directly towards Zhao Qian. With a resounding thud, the long sword landed heavily in Zhao Qian's grasp. Holding the sword, Zhao Qian slowly raised his head to Zhou Tong and inquired, "Senior brother, does the junior still have the honor to ask you about the sword?" Chapter 365, Thunderbolt Sword. What is Zhao Qian's cultivation level? Master Zhao's sword is truly exquisite. Below the stage, Su Zian gazed at the sword in Zhao Qian's hand, her eyes filled with awe. The sword was adorned with vibrant scales along the hilt, and its blade shimmered like clear autumn water, entwined with wisps of ethereal mist. Master's sword is named Xianli, a celestial weapon imbued with a sword spirit, though apart from me and the senior sister, no one else among the 7 peaks has laid eyes upon it. Du Gu Qingxiao expressed with a sense of nostalgia. The emergence of Xianli suggests that Master's inner turmoil has truly been resolved. Jiang Ji nodded in relief upon hearing this. Zhao Qian, the master of the 7 peaks, was set to engage in a sword duel with the Qingxian sect's Zhou Tong, and the match would commence as soon as both parties were prepared, as announced by Elder He Long. All eyes turned towards the sword concealment platform. "Master, how proficient is Zhao Qian's swordsmanship?" Chun Hao inquired curiously of the sword Sainamon. Though Zhao Qian's aura fluctuations suggested he possessed the refinement of the divine refinement realm, and his gung metal sword bone bestowed a natural intimidation upon sword cultivators. Ultimately, a sword cultivator must let their swordsmanship speak for itself. Few had witnessed Zhao Qian draw his sword, yet he was renowned in the mundane world of Dongji Kingdom as a sword immortal, reputed to have slain a demonic lord with merely an ordinary iron sword, all while he was merely at the opening door realm. Amon responded. Meanwhile, Lu Chuxian, opposite him, began recounting what he knew of Zhao Qian to Huang Ke and the finally awakened Laozu Wuyo. "I do not know much about Zhao Qian, but he is most famous for breaking through to the opening door at the age of 7, yet he made no further advancements until the age of 30. He then descended into the mundane world to wander, returning to Qingxian at 60, breaking through to the veil of darkness that very month, reaching the realm of profound communication a month later, and advancing to half-step divine refinement 3 months thereafter. As he was on the verge of a significant breakthrough in refining his spirit, the demise of his junior sister, Zhao Qing, led him to bind his sword heart and conceal himself in the 5 Elders pool. Since that time, no one has truly known the extent of his current cultivation. How could he have achieved such rapid progress after reaching 60? What transpired during those 30 years in the mundane world? Huang Ke wore a look of astonishment. I had sent someone to inquire, yet there seemed to be nothing particularly noteworthy. After wandering through numerous kingdoms for over 2 decades, he eventually settled in the Eastern Ji Kingdom, marrying a fisherman's daughter, until the upheaval in Qingxian prompted his departure. Upon returning to the Eastern Ji Kingdom later, he found that his wife in the mortal realm had succumbed to a serious illness, leaving behind a young girl of about 6 or 7 years old. Lu Chuxian glanced at Zhao Qian on the field as he spoke. That little girl is Zhao Linglong? Huang Ke suddenly recalled something. Indeed, Lu Chuxian nodded. Thus, apart from possessing the gung metal sword bone, is there nothing else extraordinary about Zhao Fengzhu? Huang Ke furrowed his brow. At least for now, it indeed appears so. Lu Chuxian's expression grew somewhat grave. If Zhao Qian could triumph in this sword contest, it would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome for him, as he would neither need to risk intervening nor worry about Su Taiping's safety. You underestimate the gung metal sword bone. The perspective on the sword held by a sword cultivator of such a root bone is entirely distinct from that of you and me. Pay close attention. The venerable ancestor Wuya chuckled. Clang. Just as the few were conversing, a resounding sword cry erupted from the concealed sword plateau. Looking up, they beheld 3 flying swords soaring forth from the center of the sect leader's brow and palm, beginning to orbit around him in a graceful dance. These 3 flying swords were the very ones that had previously ensnared the formation of the Thunder Sword array. Elder Black Dragon, the competition may commence. Hovering in the midst of the 3 flying swords, Zhou Tong declared proudly, to Elder Black Dragon. Witnessing this scene, Sword Saint Amon nodded slightly and remarked, in Qingxian, Zhou Tong's root bone is inferior to Zhao Qian's, and his comprehension lags behind that of Su Chan, yet he excels at leveraging his strengths while evading weaknesses, focusing on the art of sword nurturing rather than intricate techniques. Otherwise, even if he were at the spirit refinement stage, it would be inconceivable for him to nurture a life-bound immortal sword and 3 life-bound spiritual swords within 3 to 4 centuries. Hearing this, Qin's brow twitched. Master, are you suggesting that these 3 swords were all cultivated from his own qi abode as a furnace? Flying swords nurtured by a sword cultivator's own qi abode, even if merely spiritual swords, possess formidable might. Often, only renowned swordsmiths can forge flying swords of the same caliber that can be compared. Naturally, ordinary flying swords cannot be refined into the Thunder Sword, for that is an ancient divine weapon. Amon nodded. Thus, even if Zhao Fengzhu retrieves the sword, he may not necessarily be Zhou Tong's match. Qin's expression turned serious once more. The Thunder Sword technique and the Fire Dragon Sword technique from Qingxian were both created by the ancestral master of Qingxian while observing these 2 ancient divine weapons. When this sword technique is brought to its pinnacle, it naturally embodies some of the divine spirit of those weapons. Therefore, should Master Zhou Tong truly be able to unleash the Thunder Sword technique to its utmost extent, even Zhao Qian, possessing the Gung Metal Sword Bone, may find it challenging to withstand the Thunder Sword. Amon remained non-committal, quietly observing the stage. It is apparent that he has developed a profound interest in the contest unfolding on stage. Suddenly, at that moment, Zhao Qian's aura surged dramatically. The fluctuations of his cultivation realm, the refinement of spirit, became fully manifest, and the surrounding aura of metallic sword energy amplified several-fold. The diameter of the sword energy's light beam nearly reaching 10 zhang. It turned out that the peak master had long since broken through to the refinement of spirit realm. Su Taiping was slightly taken aback. He had initially believed that only his uncle Jiao and the sect leader of the Qingxian sect had attained this level. His master had reached half a step into the refinement of spirit realm long ago, but after binding his heart with the sword, he had become disheartened and unwilling to take that final step. Achieving a breakthrough was not, in essence, a difficult endeavor. Duga Qingxiao nodded in agreement, explaining to Su Taiping. At that moment, the fairy Lingyue also interjected in his mind, elucidating. Before reaching the transformation realm, the essence of the Gung Metal Sword Bone can shatter any realm barrier. As long as one's disposition remains unblemished, a breakthrough is a natural progression. Su Taiping was rendered speechless, feeling that the matter of innate talent was indeed somewhat unreasonable. However, it was fortunate that, at this moment, it was his side that was defying reason. Clang. Meanwhile, on the Cangjin platform, as Zhao Qian's aura surged, the sword in his hand, the immortal carp, seemed to respond in kind, emitting a proud sound of sword resonance. The sword then split into 9, transforming into 9 tails of colorful fish that swam rapidly around Zhao Qian. He then turned to Elder Black Dragon and declared, Elder Black Dragon, I am also ready. Elder Black Dragon nodded slightly, and then announced in a booming voice, Peak Master Zhao Qian, challenge the Sword Master Zhou Tong. The contest begins. Almost simultaneously with the sound of his voice, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The onlookers beheld the 3 flying swords that had been circling Zhou Tong. 2 of the spirit swords formed a thunder sword array, taking the shape of a sword sheath. The immortal sword, the giant Xiuhe sword, swiftly coalesced the thunderous sword energy into a colossal thunder sword. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the sword was sheathed, standing tall upon the Cangjin platform. Even though the sword was currently in its sheath, the crowd could still sense the terrifying power of the Thunder Sword through the incessant flickering of lightning surrounding the sheath. The Thunder Sword array could lock onto its target when sheathed, and the sword, once drawn, could strike down enemies. Yet its greatest power was unleashed at the moment of drawing. This sword was anything but reasonable, no matter how many techniques one possessed. It could sever them all with a single strike. It seemed that Zhou Tong intended to conclude the contest with this very sword. Upon witnessing the towering Thunder Sword, emanating a formidable aura of thunderous sword intent, the expression of the Lord Lu Chuxian grew increasingly grave. As a fellow sword cultivator, he understood the significance of Zhou Tong summoning the Thunder Sword right from the onset. Clang! At that moment, Zhou Tong slowly raised his finger, and the Thunder Sword, which had returned to its sheath, suddenly revealed a narrow opening. Just a mere crack allowed the thunderous sword energy to surge forth, instantly whipping up a tempest that engulfed the entire Wulao pond. As the tempestuous wind swept across the faces of the gathered disciples, the violent intent of the thunder sword, infused with an aura of annihilation, instantaneously severed the resolve of those still inclined to resist, compelling them to submit. The disciples of the Seven Peaks, shielded by Su Taiping's blade intent and Dugong Qingxiu's sword intent, maintained their composure, though traces of anguish were evident upon their countenances. The sect leader aimed not only to vanquish his master with this strike, but also to compel the disciples of Qing Xian to submit entirely to his authority. Dugong Qingxiu, discerning the true intent of the sect leader, felt a surge of realization. Meanwhile, Su Taiping was more concerned about how Peak Master Zhao Qian would respond to this sword. Suddenly, as the resonant sounds of swords echoed forth, the fairy carp sword before Zhao Qian on the concealed sword platform began to pair up in threes, transforming into a sheath that mimicked the thunder sword array, with a flying sword at its core coalescing into the body of the thunder sword. With a tremendous roar, 3 swords, formed from the thunder sword array, manifested upon the concealed sword platform. With a resounding crash, the 3 thunder swords simultaneously returned to their sheaths. Gazing at the 3 sheathed thunder swords before Zhao Qian, and then at the solitary thunder sword before Zhou Tong, a collective thought arose in the hearts of the disciples. In the presence of true genius, all endeavors appear as mere jest. Zhou Tong, the sect leader, did not falter. With a cold snort, he declared, "Your thunder sword is but a facade." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, drawing forth the thunder sword that he had partially unsheathed, which surged forth, accompanied by the tumultuous sound of a thunderstorm. With an astounding explosive sound, Zhou Tong wielded the colossal thunder sword, shimmering with blinding lightning, and struck towards Zhao Qian. Although this blow was executed slowly, its power transcended the realm, surpassing the capacity of most techniques to counter. The only recourse was to meet force with force. "You possess a sword, and I too possess a sword," he proclaimed, though the might of Zhao Qian's 3 thunder swords was somewhat diminished in comparison. Upon witnessing Zhou Tong strike towards Zhao Qian, Huang Kei's anxiety escalated, swiftly transitioning from apprehension to sheer astonishment. In that fleeting moment when Zhou Tong's sword descended, Zhao Qian's 3 sheathed thunder swords once again formed 2 into the thunder sword array, while 1 coalesced into the essence of the thunder sword. In an instant, the 3 swords converged into a singular entity, and at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, as if the very fabric of the world were being rent asunder. Second transformation thunder sword. Even the usually impassive sword Saint-Amand could not suppress his exclamation. Before Chun Hao could inquire about the meaning of the second transformation, Zhao Qian's second transformation thunder sword had already unsheathed with a swift motion, striking with perfection against the thunder sword summoned by Zhou Tong. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash. Once again, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating as if it could tear apart the very fabric of this world. Concurrently, 2 blinding flashes of white light illuminated the surroundings, leaving many disciples momentarily blinded and deafened. As the buzzing in their ears faded and their vision returned, the disciples were astonished to discover that the heavenly thunder sword, forged by the sect leader Zhou Tong, had been severed at a segment. In contrast, Zhao Qian's sword had merely dimmed slightly in its radiance. The outcome of this duel was unmistakable. An uproar arose among the disciples gathered in the cloud pavilion of the 5 elders' pool. The sect leader, who had dedicated hundreds of years to mastering the heavenly thunder sword, had been defeated by Zhao Qian, who had likely not wielded a sword in over a century and was possibly employing the heavenly thunder sword technique for the very first time. Such a turn of events was utterly unfathomable to them. "Master, what do you mean by the second transformation?" Chen Hao, equally incredulous, hastily turned to inquire of the sword saint, Amon. The alchemists regard the 9 transformations as the pinnacle in their craft, and similarly, this notion is echoed in the art of sword forging practiced by Qing Xian. The first transformation yields a divine sword with a certain potency. The second transformation enhances its might further, and should one achieve 9 transformations, they might harness up to 90% of the power of the ancient heavenly thunder divine sword. Amon, with an expression of utmost seriousness, conveyed this information. It is said that the junior master was extraordinarily proficient in this discipline, having once wielded the 9 transformations heavenly thunder sword, combined with the heavenly escape sword technique, to slay a 9 nether demon lord from a distance of thousands of miles. He added, almost as an afterthought. To slay a 9-nether demon lord from such a distance? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao felt a chill run down his spine. This suggested that Zhao Qian might indeed be the one to inherit the legacy of the junior master. A sudden realization struck him. Given the current circumstances, it seemed highly plausible. The long-dormant Gungjin sword bone, with time, could indeed reclaim the mantle of the junior master's legacy. Amon nodded, then exhaled a long sigh with a smile, stating, the junior master having a successor is not just a blessing for Qing Xian, but for the entire 9 houses of Jinwu. Chen Hao silently agreed. With such a sword in existence, even if the junior master were to depart, the 9 houses would still possess the strength to confront the 9 nether. Silence. Just then, unable to contain his indignation amidst the murmurs from the crowd, the notoriously proud sect leader, Zhou Tong, bellowed. Infusing his voice with the essence of the thunder sword, he enveloped the 5 elders' pool with an overwhelming sword intent, silencing the entire area into an eerie stillness. What of your infinite sword heart? What of your Gungjin sword bone? I, Zhou Tong, may lack your infinite sword heart, may not possess your Gungjin sword bone, but through countless trials of life and death, I can forge a heart that is 100-fold, 1,000-fold more resolute than Su Chan's. I can invest 100-fold, 1,000-fold more time in my cultivation to match the pace of your Gungjin sword bone's progress. I, Zhou Tong, am the son of the sword Buddha Zhouang, and I am not inferior to any of you. As he summoned all his true essence to once again shape the heavenly thunder sword and return it to its sheath, he seemed to scream in a frenzy. Hearing this, the onlooker Huang Ke in the cloud pavilion turned to Lu Chuxian, her face a mask of astonishment. Zhou Tong is the son of the sword Buddha Zhouang. The renowned sword Buddha, Zhouang, is not lesser known than the 9th uncle. In the initial confrontations between the 9 mansions and the 9 netherworlds, the 9th uncle was unable to stand alone. Without Zhouang, the 9 mansions would not have endured until now. Lu Chuxian nodded, then sighed, saying, had it not been for Zhouang, how could the 9th uncle allow Zhou Tong to act with such impunity? Huang Ke nodded, offering a wry smile. It seems the 9th uncle is but an ordinary man. Boom. At this moment, Zhou Tong once again drew his sword, unleashing the colossal thunder sword, which he swung forcefully towards Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian, with a mere gesture of his sword, pressed down, and with a resonant clang, he unleashed over 100 strikes towards Zhou Tong's thunder sword in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Wu Yazi, standing beside Huang Ke, clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, the thunder sword qi is among the most difficult to control. A slight miscalculation and it may shatter. Yet this old fellow can wield the thunder sword with such finesse. Indeed, he possesses the Gung metal sword bone. At last, in the realm of true martial cultivation, there is another worthy opponent for me. Upon hearing this, both Huang Ke and Lu Chuxian shuddered in fear. Before they could utter a word, a loud bang echoed as Zhou Tong's massive thunder sword was cleaved apart by Zhao Qian's strike. However, in the very moment the thunder sword shattered, a chilling and malevolent sword intent surged forth, engulfing the entire Wulao pond. Simultaneously, a dark sword light tore through the tempest of thunder, piercing directly at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian's thunder sword flew out to meet the dark sword light. Bang! Amidst the thunderous clash, the onlookers were astonished to see Zhao Qian's second transformation thunder sword was, astonishingly, shattered by the dark sword light, revealing the true form of the immortal carp sword. Bang! After breaking through the immortal carp sword's might, the dark sword light continued its relentless advance towards Zhao Qian. Fortunately, it was ultimately halted by the protective sword qi transformed from Zhao Qian's gung metal. At this moment, the crowd finally discerned the nature of the sword light. It was a long sword, entirely black like ink, radiating an aura of dark sword qi. Even more sinister, this dark sword qi not only exhibited extraordinary strength, unafraid of the gung metal sword qi, but it could also devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to augment itself. In mere moments, the dark sword surrounding qi had enveloped half of the sky above the Cangjian peak like a gathering storm cloud. Clang! Just then, Zhou Tong beckoned, and the black long sword, shrouded in the cloud-like dark sword qi, was drawn towards him. Observing this, Lu Chuxian, the master of the 9 mansions, suddenly slammed the table, exclaiming, Zhou Tong has actually forged the evil sword Tiango. Upon hearing this, Huang Ke was taken aback, saying, Master, Is the evil sword Tiango not the legendary sword that is powerful enough to swallow the sun and moon? Lu Chuxian, furrowing his brow, shook his head. I know not of its ability to swallow the sun and moon, but I do know that whenever this Tiango emerges, calamity befalls the world. Its sun-swallowing sword Qi is like a miasma. Wherever it passes, not a blade of grass survives. Should any cultivator be consumed by it, their true essence will be devoured in an instant, rendering their strength utterly futile. As the two conversed, a sudden sound akin to the howling of wolves and the barking of dogs reverberated through the sky above Kangjiamping. Chapter 368, The Celestial Dog Sword. Zhao Qian's Eightfold Thunder Sword. Simultaneously, the malevolent sword spirit of the celestial dog manifested as a fierce dog's head, its formidable body shielding Zhou Tong. Brother, I never imagined that the sword you secretly forged would indeed be the celestial dog sword, Zhao Qian remarked, seemingly unfazed. At this moment, his gaze was filled more with regret. You all refer to it as a sinister blade, yet to me, it is merely an instrument of death. What distinction is there? Moreover, even the prohibitions of Qingxian failed to prevent me from forging the celestial dog. Zhou Tong, with an air of indifference, affectionately reached out to caress the enormous black dog that represented the malevolent sword. To forge the celestial dog sword, one must sacrifice the blood of close kin to awaken the black dog spirit. Once the spirit is born, it must be nourished with the grievances of the living. So, brother, in previous years, did you not feed my nephew Zhou Lu and niece Zhou Yuan to the black dog? Zhao Qian's expression turned icy. Such nonsense. Zhou Tong scoffed with a cold chuckle, though he did not vehemently refute the accusation. Over the years, you have secretly manipulated Jin Yu, inciting that Jin Haji to commit atrocities in Qingxian, all to nourish this celestial dog spirit, correct? Zhao Qian continued, his demeanor remaining frosty. Did you know, brother, that the celestial dog's sword energy can not only eclipse the heavens, but also devour human memories? Zhou Tong said, withdrawing his hand from the black dog and regarding Zhao Qian with a sardonic smile. After this strike, no one here will recall my use of the celestial dog sword. They will only know you fell beneath my blade. As he spoke, the sword energy of the celestial dog began to envelop the entire sky, including Wulao Pool. Like a dark curtain, Wulao Pool was shrouded in darkness. The cultivators present could only see the unfolding scene by channeling their true essence into their eyes. Oh, now I understand the reason behind your reckless audacity, brother, Zhao Qian remarked, nodding in realization. Meanwhile, the black dog, embodying the spirit of the celestial dog behind Zhou Tong, began to emit deep growls, advancing towards Zhao Qian with an overwhelming presence. With a clang, the immortal carp in Zhao Qian's grasp let out a resonant sword cry, enveloping him in a radiant aura akin to colorful clouds, defending against the encroaching sword energy of the celestial dog. However, as the black dog drew nearer, it became increasingly difficult for the immortal carp's vibrant energy to hold its ground, the protective area around Zhao Qian shrinking steadily. Brother, why must we compete for superiority among ourselves? Cannot we, like in our initial days of training, cultivate together in Qingxian and safeguard it collectively? Zhao Qian gazed at Zhou Tong, perplexed. Meanwhile, the immortal carp before him split into 9 once more. By what right should I, Zhou Tong, be subordinate to you? My father is Zhou. Without him, this Qingxian sect would have long since crumbled into ruins. Zhou Tong glared at Zhao Qian, his eyes filled with venom. Zhao Qian nodded in response. Brother, had you not wielded the celestial dog sword, perhaps I could have yielded in certain matters. However, now that you have invoked the celestial dog sword, I find myself bereft of any further concession. With these words, Zhao Qian deftly directed his sword, transforming the 9 immortal carp swords before him into 3 thunderstorm swords, paired in 3s. You, a mere fool, what qualifications do you possess to lecture us? Zhou Tong scoffed coldly. Beside him, a black hound, sensing his ire, unleashed a torrent of gluttonous sword energy, lunging towards Zhao Qian without awaiting a command. Witnessing this scene, a Ming and Lu Chuxian, among others on the cloud pavilion, rose in unison. The current situation compelled them to forsake any concerns over revealing their identities. They had to intervene to thwart Zhou Tong and his celestial dog sword. Otherwise, should Zhao Qian perish, they would be the next targets of the celestial dog sword. Clang! Just as they prepared to soar from the cloud pavilion, a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the sword concealment plateau. accompanied by a thunderous clash of sword resonance that reverberated above. To their astonishment, the three thunderstorm swords before Zhao Qian coalesced once more into a singular entity. Had it been merely this, their expressions would not have betrayed such astonishment. The pivotal moment came as the unified thunderstorm sword dissipated into three sword shadows, only to merge again. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, 5 turns, 7 turns, boom. As Huang Ke counted in disbelief the number of times the thunderstorm sword had fused, Master Zhou Tong also discerned Zhao Qian's anomaly and urgently commanded the colossal black hound, now transformed by the celestial dog sword, to engulf Zhao Qian. Yet, in that very instant, Huang Ke uttered 2 words, 8 turns. Indeed, at the moment the celestial dog devoured Zhao Qian, the thunderstorm sword before him achieved its 8th rotation. Clang! In the next heartbeat, amidst the cacophony of thunderous sword cries, a blade of light, robust enough to rival the entire sword concealment plateau, pierced through the hound's innards, ascending skyward. Boom! In the wake of the resounding tremor, this formidable lightning sword light, imbued with a majestic celestial might, utterly shattered the celestial dog sword's gluttonous energy. In but a fleeting moment, the heavens and earth regained their clarity. Bang! Simultaneously, the entirety of the pitch-black celestial dog sword shattered, leaving Zhou Tong with a gaping void in his chest. He glanced at the wound, before collapsing weakly onto the sword concealment plateau. In this contest of swords, Zhao Qian emerged victorious. As realization dawned, the disciples of the Seven Peaks, amidst the astonished voices of their Qing Xian sect counterparts, erupted into jubilant cheers as they surged onto the sword concealment plateau. Huff! Meanwhile, Huang Ke on the cloud pavilion, upon witnessing this unfold, exhaled a long breath of relief. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he inadvertently glanced skyward, his gaze suddenly fixated, unblinking, through the reflection in his brown pupils. He beheld a black void above Wu Lao Pond, within which a colossal hand grasped a dark spear, poised to be hurled downward. Boom! The ominous sound of something piercing the air reverberated forth. At this moment, the yellow sparrow awakened, letting out a loud cry. Su Taiping, be cautious. For reasons unknown, a strong premonition gripped his heart, indicating that the ominous black spear was aimed directly at Su Taiping. Chapter 369, The Seven Demon Lords. The most powerful of the 9 hells whoosh. Almost simultaneously with the yellow sparrow's warning, an arrow enveloped in thunderous lightning shot forth from the sword concealment platform, colliding with the malevolent black spear. Boom! In the midst of a violent clash, the arrow, charged with the power of thunder, cleaved the spear in two, striking a massive azure hand above. With a resounding thud, the azure hand was utterly obliterated, reduced to charred remnants by the arrow's electric force. Seeing this, and glancing back at Su Taiping, who was still knocking another arrow, the yellow sparrow let out a long sigh. This lad is far more vigilant than I, he mused with a self-deprecating smile. Even in such dire circumstances, he remains alert. He is indeed a valuable asset. Meanwhile, the mansion lord, Lu Chuxian, found himself increasingly impressed by Su Taiping. Just then, an enraged roar erupted, followed by the emergence of a grotesque creature, part human, part beast, with green skin, azure eyes, and horns sprouting from its head. It clawed at the void, attempting to force its way through. This sudden demonic entity drew the attention of the disciples below, eliciting gasps of astonishment. The peak masters of the Qing Xian sect swiftly descended, landing on the sword concealment platform. Meanwhile, several elders and disciples took to the surrounding cloud towers to maintain order, urging the crowd to remain calm. This is a blue demon from the 9 hells, devoid of intellect, yet its claws can breach barriers and restrictions, making it a potent weapon for siege. The ageless ancestor, appearing as a small girl, began to explain earnestly. At that moment, the blue-skinned monster had nearly extricated half of its body from the torn void, ready to descend. Clang! Just then, a resounding sword cry echoed, and a torrent of sword energy surged forth like a raging river, striking the blue demon and causing it to howl in agony as its form shattered. Simultaneously, the torrent of sword energy sealed the black void above the 5 elders' pool. Senior Amon, upon witnessing this sword energy, Su Taiping immediately thought of the sword Saint Amon. He turned to trace the direction from which the sword energy had emanated. Despite Amon's current disguise, the heroic demeanor revealed when wielding a sword was unmistakable. allowing Su Taiping to recognize him instantly. Yet, what brought Senior Amon to this place? Su Taiping pondered in confusion. At this moment, Zhao Qian, appearing somewhat weakened, rose with the support of others. He glanced at Duga Qingxiao and instructed, Qingxiao, take care with your brothers. The first peak's Jin Heji has colluded with the Nine Hells. We must be wary, as they may pose a threat to our Qingxian sect. It was evident that the recent use of the 8-turn Heavenly Thunder Sword to break the Celestial Dog had drained most of his true essence. Taiping, you should seek out your Grandmaster at Mo Wang Peak. He will not stand idly by. After uttering these words, Zhao Qian began to cough violently. Old Zhao, focus on your recovery. We are here for you. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu and several other peak masters, who had already arrived at Sanjianping, approached him. Su Taiping glanced at the peak masters, reassured by their presence along with Elder Oming. He felt certain that even if the demon lord were to attack, no chaos would ensue. He promptly nodded at Zhao Qian, declaring, I shall go find Uncle Jiu. However, before Su Taiping could take a step, a thunderous roar echoed from the skies above. Immediately, the protective formation of Qingxian's sect began to manifest, appearing like rippling azure waves in the air. The protective formation only materializes in the face of an assault, and it must be a forceful one. Seeing the azure protective formation suddenly emerge above him, and recalling Zhao Qian's earlier words, an ominous foreboding arose within Su Taiping's heart. The Nine Hells are launching an assault on Qingxian. Boom. At that moment, the skies above Wulao Pond erupted with a series of explosive sounds. Shortly thereafter, the once clear sky became shrouded in dark clouds resembling ink. From within those clouds, arms, claws, and the grotesque heads of demonic cultivators emerged, struggling to break free from the darkness. This black cloud was a treasure of the Nine Abyss. Upon locating its core, it could evade many worldly barriers and formations, allowing demonic cultivators to infiltrate the sect from within, a technique known as Black Cloud City Destruction. The voice of Spirit Moon Fairy resonated in Su Taiping's mind. Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over his face. He had not anticipated that the demonic cultivators would choose this day to assault Qingxian. It seemed that the Nine Hells had been plotting this for quite some time. Just as Su Taiping was deliberating with Spirit Moon Fairy on how to restrain the black cloud, a familiar voice reached his ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Huang Ke accompanied by a white-haired elder and a little girl, all landing gracefully on Sanjianping. Brother Huang Ke, Master Lu, what brings you here? At this moment, Huang Ke and Lu Chuxian had not altered their appearances, and Su Taiping recognized them instantly. Just then, a massive black cloud descended, enveloping all of Qingxian, plunging the entire sect into darkness. Moments earlier, above Yunlu Mountain, a youthful figure clad in dark robes sat atop a colossal black cloud alongside 6 formidable demonic cultivators, all draped in a veil of darkness, gazing down at the chaotic scene below in Qingxian. This youth was none other than Su Chan, and the 6 demonic cultivators beside him were the mightiest of the Nine Hells. The 7 demon lords of the Nine Hells had gathered at Qingxian. Before them knelt a man and a woman, unmistakably Jin Heji, who had defected from Qingxian, and the demoness Yin, who had aided him in wounding Jin Yu. Chapter 370. The 7 Demon Lords. What say you, Su Chan? Esteemed lords of the 7 demon lords, today Zhao Qian has successfully challenged the Swordmaster. Thus, Qingxuan's restrictions will undoubtedly strip him of his authority over the slaying immortal sword formation. Before Qingxian reselects its sect leader, no one can control the slaying immortal sword array. This moment presents the most opportune chance to strike Qingxian. I implore all esteemed lords not to let this golden opportunity slip away. At this, Jin he spoke earnestly to the 7 individuals before him. Su Chan, what is your perspective? Among the 7 demon sovereigns, a half-human, half-serpent woman seated beside Su Chan rested her chin on her hand, casting a sultry gaze towards him. The upper half of her face was shrouded in black mist, revealing only her delicate lower visage, adorned with a beauty mark beside her luscious red lips. This was Jiuying, the 2nd-ranked demon sovereign of the 9 netherworlds. As long as my master does not intervene, I would advise against attacking Qingxian, especially with the full might of the 9 netherworlds assembled today. It would be exceedingly foolish. Su Chan reclined in his chair, not sparing a glance at the woman, his tone icy. Smack! Just as Su Chan finished speaking, a demon cultivator seated at the central position abruptly slammed his chair, exclaiming, You uttered the same words when you first joined the 9 netherworlds. and now you repeat them. Do you perhaps harbor old sentiments towards Qing Xian, deliberately hindering our efforts? This demon, with a lion's head and a human body, was the third-ranked demon sovereign, Thunder Lion. His copper-hued physique taut with latent power, producing a faint rumbling sound when tensed. Su Chan ignored him, continuing to gaze at the Qing Xian sect below. Since you oppose a full-scale assault on Qing Xian today, you must possess better strategies to reclaim the Yin cave for us. Then, a demon cultivator on the outermost edge, with soft white hair and pale skin, sneered at Su Chan Baizhe, the fourth-ranked demon cultivator of the 9 netherworlds. Is that so? Why not share your thoughts? Su Chan, we still have some time. Jiao Ying's red lips curled slightly as she rested her chin, continuing to fixate on Su Chan. Wait. Su Chan uttered a single word softly. Wait. The gathered demon sovereigns exchanged puzzled glances. Wait for what? Jiao Ying inquired, perplexed. Naturally, we await the passing of my master. As long as he lives, the 9 netherworlds shall never conquer Qing Xian. Su Chan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Thunder Lion snorted coldly, then exclaimed in anger, Su Chan, from Yunming Marsh to the Immortal Gourd's secret realm and to the Thousand Buddha's nation, you have repeatedly attempted to compel Lu Daoxian into action, only to fail each time. Today, your disciple Yi Xian, whom you have trained for 7 years, was defeated by Su Taiping, and still, you could not provoke your junior master into action. How long do you intend for us to wait? Su Chan remained silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke softly. If you insist on attacking Qing Xian today, I will not oppose you, but I will not accompany you into certain death either. I see you, Su Chan, have been utterly frightened by Lu Daoxian. Thunder Lion scoffed coldly. Bang! Almost the instant his words left his mouth, an invisible force akin to a colossal hand grasped Thunder Lion's imposing form, squeezing it with a tremendous grip until it burst apart. At the same time, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the 6 other demon cultivators present, rendering their faces contorted in agony. You are correct. I, Su Chan, have indeed been frightened by someone, but that individual is not Lu Daoxian. Su Chan rested her chin on her hand, a cold smile gracing her lips as she released the demon Lord Lei Shi, then uttered a name that only the 6 of them could hear. Upon hearing this name, the expressions of the 6 transformed into one of dread. Yet, after Su Chan spoke, rather than diminishing their regard for her, their eyes filled with reverence, for she had once crossed swords with that individual. Su Chan, since you are unwilling to intervene, we shall not press the matter further, but we kindly ask that you do not hinder us. After all, if we do not reclaim the abyssal cavern soon, we may find ourselves without another opportunity once the true martial heavens barrier is breached, Jiao Ying said, turning to Su Chan with a tone tinged with supplication. I have already stated, if you seek death, I shall not impede your path, Su Chan replied indifferently. At her words, the 6 demon lords exhaled in relief. In the realm of Jiao, strength was paramount. If Su Chan refused, they would dare not voice their grievances. I shall also withdraw from this matter. A girl seated at the end suddenly spoke. She possessed a delicate appearance and a gentle demeanor, making it hard to believe she was the 7th ranked among the Jiao 7 demon lords, Su Shui. The other 5 demon lords cast a glance at her, but chose not to say more, their forms flickering as they, along with Jin Heji and the enchantress Inin, vanished from their seats. Soon, dark clouds began to materialize above the azure expanse, resembling ink spots against the sky. Su Gu, do you not wish to inquire why I have withdrawn? Su Shui cheerfully settled beside Su Chan. Among the 7 of us, you are the most fearful of death. Su Chan replied, seemingly lost in thought, her gaze unyielding. Indeed, as long as I cling tightly to your leg, Su Gu, I shall surely thrive, Su Shui chuckled, pretending to embrace Su Chan's leg. However, with a swift kick, Su Chan sent her flying. According to your previous assertion, if you can compel your master to wield his sword with full force just once, you would have a chance of triumphing over him. Today, as we launch a full-scale assault on the Azure Realm, is it not the perfect opportunity to force your master's hand? Su Shui, having dusted herself off, approached Su Chan once more with a smile. That was indeed the case once, but my master found a new sword 7 years ago. To compel him to act, we must first shatter that sword. Otherwise, he need not exert himself when he does decide to strike. Yet, that worthless Yi Xian could never provoke that lad into drawing his sword, even unto death, Su Chan explained, extending her palm. A plume of black mist arose from her hand, morphing into a contorted visage that screamed in agony. Even you, Su Gu, harbor such trepidation towards this sword? Su Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, Su Chan replied solemnly, nodding her head. That sword belongs to my master, the last sword immortal of true martial heaven. Chosen by Jian Jiu Lu Daoxian. Chapter 371. The Seven Demon Lords and the Primordial Spirit of San Sanju Shi at Walao Pool, on the Sword Concealment Plateau. The faces of those present grew grave as they gazed at the sky, which was now filled with clouds resembling ink spots, and the demonic creatures attempting to break free from within those dark masses. At this moment, a multitude of disciples from the Qingxian sect, under the leadership of several peak masters, endeavored to repel the encroaching demonic creatures with their swords. Alas, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming, and some inevitably slipped through their defenses. The entire Qingxian sect was engulfed in cries of alarm and the sounds of battle. These demonic cultivators had evidently come well prepared. Knowing that the sect leader's attempt to wield the sword of slaying immortals had failed, and that no one within Qingxian could command the array. Upon hearing the explanations from Huang Ke and others, Su Taiping finally grasped the intricacies of the situation. Cough, cough, cough. Without the collusion of Jin Heji, they could not have breached the Qingxian Mountain Guardian array so swiftly, sighed Peak Master Zhao Qian after a few coughs. Although he was aware of Jin Heji's betrayal, at that time, his primary concern was to consult the sect leader about the sword, leaving him no time to ponder the matter or make advance arrangements. Master, I shall seek out my esteemed granduncle at once. Su Taiping, without further hesitation, turned to head towards the Zhangjian Ping, specifically to Mo Wang Peak. However, just as he took his first step, he suddenly sensed an extraordinarily familiar aura. Following this sensation, Su Taiping beheld a familiar figure striding towards him. Elder Sin-san. Su Taiping exclaimed in astonishment. Even more surprising was that upon uttering this name, the individuals beside him, including Huang Ke, gazed at him with puzzled expressions. What's the matter, Taiping? Who were you just speaking with? Huang Ke inquired, perplexed. Su Taiping was initially taken aback, but soon noticed Elder San smiling and gesturing for silence with a finger raised. It's nothing. Su Taiping hastily shook his head, contemplating. It must be that Elder San employed some method to conceal his aura and appearance, not wishing for these individuals to see him. Shortly thereafter, Elder San beckoned him to follow. Thus, Su Taiping quickened his pace to catch up. To outsiders, it appeared as though Su Taiping was rushing alone towards the platform below, leading them to believe he was merely anxious to summon his granduncle. At the summit of Wu Lao Peak, Su Taiping, having followed Elder San, inquired with some confusion as he observed the elder gazing skyward. Elder San, what is it that you require? The demonic cultivators are on the verge of breaching the Guardian array. I must hasten to find my granduncle. It suffices that I am here, Elder San responded in a calm tone. The urgency Su Taiping had felt in seeking his granduncle was suddenly dispelled by Elder San's words, prompting him to realize, indeed, Elder San's swordsmanship might not be inferior to that of his granduncle. He vividly recalled the sword strike from their encounter at Xianu Mountain. Taiping, for certain reasons, I am currently in a state of astral projection. To vanquish these demonic creatures, I require a particular item from you, said Elder San, turning to face Su Taiping. Astral projection? Su Taiping expressed his surprise, then nodded in realization. No wonder no one noticed you earlier, Elder San. He quickly asked, what do you wish to borrow? Elder San, a sword. As the venerable San spoke, he gestured towards Su Taiping's chest, remarking on the sword he had nurtured for 7 years. At that moment, Su Taiping recalled the specific admonition San had given him prior to the sword testing duel, advising him against drawing his sword. A look of realization crossed his face as he exclaimed, so, Venerable San, your prohibition on my drawing the sword was for this very moment? San nodded with a smile, affirming, indeed, that is the case. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Su Taiping felt that today as San was markedly different from the one he had encountered days prior, far more amiable. However, he felt perplexed and inquired, but Venerable Elder, how can I extract this sword for you? The sword he currently concealed using the concealed sword technique was comprised of 3 components. One was the sword intent derived from what he had seen with his eyes, heard with his ears, and comprehended in his heart. Another was the sword energy he had harbored within his energy reservoir for 7 years. and the last was the rusted lion he had nurtured within the iron gourd for the same duration. According to the essence of San's concealed sword technique, the unity of sword intent, sword energy, and the sword itself was essential to unleash maximum power upon drawing the sword. Thus, even if he wished to lend it, he was at a loss as to how. It is not as complicated as you think. You only need to summon the rusted lion, then simply follow my instructions, San said, moving closer to Su Taiping. At that moment, a colossal, bull-headed demon, concealed within the dark clouds above, evaded the onslaught of flying swords from the cultivators below and descended towards Wu Lao Pond. A tremendous roar echoed as the bull demon struck the ground, swinging its massive axe towards the disciples on the cloud platform, who had yet to disperse. With a resounding crash, the cloud platform was cleaved in two by the bull demon's axe, and several disciples who could not escape were instantly transformed into a mist of blood. This was merely the beginning. An increasing number of demonic creatures began to descend from the dark clouds, overwhelming Wu Lao Pond with their presence. The disciples from the various peaks, who had managed to fend off the attack with their flying swords, found themselves retreating towards the concealed sword terrace under the relentless assault of the numerous demons. Fortunately, the sword Saint Amon stood guard at the concealed sword terrace, and despite being encircled by the demons, most disciples remained shielded within the protective aura of Amon's sword energy, momentarily free from the threat of death. Yet, this was only a single location, Wu Lao Pond. Su Taiping observed as many more demonic entities breached the protective mountain formation and soared towards the other peaks. Some peak masters were compelled to lead their disciples in rescue efforts. Venerable San, if I borrow this sword from you, can it truly alter our current predicament? Su Taiping asked with concern, struggling to believe that a single sword could reverse the dire situation. Against these mere minions, who lack even a demon lord, one sword is sufficient, San replied, gazing confidently towards the sky. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping hesitated no longer and, with a decisive motion, pulled the cork from the iron gourd with a resounding pop, calling out, Rusted Lion. Chapter 372, 7 Demon Lords. My master wields a sword to vanquish demons. Clang. Almost at the moment the sound echoed, a resonant sword cry, reminiscent of a lion's roar, suddenly rang out. Following this, a flying sword, imbued with a magnificent aura, burst forth from the gourd, ultimately hovering before Su Taiping. Compared to 7 years ago, today's rusty lion exuded vitality, akin to the king among a pride of lions. This was the first time the old man witnessed such exuberance in the rusty lion. It was evident that it had chosen the right master. Upon seeing the rusty lion's sword, the scholar Sanson nodded in satisfaction. The rusty lion seemed to understand Sanson's words, emitting a series of joyful sword cries. Naturally, Su Taiping felt a surge of joy at the compliment from Sanson. For over the years of sword training, praises from him had been rare, with most days filled with stern corrections of his mistakes. However, this was clearly not a moment for celebration. After invoking the rusty lion's sword, Sanson gazed at the incessantly descending demonic creatures above, his tone laced with a hint of murderous intent as he instructed Su Taiping, gather your energy. Imprint each demonic creature with your mind, and then draw your sword. Su Taiping nodded, raised his hand into a sword gesture, and extended his arm forward, declaring, intent merges with energy, energy merges with the sword, and the sword merges with the heart. Almost at the instant he recited the incantation, a unique sword intent surged forth, rapidly expanding from Wu Lao Peak like a shockwave from an explosion. On Sword Hiding Plain, powerful cultivators such as Sword Saint Amon and the Ancestor Y immediately sensed this sword intent and pinpointed Su Taiping's location. That lad, Su Taiping. Both recognized him atop the mountain almost simultaneously. It seemed there was also the presence of the young master, Lu Chuxian, the Lord of the Nine Mansions. After slaying a demonic creature with his sword, also lifted his gaze towards the mountain's summit. Is Master Jiao intending to let Su Taiping unleash his sword? Amon initially felt puzzled, but soon his expression transformed into one of realization. I understand now. Indeed, the vision of the one surnamed L is remarkable. This sword intent is devoid of the pedantic air typical of sword cultivators from the Nine Mansions, brimming instead with vitality. The Ancestor YA, perched upon the shoulder of the yellow bird, tilted his head and sniffed the air, his gaze reflecting appreciation. Just then, a sword cry resounded, followed by a stream of sword energy soaring from the peak of Wu Lao. This azure sword energy, though not as grand as Amon's oceanic sword energy, exuded a resilient and noble spirit, instantly incinerating a demon that dared to approach. Su Taiping's sword energy could actually restrain the demonic creatures. Witnessing this scene, both Sword Saint Amon and the ancestor Ya displayed expressions of astonishment. Having dealt with demonic creatures their entire lives, the two understood well that, aside from golden essence stones, very few cultivation methods could counteract demons. Moreover, sword energy capable of restraining demonic creatures was exceedingly rare. Once it appeared, it would be regarded as a mortal enemy by demonic cultivators, for the killing power of sword cultivators was already formidable. If their sword energy also possessed the ability to counter demons, it would essentially be a divine weapon crafted for the annihilation of demonic cultivators. The Thunder Sword and Fire Dragon Sword wielded by Qing Xian indeed possess the capability to harm demonic entities. However, they fall short of being truly restraining, and cannot compare to Su Taiping, who can annihilate a demon with a mere sword aura. The ancient ancestor Wu Yi grasped the hair of the yellow sparrow, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Taiping, who was tirelessly accumulating sword intent and gathering sword energy upon the mountainside. Beside him, a Meng also stared at Su Taiping with unwavering focus. After a lengthy moment, he exchanged a glance with the ancient ancestor Wu Yi. Their eyes filled with astonishment as they simultaneously exclaimed, "Could it be that Su Taiping is immortal?" Before they could articulate their thoughts, a rift suddenly appeared in the protective mountain array of Qing Xian above them. From that fissure descended a demon cultivator, a towering figure with a lion's head and a human body, wreathed in a mist-like demonic aura, who launched a fist towards Su Taiping on the mountain. The demon cultivators seemed to have sensed the urgency. While the ancient ancestor Wu Yi could be destroyed, Su Taiping must not perish here. A Meng shouted vehemently to the side, raising his long sword, and transformed into a streak of sword energy that surged towards the heavens. Then, without reservation, delivered a powerful strike towards the lion demon. The violent sword energy, reminiscent of a tsunami, collided forcefully with the body of the demon Lord Lei Shi. A resounding thud echoed as the lion demon was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a mountain peak. However, at that very moment, the demon Lord Jiuying had already transformed into a fearsome nine-headed serpent, with all 9 heads lunging towards the Wulao peak, intent on devouring it whole. "Do not instruct me, a Meng. Today, the only one who cannot die is Su Taiping. This is our Zhenwu Tian's demon-slaying sword," Wu Yi bellowed, striking the bewildered yellow sparrow on the head with force, causing the young girl to leap into the air. Boom! At that instant of her leap, an overwhelming surge of energy radiated from her petite frame. Simultaneously, Wu Yi roared, "Law manifestation of heaven and earth." As his voice fell, his body soared to a height of 100 feet, almost on par with the surrounding mountains, resembling an ancient deity from legend. Upon the manifestation of the law, Wu Yi's colossal form leapt into action, raising a fist the size of a house to strike the demonic body of Jiuying. Bang! The force of the punch caused all 9 heads of the demon lord to rear back. Upon witnessing this, Su Taiping's heart quivered. He had not anticipated that beyond a Meng, Zhenwu Tian harbored such a formidable entity capable of contending with a demon lord. "Taiping, do not let your focus waver." At that moment, the voice of the sage San San pulled Su Taiping's thoughts back. Indeed, sage San San. Regaining his concentration, Su Taiping continued to amass his sword intent, channeling the sword energy he had concealed within for 7 years into the blade before him. Rumbling sounds emerged as the sword intent grew ever more robust, causing the entire Wulao peak beneath him to tremble slightly. Nevertheless, even in the face of this reality, when Su Taiping beheld the 7 demonic lords of the 9 nether descending from the skies, he remained unconvinced that his sword could decisively alter the course of events. At that moment, the voice of Master San San resonated once again. As he spoke, his ethereal form extended a hand, resting his palm upon the back of Su Taiping's hand, guiding it to steady the hilt of the rusty lion's sword before continuing. "I possess a sword that cleaves mountains when encountering them, slays demons when faced with them, vanquishes fiends when they arise, and slaughters gods when necessary. This sword, I shall only demonstrate once. Observe closely." Chapter 373, Slaying the Hordes of Demons. Su Taiping unleashes his blade clang. Almost instantaneously with Master San San's declaration, The rusty lion sword emitted a sound akin to the roar of a lion king. Simultaneously, Su Taiping felt a gentle force guiding the flow of his true essence, merging it with the sword's intent, energy, and momentum. Not only that, akin to learning the concealed sword technique, a series of written characters began to integrate into his consciousness. Although the content of these writings mirrored that of the concealed sword technique, the calligraphy of each character was strikingly distinct. Certain concepts that had previously eluded his understanding or had caused him confusion began to unravel effortlessly under this guiding force. In that moment, Su Taiping suddenly comprehended that Master San was using the pretext of borrowing a sword to impart the technique of his second sword strike. Though both were sword strikes, the one he had instinctively executed atop Xinhu Peak paled in comparison to the one Master San was currently teaching him. It was akin to the difference between a master calligrapher and a child just learning to write. As he absorbed the essence of this sword strike, he also understood why Master San had only consented to teach him the sword strike after he had grasped the concealed sword technique. This sword technique was, in fact, an enhancement built upon the foundation of the concealed sword technique. Without mastering the latter, one could never hope to learn the former. Boom. Just as Su Taiping immersed himself in contemplation, meticulously grasping the essence of Master San's sword strike, the mountain beneath him suddenly trembled violently. Raising his gaze, he beheld Wu Yazi, having manifested his formidable form, being besieged by 3 demonic lords led by the Thunder Lion Demon Lord, crashing heavily against Mount Wu Lao. Simultaneously, Sword Saint Amon was forced to retreat under the relentless assault of 2 demonic lords led by the 9 infants. Although both Wu Yazi and Amon possessed the strength to stand alone, facing multiple demonic lords at once proved to be overwhelming. As Wu Yazi was ensnared by the true demonic form of the Thunder Lion, the other 2 demonic lords of the 9 Nether also revealed their true forms, relentlessly charging towards Su Taiping atop Mount Wu Lao with all their might. Yet, at that very moment, Su Taiping felt the rusty lion sword, which he had been pushing forward, suddenly become heavy, as if a profound sword intent, energy, and momentum had coalesced into one within his hand. He was acutely aware that, had it not been for Master San, achieving such a harmonious fusion of these elements would have taken him decades, if not centuries, of diligent practice. Clang. Suddenly, the rusty lion sword emitted a sound reminiscent of a lion's roar, accompanied by a tremor of its blade, inscribing a single character before Su Taiping. Boom. At the instant the character materialized, Su Taiping was enveloped by an overwhelming illusion that by grasping this sword, he held dominion over this realm. Compelled by this surge of emotion, he instinctively seized the hilt of the rusty lion. In that moment, Mount Wu Lao shook violently with a thunderous sound. A magnificent sword force, akin to a tempest, surged forth, sweeping across Wu Lao Pond and rapidly expanding throughout the entire Qingxian. Just then, the colossal fist of the Thunder Lion loomed above Su Taiping like a massive boulder. Su Taiping, draw your sword. The voice of Elder San resonated like thunder in Su Taiping's ears. Clang. Immediately, with the rusty lion sword in hand, Su Taiping thrust forward, unleashing a celestial roar that rent the heavens as he aimed at the Demon Lord Thunder Lion. Boom. The Demon Lord's gigantic fist was pierced almost instantaneously by the rusty lion's sword, revealing the incredulous gaze of the Thunder Lion through the gaping wound. In the next moment, the rusty lion's sword struck again, obliterating its head and leaving a gaping hole of 7 to 8 feet in diameter. Simultaneously, the mingling essence of righteous energy and the unique aura of mortal bones within the sword's energy completely tore apart the body of the Demon Lord Thunder Lion. Taiping. Eradicate the demons completely. After slaying the Demon Lord, Elder San's voice echoed once more. Yes, Master, Su Taiping instinctively replied, while Elder San, standing beside him and pushing the rusty lion sword forward, smiled slightly and proclaimed, Kill, kill, kill. Clang. Amidst the symphony of sword cries, Su Taiping and Elder San, united in spirit, wielded the rusty lion sword, transforming into a dazzling streak of sword light that traversed the skies of Qingxian. Thunderous booms accompanied their passage, as the very air crackled with power, and the demons they encountered fell before their might, even the remnants of the true demons being reduced to dust in the wake of the sword's energy. Witnessing this spectacle, the ancient ancestor Wu Yo, leaning against Mount Wu Lao, erupted into boisterous laughter, striking the mountainside with his mighty hand, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent! At last, we, the true martial heaven, possess a sword to slay demons once more." Nearby, Amon, standing in the air upon his flying sword, murmured with fervent eyes, "If this child matures for another century, he will surely be the candidate for the next true martial heaven's battle against the demons." Meanwhile, on the sword concealment platform, Lu Chuxian, who was assisting the disciples of Qingxian sect in clearing the scattered demons, paused to gaze intently at the sword light above. "Is this him?" Lu Chuxian stammered, his voice trembling. "It is him, without a doubt." Lu Chuxian nodded vigorously. "This time, regardless of the cost. We must ensure he represents true martial heaven at the Golden Scale Conference. Even if he does not place in the top 10, securing a position within the top 30 would restore a significant fortune to our true martial heaven." His voice brimmed with excitement. Chapter 374. Slaying the Demons. You are the esteemed Master Daoxian. With Lu Chuanchuan's cultivation and insight, how could he fail to perceive that the sword hovering above was predominantly the result of Jiu Shu's efforts, while Su Taiping had contributed merely a single sword? In his eyes, to wield a blade that could contain the entirety of Jiu Shu's lifelong cultivation could not possibly be a mundane artifact. Boom. At that moment, the colossal true demon form of yet another demon sovereign from the netherworld crashed heavily onto the mountaintop. Its body was impaled by the peak, even as it was incessantly devoured by Su Taiping's sword aura. Looking skyward, the once dense black clouds, resembling ink splotches, had nearly dissipated entirely. The only remnant was the demon's sovereign Jiuying, who was preparing to escape within the remaining shroud. Accompanying her was a flurry of poetic verses formed from the sword energy. Whoosh! Just as she attempted to meld into the shadows, the rusted lion sword wielded by Su Taiping and the sage San San cleaved through the black cloud. With a resounding crash, the black cloud exploded, revealing the concealed form of demon sovereign Jiuying once more. Regret washed over Jiuying as she reflected on her failure to heed Su Chan's counsel while watching the approaching sword light. Nevertheless, she understood that there could be no compromise between demons and humans. Thus, she summoned all her true demonic power and wielded her Demon King weapon. Boom! The sudden eruption of might from her true demon form, in conjunction with the Demon King weapon, instilled a sense of impending doom among the disciples of Qingxian, causing widespread panic. Clang! At that moment, the rusted lion's sword emitted a clarion call, akin to a fleeting ray of light in the endless darkness, dispelling the fears that had gripped the hearts of the onlookers. Yet, when they beheld the demon's sovereign Jiuying, seated atop the black clouds and towering like a mountain, directing her 9 heads to unleash the Demon King weapon upon Su Taiping, their unease surged to a critical point. Swish! The sword light finally collided head-on with Jiuying's massive form. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the astonished crowd witnessed a single strike piercing through all 9 of Jiuying's heads, presenting the surreal tableau of them strung together by the sword light. However, in the next moment, this elongated assembly of serpent-like heads erupted in a violent explosion. Following this, over 100 characters symbolizing annihilation surged forth from the gathered sword light, dismembering Jiuying's true demon body into countless fragments. Even the disc-shaped Demon King weapon, capable of rendering its victims immobile, was pierced by the sword light, shattering into pieces. In an instant, the demon's sovereign Jiuying, who had seemed capable of obliterating the entire Qingxian with her singular might, succumbed without resistance to the might of that sword. Boom! Yet the sword light, driven by Su Taiping and the sage San San, did not cease its ascent, but rather veered upwards towards the heavens. For both Su Taiping and Elder San San's primordial spirits sensed the formidable aura of a powerful demon cultivator emanating from above. Boom! Amidst the piercing sound that cleaved the air, the brilliance of the sword shattered the barrier set by the demonic cultivators, revealing Su Chan, who sat amidst the swirling black clouds above, to the astonished gazes of all present. Su Chan, be it Amon, the venerable Wu Ya, or the gathered disciples of Qingxian on the sword concealment peak, all were taken aback. Only Su Taiping, enveloped in the radiant sword light, along with the enigmatic San San, maintained their composure, continuing to wield the rusty lion sword, thrusting it resolutely towards Su Chan. Boom! Yet, to Su Taiping's astonishment, they had merely struck a phantom left behind by Su Chan. The true Su Chan had already evaded, concealed within the black clouds, retreating over 100 miles away. Leaving behind a serene voice, "Master, the Qishao sword you left atop the pinnacle of Taie Mountain. I shall retrieve it for you on the next day of the 9 prefectures, sword champion. At that time, Master and I shall have no debts between us." Upon hearing these words, Su Taiping momentarily froze, then turned in bewilderment towards the essence of San beside him. Who are you?" Su Taiping suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the essence of San revealed a faint smile, and the mist shrouding him dissipated. Simultaneously, the consciousness that had always deterred Su Taiping from probing into San's identity vanished. For the first time, Su Taiping beheld the visage of San with clarity. Meanwhile, the fragments of insight previously obscured by San's released consciousness surged forth in a tidal wave within his mind. "You are Master Daoxian's granduncle," Su Taiping exclaimed in astonishment. "Will you not address me as master?" Lu Jinji, gazing quietly at Su Taiping, bore a gentle smile upon his countenance. "Master." Su Taiping hesitated for but a moment before bowing deeply. Yet, in that instant, he felt the rapid depletion of his spiritual essence. The echoes of soul crying resonated in his ears. "Alas, I have overexerted my spiritual essence." Though for the most part, it was his granduncle who wielded the flying sword. Even so, it was beyond what his current realm could endure. With the onset of the soul-crying affliction, Su Taiping lost all control over the flying sword, plummeting straight downwards. Just as he believed he would continue to fall, an unexpectedly gentle force lifted his body. It was the rusty lion sword, accurately manipulated by his granduncle's spiritual essence. Cradled by the rusty lion sword, Su Taiping felt as though he were resting upon the broad back of a grandfather, his heart brimming with reassurance. "Thank you, master." He instinctively expressed his gratitude. "Su Taiping, you have done remarkably well. Now, go and have a good sleep," his granduncle's voice echoed in his mind. This voice bore a soothing quality, akin to a lullaby, causing Su Taiping, who had many questions for his granduncle, to swiftly succumb to a deep slumber. However, rarely one to dream. This time he envisioned a young boy, a frail, stuttering lad with a slight limp, whose every step drew derision from those around him. Chapter 375. Slaying the hordes of demons. The young master in the dream. At such moments, a tall youth would rush over, protectively shielding him behind his back, and sternly rebuke those who mocked him. The taunted children did not withdraw immediately. Instead, they continued to jeer in unison. Luoju, the little stutterer, timid and disheveled. Luoju, the little cripple, his mother ran away with someone else. Luoju, the little follower, must call his senior brother for every meal and nap. The embarrassed young boy, his face flushed with shame, retreated behind the tall youth, feeling wronged yet too timid to retort. The tall boy rolled up his sleeves and charged at the group, disregarding the odds, engaging them in a fierce struggle. By nightfall, the tall youth was punished to kneel in the scripture hall, while the smaller boy secretly delivered a steamed bun he had hidden in his clothing. They shared it joyfully, each taking half. "Senior brother, they laugh at me for being your little shadow. Let them say what they will. There is no shame in following your senior brother. As long as I have the strength to stand, no one can bully you, a Jew. Senior brother, master says I am a natural-born sword cultivator. Once I master the flying sword, I shall protect you." Good. The dream was intermittent. One moment they were in the scripture hall, sharing steamed buns, and in the next, they found themselves in a den of demons, surrounded by grotesque creatures. "A Jew, draw your sword quickly," shouted a tall youth, valiantly fending off the surrounding monsters while urging the small boy, who cowered in a corner clutching a sword. I can't draw out Qishao. It doesn't favor me." The small boy trembled, shaking his head incessantly. "Lu Jinjiu, how long will you hide behind me? You are the heir to the Tian Tun sword technique, the only disciple of Qing Xian capable of wielding the 9 turns thunder sword. You are the most promising cultivator of Zhenwu Tian to become a sword immortal. You must not remain hidden any longer," the tall youth shouted again. But the small boy merely shivered, continuing to shake his head. Witnessing this, the tall youth suddenly threw his sword to the ground with a resounding thud, then opened his arms and resolutely turned to face the small boy. "A Jew, take care." Almost as he spoke those words, a frenzied wolf demon sank its teeth into the tall youth's shoulder. The small boy froze momentarily, then his face contorted in anguish, and he let out a primal roar, drawing forth his long sword with a swift motion. In an instant, the den was filled with sword energy, and the demons fell in pools of blood. Senior brother, senior brother, senior brother. After vanquishing all the demons, the small boy frantically pushed aside the corpses, finally uncovering the tall youth trapped beneath. Seeing that the tall youth was still alive, the small boy tilted his head back and wept bitterly, his cries echoing throughout the demon den. Subsequently, the imagery of the dream began to dissipate once more. As the scene reassembled, Su Taiping beheld two middle-aged men, one tall and the other short, standing within a cavern drenched in crimson hues. Behind them loomed a grand bronze door. Junior brother, from now on, I entrust Qing Xian to you, along with Tong, the taller man declared, firmly patting the shoulder of the shorter one. Senior brother, once I have resolved matters regarding Qing Xian and have found a successor, I shall return to keep you company, the shorter man assured with a serious expression. As the dream abruptly concluded, Su Taiping's consciousness gradually sank into a profound slumber. Yet, just before succumbing to the depths of sleep, he murmured to himself, could those two have been my master and his senior brother, Zhouang? With that thought, his awareness completely faded into oblivion. 3 months later, at the Xiaoyao sect, in Miaosho studio. So, during my slumber, it was your senior brothers from the Xiaoyao sect who took care of me? The day after awakening, Su Taiping was incredulous upon learning from Huang Ke that he had been sent to Miaosho studio for treatment by the sword Saint Amon. As his spirit faced the peril of collapse, your senior sister, Jiangji, was worried and stayed to look after you for a month, but eventually had to return due to the urgent need for personnel at Qingxian. Huang Ke nodded. What is the current state of our Qingxian sect? Su Taiping inquired with concern. It is a time of rebuilding, Huang Ke sighed. Although your sword with Uncle Jiao saved Qingxian from annihilation, the entire Yunlu secret realm was overrun by demonic creatures, and it took us more than 2 months to clear them away. Fortunately, the brothers from the 7 peaks are safe, and the peak masters remain. The foundation of Qingxian still exists, and with time, we shall surely revive. Huang Ke concluded with a comforting note for Su Taiping. Hearing this, Su Taiping exhaled in relief. Moreover, I have just received news that the peaks have jointly nominated your 7 peaks master, Zhao Qian, to assume the role of sect leader, which will take place soon. However, the inauguration ceremony will likely be postponed until Qingxian regains its vitality, Huang Ke added. Is it truly our master who will become the sect leader? Su Taiping expressed his surprise. Chapter 375, The Xiaoyao Sect. Su Taiping awakened. Yet, he felt a sense of peace wash over him. The fact that the peaks could endorse Master Zhao Qian as sect leader signified the resolution of past grievances, ensuring no further disputes akin to those during Zhou Tong's leadership. Considering his cultivation, character, and contributions to Qingxian, your master is undoubtedly the best choice, Huang Ke affirmed. Last month, I took the opportunity to visit and found that although Qingxian appears ravaged on the surface, every disciple is full of vigor, determined to rejuvenate Qingxian. He then smiled and added, in a way, this calamity has brought us unexpected fortune. Su Taiping nodded with a smile. By the way, how is my master faring? Su Taiping suddenly recalled Uncle Jiao. Your master? Oh, you must be referring to your little master from Qingxian, right? The yellow sparrow was momentarily taken aback by the question, but quickly regained composure. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded. I am not well versed in the matters concerning my junior uncle. I have only heard the Lord of the Manor mention it in passing, stating that in the future, should we encounter the demonic cultivators from the 9 Nether, our 9 houses can no longer consider my junior uncle as a fallback option. After pondering for a moment, the yellow sparrow responded. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition surged within Su Taiping. Nevertheless, do not fret. I later inquired with my master, who assured me that my uncle is safe. He has merely ventured to a realm inaccessible to ordinary mortals. Perhaps you could consult your sect leader, Zhao Qian. The yellow sparrow added hastily. Upon learning that his uncle was unharmed, Su Taiping exhaled in relief. As long as he is alive, that is what truly matters. By the way, regarding your sect leader, he entrusted me with a letter for you, but instructed that you should not open it hastily. Wait until you arrive at the Union Heaven before doing so. As the yellow sparrow spoke, he handed a heavy envelope to Su Taiping. Wait. Just as Su Taiping reached out to accept the envelope, he suddenly realized that something was amiss with the yellow sparrow's words. When did I agree to go to Union Heaven? He inquired. A look of confusion etched on his face. But your sect leader has already consented. The yellow sparrow's eyes flickered. Our sect leader agreed. Su Taiping was increasingly bewildered. Knowing he could no longer evade the truth, the Yellow Sparrow laid it bare. The Lord of the Lu Manor struck a deal with your sect leader. As long as you attend the Golden Scale Conference at Union Heaven, the 9 houses will not only provide 100,000 gold essence to assist in the reconstruction of Qingxian, but will also dispatch 100 house guards to protect Qingxian sect free of charge for 6 months. Furthermore, they will invite skilled cultivators proficient in formations to aid in repairing the protective mountain array. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping's lips twitched. So, I have essentially been sold by our peak master, or rather, the sect leader? He gazed incredulously at the Yellow Sparrow. Little Taiping, do not phrase it so harshly. You must understand that the opportunity to participate in the Golden Scale Conference is something others would seek in vain. The Yellow Sparrow replied with a beaming smile. Su Taiping rubbed his temples, then chuckled and nodded. The 9 houses have aided our Qingxian sect so much. It would be rather ungracious of me to decline further. However, I can only do my utmost at this Golden Scale Conference. I cannot guarantee a commendable ranking. No matter. As long as you are willing to go, that is sufficient. This time at the Golden Scale Conference, as long as someone from Jinwutian makes an appearance, they will gain a portion of the fortune of the great Emperor of Yunyun. The Yellow Sparrow exclaimed with delight. Brother Yellow Sparrow, may I pose a question? What question? Why is the 9 houses so eager to acquire the fortune of the great Emperor of Yunyun? Su Taiping asked, perplexed. The Yellow Sparrow pondered seriously for a moment before explaining. Due to certain circumstances, Jinwutian has entered into a covenant with several other realms. During the duration of this covenant, cultivators from other realms are prohibited from entering Jinwutian without permission. To enforce this, the 5 most formidable beings from the 5 realms have collaborated to establish a barrier around Jinwutian, ensuring that even if cultivators from other realms attempt to infiltrate stealthily, they will still be bound by the barrier's restrictions, significantly diminishing their powers. As the time stipulated in the contract draws near, the barrier surrounding the true martial heaven has begun to show signs of weakening. It will not be long before several other sects and cultivators from various realms make a grand entrance into the true martial heaven. Thus, it is imperative that the cultivators of our true martial heaven swiftly enhance their strength. If we could receive the fortuitous blessings of the Emperor of the Dark Clouds, our true martial heaven could potentially see the emergence of dozens of spirit refinement realm cultivators in the next 50 to 60 years, and perhaps even 1 or 2 at the transformation realm. When the barrier is completely lifted, we shall no longer be in such a passive position. After hearing these words from Huang Ke, Su Taiping finally comprehended the urgency with which the 9 houses sought to obtain the fortuitous fate of the Emperor of the Dark Clouds. This matter transcends the interests of merely 1 or 2 sects. It concerns the very survival of the entire cultivation community within the true martial heaven. I am determined to secure a commendable ranking at the Golden Scales Conference, thereby bringing additional fortune to our true martial heaven, Su Taiping solemnly assured Huang Quebec. With your commitment, I feel reassured, Huang Ke replied, exhaling deeply and giving Su Taiping a hearty pat on the shoulder. However, we must depart in 4 or 5 days. Huang Ke suddenly adopted a serious expression. Why? Su Taiping expressed his desire to return to Qingxian for a visit. Due to the circumstances surrounding the barrier, the only teleportation array connecting the true martial heaven to the Emperor of the Dark Clouds can only be activated twice a year during specific time frames. This array has already been operational for a month, and it will close in half a month's time, Huang Ke explained. I understand now, Su Taiping nodded, dismissing the thought of returning to Qingxian. Make sure to rest well over the next couple of days. Just as Huang Ke was about to rise to bid farewell to Su Taiping, the communication jade slip in his arms suddenly illuminated. What could the House Lord want at this moment? He pondered, perplexed, as he retrieved the special communication talisman to converse with the House Lord, channeling a strand of true essence into it. Immediately, a somewhat anxious voice belonging to Lu Chuxian emanated from the jade slip. Trouble has arisen at the Blade of Heaven sect. Duan Tianya, a sworn enemy in the Emperor of the Dark Clouds, has sent a disciple to challenge us, taking advantage of the barrier's weakening. If no one can defeat him within 15 days, he will annihilate the Blade of Heaven sect. The most troubling aspect is that he has sealed the entire sect with the barrier, effectively cutting off our teleportation array. If this situation continues to linger, it may delay Taiping's journey. Therefore, I would like you to urgently summon a few elders from the Carefree sect to assist in addressing this matter. Chapter 376. The Carefree sect. Brother Huang Ke, Wait a moment, Su Taiping called out. What is wrong? Noticing Huang Ke's furrowed brow and silent demeanor, Su Taiping inquired with curiosity. Due to the unique nature of the Nine Houses communication jade slips, which transmitted messages through mental sound, Su Taiping had not heard the words left by House Lord Lu Chuxian. It is like this, Huang Ke began, briefly gathering his thoughts before succinctly relaying Lu's message to Su Taiping. He then elaborated. Ever since the barrier of the true martial heaven began to weaken, the Nine Houses have frequently received news of cultivators from other realms entering our true martial heaven. However, the majority of these monks are merely spies sent by various factions to gather intelligence on this side, their cultivation severely suppressed by the barrier. They are hardly able to hide, let alone cause any disturbances here. The occurrence of a monk visiting the Tiandao sect is exceedingly rare. It is highly likely that he possesses a treasure capable of circumventing the barrier suppression. After attentively listening to Huang Ke's account, Su Taiping nodded. Does the esteemed Elder Duan Tianya have many enemies in the Yuyan realm? Su Taiping inquired of Huang Quebec. During their time at the remnants of the Yunjing's immortal mansion, Duan Tianya had mentioned some of his past in the Yuyan realm, but Su Taiping wished to hear if Huang Ke had any additional information regarding Elder Duan's matters. Due to the passage of time, even among our 9 mansions, knowledge is sparse. However, according to the accounts of some individuals from the Yuyan mansion we have encountered, Elder Duan indeed has a fearsome reputation in the Yuyan realm. It is not surprising that the Tiandao sect would be targeted for revenge. Huang Ke remarked with a somewhat awkward smile. As the saying goes, a lean camel is larger than a horse, despite its decline. The Tiandao sect should not be easily slaughtered by a mere cultivator from the Yuyan realm, Su Taiping expressed with some confusion. Previously, in the Xinhu secret realm, he had interacted with Duan Xiaoyu, a disciple of the Tiandao sect. Although Duan Xiaoyu's strength was not particularly remarkable, she was still capable of holding her own against the possessed disciples of the Huangfeng Valley, indicating that the overall cultivation level of the Tiandao sect was not low. Regarding the Yuyan realm cultivator, the mansion lord is currently arranging for others to gather intelligence, and I will be notified immediately upon receiving news, Huang Ke continued, putting away the communication jade slip. However, the situation of the Tiandao sect has not been optimistic in recent years. Ever since their ranking fell to the bottom among the 9 mansions, the resources available for disciples' cultivation have dwindled. In the past 2 years, under the governance of the current sect master, there has been a slight improvement. This year, in an effort to elevate the cultivation of the disciples and regain the 9th position in the upcoming 9 mansions Sword King competition, the sect master purchased several pieces of chaotic stone at a high price and has taken a few promising disciples to the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas for training. Consequently, only a few elders are stationed at the Tiandao sect, leaving it rather vulnerable, which provides an opportunity for that Yuyan realm cultivator. After hearing Huang Ke's explanation, Su Taiping's doubts were finally alleviated. Brother Huang Ke, what is the current situation of the Tiandao sect's disciples? I have a friend there named Duan Xiaoyu. Su Taiping asked with some concern. Duan Xiaoyu is the daughter of the Tiandao sect's master, isn't she? Huang Ke queried with curiosity. That should be correct. We met in the Xinhu secret realm, Su Taiping nodded. He was not particularly well versed in Duan Xiaoyu's background. According to the distress signal from the Tiandao sect, most of the promising disciples have been arranged by a few elders to stay in the sect's sword tomb, where there is a sealing array left by the first sect master. It should be safe for now, Huang Ke replied after pondering seriously. That is a relief, Su Taiping said, feeling reassured. In the 9 mansions, apart from his fellow disciples from Qingxian, the only cultivator he could consider a friend, aside from the present Huang Ke, was Duan Xiaoyu. Taiping, I must now contact several elders from the Xiaoyao sect, and by the latest, set off for the Tiandao sect by this afternoon. I aim to resolve this matter within 3 days, and then I shall return to escort you, Huang Ke instructed with earnestness. Brother Huang Ke, may I accompany you? Su Taiping inquired. In his view, since they were foes of Duan Tianya, as his half-disciple, he felt compelled to contribute in some way. Taiping, you have just recovered from severe injuries, and we know little about that enigmatic cultivator from Yuyan Tian. For the sake of caution, it would be best if you waited here for my news. Huang Ke expressed his concern. He was well aware of Su Taiping's cultivation level and strength. In the entire 9 mansions, only a few ancient beings at the refining spirit stage could match Su Taiping. Other cultivators, even some who had just entered that realm, might not pose a threat to him. However, given Su Taiping's recent wounds and the mysterious nature of the Yuyin Tian cultivator. He was reluctant to take such risks with the sole remaining candidate for the Jinlin meeting. Brother Huang Ke, please hold on. Su Taiping suddenly stood up. He recognized the wisdom in Huang Ke's words. If he ventured forth without full recovery, he would only hinder others. Thus, he wished to test whether his body and cultivation had deteriorated during the 3 months of his confinement to bed. What is the matter? Huang Ke looked at Su Taiping, puzzled. In response, the sound of cracking joints resonated from Su Taiping, alongside the noticeable bulging muscles on his torso and shoulders. Su Taiping had transformed his body from a slumbering state into one that was fully awakened. Along with this revitalization, a vigorous and fiery vitality surged within him. In mere moments, the temperature of the room rose due to his abundant life force. Huang Ke stared in astonishment, thinking that this was hardly the demeanor of someone who had been bedridden for 3 months. Even a regular person practicing diligently for 3 months might not achieve such remarkable improvement. Indeed, he could distinctly sense that Su Taiping's physical strength and vitality had significantly enhanced. Su Taiping himself was somewhat surprised and intended to inquire with Sister Lingwei once Huang Ke departed. After assessing his body, Su Taiping began to channel the Danxiao formula with all his might, mobilizing the true essence within his Dan heart that had condensed into flakes resembling snowflakes. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, and the pressure wave generated by the intense surge of energy blew open several windows in the room. Huang Ke, caught off guard and too close to the source, found her hairpin scattered. Taiping, it seems you are on the verge of achieving the mid-stage of the transcendence realm, Huang Ke remarked, unable to conceal her disbelief.